हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम बैक टू माय चैनल। तो आज मैं इसका थर्ड पार्ट लेके आ चुका हूँ जो आपको पसंद आएगा। तो और ये पार्ट लंबा भी है तो आप लोगों को अच्छा ज़रूर लगेगा। चलिए स्टार्ट करते हैं।
Chapter 57. Ning Rongrong angrily confronts Grandmaster. Time flew by, and it was soon noon. Qilin said to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, "All right, this morning's training ends here. You are dismissed." By this time, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were already panting, their cheeks flushed red. After being dismissed, Ning Rongrong clutched her bottom and pitifully walked over to Qilin. During the tree climbing practice, because she was a beginner, she would always fall off after a few steps and land right on her bottom. Even now, Ning Rongrong still felt pain in her bottom. "Brother Qilin, isn't there any simpler training? My bottom is about to be bruised into 8 pieces." Although Qilin knew Ning Rongrong had a princess complex, he still speechlessly said, "I've already optimized it a lot for you. When Xiao Wu practiced climbing trees before, she fell much worse than you are now." After hearing this, Ning Rongrong looked in Xiao Wu's direction and immediately saw Xiao Wu looking at her with a proud face. "HMPH, is this all it takes to compete with me for Brother Qilin?" Upon seeing this, a sense of shame and stubbornness suddenly arose in Ning Rongrong's heart. "HMPH, if you can do it, then I can too." Although Zhu Zuqing had also fallen quite badly, one could tell from her face that she was very happy. Because she could feel that continuing to practice like this was truly effective. In just one morning, she actually felt that she was already seeing some initial results. Not to mention anything else, she could already feel that after activating her spirit, the flow of spirit power within her body was much smoother. "Thank you, Teacher Qilin." Zhu Zuqing bowed very earnestly to Qilin. Qilin waved his hand and smiled, "All right, as long as there is progress, that's good." Compared to their attitudes during training, Zhu Zuqing was undoubtedly the most serious one. Perhaps this was related to her experiences. She was holding a burst of energy in her heart. Even without Dai Mubai, she could still defeat her sister and Dai Wuxi. On the way back, the four of them happened to run into Grandmaster and his group who had finished training on the playground. Grandmaster leaned forward and said with a chuckle, "Qilin, having taught for a whole morning, how does it feel?" Qilin's expression was very relaxed and casual, and he smiled, "It's all right. Zuqing and Rongrong are both very cooperative. As for Xiao Wu, she has always only listened to me." As soon as these words were spoken, Tang San and the crowd first felt a sense of discomfort. "What do you mean Xiao Wu only listens to you? What do you take her for?" Grandmaster turned his suspicious gaze toward Ning Rongrong and asked, "Ning Rongrong has also been cultivating seriously. If it's just for the sake of face, you don't need to lie for her. It's better to speak up early so it can be resolved sooner." As a direct descendant of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possessing the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit, Grandmaster did not really believe that Ning Rongrong would so honestly follow Qilin's training. Of course, even if he didn't believe that Ning Rongrong would honestly follow Qilin's arrangements, he shouldn't have said it at this time. Because regardless of whether he was right or not, he would offend Ning Rongrong. However, Grandmaster's emotional intelligence had never been that good. Otherwise, his reputation at Nine Academy wouldn't have been so bad. Ning Rongrong naturally noticed Grandmaster's gaze, and after hearing his words, she was so angry that her little universe exploded. At this moment, she didn't care what status Grandmaster had. She pointed at Grandmaster's nose and said, "What did you mean by that just now? What do you mean by, has she been cultivating seriously? Whether I've been cultivating seriously or not is none of your damn business. You, a mere level 29 nobody, what right do you have to manage me? You're really just meddling in other people's business, you don't know when to appreciate kindness." Ning Rongrong unleashed a rapid-fire verbal assault on Grandmaster, showing no trace of the ladylike appearance she had had the previous 2 days, and didn't leave Grandmaster any face at all. The other students were all dumbfounded by this contrast in Ning Rongrong. Grandmaster and Tang San's expressions quickly stiffened and turned gloomy. A cold aura flashed across Tang San's body. If this were not the academy, and if Ning Rongrong were not considered his classmate, the mere act of insulting his mentor would have already been a path to death. Grandmaster's face was gloomy, especially when Ning Rongrong said he was just a level 29 nobody. His heart felt as if it had been pierced by 2 steel blades. Pain, it was too painful. Isn't it just that his spirit has a defect and he can't break through level 29? Does he deserve to be discriminated against like this? Grandmaster swore fiercely in his heart once again that he would definitely train Little San to become the strongest in the continent, and then slap everyone's faces hard, letting them know one phrase. There are no trash spirits, only trash spirit masters. Just at this moment, Qilin stepped forward and gently patted Ning Rongrong on the shoulder, then looked at Grandmaster with a serious face. "Grandmaster, this time you are truly in the wrong. I can tell you very clearly that although Ning Rongrong comes from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she followed my training all morning, was not only very serious but also very respectful, and didn't have a shred of spoiled young mistemper. To me, she is a very excellent student." Looking at Qilin, who stood before her and spoke up for her, Ning Rongrong's heart suddenly began to beat faster. "Brother Qilin is really too gentle." Finally, Qilin said in a deep voice, "Prejudice in people's hearts is a great mountain. I hope Grandmaster will not make such rash comments like today again." After speaking, Qilin waved to the 3 girls behind him. "Let's go." Watching the backs of the 4 as they walked away, Grandmaster gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that today he would first be scolded by Ning Rongrong, and even Qilin would lecture him. Seeing this, Tang San immediately stepped forward and looked at Grandmaster with concern, saying, "Teacher, it is often said that it is hard to deal with small-minded people and women, you don't need to bicker with them." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness in his brain, which made him feel bewildered. On the other side, looking at Tang San's concerned expression before him, Grandmaster's mood immediately calmed down. He waved his hand and said, "Little San, don't worry, I wouldn't stoop to bickering with 2 children." Tang San immediately echoed, as expected of teacher, so open-minded. Dai Mubai and the other 2, who witnessed all of this, were shocked that Ning Rongrong actually had such a side, while also feeling that she and Qilin were indeed making a mountain out of a molehill. Didn't Grandmaster just casually say something? Is there a need to react so strongly? On the other side, Ning Rongrong was still walking while complaining angrily. "TCH, what kind of bullshit Grandmaster, thinking I wouldn't cultivate seriously without any basis." Even Xiao Wu said, this time, Grandmaster was indeed in the wrong. It's no wonder everyone at Nine Academy didn't like him. If it were me just now, I would have scolded him too. Oh no, if it were me, I would have beaten him up. Hearing Xiao Wu say this, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt that she was much more pleasing to the eye. Perhaps, this is friendship between girls. As long as you stand on my side, we are friends. Qilin shook his head and said, "No need to pay attention to them. Once you have achieved success in your cultivation, there will be plenty of time to slap their faces. Let's go, all of you come to my dormitory, I'll give the three of you some extra coaching. Chapter 58, Distinct Boundaries, Signs of Shrek Academy's Division. Qilin had quite a few ingredients stored in his spirit tool, so he showed off his skills a little in the dormitory. The result of this little display instantly conquered Ning Rongrong, who had grown up eating delicacies. Even Zhu Zuqing, who also came from a notable background, ended up with grease all over her mouth, although she did not shriek in surprise like Ning Rongrong, her chopsticks, which kept picking up food, said it all. Heavens, brother Qilin, whoever marries you in the future will be truly blessed. Ning Rongrong looked at Qilin with sparkling eyes. Now, she had one more reason to lure Qilin back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, listening to Ning Rongrong's praise, Qilin merely shrugged and said, actually, when Xiaowu and I were studying at Nine Academy, apart from the first 2 or 3 years, Xiaowu basically did all the cooking afterward. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Ning Rongrong but even Zhu Zuqing was shocked. Xiaowu could cook. Seeing the skeptical expressions on their faces, Xiaowu huffed unhappily and said, what are those expressions? You don't believe I can cook? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing nodded in unison. At this, Qilin laughed, then you've guessed wrong. Xiaowu really can cook, and she is no worse than an average professional chef. After all, Xiaowu's culinary skills were taught by him. Who told Xiaowu to be such a glutton when they were at Nine Academy, always pestering Qilin to cook for her? Could Qilin spoil her like that? He simply taught her how to cook, letting her be responsible for the meals, while he acted like an aristocratic lord, having everything brought to him. As it turned out, after 2 or 3 years, he had truly cultivated Xiaowu's cooking skills. With Qilin's endorsement, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing finally believed this fact. You're amazing, Ning Rongrong gave Xiaowu a thumbs up. Xiaowu slightly raised her snow-white chin, looking like a proud white swan. After the meal, and after cultivating for 2 or 3 hours, Qilin finally took the 3 girls to the training grounds. While passing by the playground from a distance, they happened to see Yu Xiaobing directing Tang San and the others to run around the playground while carrying large baskets filled with stones. TCH, Ning Rongrong huffed disdainfully in the direction of their training. I thought Grandmaster's training methods were so advanced, it turns out they are just these old clichés. If it is just this kind of training, where can you do it? Why come all the way to Shrek Academy for it? Qilin smiled slightly and said, alright, let's go. Although he did not think much of this training method, he also had no interest in pointing fingers at people behind their backs. Ning Rongrong then let it go and obediently followed behind Qilin. Meanwhile, Daimubai and the others on the playground also noticed Qilin and his group. Daimubai frowned and said, we have been training for so long, and they are only just starting now. Isn't teacher Qilin being too lax with them? Ma Hongjun snorted and complained, if you ask me, Qilin does not know how to teach students at all. Have you ever seen a 12-year-old teacher? Daimubai and Oscar shook their heads. Only Tang San, who had been a classmate with Qilin for 6 years, spoke factually. Although I also feel that Qilin's behavior is irresponsible, he does know how to teach students. During those years at Nine Academy, I often challenged Xiaowu. Because I added poison attributes to my blue silver grass, Xiaowu was once only able to fight me to a draw. But later, perhaps because of Qilin's secret guidance, I gradually ceased to be Xiaowu's match. Daimubai raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. But he then asked curiously, aren't you friends? Hasn't he taught you anything over these 6 years? Tang San's expression stiffened, then he smiled and explained, perhaps he has his own reasons. At this, Ma Hongjun added sarcastically from the side, his own reasons, my foot. I think he is just selfish. He does not share these good things with friends. How can he be considered a friend? Once these words were spoken, Oscar decisively stayed silent. He could not respond to that, and Daimubai did not respond either. Both of them were smart people. A flash of gloom crossed Tang San's eyes. He considered himself to have treated Qilin well. Whenever Qilin came to ask for advice regarding metal materials, he had always told him everything he knew. Yet, when Qilin researched an excellent training method himself, he hid it away. Who was he guarding against? Qilin, oh, come on, you cannot say it like that. When I asked you for advice on metal materials, it was for making spirit tools. Just tell me, haven't I given you some of the spirit tools I made? Moreover, the soul power training method was something Qilin had only researched in the last 2 years. On the other side, Qilin did not know that Tang San had already developed a serious rift with him. Of course, even if he knew, he would not take it to heart. At this moment, he was sitting on a large rock, bored, watching Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and Xiaowu, who were undergoing spirit power training from afar. Compared to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, who were still very immature in their training, Xiaowu could already climb trees and walk on water with ease, and could even transform her spirit power into other forms. For example, covering her hands to form fists, or covering her whole body to form armor, these were extremely practical in combat. If she became more proficient, she could even develop various powerful spirit abilities based on the flow and form of her spirit power. However, only Qilin could do this for now. Nighttime. Training ended, and after dinner, Flender gathered everyone. Qilin knew that Flender was likely planning to have the new students go to the Soto City Great Spirit Arena to participate in spirit fighting. Qilin was supportive of this action. He had always felt that as a spirit master, one might not like spirit fighting, but one could not be unable to spirit fight. On the way to the Soto Grand Arena, Flender walked to Qilin's side. I know about today's events. This matter was indeed not well thought out by Xiaoging, but he is just like that. I hope you will not take it to heart. Qilin and the 3 girls were walking at the back of the group. Upon hearing Flender's words, he looked at Yu Xiaoging in front and shrugged. The one being questioned by Grandmaster was Rongrong, not me. However, I still think Grandmaster has low emotional intelligence. Low emotional intelligence. It just means he does not know how to speak. Flender looked enlightened, then looked at Ning Rongrong and said, Rongrong, I would like to apologize to you on behalf of Xiaoging here. Ning Rongrong snorted coldly and did not reply. Flender stood there slightly awkwardly. In fact, even he himself initially felt that Ning Rongrong would not be so well behaved, so he had gone to observe secretly for a while. Although he did not know the purpose of the training Qilin was teaching them, when he saw Ning Rongrong obediently following Qilin's guidance, he left with peace of mind. Who would have thought that just as he left with peace of mind, Yu Xiaoging would cause trouble right after? Now, in one academy, there were 2 small groups, and it actually seemed to have a sense of distinct separation. If things continued like this, I fear it would not be long before Shrek Academy split apart. Chapter 59, Thousand Illusion Mask, changing unpredictably. The group soon arrived at the Soto Grand Arena. The Soto Grand Arena was an immensely massive oval-shaped building, and just as Qilin's group walked outside, they could already hear the deafening sounds emanating from within. After walking inside, Flender gathered everyone together and then gave a brief introduction to the Great Spirit Arena. Flender announced solemnly, "Next, I will take you all to register your information and receive your badges. In the future, if you want to participate in soul fighting to hone yourselves, you can come here on your own to participate in soul fighting." After finishing, Flender prepared to take everyone to the registration office to sign up. "Flender, wait a moment." Yu Xiaogang suddenly spoke up. "Xiaogang, what is it?" A faint smile appeared on Yu Xiaogang's slightly stiff face as he said, "The children are all one in a million little freaks. If they just expose their information like this, it is inevitable that it will attract the covetous eyes of some malicious individuals." Having said this, he pulled out 4 masks from his person. The masks were clearly prepared specifically for Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others. They were about the same size as their faces, with only areas for the eyes, mouth, and nose left open on the masks. Clearly, Yu Xiaogang also knew the rules of Shrek Academy, so he had been prepared in advance. He then looked at Qilin, a look of apology appearing on his stiff face. "My apologies, the matter arose suddenly and time was tight, so I didn't have time to ask a craftsman to prepare masks specifically for you all." As soon as he finished speaking, Flender reached out and slapped his forehead. "Sigh, if this academy continues like this, it will really have to disband." On the other side, before Qilin could say anything, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu had already snorted with dissatisfaction. If he didn't want to help prepare them for us, then forget it, but to put it so refreshingly and refinedly. They really didn't believe it would take that long to craft 3 more masks. After snorting, Xiao Wu proudly took out a mask from her spirit tool that looked like metal, yet also like resin. Then, right in front of everyone, Xiao Wu put the mask on. In the next second, the mask perfectly conformed to her skin. And Xiao Wu's appearance also changed at a speed visible to the naked eye into that of another alluring beauty. This. What kind of treasure is this? Everyone stared blankly at this scene, especially Tang San, who was the most shocked. Because after putting it on, Xiao Wu had completely changed into another face. If such a divine object were placed in his previous life, it would surely be the ultimate divine object for killing people and seizing their goods. No, even in this world, it is still a priceless divine object. Thinking of this, a look of deep desire flashed in Tang San's eyes. If only he could also have such a treasure, how good that would be. "Xiao Wu, you, what treasure is this?" Ning Rongrong stepped forward and pinched Xiao Wu's transformed cheek, and after touching it, she immediately discovered that it was exactly the same as real skin, with absolutely no trace of having worn a mask. The mature beauty that Xiao Wu had turned into smiled, then proudly said, "1,000 illusion mask, my brother Qilin gave it to me." As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, everyone immediately looked at Qilin in unison. And Tang San and the others, who had just received the masks from Yu Xiaogang, immediately felt that the masks in their hands were burning hot. This crappy mask has absolutely no style. Ning Rongrong even went straight to pull Qilin's hand, her eyes shining. "Brother Qilin, I want one." "What, you want a freebie?" Qilin looked at Ning Rongrong with a smile, teasing her. The 1,000 illusion mask was naturally created by him using his third soul skill, looting creation. Its essence was actually just an ordinary mask, but he had added 2 Dao patterns to it, thus forming the current 1,000 illusion mask, which possessed the ability to change into thousands of forms. The function of Dao patterns was also a feature that gradually emerged from looting creation as Qilin's spirit power increased. Currently, there were only 6 Dao patterns within looting creation, and different Dao patterns could be arranged and combined to add different attributes to items. The 1,000 illusion mask had been imbued with a transformation attribute. Hearing Qilin's words, Ning Rongrong acted coquettishly. "No way, I can pay for it." Then Ning Rongrong slightly raised her chin and said proudly, "Our 7 treasure glazed tile school lacks everything except money." Qilin laughed heartily after hearing this, then said, all right, even if you want one, there's nothing I can do, I only have 1 mask left." "You are a support soul master, you won't be going up today, I will lend the mask to Zuqing first so she can go up." After finishing, Qilin took out another mask of the same style from his storage bracelet and handed it to Zuqing. Zuqing hurriedly waved her hand upon seeing this and said, "Teacher Qilin, this is too valuable, I don't need it." "Tisk, what are you saying? This isn't a gift for you, it's just temporarily lent to you for participating in the soul fighting, take it." After finishing, Qilin slightly forcefully shoved the 1,000 illusion mask into Zuqing's hand. Actually, for him, making a 1,000 illusion mask was nothing. If he wanted to, he could completely spend a little time to manufacture 1,000 illusion masks for everyone in Shrek. But he wasn't running a charity. If he liked you, he would give it to you, and Qilin would be happy to do so. But if he didn't like you, and still gave it to you, wouldn't he just be looking for trouble for himself? Whatever Qilin did, it was all based on the principle of, I feel like it. After receiving the mask amidst the envious gazes of everyone, Zuqing bowed to Qilin. "Thank you, Teacher Qilin." Unlike Ning Rongrong, who coveted Qilin's appearance and talent, for Zuqing, Qilin was like a ray of light in the darkness. Whenever she needed it most, he could always reach out and pull her up. Flender watched as Yu Xiaogang felt a bit awkward, and sighed in his heart. "Xiaogang, oh Xiaogang, why do you always want to look for trouble when you have nothing to do? If you had just prepared 3 more masks at the time, would you be in this embarrassing situation now?" Ahem, clearing his throat twice, Flender said to everyone, "All right, everyone who has a mask, come with me, I will take you to register." "Yes." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately responded, and then followed Flender to the registration office. Only Qilin, Ning Rongrong, and Yu Xiaogang were left on the spot. The atmosphere among the 3 was slightly awkward for a while, but Yu Xiaogang still couldn't resist stepping forward and saying, "Qilin, is this mask of yours created using your third soul skill?" Qilin knew exactly what he was planning as soon as he heard him, and immediately interrupted what he was about to say. "Don't look at it, crafting this mask is very troublesome, not only are the requirements for materials very high, but it is also very time consuming. It can't be done without 10 days or half a month, and I don't have that kind of spare time." After listening to Qilin's words, Yu Xiaogang was slightly silent. Yu Xiaogang believed that Qilin was right about the high requirements for materials. But Yu Xiaogang was skeptical about the claim that it would take 10 days or half a month to craft a single mask. Because, based on his analysis of Qilin's personality, the latter would absolutely never spend 10 days or half a month for no reason just to craft this 1 mask. After all, he hadn't just crafted 1 mask, he had also helped Xiao Wu craft 1. Clearly, Qilin just simply didn't want to help. Sigh, narrow-minded, hard to achieve great things. Chapter 60, If hard work were useful, what would geniuses be for? Shortly after, Xiao Wu and the others completed their identity registration under Flender's guidance. As soon as they came over, Xiao Wu walked up to Qilin and said with a giggle, "Brother Qilin, guess what name I registered with when I filled out my information?" Just tell me, you're the one who registered, how could I possibly guess? Qilin said, rolling his eyes. That's no fun at all. Xiaowu muttered softly, then slightly tilted her chin up and said, the name I registered is Qiwu. Qilin plus Xiaowu, how is it? Doesn't it have a lovely meaning? As soon as the words left her mouth, Ning Rongrong, standing on the other side of Qilin, couldn't help but retort, your intentions are so obvious they're practically written on brother Qilin's face. Lovely meaning, my foot. I think you're just impatient to move into the Qi household. Xiaowu said triumphantly, I don't need to be impatient, I've already been living in brother Qilin's home for 6 years. Ah, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, instantly raising Xiaowu's danger level in her mind. Qilin couldn't be bothered to manage the two bickering girls, so he looked at Zuqing and asked, what about you, Zuqing? What name did you register? Upon hearing Qilin's question, a faint blush immediately appeared on Zuqing's originally cold and icy, pretty face. I gave myself a nickname, Hellcivet. Hearing the nickname Zuqing chose for herself, Qilin was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that the nickname Zuqing chose for herself would actually be the same as in the original story. What he didn't know was that Zuqing had initially honestly filled in her real information, but after seeing Xiaowu register the name Qiwu, she immediately abandoned her previous idea and gave herself a nickname as well. Initially, on a whim, the nickname she had come up with was Hellcivet. Later, feeling it was too suggestive, she changed it to the current Hellcivet. Qilin, unaware of the process, smiled and praised, a nice nickname, it suits your spirit and temperament very well. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Zuqing's face. Soon, the group arrived at a spectator area and sat down. Not long after, on one of the sub-soul fighting arenas, the referee suddenly announced a name the group was familiar with. Evil Eye's White Tiger. Dai Mubai was on stage. His opponent was a 40-something-year-old man at rank 38. This person's spirit was not weak, it was the Gale Leopard spirit, known for its speed. It is worth mentioning that this rank 38 spirit elder with the Gale Leopard spirit already had a 4-match winning streak at the Great Spirit Arena. Clearly, he was no pushover. As deafening shouts and cheers erupted from the spectator stands. Facing the Gale Leopard spirit elder, Dai Mubai instantly activated his spirit possession. The next second, his body suddenly erupted with a pale white light, his arms extended outwards, and his physique expanded significantly, stretching his clothes. After his spirit possession, Dai Mubai looked at the Gale Leopard spirit elder opposite him, who had also activated his spirit possession. Especially when he saw the white, yellow, and purple spirit rings at the opponent's feet, a flash of disdain crossed his eyes. A mere Gale Leopard spirit was not worth mentioning in front of his White Tiger spirit. Although everyone on the continent claimed that the number one beast spirit in the world was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. But in Dai Mubai's view, their Star Luo royal family's White Tiger spirit was the most powerful. Clearly, he did not take the Gale Leopard spirit elder opposite him seriously, even though the opponent was one rank higher than him. But the superiority of his spirit was enough to make up for this gap. Moreover, his spirit ring configuration was far better than the opponent's. The battle was about to break out. Neither Dai Mubai nor the opposite Gale Leopard spirit master immediately unleashed their spirit ability, instead engaging in a head-on probe. The two exchanged blows with fists and kicks, causing a series of collision sounds to explode in the air. Boss Dai is awesome. In the spectator stands, Ma Hongjun saw Dai Mubai knock the Gale Leopard spirit master back with a single blow, so he excitedly stood up his chubby body and shouted for Dai Mubai. Although he had been scammed by Dai Mubai earlier, before they came, the latter had told him that he could help him book 2 top-tier ladies tonight. This made Ma Hongjun so excited that he instantly forgot all about the previous unpleasantness. Ning Rongrong glanced at Ma Hongjun with disdain and muttered softly, what a fuss. He just pushed the opponent back a little, right? He didn't even win yet. Xiaowu, shaking her head, began to critique the fight to Zuqing beside her. Zuqing, let me tell you, in my opinion, that lecherous tiger and his opponent are fighting too roughly, there's no technical skill at all. If I win up, I could end the fight in 30 seconds at most. Oh no, if I win all out, 10 seconds at most. If it takes 1 second longer, I lose. Although Zuqing was a bit skeptical, she didn't refute anything. On the other side, the two sides fought for a full 10+ minutes on the field, exchanging both physical blows and spirit ability clashes. Finally, Dai Mubai narrowly defeated the Gale Leopard spirit master and marched proudly to the spectator area. His gaze subconsciously swept towards the direction where Zuqing was, his face full of arrogance. Among the others, Ma Hongjun cheered, Flender smiled with satisfaction, while Yu Xiaogang frowned slightly. Although Dai Mubai won against his opponent, Yu Xiaogang was still not satisfied with his performance. Compared to the Gale Leopard spirit elder, his experience was too poor. A dignified top-tier spirit, a top-tier spirit ring configuration, yet he could only narrowly win against a spirit elder who was only 1 rank higher than himself. This completely failed to meet the standards in his mind. At this moment, Ma Hongjun looked at Qilin with a grin and lifted his head, saying, Teacher Qilin, how do you think our boss Dai performed? Does it meet your standards? Qilin looked at Ma Hongjun in astonishment upon hearing this. Isn't fighting above one's rank a daily routine for every monster? What, do you think fighting above one's rank is such an amazing thing? Ma Hongjun's expression stiffened instantly. How was he supposed to refute that? Just then, Xiaowu suddenly stood up. It's my turn, I'm going. Seeing this, Qilin couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Ma Hongjun anymore and smiled at Xiaowu. Perform well, and take the opportunity to let everyone see the results of your training. Alright. Xiaowu clenched her fists. Wearing the face of a mature, cool woman, yet performing origin chi-filled movements, she looked somewhat awkward. Flender cast his gaze over curiously and said, is this the soul power control you mentioned? Qilin nodded and said, Xiaowu has been learning from me for a year or two, and she has managed to master some of the effects. Flender smiled slightly and said, then I shall wait and see. Beside him, Yu Xiaogang's ears twitched, and he also earnestly turned his gaze to the arena. Just right, he would see exactly how Xiaowu used Qilin's methods to fight, so he could study them. He didn't believe that after painstakingly studying spirits for decades, he couldn't compare to a child. Qilin, if hard work were useful, what would geniuses be for? Although he had only pondered it casually, it was worth more than tens of thousands of years of the continent's development. Chapter 61, The Correct Way to Use Spirit Power. Next, let us invite contestant Xiaowu and contestant Zhou Bing to the stage. Although contestant Xiaowu is a powerful rank 37 war spirit elder, her opponent, contestant Zhou Bing, has reached rank 39 in spirit power and has even achieved a 7-match winning streak in the soul fighting arena. So, will contestant Xiaowu end contestant Zhou Bing's winning streak, or will contestant Zhou Bing continue to maintain the myth of his winning streak? Let us all wait and see. As the referee's voice rang out across the soul fighting arena, Xiaowu and her opponent slowly stepped onto the soul fighting platform. When Xiaowu stepped onto the soul fighting platform, a roar of cheers erupted from the spectator area. Of course, this cheer was merely for Xiao Wu's beauty, not because they thought she could win. Compared to Xiao Wu, Zhou Bing looked to be in his 30s and appeared quite ordinary, but when he stepped onto the soul fighting platform, the cheers and shouts were even louder and more fervent. Clearly, compared to a beautiful woman, the spectators preferred to see Zhou Bing maintain his winning streak. Following the referee's command, the two immediately released their respective spirits. Zhou Bing's spirit was a long sword shimmering with a cyan light, appearing icy and sharp. In the spectator area. Upon seeing Zhou Bing, Dai Mubai immediately wore a look of surprise. I didn't expect Xiao Wu's opponent to be him. This time, Xiao Wu was going to lose. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned toward him, not understanding why he was so certain. Tang San asked slightly nervously, Boss Dai, is there something wrong with Xiao Wu's opponent? Dai Mubai curled his lips upward and then spoke incessantly. 3 months ago, I encountered Zhou Bing in the soul fighting arena. At that time, he was ranked 38 and I was ranked 36. I thought I could easily defeat him, but I didn't expect his strength to be particularly exaggerated. Although his spirit is not top tier, his 3 spirit abilities can cooperate with each other, which is very terrifying. Zhou Bing's first spirit ability can increase speed, his second spirit ability can increase the sharpness of his spirit, and his third soul skill can increase spirit power in a short period. With the 3 combined, even if I simultaneously cast my first spirit ability, White Tiger Barrier, and my third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation, I was still instantly pierced through all my defenses by him. After hearing this, Tang San's expression changed. In that case, this person's strength is truly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong could not help but look at Qilin at the same time, with a trace of worry appearing on their faces. Xiao Wu won't get hurt, right? Qilin smiled and shook his head, saying, just watch patiently and you will know. At the same time, the battle on the arena was about to break out. After Xiao Wu activated her spirit, 2 clusters of pink spirit power suddenly appeared under her feet. The next second, she took the initiative to attack, her figure rushing toward Zhou Bing like lightning. This speed immediately caused the pupils of Zhou Bing opposite her to constrict sharply. However, the experience gained from years of soul fighting did not make Zhou Bing panic, he even took the initiative to meet her, wielding the long sword in his hand. In the early stages, tool spirits have a certain advantage over beast spirits, especially when no spirit abilities are released. Because when no spirit abilities are released, the attacks of a beast spirit master landing on a tool spirit master are difficult to be fatal unless there is a huge difference in spirit power. But when a tool spirit master's spirit attack lands on a beast spirit master, it really could be fatal. However, Zhou Bing soon discovered a tricky problem. When neither side released their spirit abilities, the opposing spirit master's speed was far superior to his, and her reaction was incredibly exaggerated, easily dodging all his attacks. Seeing an opportunity, while dodging Zhou Bing's sword edge, Xiao Wu nimbly arrived at Zhou Bing's side, then kicked out. Bang! This kick from Xiao Wu contained terrifying power, immediately causing Zhou Bing to lunge forward. Isn't her spirit a rabbit? How can her power be so terrifying? Zhou Bing didn't have time to overthink it, he immediately steadied himself, and at the same time, regarded the Xiao Wu in front of him as a real opponent, treating her seriously. First spirit ability, swift steps. The next second, Zhou Bing's speed increased sharply. But in the end, he miserably discovered that even after releasing his first spirit ability, his speed was still not comparable to Xiao Wu's. How could he know that Xiao Wu was originally an agility attack system spirit master, and her speed had been permanently buffed by Qilin for so many years, now reaching the level of a spirit ancestor? Coupled with the fact that she had attached her spirit power to her feet, it further increased her speed once again. In this situation, if Zhou Bing could still keep up with Xiao Wu's speed, that would be the abnormal performance. As the saying goes, in all the world's martial arts, only speed is invincible. Xiao Wu's speed was so fast that in Zhou Bing's eyes, it was like flashes of pink phantoms, difficult to capture and impossible to counter. And Xiao Wu's attacks were like raindrops, falling crazily on his body, leaving him unable to defend and at a loss for what to do. This scene immediately stunned the Shrek group watching from the spectator area. How is this possible? Dai Mubai stared at this scene on the soul fighting arena in a daze. He really couldn't believe that Zhou Bing, who had easily defeated him, had no power to resist in Xiao Wu's hands. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were shocked by Xiao Wu's violent scene and secretly made up their minds that they must not provoke Xiao Wu in the future. Tang San, Grandmaster, and Flender saw the clues. Xiao Wu's speed was too fast, abnormally fast, and she hadn't even used any spirit abilities at all. Such speed had already far exceeded the spirit elder level. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong noticed the 2 clusters of pink spirit power under Xiao Wu's feet and couldn't help but look at Qilin, saying, is this the result after skillfully controlling spirit power? Qilin smiled and said, that's right, as long as one can skillfully control spirit power, what does it matter if one is a support soul master? They can still possess combat power, at most, their combat power is just slightly inferior to that of an attack system spirit master of the same rank. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. As a support soul master, she knew very well how much of a sensation it would cause on the continent if Qilin spread this method of training spirit power. The ecological status of all support soul masters on the continent would change because of Qilin. Because on the Duluo continent, 99% of support soul masters really have no attack power at all. Therefore, even for a top-tier support sect like the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, in order to maintain the stability of the sect, they must recruit many spirit masters with other surnames. Especially for every direct descendant of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, their significant other must be an attack system spirit master. Besides that, support soul masters cannot go on long journeys alone, otherwise, if they encounter other spirit masters on the road, it's fine if they follow the rules, but if they encounter evil spirit masters, then they can only pray for their own good fortune. And compared to the excited Ning Rongrong, the look in Yu Xiaoqing's eyes became increasingly urgent. After returning, he must conduct specialized research on the new training method that Qilin had tinkered with. If Ning Rongrong could see it, how could he, the Grandmaster, not see it? This is a true opportunity that could allow him to leave his name in history. Chapter 62, Surrounded by Beauties, Jealousy Erupts. Looking at the excited Yu Xiaoqing, Flender really wanted to say that Tang San's method of winning against his opponent had absolutely nothing to do with him. But fearing that saying so would hurt his friend's pride, he forced a smile and said, Tang San is worthy of being your disciple, Xiaoqing, he is truly remarkable. Flattered by Flender, the expression on Yu Xiaoqing's face became even more delighted. Haha, this is mainly because little San is hardworking himself. After all, a master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Even if I teach well, if he doesn't want to learn, it's useless. Hearing Yu Xiaoqing say this, Dai Mubai and the others, who didn't know the truth, thought those Tang Sec techniques of Tang San's were all taught by him, and they couldn't help but feel enthusiastic. If they could learn these techniques from Tang San, wouldn't they also be able to fight above their level? Even Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong changed their opinion of Yu Xiaoqing significantly, feeling that he wasn't such a loser after all. Only Qilin and Xiao Wu, who knew the inside story, twitched their lips slightly. If others didn't know, did they not know? These messy things Tang San used were not taught by Yu Xiaogang at all. Seeing Yu Xiaogang taking credit like this, a flash of disdain crossed Xiao Wu's eyes. However, she ultimately saved him some face and didn't say it out loud. After Tang San's victory, the Shrek group did not conduct any more 2v2 soul fights and returned directly to the academy. The next day, training proceeded as usual. However, just as Qilin began leading the training, Flender flew over from afar with a joyful smile on his face. Dean Flender, what could make you so happy? Qilin asked with a smile after Flender landed steadily. In fact, he had already guessed that what made Flender so happy was likely that Oscar had reached a breakthrough to level 30. Sure enough, Flender immediately announced the news of Oscar's breakthrough to level 30. Hearing this news, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, who were training in the distance, immediately stopped their work and cast their gazes over. It is well known that the cultivation speed of a support soul master is slow, and food system spirit masters are the slowest among support soul masters. For Oscar to reach a breakthrough to level 30 at the age of 14 was already quite incredible. Of course, even so, Qilin still felt that this cultivation speed did not match his innate full spirit power. Looking at the original work, both Oscar and Feng Xiaodian had innate full spirit power, but both of their cultivation speeds gave people the feeling that it didn't match their innate full spirit power. Feng Xiaodian was busy developing his own self-created soul skill, but Oscar didn't need to develop self-created soul skills in the early stages, yet he only reached a breakthrough to Spirit Elder at 14, which clearly defied common sense. Of course, Qilin was not questioning the authenticity of his innate full spirit power. It was mainly a guess that, following the free-range teaching style of Flender and the others, plus hanging out with guys like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun on a daily basis, his usual cultivation must have been quite slack. Otherwise, no matter how slow the cultivation speed of the support system was, he wouldn't have only reached a breakthrough to level 30 at over 14 years old. After all, he had his awakening with innate full spirit power at 6, and it took a full 8 years to reach a breakthrough to level 20. Then, if there were no immortal herb cheats for Tang San like in the original work, he might only reach a breakthrough to level 40 at 18 or 19, and only reach a breakthrough to level 50 at 25 or 26. This completely does not look like the cultivation speed a normal innate full spirit power should have. Of course, regarding Oscar's experience, Qilin just felt slightly regretful. On the other side, Flender continued to explain the purpose of his visit. Besides notifying them of Oscar's breakthrough to level 30, he also, like in the original work, hoped that Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu would go to the Stardew Great Forest for training tomorrow. And by the way, obtain the third spirit ring for Oscar. However, Qilin refused without even thinking. Dean, I think this is inappropriate. Although the idea of letting Zuqing, Rongrong, and the others train is good, they are only at level 20-something right now. If something unexpected happens, how will you explain it to the forces behind them? Besides, there are so many students, and there are 2 support soul masters. If something goes wrong, you won't even be able to save them. So in my opinion, Zuqing and Rongrong should not go to the Stardew Great Forest. Of course, if Qilin went along, naturally nothing unexpected would happen. But the problem is, why would Qilin want to go along? He hadn't reached the point where he needed a spirit ring yet. It would be better to stay at Shrek Academy and teach the 3 girls training, that's more interesting. After hearing this, Flender frowned at first, but immediately felt that what Qilin said made sense. After all, the composition of Shrek's students was too complex. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing came from the Star Luo Empire royal family and the Zhu family, respectively. Xiaogang had also revealed a little about Tang San's identity, related to that legendary Clear Sky Luo. Ning Rongrong was the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and that schoolmaster Ning had just sent a letter yesterday asking him to take care of her. Ma Hongjun was his own direct disciple, and he didn't want anything to happen to him either. So to summarize, this batch of students could no longer be taken out to wander around like previous batches. Otherwise, if there were any casualties, they wouldn't be able to explain it. Therefore, Flender could only sigh in the end, accepted Jilin's suggestion, and let Zhao Wuji take Oscar alone to obtain the spirit ring. And just when everything was going on as usual in the academy. In the Stardew Great Forest, inside the Crystal Palace beneath the Lake of Life. The Silver Dragon King's massive body suddenly transformed into a tall, graceful figure. This graceful figure wore a dress dominated by white and purple, with a delicate body and a head of smooth silver hair like silver crystal. Her face was natural and perfect, giving people a beauty that was indescribable in words. Besides that, she also had a pair of purple eyes, which looked like amethysts, yet they radiated a cold aura, giving people a feeling of no strangers allowed. The next second, she took a step, and her figure had already appeared outside the barrier. The several vicious beasts led by DTN all sensed her presence, knelt on one knee, and lowered their heads respectfully. Welcome, Lord. The Silver Dragon King waved her hand faintly. All right, everyone get up. After speaking, an invisible force lifted the bodies of the several vicious beasts present. DTN said in a deep voice, Lord, why have you come out of seclusion? Your injuries. It's fine. The Silver Dragon King's voice was calm, giving people a supreme sense of holiness. After speaking, the Silver Dragon King looked at DTN and said, DTN, I am going out for a while. This place. I leave it to you to guard. Although DTN was very confused about the Lord's decision, he still said solemnly, please rest assured, Lord, DTN swears to defend the Stardew Great Forest to the death. Good. As the voice fell, the Silver Dragon King's figure suddenly disappeared from where she was. At the entrance of Shrek Academy. The Silver Dragon King looked at the surrounding environment and frowned slightly. Shrek Academy. In such a dilapidated place, would he live here? Just at this moment, Qilin walked over from a distance. Looking at the Silver Dragon King, who was so beautiful that it was hard to describe in words, he was slightly stunned. Before this, among the people Qilin knew, Bibi Dong was the most beautiful. However, when this woman appeared in front of him, Qilin knew that Bibi Dong's position as the most beautiful in his heart could not be kept. Of course, after being slightly dazed, Qilin still stepped forward and asked, hello, may I ask if you were looking for someone? The Silver Dragon King looked at the person who came, and her originally cold and holy face suddenly smiled. That's right, I am here to find someone. And now, I have already found him. Chapter 63, Arrival of the Silver Dragon King. It feels like nothing much happened. The previous chapter was censored and has not been released yet. Looking at the excited Yu Xiaogang, Flender really wanted to say that Tang San's methods to win had absolutely nothing to do with him. But fearing it would hurt his friend's self-esteem, he forced a smile and said, Tang San is truly worthy of being your disciple, Xiaogang. He is amazing. Yu Xiaogang, flattered by Flender, looked even happier. Haha, this is mainly because little San is hardworking himself. After all, the master leads the way, but cultivate depends on the individual. Even if I teach well, it is useless if he does not want to learn. Hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others, who were unaware of the situation, mistakenly thought that Tang San's Tang Sec techniques were taught by him, and they became enthusiastic. If they could learn these techniques, could they not also fight above their level? Even Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong changed their opinion of Yu Xiaogang, feeling he was not that useless after all. Only Qilin and Xiao Wu, who knew the inside story, twitched their lips slightly. If others did not know, surely they did. These messy things Tang San used were absolutely not taught by Yu Xiaogang. Seeing Yu Xiaogang taking credit, a flicker of disdain flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. However, she gave him some face and did not say it out loud. After Tang San's victory, the Shrek group did not engage in any more 2-on-2 soul battles and returned directly to the academy. The next day, training continued as usual. However, just as Qilin started the training, Flender flew over from afar with a joyful smile on his face. Dean, Flender, what makes you so happy? Qilin asked with a smile after Flender landed steadily. Actually, he had already guessed that what made Flender so happy was likely Oscar's breakthrough to level 30. Sure enough, Flender announced the news of Oscar's breakthrough to level 30. Hearing this news, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, who were training in the distance, stopped what they were doing and looked over. It is well known that the cultivation speed of a support soul master is slow, and food system spirit masters are the slowest among them. For Oscar to reach level 30 at the age of 14 was already quite incredible. Of course, even so, Qilin still felt this cultivation speed was not worthy of innate full spirit power. Looking at the original work, Oscar and Feng Xiaodian both had innate full spirit power, but both of their cultivation speeds felt unworthy of it. Feng Xiaodian was developing his own self-created soul skill, but Oscar did not need to develop one in the early stages, yet he only broke through to Spirit Elder at 14, which was clearly illogical. Of course, Qilin was not questioning the authenticity of his innate full spirit power. He mainly suspected that, given the laissez-faire teaching style of Flender and the others, plus mixing with guys like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, his usual cultivation had definitely slackened quite a bit. Otherwise, no matter how slow the support system's cultivation speed was, he would not have taken until over 14 to break through to level 30. After all, he awakened innate full spirit power at 6, and it took a full 8 years to break through to level 20. Then, if there were no immortal herb chief for Tang San from the original work, he might not have broken through to level 40 until 18 or 19, and level 50 until 25 or 26. This did not look like the cultivation speed a normal innate full spirit power user should have. Of course, Qilin only felt a slight pity for Oscar's experience. On the other side, Flender continued to explain the purpose of his visit. Besides announcing Oscar's breakthrough to level 30, he also, just like in the original work, hoped that Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu would go to the Stardew Great Forest for training tomorrow. And by the way, obtain the third spirit ring for Oscar. However, Qilin refused without even thinking. Dean, I think this is inappropriate. Although the idea of letting Zuqing and Rongrong train is good, they are only at level 20-something now. If something unexpected happens, how will you explain it to the powers behind them? And with so many students, plus 2 support soul masters, if something goes wrong, you will not even be able to save them. So in my opinion, Zuqing and Rongrong should not go to the Stardew Great Forest. Of course, if Qilin also went, naturally nothing would happen. But the question is, why would Qilin want to go along? He had not reached the point where he needed a spirit ring. It was better to stay at Shrek Academy and teach the 3 girls, which was more interesting. After listening, Flender frowned at first, but immediately felt that what Qilin said made sense. After all, the composition of Shrek's students was too complex. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing came from the Star Luo Empire royal family and the Zhu family, respectively. Xiaogang had also revealed a bit about Tang San's identity, related to the legendary Clear Sky Duluo. Ning Rongrong was the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and schoolmaster Ning had just sent a letter yesterday asking him to take care of her. Ma Hongjun was his own direct disciple, and he did not want anything to happen to him either. So to summarize, this batch of students could not be taken out to wander around like previous batches. Otherwise, if there were any casualties, they would not be able to explain it. Therefore, Flender could only sigh in the end and accepted Qilin's suggestion, letting Zhao Wuji take Oscar alone to obtain the spirit ring. And just when everything was proceeding as usual in the academy. In the Stardew Great Forest, inside the crystal palace beneath the Lake of Life. The massive body of the Silver Dragon King suddenly transformed into a tall, graceful figure. This figure was wearing a dress dominated by white and purple, with an exquisite body and smooth silver hair like silver crystal. Her face was naturally beautiful, giving a sense of indescribable beauty. Besides that, she had a pair of purple eyes that looked like amethysts, yet they radiated an icy aura, giving a sense of stranger's keep out. In the next second, she took a step, and her figure had already appeared outside the barrier. The several vicious beasts led by DTN all sensed her presence, knelt on one knee, and lowered their heads respectfully. Welcome, Master. The Silver Dragon King waved her hand lightly. All right, everyone get up. After speaking, an invisible force immediately lifted the bodies of the several vicious beasts present. DTN said in a deep voice, Master, why have you come out of seclusion? Your injuries. It is fine. The Silver Dragon King's voice was indifferent, giving a sense of supreme holiness. After speaking, the Silver Dragon King looked at DTN and said, DTN, I am going out for a while. This place. I will leave it to you to look after. Although DTN was very confused about the Master's decision, he still said solemnly, Please rest assured, Master. DTN will guard the Stardew Great Forest with his life. Good. As the voice fell, the Silver Dragon King's figure suddenly disappeared from where she stood. At the entrance of Shrek Academy. The Silver Dragon King looked at the surrounding environment and frowned slightly. Shrek Academy. Such a dilapidated place, would he live here? Just then, Qilin walked over from a distance. Looking at the Silver Dragon King, who was so beautiful that it was hard to describe in words, he was slightly stunned. Before this, among the people Qilin knew, Bibi Dong was the most beautiful. However, when this woman appeared before him, Qilin knew that the position of the most beautiful in his heart could no longer be held by Bibi Dong. Of course, after a slight trance, Qilin still stepped forward and asked, Hello, are you here to look for someone? The Silver Dragon King looked at the person coming, and her originally cold and holy face suddenly burst into a smile. That is right, I am here to look for someone. And now, I have already found him. Chapter 64, Qilin's mischievous sense of humor. At first glance, Qilin was absolutely stunned by the purple-eyed, silver-haired woman before him, though he really hadn't guessed her identity. However, the moment she spoke the first word, Qilin immediately recognized her. Perhaps this is what they mean by recognizing a woman by her voice. After recognizing the woman before him, a hint of a smile appeared on Qilin's relaxed face. So it's you. Didn't you say you needed to recover from your injuries? Why did you come here? Qilin asked curiously. The Silver Dragon King smiled slightly and said, the injuries on my body certainly cannot recover in a day or two. Since that is the case, it is better to come out for a walk, perhaps I might even encounter unexpected gains. Of course, if it were in the past, the Silver Dragon King would never have dared to leave the Lake of Life, for fear of being detected by the gods of the God Realm. But ever since meeting Qilin, she had sensed the power of destiny from him. This power of destiny was similar to the three-eyed golden lion, yet far superior to it. The Silver Dragon King had an intuition that if she stayed by Qilin's side, not only would she not be detected by the gods of the God Realm, but she might also have unexpected gains. Furthermore, the feeling Qilin gave the Silver Dragon King was also very unique. Therefore, the Silver Dragon King made up her mind to leave the Lake of Life and come to find Qilin. By the way, I have a name. From now on, you can call me Ji Yuina, the Silver Dragon King added. Qilin immediately smiled and said, then I'll call you Sister Na from now on. Suit yourself. Ji Yuina's words were concise, but from the faint smile rising at the corners of her lips, it could be seen that she was quite satisfied with Qilin's attitude. Sister Na, I will be living here for a while. If you are not used to the environment here, you can go live in Soto City. It will also help you better familiarize yourself with human society. Of course, if you want to stay at Shrek Academy for the time being, I can also go speak to the dean, Qilin suggested. After hearing this, Ji Yuina calmly said, I will just stay here for now. Alright, come with me. After speaking, Qilin led Ji Yuina to Flender's dean's office. Flender saw Qilin leading in a woman whose beauty was beyond reason. He was first shocked by Ji Yuina's appearance, but quickly reacted and looked at Qilin. Qilin, who is this? Qilin smiled and said, Dean, this is an older sister of mine, Ji Yuina. She came to visit me and might stay at Shrek Academy for a while. Of course, during this time, she will also help me teach Xiaowu and the other two. Flender frowned slightly after hearing this. And what is her strength? Also, I shouldn't need to pay her a salary, right? Qilin patted his forehead and then said, Dean, I think you've really fallen into the money pit. Don't worry, Sister Na's strength is definitely qualified to teach Shrek students. As for her accommodation, Dean, isn't that house you had people build for me almost finished? Just add one more bedroom to that house, Sister Na can stay with me. Flender coughed after hearing this. Although he was told by Qilin that he had fallen into the money pit, he didn't lose his temper, he just brought up another matter to Qilin. Right, Xiaogang asked me to request something of you. Huh. Is there anything else Grandmaster wants to ask of me? It wouldn't be related to my training methods, would it? Qilin raised his eyebrows, having an immediate guess. Flender nodded slightly awkwardly and then said, Qilin, you know Xiaogang loves research, so after discovering that your training method is indeed useful, he was moved to study it. But you also know that the relationship between you two was a bit strained 2 days ago, and he felt awkward opening his mouth, so he had to let me be the middleman. He mainly hopes to be able to watch you all train when you were training. Qilin thought to himself after hearing this. Is Yu Xiaogang really passionate about research? He is passionate about making a name for himself. However, Qilin still said casually, I have no problem with it. If he wants to watch from the side, let him. The things he teaches cannot be learned just by watching. If it were really that simple, someone would have already figured out this training system long ago. However, Qilin also had a bit of a mischievous sense of humor. He knew very well what Yu Xiaogang was planning, so he kept quiet about the difficulty of this training method, just wanting to watch Yu Xiaogang get frustrated. It would also let him know the gap between himself and Qilin, so he would stop trying to scheme against him. Damn it, a level 29 Spirit Grandmaster thinking all day about how to take him, a level 48 Spirit Ancestor, as a disciple, he really didn't know what he was thinking. In any case, Qilin couldn't stand it anymore. No matter how good his temper was, he still found him annoying. Flender didn't think that much. Seeing Qilin agree, he immediately smiled and said, then I will thank you on behalf of Xiaogang. Qilin smiled with squinted eyes, just like a fox. It's such a small matter, what is there to thank me for? However, Dean, the training method I came up with might not be understood by ordinary people. You should have Grandmaster prepare himself psychologically. Of course, Qilin said this on purpose. It was an obvious provocation. Because Yu Xiaogang never thought of himself as an ordinary person. In his view, he was a genius whose talents were unrecognized, the strongest in the field of theory. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so mysteriously confident in thinking that he, a level 29 Spirit Grandmaster, could teach a 12-year-old level 48 genius Spirit Ancestor. In this situation, the more you call him ordinary, the more he wants to prove himself. Flender obviously didn't notice this point and was still happy for his old friend. Perhaps he also felt that Yu Xiaogang could figure out a few things from the training of Ningrongrong and the others. After leaving Flender's dean's office, Ji Yuina glanced at Qilin. In your words just now, you didn't seem as kind-hearted as you appeared. After hearing this, Qilin immediately smiled and told Ji Yuina about the entanglement between himself and Yu Xiaogang. Ji Yuina realized and said, so that's how it is. Then your temper is really good. If it were me being pestered by such a person, I would just kill him, that way, the world would also be much quieter. Qilin's mouth twitched slightly after hearing this, and he hurriedly waved his hands. There's no need for that, there's no need. I'm not a murderous maniac. Although Grandmaster is always pestering me, his crimes don't warrant death. This was just Qilin's personality, there was always a relaxed, Buddhist-like indifference about him. Perhaps it was because his life had always been smooth sailing, so he always liked to praise life and always held a tolerant heart towards many people and things. As long as it didn't touch his bottom line, he almost never revealed too much hostility. Of course, when he revealed significant hostility towards someone or something, then that person or thing he loathed would be on the verge of destruction. By the way, I'll take you to meet 3 people first, one of whom you also know, Xiaowu. Ji Yuina's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, and then she asked curiously, are the other 2 also pretty girls like Xiaowu? Yes, but they each have their own unique characteristics. For now, they are students at Shrek Academy, and I am teaching them personally. They are all girls. Could it be that you really like pretty girls? Qilin looked at Ji Yuina in confusion. That's for sure, if I don't like pretty girls, should I like pretty boys instead? Ji Yuina pondered for a moment, and finally looked at Qilin, agreeing with his words. That makes sense. Chapter 65, Xiaowu and Rongrong reach an agreement. Here, her name is Ji Yuina, you can call her Sister Na. On the small hillside, Qilin introduced Ji Yuina, who was standing to the side, to Xiaowu and the others. Except when facing Qilin, the expression on Ji Yuina's face was always cold. However, it wasn't the kind of coldness Zhu Zuqing had, which was meant to protect a fragile heart. It was a detached, aloof, and sacred kind of indifference that seemed to come from on high. It felt completely natural, as if it were innate. Even Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, could tell at a glance that Ji Yuina's identity was anything but simple. This was especially evident from her temperament. However, no matter how hard Ning Rongrong racked her brains, she still couldn't guess Ji Yuina's identity. Qilin smiled at Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, although you and Sister Na haven't met, you actually know her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at Ji Yuina with a bewildered expression. Know her. Seeing her confused look, Qilin smiled and said the keyword, Stardo Great Forest. In an instant, it was as if a flash of lightning had streaked across Xiao Wu's mind. Her gaze toward Ji Yuina suddenly became much clearer. Are you her? Ji Yuina nodded slightly. Xiao Wu said, looking shocked, why did you come here? You didn't come specifically for Brother Qilin, did you? After speaking, she immediately looked at Ji Yuina with vigilance. Regardless of how noble Ji Yuina's identity might be, Xiao Wu would not back down. If she wanted to snatch away her brother Qilin, she would have to ask for her permission first. After all, this woman before her had a prior record. Back at the Lake of Life, she had always ordered DTN to take Qilin away and claim him for herself. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong couldn't help but cast their gazes over. Zhu Zuqing's face showed more curiosity. Was this seemingly perfect older sister really here for Teacher Qilin? Although Teacher Qilin was extremely outstanding, he was only 12 years old after all. And although this older sister looked very young, judging by her temperament, she should be quite a bit older than Teacher Qilin. Ning Rongrong's gaze toward Ji Yuina was relatively more aggressive. Her thoughts were similar to Xiao Wu's, both were worried that Ji Yuina would monopolize Qilin. Especially when Ning Rongrong looked at Ji Yuina's flawless face, tall figure, and chest that was at least 2 ranks fuller than hers, she immediately felt completely defeated. This couldn't go on. A strong sense of crisis arose in Ning Rongrong's heart. Subsequently, she couldn't help but look at Xiao Wu beside her, and an immature idea was born in her mind. Perhaps she could cooperate with Xiao Wu to kick this formidable enemy out first. Whether it was a coincidence or not, just as Ning Rongrong looked over, Xiao Wu happened to look at Ning Rongrong as well. For a moment, their eyes met, and they both guessed each other's thoughts, then nodded tacitly. The cooperation was established. Brother Qilin, since Sister Na has finally come to Shrek Academy, she must not be familiar with this place. We'll take her out to get familiar with it later, Xiao Wu said with a giggle, and at some point, she had hugged one of Qilin's arms. Then came Ning Rongrong. She smiled and hugged the other arm, then said to Ji Yuina, Sister Na, Brother Qilin is usually very lazy and doesn't like to move around. After training ends in a while, let us take you out for a stroll. There's a clothing shop in Soto City, and the clothes inside are very pretty. Xiao Wu continued, oh right, let's not go to the cafeteria in the evening either. Let's go to Brother Qilin's dormitory, and I'll cook a special meal for you all. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong sang in harmony, immediately arranging Ji Yuina's upcoming itinerary, as if the two of them were the hostesses here. Their behavior made the corner of Qilin's mouth twitch. Where did they learn all this? Afterward, Qilin glanced at Zhu Zuqing and nodded slightly. Zuqing was still the one who worried him the least. And Ji Yuina, looking at the two so enthusiastic people in front of her, was slightly stunned, then nodded calmly. This actually left Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong not knowing how to respond. The two felt as if they had punch cotton. The other party wasn't taking the bait. There was no reaction at all. Could it be that she wasn't here for Qilin? After training ended, the three of them took Ji Yuina for a walk around the village, then headed straight to Soto City. After all, Shrek Academy was just a small, dilapidated village with nothing. It was far less lively than Soto City. After the three left, Tang San and the others, who had just finished training on the playground, also noticed Ji Yuina's presence, and a look of amazement flashed in all their eyes. Histilda, what a beautiful woman. Is she also a new student who joined our Shrek Academy? Watching them walk away, Ma Hongjun whispered to Tang San and Daimubai. Daimubai shook his head and said, judging by her age, she shouldn't be a student. As he spoke, a glimmer of desire and greed flashed in his heterochromatic eyes. That woman just now was simply too beautiful. Since he was born, he had never seen such a beautiful woman with such temperament. In front of her, those twin sisters, and even Zhu Zuqing, couldn't compare to a single strand of her hair. Ma Hongjun was startled, then said, could she be another teacher coming to apply to our Shrek? It's possible. Daimubai's eyes brightened. If that were the case, perhaps he would have a chance to pursue such a perfect woman. It was just that with Zhu Zuqing around, the difficulty might be a little high. After all, he still needed Zhu Zuqing to work with him against Daiwisi and Zhu Zuyun. Tang San, standing to the side, watched the excited Daimubai and Ma Hongjun. For some reason, a thought suddenly arose in his mind. This unbelievably beautiful woman, could she be related to Qilin? In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. On the small hillside. Whether it was Xiao Wu or Ning Rongrong, the expressions on their faces were gloomy. Especially after seeing Qilin, they looked even more resentful. Yesterday, they had initially been smug, thinking that they had gained the upper hand in the rivalry with Ji Yuina. As it turned out, in the evening, they discovered that Ji Yuina had actually moved into the house Qilin had newly built and was sharing the same space as Qilin. Although Qilin and Ji Yuina were not staying in the same bedroom, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong still raised Ji Yuina's danger rank by 1 level. Watching their resentful gazes, Qilin remained unmoved. Alright, let's start training. Although Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong kept muttering, they still honestly started their respective training. After these few days of training, nothing else needed to be said. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were already able to walk 7 or 8 steps on a tree trunk without falling off. It was estimated that in a month at most, they would be able to fully master the tree climbing technique. And Xiao Wu was practicing how to control her spirit power to be as soft and changeable as a rope, just like Qilin. Ji Yuina, watching the three training, said in surprise, I didn't expect that spirit power could be used this way. I heard that this training method was created by you. Truly amazing. Ji Yuina looked at the lethargic-looking Qilin and exclaimed sincerely. This little guy could always surprise her. Qilin smiled in a relaxed manner. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Chapter 66. Yu Xiaobing's Research and Experimentation. A faint smile appeared on Ji Yuina's cold, aloof face. She parted her lips slightly and uttered a single word. Good. Seeing Ji Yuina agree, Qilin very skillfully took hold of her wrist, which was as smooth and white as mud and fat jade. Sister Na, I will first circulate my own spirit power through your body a few times. Feel the sensation and remember the trajectory of the spirit power's flow. With her wrist held by Qilin, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, a flicker of strange emotion flashed through Ji Yuina's heart, but she had no intention of resisting in the slightest. Here I come. After saying this, Qilin injected his spirit power into Ji Yuina's body. In an instant, Ji Yuina felt as if a warm current had surged into her body. This feeling was warm and pleasant, especially as this current moved through her body. How is it? Comfortable, right? Very comfortable. Ji Yuina nodded. Then I will teach you the basics first. After saying this, Qilin controlled his spirit power, gathering it at the soles of Ji Yuina's feet, repeating the process. 10 minutes later, Ji Yuina suddenly spoke up. I think I have some feel for it now, I can try it myself. Hearing this, Qilin reluctantly gave Ji Yuina's wrist a squeeze before withdrawing his hand. Sister Na's hand felt cool to the touch, like soft jade, it was very pleasant just to hold it. He did not notice that, the moment he squeezed her hand, a blush flashed across Ji Yuina's cheeks and vanished in an instant. Sister Na, you give it a try. Good. After saying this, Ji Yuina recalled the sensation of Qilin controlling the spirit power as it moved through her body. She tried to manipulate her own spirit power, following the same path Qilin's had taken, and after completing a cycle, she gathered the spirit power at the soles of her feet. Ji Yuina's spirit power appeared to emit a seven-colored halo, adhering to the soles of her feet from the inside out. I can feel a strong sense of adhesion. If I were to climb a tree like them, I shouldn't fall off easily. As she spoke, her figure suddenly vanished from where she stood. When she reappeared, she was already at the base of the towering tree. She walked vertically for 8 or 9 meters, then leapt down easily from the top of the tree, flashing back to Qilin's side. Qilin gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, as expected of Sister Na, impressive. Ji Yuina smiled calmly upon hearing the praise. On the other side, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and Xiao Wu, who were in the middle of training, stared at the scene in a daze, their eyes filled with disbelief. She learned to climb a tree just like that. She must have learned it before, right? Otherwise, how could she master it the moment she learned it? As the three were discussing this, Ji Yuina, who was beside Qilin, suddenly said, someone is coming this way. Qilin was stunned for a moment, then looked in the direction she was gazing. He saw a middle-aged man with a crew cut, dressed in black, hurrying toward them. Who else could it be but Yu Xiaoging? Qilin waved his hand. Don't worry about him. On the other side, Yu Xiaoging, with a hint of eagerness and anticipation in his eyes, walked toward the small hill where Qilin and the others were training. As for his own side, he had already handed over the task of supervising training to Tang San. In Grandmaster's view, with Tang San there, it was enough to arrange simple training for Daimubai and Ma Hongjun. After all, the training content was nothing more than that. First, it was physical training, followed by actual combat sparring, rotating opponents, or having one fight two, identifying one's own shortcomings during the actual combat content. After arriving at the small hill where Qilin and the others were training, perhaps because he knew he had conflicts with Ning Rongrong and the others, he did not walk too close but instead found a spot with a good view and began to observe. He even brought a notebook and a pen, preparing to record the training process of Ning Rongrong and the two others and then analyze it step by step. Now this is what you call professional. To what extent could Yu Xiaoging be detailed in his research of Qilin's training method? Let's put it this way, he recorded everything, how Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing climbed the trees, where they attached their spirit power, how much spirit power they attached, and how many steps they took after climbing up. He had originally wanted to observe Xiao Wu's training as well, but Xiao Wu's training method was clearly more profound and complex, so he was in no hurry. After learning of Yu Xiaoging's intentions, Ji Yuina asked curiously, with your training method, he shouldn't be able to learn it just by watching like this, right? The corners of Qilin's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a slightly teasing smile, that goes without saying. Without someone to provide specific guidance, he wouldn't be able to learn it in his entire life. Of course, regarding my training method, if he just tries to imitate it without understanding it, he will at most gain nothing. But if it involves the trajectory of spirit power circulating within the body, and he dares to practice it randomly, that is when real trouble will arise. After the morning training ended, Yu Xiaoging didn't even eat, he hurried back to his dormitory, his eyes filled with burning intensity. In his view, the training content for Ning Rongrong and the others was actually not complicated, it was the same thing over and over again. And the most important part was nothing more than attaching spirit power to a certain part of the body, and then using the clumsy method of practice makes perfect to keep practicing and increase proficiency. This, he could try to ponder a bit himself. Yu Xiaoging acted as soon as he thought of it. With a thought, faint yellow specks of light emanated from the surface of his body. This was his spirit power. Yu Xiaoging was, after all, a researcher, so he understood well the biggest difference between himself and Ning Rongrong and the others. The spirit power he was currently releasing was scattered, he could not control the spirit power to his feet at all like Ning Rongrong and the others. In fact, he could only release the spirit power, he couldn't control it at all. Therefore, Yu Xiaoging immediately guessed that he must have missed the most important step. That was how to control the spirit power and attach it to the soles of his feet, just like Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. If he couldn't control the spirit power from the outside, could he try from the inside? Grandmaster's eyes lit up. He immediately entered a state of introspection, looking at the pale yellow, star-like spirit power within his dantian, and with a thought, he began to control the spirit power to circulate within his body. A level 10 spirit master can perform introspection, and in Duluo, spirit power must be stored in the dantian. Although the original work has little introduction to the dantian, it is still mentioned. Although it was still very difficult to control, it was not impossible to control at all. It's feasible. Ha 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 ha, so it was this simple. Although it is still difficult to control, this can definitely be mastered through practice. It's just that. Yu Xiaoging looked at the dense network of meridians within his body and immediately fell into hesitation. How should he control the flow of spirit power? This shouldn't be dangerous, right? Qilin and the others had no danger in their training. Forget it, I'll try it first and see. Yu Xiaoging frowned, then immediately controlled a mass of spirit power and sent it rushing toward the meridians in his feet. It's actually feasible. Yu Xiaoging was overjoyed. But soon his brows furrowed, and he muttered to himself. But why do I feel a sense of swelling and pain in my meridians? Could it be that I controlled too much spirit power? And when Yu Xiaoging controlled the spirit power to attach to his feet, he discovered that the spirit power he had released would quickly dissipate automatically. He completely could not make the spirit power remain attached to his feet for a long time like Ning Rongrong and the others. Let alone changing the form of the spirit power. The remaining chapter will be posted later. I was too busy watching the game tournament today. Chapter 67. Joy shared as joy doubled. Half a month passed quickly, and Oscar and Zhao Wuji returned from the Stardew Great Forest. Oscar had also obtained his third spirit ring, but because the spirit beast hunted was not the phoenix tail-crested serpent from the original, his spirit ability was also different from the original. His third soul skill was called the Extreme Speed Big Sausage, which could briefly increase speed by 30%. As a third soul skill, it was quite standard. However, compared to the spirit abilities of Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, it was far inferior and lacked growth potential. This was because for every spirit ring added to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, the amplification effect of the spirit ability would increase by 10%. During the half-month Oscar was away hunting for his spirit ring, everything at Shrek continued as usual. Yu Xiaogang came every day to observe the training of Xiao Wu and the other two. Initially, he only observed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, but when he discovered that they only practiced climbing trees, he stopped paying attention to them and turned his gaze toward Xiao Wu. In Yu Xiaogang's view, the way Xiao Wu controlled her spirit power was significantly more profound. She could control her spirit power to change forms in her hands, and could even cause it to burst forth in an instant, dealing high damage. Yu Xiaogang observed while recording the details of the training. Usually, he observed in the morning and found a place to train by himself in the afternoon. Now that half a month had passed, he believed that he had made some progress in his control over spirit power. Although he found that he was completely unable to climb trees vertically like Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. But Yu Xiaogang did not think he was training incorrectly. Instead, he felt that he might have stumbled upon a shortcut, skipping the elementary stage of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing's training and transitioning directly to the stage Xiao Wu was currently practicing. Because he discovered that using his method to instantly concentrate spirit power at one point and release it could also cause higher burst damage. The only difference from Xiao Wu was that his foundation was not solid enough. He could not change the form of his spirit power like Xiao Wu, nor could he control the intensity of the spirit power burst. Moreover, every time he finished training, his meridians felt strange, with a sense of distension and pain. If this continued, it would surely leave behind aftereffects. Therefore, Grandmaster immediately thought of an idea. He just needed to take a medicinal bath after training, or ask Spirit Sage Xiaoshan to make a few healing candy for the children. Wouldn't that do the trick? As a food system Spirit Sage Xiaoshan possessed a spirit ability to recover injuries. Yu Xiaogang had even tried it with Spirit Sage Xiaoshan, and the results were good. After eating a healing candy, the distension and pain in his meridians vanished instantly. So he was very happy, because he had very likely discovered a shortcut. Although it wasn't clear yet if it was dangerous, with Spirit Sage Xiaoshan around, he would have more room for trial and error. He believed that as long as his control over spirit power increased, his meridians would naturally no longer have that sensation of distension and pain. Another half-month passed. Having thoroughly confirmed his hypothesis, Yu Xiaogang immediately shared this information with Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others. As the saying goes, joy shared is joy doubled. Yu Xiaogang felt that such a good thing should be shared by everyone. On the playground, in front of Tang San and the others, as well as Flender, Yu Xiaogang punched a tree trunk as thick as a bowl and snapped it, while simultaneously stomping a pit in the ground that was a full 3 feet wide. Afterward, a smile appeared on his seemingly stiff face, and he said with full confidence, I have thoroughly mastered Qilin's training method. I have to say, he is indeed a genius, but it is a pity that his research in this area is clearly insufficient, which is why I was able to find a shortcut to this training method, while he could not. Oh my god, Grandmaster, you are too amazing. Hurry and teach us, Ma Hongjun exclaimed loudly. Oscar was also very excited and asked in shock, Grandmaster, can an auxiliary system spirit master like me also learn this? Grandmaster said confidently, of course. That's great. Oscar's eyes lit up. If this were the case, wouldn't it mean that he could also possess attack power like an attack system spirit master in the future? Flender smiled and said, Xiaogang, why don't you tell these children about your research results? It just so happens that I'll listen in as well. Yu Xiaogang immediately and confidently explained his research results and training method. However, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 people in the crowd frowned. One was Flender, and the other was Tang San. Tang San thought to himself, according to the method described by teacher, it involves mobilizing the spirit power in the Dandian to a certain point, and then instantly releasing it to cause more powerful destruction. But with such a crude and direct method, are you sure it won't place a heavy burden on the meridians? Even with the help of a support soul master for recovery, surface injuries are easy to heal, but internal injuries are not so easy to recover from. The reason why Tang San, who had always trusted Yu Xiaogang, was questioning him internally was because he discovered that this so-called principle of spirit power control seemed to have similarities to the mysterious Jade Hand, controlling Crane Catching Dragon, and Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track that he had mastered. They all involved controlling spirit power from the Dandian, then releasing it from the body in a special form, which then formed various move skills. It was just like the ultimate techniques of the various Jianggu sects in his past life. It was just that in his past life, these ultimate techniques were performed using internal energy, whereas in this life, it had been changed to spirit power. Moreover, the internal energy he knew in his past life could not achieve what Qilin could, arbitrarily changing the form of spirit power. Intuition told Tang San that the spirit power training method created by Qilin was definitely not as simple as teacher said, but he did not say it out loud to avoid making teacher lose face. But Flender wouldn't think that way. He spoke directly, Xiaogang, your training method has major problems. Flender, are you questioning me? Yu Xiaogang frowned. Flender said in a deep voice, Xiaogang, it's not that I want to question you. It's just that you are only at level 29, so you might not understand how vast the spirit power contained within a spirit saint, spirit Duluo, or even a titled Duluo is. With such vast spirit power, if it is crudely released in an instant without using a spirit ability as a medium, the damage to the spirit master's body would be significant. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang frowned slightly, but still said, Flender, you said it yourself, spirit saint, spirit Duluo, and titled Duluo. Once one reaches that realm, the variety of spirit abilities means they naturally no longer need this method I'm talking about. And according to my theory, as long as one can proficiently control spirit power, one can control the released spirit power within a range that one can withstand, so there's absolutely no need to worry about damaging the body. What's more, look at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. They have been training with Qilin for so long, has anything happened to them? Flender, believe me, there won't be any problems. Looking at the eloquent Yu Xiaogang, and thinking of Ning Rongrong and the other two who were training with Qilin, Flender thought that this made sense. After all, if Qilin could teach it without issues, how much more so for Xiaogang? Even if something did go wrong, there was still Spirit Sage Xiaoshan, the food system spirit saint, to provide a safety net. Chapter 68, the Wangdu team arrives as promised. After Flender agreed, Yu Xiaogang began to impart his experience in spirit power training to Tang San and the others on the second day. Initially, Tang San tried to persuade Yu Xiaogang in private, but the latter's temperament meant he simply wouldn't listen. Because in all of Yu Xiaogang's previous spirit fights, his combat method had always been using Luo Sanpao to stink people out with farts. This combat style made Yu Xiaogang feel incomparably ashamed and embarrassed. Therefore, now that he was able to unleash powerful force with his fists and feet, he immediately became even more disgusted with Luo Sanpao. Even with Tang San's persuasion, it was still to no avail. He firmly believed that he could not be wrong. Furthermore, by having Dai Mubai and the others train together, he also harbored another ulterior motive. That was his hope to record the data of Dai Mubai and the others after training their spirit power, in order to perfect his own research. Regarding this, Tang San was also powerless to do anything. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, who were being taught by Qilin, were training methodically. Although their progress wasn't fast, it had the advantage of being steady, one step at a time. Now, after 1 month, the two finally achieved the feat of running vertically up a tree without falling. And the benefits of this were also very clearly manifested. Their control over spirit power became increasingly handy. Even a support soul master like Ning Rongrong, after attaching spirit power to her feet, found that her speed was not inferior to an agility attack system spirit master of the same rank. It was simply outrageous. Not only that, besides attaching spirit power to their feet, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were also able to draw inferences from one instance and attach spirit power to other parts of their bodies. In addition to the progress in spirit power control, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing's spirit power each increased by 1 rank. Now, Ning Rongrong's spirit power had reached rank 27, while Zhu Zuqing's spirit power had reached rank 28. This breakthrough made the two excited, and at the same time, it made them guess the truly terrifying aspect of Qilin's first spirit ability. This resulted in their gazes towards Qilin becoming increasingly strange. It wasn't just Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, even Qilin's spirit power had broken through to rank 49 half a month ago, and it was expected that he would break through to rank 50 in another month or two. After another month of such training, Flender sought out Qilin. He proposed that he wanted Xiao Wu and the other two, along with Tang San and the other three, to form a 7-person team, and then go to the Soto Grand Arena to participate in the 7-on-7 team competition. Qilin did not refuse this request. Soto Grand Arena. On the Soul Fighting Arena stage, Daimubai very coincidentally faced his opponent from 2 months ago once again. That rank 38 Gale Leopard Spirit Master. With the experience from last time, plus being specially trained by Yu Xiaogang for 2 months, Daimubai was very confident. As soon as he got on the stage, he unleashed his third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. As his physical body was strengthened, Daimubai's body suddenly shot forward, and after closing in on the Gale Leopard Spirit Master, he suddenly threw a punch. In an instant, golden spirit power surged from his fist, immediately knocking his opponent back more than 10 steps. Seizing the initiative, Daimubai then pressed forward step by step. With every punch and kick, he actually unleashed a terrifying explosive force, suppressing the Gale Leopard Spirit Master throughout the entire fight. This scene, which was practically a crushing victory, couldn't help but make the audience watching from below burst into rounds of cheers. Where the Shrek group was, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were also shouting loudly. Yu Xiaogang, watching Daimubai end the battle cleanly and efficiently, revealed a satisfied smile on his face. Since the children started training their spirit power this past month, Daimubai's progress could be said to be the most unexpected to Yu Xiaogang. This might be related to his White Tiger spirit. The spirit power he instantly unleashed had the most powerful offensive capability. And Oscar was the weakest in terms of offensive capability among the four. Therefore, Yu Xiaogang concluded that the strength of offensive capability, besides being linked to spirit power rank, was also related to the nature of the spirit power. Different spirits have different spirit power natures. Before long, Daimubai returned to the spectator seats, brimming with high spirits. When he sat down, he deliberately glanced at Zhu Zuqing and said, feigning calmness. Zuqing, what stage has your training progress reached? If it's really not working, I think you should learn our training method. Although our training process is indeed more painful, the effects of the training are also unquestionable. Furthermore, with teacher spirit sage Xiaoshin here, we won't be left with any sequelae. While speaking, Daimubai did not forget to look at Qilin beside him and said very apologetically. Teacher Qilin, I'm not saying that your teaching is bad, but your training is indeed too gentle to be as effective as the method Grandmaster taught us. Qilin gave a strange smile and said, Rongrong and Zuqing are doing quite well training with me, on the contrary, you guys. Be careful, haste makes waste. Regarding Yu Xiaogang and the others' training method, Qilin had long since seen through it. If they continued training like this, I fear it won't be long before they suffer for it. Injuries to the meridians are not so easy to treat. Even if it feels recovered on the surface, the root cause is still there. If they continue to train without restraint like this, there will come a day when it completely erupts. By then, it won't be something that a spirit saint like Spirit Sage Xiaoshin can treat. Unlike the training method of Daimubai and the others. The training method Qilin taught Xiao Wu and the others involved circulating spirit power within the body along a special trajectory to form a complete cycle, ensuring that the spirit power unleashed could contract and expand freely, and could be controlled at will without damaging the meridians. On the other side, after hearing what Qilin said, Daimubai smiled dismissively. Perhaps the training method taught by Yu Xiaogang does indeed carry certain risks, but with teacher spirit sage Xiaoshin here, these risks are not worth mentioning. Moreover, he could also feel that as the training increased, the endurance of his meridians was clearly stronger than before. Therefore, Qilin was completely alarmist. He clearly just didn't want Zhu Zuqing to train with him, which is why he said that. Thinking of this, a flash of gloom crossed Daimubai's eyes. He felt that he had figured out Qilin's personality completely. This guy must have ill intentions towards Zhu Zuqing. If not for the fact that he still wanted to recruit him, Daimubai would never let this guy who had designs on his fiancée off easily. After the Shrek Academy group had finished their 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 soul fights respectively, they soon welcomed their first 7-on-7 team soul fight. Of course, the current Shrek 7 Devils were not comparable to the original. Not to mention whether Grandmaster's training method would cause harm to their bodies, it did indeed concretely improve the students' combat power. Even Oscar could solo an ordinary rank 20 Spirit Grandmaster. Furthermore, with a bug like Xiao Wu in the team, there was absolutely no opponent who could withstand a single blow from them. Even the Fury team, which caused them quite a bit of trouble in the original, was also easily resolved. Until the Wangdu team arrived as promised. Chapter 69, Battle against Wangdu team, Xiao Wu's terrifying power. Inside the council hall of the Soto Grand Arena. Director Ao of the Soto Grand Arena, dressed in a formal suit, was conversing with Flender. Your Excellency Flender, 3 days ago, a team of Spirit Masters arrived from Heaven Do City. This team consists entirely of Spirit Elder powerhouses with standard Spirit Ring configurations. As soon as they arrived, they challenged the Mad Team, which has a small reputation in the Great Spirit Arena. As a result, the Mad Team had almost no room to resist in their hands. For certain reasons, I hope that your Shrek team can have a match against their team on the main Soul Fighting Arena stage. What do you think? Upon hearing Director Ao's words, a merchant-like smile immediately appeared on Flender's face. Our Shrek team is currently only at the Copper Soul Fighting badge level, so theoretically, we have no reason to fight that team. A helpless smile appeared on Director Ao's face. Of course, I won't let the Shrek team work for nothing. As long as you can win the Soul Fighting match, our Soul Fighting Arena will pay 10,000 gold coins as a reward. However, upon hearing Director Ao's words, Flender narrowed his eyes in feigned contemplation. 10,000. That's not enough. Director Ao, you must be very clear about the strength of our Shrek team. We basically have no opponents among teams at the Spirit Elder level. If you can increase the reward a bit more, then I will agree. Director Ao frowned slightly upon hearing this, but finally gritted his teeth and called out a price again. 15,000 gold coins. Your Excellency Flender, this price is already the limit of what we can offer. Flender smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Fine, I agree. Director Ao's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then it is settled. The time will be tonight. Your Excellency Flender can take this time now to prepare. Good. In the VIP room. A chart was hanging on one wall, detailing the information of every member of the Wangdu team. Captain, Yu Tianong, Spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Level 39 Attack System Battle Spirit Master. Vice Captain, Du Guyan, Spirit, Jade Phosphor Serpent, Level 38 Control System Battle Spirit Master. Member, Yi Lingling, Spirit, 9 Heart Begonia, Level 35 Support System Tool Spirit Master. Their spirit power was at least level 35, yet the members of Shrek did not feel under immense pressure as they did in the original story. This was not only because they were quite confident in their own strength after the training during this period. It was also because there was a nuclear weapon like Xiao Wu in the team. They did not doubt for a moment that Xiao Wu, at full power, could hold off at least half of the members of the Wangdu team by herself. If they couldn't win the match under these circumstances, then they would truly be complete trash. Meanwhile, in another VIP room, the members of the Wangdu team were also looking at the information of the Shrek group. And in the captain column, Xiao Wu's information was clearly marked. That's right, Xiao Wu is currently the captain of the Shrek team. After all, Xiao Wu has the strongest strength. If she doesn't serve as captain, then who can? Who would dare to? Xiao Wu's fists don't like to reason with others. Regarding the Shrek team, although the members of the Wangdu team had learned something about them after arriving in Soto City, they still didn't take them seriously. After all, only 4 people in the Shrek team had achieved a breakthrough to Spirit Elder, and only 2 were above level 35. The difference in spirit power was too great, they were simply incomparable to them. Only Xiao Wu could make them take things slightly seriously. There was no other reason. In the 3 days since arriving in Soto City, they had watched Xiao Wu's individual matches, and each time she won cleanly and neatly. Even the usually proud Yu Tianong dared not say he could win for sure. Just as the Wangdu team members were discussing, a gentle middle-aged man around 30 years old walked in from outside the VIP room, his eyes looking at the purple-haired woman sitting lazily on the sofa with her legs crossed, revealing a pair of fair, long legs. Du Guyan, pay attention after you go on stage later. If the opponent is poisoned by you, remember to detoxify them immediately after the match ends. After saying this, he looked at the others. And you all, in this battle, no matter the outcome, you are not allowed to maim the opponent or even kill them. Is that clear? Du Guyan frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, but Teacher Qinming, didn't you used to say that on the battlefield, no matter who the opponent is, one must go all out? Teacher Qinming smiled and said, after this soul fighting match, you will understand. Seeing this, the Wangdu team members had no choice but to nod. They still respected this Teacher Qinming quite a bit. Nighttime. Spotlights shone onto the central soul fighting arena. As the referee, holding a sound-amplifying spirit tool, introduced the information of the members of both the Shrek team and the Wangdu team on a circular platform, shouts like a landslide or tsunami erupted from the audience. In recent days, the Shrek team has been like an uncrowned king in the 7-on-7 team matches, invincible, so they possess extremely high popularity. And the Wangdu team's popularity stems from the terrifying average spirit power of over level 35 within the team, so many people still feel that their chances of winning are greater. As the members of both sides stepped onto the soul fighting arena, and with the referee's command, Xiao Wu shouted delicately. Activate spirit. As soon as her voice fell, 3 spirit rings, yellow, and purple, instantly rose from under her feet. Xiao Wu took the lead, just like a hungry wolf that had seen a flock of sheep. As for coordination, team coordination only exists in situations where the sides are evenly matched or one is at a disadvantage. Like the ones opposite, Xiao Wu felt that she could solo them all by herself. What kind of coordination is needed for this? She didn't have enough fun fighting recently, and the people from the Wangdu team look so young. They are clearly geniuses, so they should be able to let her fight to her heart's content. After the spirit possession, a phantom pink rabbit tail grew out from behind Xiao Wu, and a pair of rabbit ears grew on her head. At her feet and on her hands, 2 masses of pink spirit power were attached respectively. Exerting force with both legs, Xiao Wu's body became like a pink afterimage, instantly finding the Wangdu captain, Yu Tianong. Yu Tianong noticed this, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he instantly activated his spirit. A lightning mark appeared on his forehead, and his right arm expanded rapidly, covered with blue-purple scales. However, after he hurriedly exchanged a punch with Xiao Wu, his face changed instantly. The terrifying force from Xiao Wu's fist was fully unleashed onto his fist, and the biting wind of the punch was piercingly sharp. Yu Tianong's body was directly blasted back 7 or 8 steps by Xiao Wu's punch, and only then did he barely manage to stop his figure. He looked at Xiao Wu with disbelief in his eyes, not understanding how a soft-bones rabbit spirit master like Xiao Wu could have such terrifying strength. But next, he would know that there was something even more terrifying waiting for him. Chapter 70, Yu Xiaobing's confusion, crushing the Wangdu team. In the spectator stands, Flender and Yu Xiaobing watched the scene where Xiao Wu punched Yu Tianong, causing him to retreat 7 or 8 steps, their eyes filled with disbelief. The strength Xiao Wu displayed did not look like that of a soft-bones rabbit spirit master at all. Something is wrong. Even if Xiao Wu's control over spirit power has reached an extremely high level, the fundamental essence cannot be changed. If she could use her control over spirit power to reach a level on par with Tianong, or even slightly stronger, I wouldn't be surprised. But the strength she is displaying right now is a complete crushing blow to Tianong. Not to mention, Tianong's spirit power rank is 1 level higher than hers. Countless thoughts flashed through Yu Xiaobing's mind, and finally, he couldn't help but cast his gaze to the side. Not far away, Qilin was sitting with Ji Yuina, holding a bucket of popcorn, watching the battle in the soul fighting arena with great interest. Yu Xiaobing was basically certain that the changes in Xiao Wu definitely had something to do with Qilin. But how exactly Qilin achieved this, Yu Xiaobing could not fathom. Meanwhile, in the soul fighting arena, the great battle between the 2 teams was about to break out. Compared to the Shrek team members who rushed in all at once, the Wangdu team initially had a basic formation. Du Guyan stood beside Yi Lingling, the Shimo brothers stood in front as defense-type spirit masters, while the 2 agility attack system spirit masters, Yu Feng and Oslo, targeted Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Finally, Yu Tianong served as the main attacker. However, the ideal was grand, but the reality was harsh. Yu Tianong was suppressed by Xiao Wu the entire time, and Dai Mubai also faced off against Shimo, directly activating his first spirit ability and 3rd soul skill. Both were ranked 38, but after mastering the burst of spirit power, Dai Mubai's offensiveness was incredibly powerful, almost leaving Shimo unable to fight back. Tang San raised his hand and spread it. Countless blue-black vines were released from his palm, sweeping towards Oslo and Yufeng like whips, hindering them while also creating attacking opportunities for Zhu Zujing and Ma Hongjun. Ning Rongrong directly buffed the group, using her first spirit ability to increase strength and her second spirit ability to increase speed. However, with her current ability, she could only assist 2 people at a time. So she gave the buffs to Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai. Oscar also used his third soul skill, throwing sausages to Tang San and the others. With the assistance of Tang San and Oscar, plus nearly 3 months of training, Zhu Zuqing and Ma Hongjun were actually able to fight on par with the rank 35 to 36 Yufeng and Oslo in the short term. Especially Zhu Zuqing, her speed could even faintly suppress Oslo. On the other side, Xiao Wu versus Yu Tianong was a completely one-sided crushing match. Power, speed, defense. Yu Tianong, with his blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, was being completely thrashed by Xiao Wu in every aspect. Xiao Wu's fists were like a violent storm, landing crazily on Yu Tianong's body. Thunder Fury. The continuous suppression made Yu Tianong stop holding back. He let out a low shout and released his third soul skill. Lightning power increased by 100%, spirit power increased by 50%. As long as spirit power was not exhausted, he could keep using it. Come again. The lightning mark on Yu Tianong's forehead flickered with blue-purple light, and lightning power swirled around his body. However, in Xiao Wu's eyes, his control over spirit power was simply pathetic. His spirit power was too scattered, causing the power it erupted with to be greatly discounted. It just looked intimidating, but in reality, he was just a paper tiger. Let Sister Xiao Wu teach you how spirit power should be used. Xiao Wu giggled and grabbed with her hand. The next second, pink spirit power condensed into a large pink hammer in her hand. Xiao Wu gripped the hammer handle, looking at Yu Tianong with a dangerous expression. This is self-created soul skill. Yu Tianong looked at the large pink hammer in Xiao Wu's hand, his brows slightly furrowed. But he didn't hesitate too much and released his first spirit ability at Xiao Wu. Thunder Dragon Claw. The next second, a huge dragon claw condensed in his hand and slammed towards Xiao Wu. The dragon claw condensed from lightning erupted with a whistling sound in the air after being swiped, but Xiao Wu just snorted lightly and took a deep breath. Surging spirit power condensed on the hammer in her hand, Xiao Wu gathered strength in both hands and smashed it towards the Thunder Dragon Claw. Bang! With a loud explosion, a blinding light erupted where the pink hammer collided with the Thunder Dragon Claw, and surging shockwaves swept out behind them. Seeing this, Yu Tianong's pupils shrank slightly. This person before him, what terrifying combat power. However, it wasn't over yet. Just as Yu Tianong was distracted, a sound of breaking air suddenly rang in his ears. Oh no! Yu Tianong suddenly reacted. In his eyes, the shadow of the pink hammer was enlarging rapidly, and the expression on his face suddenly froze. In his haste, he blocked with his dragon-scaled right hand, taking this hammer strike from Xiao Wu head-on. Bang! With a dull thud, terrifying power traveled from the pink hammer, through Yu Tianong's dragon-scaled right hand, and into his internal organs. Shattered dragon scales flew everywhere, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Yu Tianong's mouth, and his body was instantly sent flying backward, crashing down not far from Du Guyan and Yulingling like a kite with a broken string. Tianong! Du Guyan exclaimed upon seeing this, her pretty face instantly showing anger. Although she and Yu Tianong had not yet confirmed their relationship, they had mutual affection for each other. Now seeing Yu Tianong severely injured by Xiao Wu's hammer, how could she sit still? Lingling, come heal Tianong. After saying this, Du Guyan flashed out like a spirit snake, and the purple spirit ring under her feet suddenly lit up. Third soul skill, Jade Phosphor Purple Poison. The next second, Du Guyan's eyes suddenly turned purple, she opened her mouth, and a mouthful of thick purple poisonous mist was instantly sprayed out, spreading towards the Shrek team. Not good, Sister Yanzi is furious, let's retreat first. The members of the Wangdu team changed expression upon seeing this, and one after another, they forced back their respective opponents, attempting to retreat. Even the Shimo brothers, who were entangled with Dai Mubai, hurriedly retreated, clearly having lingering fears about this toxin. Looking at their expressions, Tang San's expression changed slightly. He knew real Garwine could break snake poison, but because of his confidence in their strength, he hadn't prepared any. Fortunately, Oscar's second spirit ability had a detoxifying effect. With his detoxifying sausage, they just needed to end the battle quickly. Thinking of this, Tang San immediately shouted, Oscar, quickly distribute the detoxifying sausages. All right. Oscar just responded, when Xiao Wu suddenly spoke, no need for that much trouble. After saying this, she immediately rushed towards Du Guyan, her speed so fast it was like a pink afterimage. When she was less than 10 meters away from Du Guyan, her body suddenly disappeared from where she was. Sister Yanzi, watch out behind you. The members of the Wangdu team exclaimed in shock, but it was too late for Du Guyan to react. For a fragile poison spirit master like her, once Xiao Wu got close, there was basically no chance of winning. Get down for Sister Xiao Wu. Perhaps because Du Guyan was female, Xiao Wu didn't use the hammer, but just kicked hard at Du Guyan's back. Xiao Wu's spirit was the soft bones rabbit, and her leg strength was the greatest in her whole body. This kick directly made the unsuspecting Du Guyan experience the feeling of flying. With a scream, Du Guyan's delicate body, like a cannonball fired from a chamber, was instantly kicked out of the soul fighting arena. Instant kill. Immediately, the Wangdu team side fell into silence. Sister Yanzi was actually eliminated just like that. After Yu Tianong was severely injured and Du Guyan was also eliminated, the Wangdu team had no power to resist. As the referee's voice sounded, it also declared the victory of the Shrek team. Chapter 71. This teacher is excessively young. Watching the battle at the soul fighting arena come to a close, Xiao Wu led the way from the back, and Qilin immediately put down his popcorn and started clapping. Xiao Wu, that was a beautiful fight just now. It could be said that Xiao Wu's performance on the soul fighting arena was the most eye-catching, single-handedly cutting through the opponent's dual carries. Of course, Zhu Zuqing also performed well, but her spirit power rank limited her performance. Being able to entangle with Oslo without falling behind was already very strong. As for Ning Rongrong, she didn't have any eye-catching performance because not a single person from the Wangdu team could get close to her. Xiao Wu walked up with a grin and sat down next to Qilin. The latter's praise made her very pleased, and her snow-white chin tilted up slightly. On the other side, Yu Xiaoqing's gaze also turned to Tang San and Dai Mubai. Little San, Mubai, you two performed well, especially Mubai, who was actually able to fight two and contain two Xuanwu turtle spirit masters of the same rank. Hearing Grandmaster's praise, Dai Mubai wore a smug smile on his face, but suddenly his mouth twitched, and he immediately looked at Xiao Shen, who was sitting next to Flender. Teacher Xiao Shen, give me a healing candy quickly. I got too carried away fighting just now, and now my meridians are in agonizing pain. It feels like they're about to explode. Seeing this, Xiao Shen frowned slightly. While taking out a healing candy, he said with a frown, Mubai, is this fighting style of yours really feasible? Don't end up causing some sequelae. Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively when he heard this. Teacher Xiaoxin, don't worry. This time it was purely because the battle lasted too long, which caused my meridians to be unable to bear it. I'll be fine once I adapt. Besides, aren't you here with us? What is there to worry about? Xiaoxin nodded after a slight hesitation, but his gaze noticed the veins on the back of Dai Mubai's hand, which were bright red from swelling, and a flash of worry couldn't help but appear in his eyes. After swallowing the candy given by Xiaoxin, Dai Mubai's originally painful expression instantly eased a lot, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The swollen, red veins on the back of his hand also seemed to have cooled down and recovered quickly, leaving only a faint red mark. Just as the Shrek members were chatting and laughing to celebrate their victory, Flender suddenly stood up. Seeing this, everyone looked over curiously. At this time, Flender smiled and said, "Follow me, I'm taking you to meet someone." Yu Xiaobing asked curiously, "Who is it?" Flender said mysteriously, "You'll know in a while." The other teachers of Shrek Academy also smiled slightly, obviously knowing the inside story. Following Flender's footsteps, they soon arrived outside a luxurious VIP room. At this moment, the members of the Wangdu team in the VIP room were like frostbitten eggplants, all looking listless. Being completely crushed by a group of opponents whose spirit power was generally lower than their own rank, this feeling was too uncomfortable. Especially Yu Tianong. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa, his head drooping, looking lifeless. Du Guyan's complexion was equally ugly. Xiao Wu's kick just now had fractured her back, and although Yilingling helped treat it, it still hadn't healed yet. Teacher Qinming looked at the scene before him and shook his head with a smile. Although these children had good talent, their hard nature was indeed lacking. As the door of the VIP room opened, Teacher Qinming's eyes lit up when he saw Flender and the group behind him, and he immediately went up to meet them. "Dean, you're here." Seeing him, Flender laughed. "Ha ha ha, Teacher Qinming, it really is you, kid. We haven't seen each other for many years, right?" Teacher Qinming laughed and sighed. "Yes, so many years have passed in a flash." Flender then turned around and said, "This is your former senior, Teacher Qinming. Don't underestimate him. I heard that this kid broke through to level 60 at the beginning of the year and became a Spirit Emperor. A 34-year-old Spirit Emperor. This is the second youngest Spirit Emperor recorded in the Spirit Hall." Hearing this, everyone was shocked that Teacher Qinming could break through to Spirit Emperor at 34. Of course, they didn't take Flender's claim about the second youngest Spirit Emperor too seriously, just silently mocking him for his lack of knowledge. Any genius on the continent with the potential to become a titled Duluo could break through to Spirit Emperor at 33 or 34, right? Not all of them, but most could achieve this. Teacher Qinming, our Shrek Academy has recruited quite a few little freaks this year. Subsequently, Flender introduced Xiao Wu and the others to Teacher Qinming. When Teacher Qinming looked at Xiao Wu, who had returned to her original appearance, he was full of shock. It wasn't just him, the rest of the Wangdu team was the same. Dean, are you saying she is the Xiao Wu from the soul fighting arena just now?" Teacher Qinming looked at Xiao Wu standing beside Qilin in disbelief, unable to help but swallow. 12 or 13 years old, 38th rank Spirit Elder. What kind of monster is this? The Wangdu Academy members were even more shocked by this news and started discussing in a chaotic mess, their gazes all focused on Xiao Wu. How is this possible? Is she really that Xiao Wu? A 12 or 13-year-old 37th rank Spirit Elder, are you sure this isn't a joke? I've grown up this much, and I've never heard of anyone reaching the 37th rank at 12 or 13, even having innate full spirit power wouldn't work. Flender looked at Teacher Qinming's shocked expression and nodded slightly smugly. Would I lie to you? Let me tell you, this year's batch of Shrek students has the highest talent in history. Teacher Qinming frowned, but Dean, Xiao Wu didn't look like this as Xiao Wu. The Wangdu team members also nodded, their eyes full of doubt. When Xiao Wu heard that someone was questioning her, she immediately performed a face change for them with a smug look. Is this a spirit tool? I didn't expect there to be such a magical spirit tool. Exactly, and it can even change appearance. Now, Teacher Qinming and the Wangdu team members had to believe it. But then Teacher Qinming looked at Qilin, who was standing next to Xiao Wu, and asked curiously. Dean, what about this junior? What is his name? We don't seem to have seen him in the information about the Shrek team. As soon as he spoke, the Wangdu team members also cast curious gazes. Seeing the gazes cast by everyone, Qilin replied with a gentle smile. And Flender said with a slightly strange expression, Teacher Qinming, Qilin is not a student of our Shrek. Ah, not a student of Shrek. Then how is he with you? Flender's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, Qilin is not a student of Shrek because he is a teacher at Shrek Academy. Ah. Not only Teacher Qinming, but even the Wangdu team members exclaimed in surprise, looking at Qilin's young and gentle face one after another. He is so young, how could he be a teacher? Are you kidding me? Chapter 72, Moral Kidnapping, the opportunity to head to Heaven Do City. Teacher Qinming glanced at Qilin with a puzzled expression, then looked at Flender. As a former student of Shrek Academy, he knew very well the strength of the teachers at Shrek Academy. It shouldn't be to the point where they'd let a child be a teacher at the academy, right? However, thinking of the terrible financial condition of Shrek Academy, and then considering the dean's money-grubbing personality, a thought could not help but arise in Teacher Qinming's mind. Could it be that Qilin's family is very rich? Otherwise, how could the dean agree to let him be a teacher at Shrek Academy? Of course, Teacher Qinming didn't let his mind wander for long before Flender introduced Qilin to them. He sighed with emotion. You all probably think that Xiao Wu's talent is the most terrifying in Shrek Academy. But what you don't know is that Qilin's talent is far higher than Xiao Wu's. What? As soon as Flender finished speaking, Teacher Qinming and everyone in the Wangdu team looked at Qilin with incredulous gazes. A talent far higher than Xiao Wu's. How is that possible? Xiao Wu being ranked 38 at 12 or 13 years old was already a level of talent that made them look up to her. Yet now Flender was saying that Qilin's talent far exceeded Xiao Wu's. Does such a heaven-defying genius really exist in this world? However, Teacher Qinming still asked skeptically, but even if Teacher Qilin has heaven-defying talent, isn't he a bit too young to be a teacher at his age? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Wu was about to retort, but she saw Flender hurriedly explain, that's not the case. Xiao Wu, Zuqing, and Rongrong were all taught by Qilin. His teaching ability is far superior to even my own. Once these words were out, Teacher Qinming and the members of the Wangdu team were so shocked they were almost completely numb. They hadn't expected that not only was Qilin's own talent so heaven-defying, but even Xiao Wu had been taught by him. A strange look flashed across Du Guyan's eyes as she looked at Qilin. She still remembered vividly just how terrifying Xiao Wu's strength was. And what she hadn't expected was that Xiao Wu had actually been taught by Qilin. Not far away, Teacher Qinming, having recovered his senses, shifted his gaze to Ji Yuina. At this, he said with certainty, then this lady must also be a teacher at our academy, right? However, the corners of Flender's mouth twitched slightly, and he shook his head. Miss Ji Yuina is a friend of Qilin, and is only staying at our Shrek Academy temporarily. Teacher Qinming, alright, guess wrong again. However, this friend of Qilin is truly beautiful. Almost no one who has seen Ji Yuina has not been stunned by her appearance and temperament. However, after feeling the noble aura faintly emanating from her, most people would involuntarily feel a sense of hesitation and awe, as if looking up at a high mountain. Teacher Qinming was no exception. Afterwards, Teacher Qinming began to catch up with the various teachers of Shrek. While doing so, he did not forget to comfort the members of the Wangdu team, saying things like how he, their teacher, was once a student of Shrek Academy and that losing to these little freaks was nothing to be ashamed of. However, the talent of the Shrek group was indeed stronger than that of the Wangdu group. After all, although the Wangdu team generally had higher spirit power rank, their ages were also around 19 or 20, several years older than the Shrek group. Therefore, after a brief period of disappointment, the Wangdu members quickly perked up again. As they chatted, Yu Tianong and Yu Xiaogang disappeared from the VIP room. When they returned, no one knew what this uncle and nephew had talked about, but Yu Tianong's face was full of excitement, and the confident and arrogant look of the past had returned to his brow. The members of the Wangdu team and Teacher Qinming were quite curious to see this, wondering why Yu Tianong's change was so great after only a short while. Yu Tianong ignored everyone's gazes, his mind recalling what his uncle had just said to him. The reason why you were defeated so thoroughly just now, besides the fact that Xiao Wu's talent is indeed amazing, is that the biggest reason is that she has mastered a special technique that can allow spirit power to burst out with greater power. As for this technique, Yu Xiaogang promised Yu Tianong that it wouldn't be long before he would personally teach it to him. Thinking of this, Yu Tianong couldn't help but get excited. He had been wondering how Xiao Wu, a soft-bones rabbit spirit master, could possibly crush him in every aspect. It turned out it was because she had used a special technique. In this way, as long as his uncle taught him this technique, Yu Tianong believed that within the same rank, even if he couldn't beat Xiao Wu, at least he wouldn't be defeated so thoroughly. On the other side, Yu Xiaogang, having returned to the VIP room, looked at Teacher Qinming, who was chatting happily with Flender and the others, and suddenly said, Teacher Qinming, if I remember correctly, the Heavendo Imperial Academy should have 2 spots for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, right? Teacher Qinming was slightly stunned to hear Yu Xiaogang's question, but still said, that's right, there are indeed spots for 2 teams. The few children I am leading are members of the Heavendo Imperial Academy's first team. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Yu Xiaogang's slightly stiff face. And this smile gave Flender, who was on the side, a bad premonition. Sure enough, immediately afterwards, he heard Yu Xiaogang continue, Teacher Qinming, do you think if these children joined the Heavendo Imperial Academy, they could replace the second team? As soon as these words were spoken, not only Teacher Qinming, but the entire VIP room instantly fell silent, leaving only the sound of Qilin eating melon seeds. Flender even slammed the table in front of him with a slap, stood up abruptly, and stared fixedly at Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, what do you mean by this? Seeing this, Teacher Qinming hurriedly said, yes, Grandmaster, what do you mean by this? Although I admit that the junior students of Shrek have talent that indeed exceeds my imagination, Shrek Academy is, after all, the lifeblood of the dean and all the teachers. Yu Xiaogang waved his hand, his expression calm, only in the depths of his eyes could a hint of burning heat be seen. He said in a deep voice, Flender, I know Shrek Academy is your life's work, but don't forget, Shrek Academy does not have the qualifications to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. The children all have extraordinary talent, that is the perfect stage for them to showcase themselves, and even more, the best opportunity for them to hone themselves. Are you really so selfish that, for your own selfish desires, you can bear to watch the children give up such a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity? These questioning words left Flender speechless. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang continued to strike while the iron was hot. Furthermore, besides his few teachers, Shrek Academy doesn't even have a simulated environment. Staying here will only delay the children's development. At the end, Yu Xiaogang didn't forget to call out with deep emotion, Flender, you have worked hard for Shrek Academy for so many years, it is time to let go. Not only for the children, but for your own sake as well. Qilin, while eating melon seeds, watched this scene with great interest. Watching the impassioned Yu Xiaogang, even Qilin had to praise him for his good acting skills. Is he really doing this for the development of the Shrek students? Although Yu Xiaogang spoke nicely on the surface, Qilin could only see 99% selfishness in his eyes. What he truly values is not the children's development, but his own future honor. Flender has been morally kidnapped. Chapter 73, Disagreements and Parting Ways. A moment later, under everyone's gaze, Flender let out a slow sigh, his eyes filled with desolation. I understand. He then looked at Teacher Qinming and forced a smile, saying, Xiaoming, regarding the Heavendo Imperial Academy, give me a straight answer. If these children go to the Heavendo Imperial Academy, can they enter the second team? Seeing the expression on Flender's face at this moment, Teacher Qinming frowned slightly. Dean, Shrek Academy is, after all, your life's work. Say no more, just tell me if they can or not. Seeing this, Teacher Qinming could only nod and say, the talents of my juniors are only stronger than Tianong and Du Guyan's group. If they can join the Heavendo Imperial Academy, they will certainly be valued by the 3 deans, and entering the second team will naturally be an easy matter. After hearing this, Flender nodded slightly. Good, since that's the case. Then I will take the little freaks of Shrek Academy and join the Heavendo Imperial Academy together. After saying this, Flender looked at Zhao Wuji, Xiao Shen, and the others, pretending to be relaxed as he said, old friends, it seems we have a place to retire now. Hearing this, they looked at the expression on Flender's face and also revealed smiles of relief. Yes, having a place to retire isn't bad either. Since Qilin and Yu Xiaogang arrived, they hadn't really been teaching the students much, so at this moment, they didn't have much resistance to the idea. Retiring wouldn't be bad. In fact, when they first founded Shrek Academy with Flender, they had originally come with the intention of retiring. Afterwards, Flender and Teacher Qinming began to discuss the time for traveling to the Heavendo Imperial Academy. Originally, the two had already agreed to travel to the Heavendo Imperial Academy together, but at this moment, Yu Xiaogang jumped in again. It turned out that he wanted to imitate the Wangdu team, fighting all the way from the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena to Heavendo City, euphemistically calling it training the children's team coordination skills. After hearing this, Qilin retorted directly, Grandmaster, what is there to train? The Wangdu team fought their way here, and even the Wangdu team is no match for Xiao Wu and the others. If we go and fight those who were already defeated by them, what is the point? Seeing that Qilin was so uncooperative, the expression on Yu Xiaogang's face stiffened instantly. But he still insisted, how do you know it's meaningless? Besides, do we absolutely have to fight those defeated by the Wangdu team? If spirit elder teams won't work, then we can just challenge spirit ancestor teams, that will always have a tempering effect. Qilin said speechlessly, spirit ancestor teams. If you do that, aside from Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Dai Mubai, what kind of tempering effect will the others get? It's complete nonsense. The disparity in strength within the team is too great. If we participate in team competitions, there isn't much of a tempering effect to begin with. If we also challenge teams above our level, the tempering effect will be even lower. Besides wasting time, we might also encounter danger. If something actually happens, will you take responsibility? Hearing this move by Qilin that gave almost zero face, Yu Xiaobing's face darkened. He wanted to defend himself but didn't know where to start. Seeing this, Flender slapped his forehead. Not to mention him, even the members of the Wangdu team could see that there was a serious disagreement between Qilin and Yu Xiaobing within Shrek Academy. Before Qilin had finished speaking, he stood up and said in a very firm tone, if Grandmaster insists, I have no objection, but I certainly won't be accompanying you. Hearing this, Yu Xiaobing's face turned bright red with anger. Since you don't want to travel with us, you can leave Xiao Wu and the other two behind. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang San and Dai Mubai were both overjoyed. If Qilin wasn't there to get in the way, perhaps they would have a chance to poach them. Dai Mubai, that doesn't seem right either. Zhu Zuqing and Qilin aren't in a relationship yet, and she is still his fiancée. At this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly hugged Qilin's arm. Wherever brother Qilin goes, I go. Ning Rongrong also snorted lightly and, not wanting to be outdone, hugged Qilin's other arm. I also think brother Qilin makes sense. That left only Zhu Zuqing. Although she didn't speak, she silently stood behind Qilin. Seeing this, teacher Qinming looked at Flender in a dilemma. Flender spread his hands, indicating that he had no solution either. During the time Qilin had been at the academy, Flender had completely recognized Qilin's abilities. But Xiaobing was also his brother of many years, so whenever the two had a disagreement, he had no choice but to not take sides. As for the members of the Wangdu team, watching this scene, they were all surprised. This Shrek Academy is now completely split into two factions. Looking at the central figure of this scene, Qilin, the members of the Wangdu team had different thoughts. Yu Tianong, this guy actually didn't give any face to uncle in front of so many people. As expected, just as uncle said, although his talent is amazing, he is arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone. Oslo, this guy has something going for him. I wonder which of these beautiful girls has a relationship with him. Yu Feng, damn it, unfair. We are both men, why can he have beauties on both sides while I can only be single? Shimo, so envious. Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, this young man is good in every way, except he looks a bit of a playboy. In the end, Grandmaster snorted coldly and said toughly, since you are unwilling to travel the same path, then we will go ourselves. The final outcome was naturally that Qilin, Xiao Wu, and the others followed the Wangdu team, while the rest of Shrek Academy took another path. However, at the last moment, Yu Xiaobing suddenly called out to Yu Tianong, Tianong, you should come with us too. Hearing this, Yu Tianong's eyes lit up. If he could travel with uncle, then he would be able to learn that special technique uncle mentioned. So he agreed decisively. However, thinking of Du Guyan in the Wangdu team, he thought for a moment and said to Du Guyan, why don't you come with us too? He had recently been pursuing Du Guyan and felt that he was only one step away, so he wanted to take this opportunity to completely win Du Guyan over. Of course, he had two reasons for pursuing Du Guyan. One was naturally because of Du Guyan's appearance. After all, who doesn't like a beautiful woman? Moreover, Du Guyan's talent was worthy of him. And the second reason, which was also the most important reason, was that Du Guyan had a grandfather, Du Gubo, who was a titled Duluo. Don't look at Du Gubo being called the weakest titled Duluo. He could kill his opponents until only titled Duluo were left. With him on the battlefield, one person could be worth an army of 1,000,000. Du Guyan smiled and said, I don't mind, but if I go with you, I'm afraid Yi Lingling will be lonely, so it depends on what Yi Lingling chooses. After saying this, Du Guyan smiled and looked at Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling slightly raised her head and looked towards Yu Xiaobing and the others, her gaze sweeping over Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. Seeing her look over, Tang San naturally didn't have any reaction, but Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were different, each of them held their heads high and chests out, just like peacocks displaying their feathers. Especially Ma Hongjun, his pair of small bean-like eyes actually rolled at an inappropriate time. Such an appearance made even Flender, watching from the side, feel a bit embarrassed. Damn it, have these boys never seen a woman before? Even Flender couldn't stand it, let alone Yi Lingling. She calmly shook her head and said, Du Guyan, I will still travel with teacher Qinming. Is that so? Du Guyan frowned, then looked at Yu Tianong in a dilemma. Tianong, it seems I cannot accompany you. Hearing this, a look of disappointment flashed in Yu Tianong's eyes, but he still said gentlemanly, it's fine, we will have plenty of time to spend together in the future. Du Guyan smiled slightly, you were right. Chapter 74, Qilin's 50th level, Blue Silver Emperor. After agreeing on the itinerary, the Wangdu team temporarily settled in a hotel in Soto City, while the Shrek members first returned to the academy. After returning to the academy, Qilin had Xiao Wu and the others pack their clothes and luggage, preparing to set off the next day. Qilin had a hunch. Although his appearance meant Tang San didn't use real Garwine to break Du Guyan's snake venom as in the original story, he feared Shrek Academy still wouldn't truly join the Heaven Do royal team. It seemed the day to truly part ways was approaching. At night, in Qilin's room, Xiao Wu mumbled, Brother Qilin, I heard from Ning Rongrong that Du Guyan's grandfather is a titled Duluo. What if he recognizes me? We can't just let sister know directly. Xiao Wu made a throat-slitting gesture. Qilin reached out and flicked Xiao Wu's smooth forehead, then took a silver bracelet from his storage bracelet and grabbed Xiao Wu's wrist to put it on her. Done. This bracelet is made from Sister Na's dragon scales. Wearing it will conceal the spirit beast aura on you. The silver bracelet was exquisitely crafted. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up the moment she saw it. Brother Qilin, when did you make this bracelet? It's so beautiful. Qilin shrugged and said, I finished it a while ago. I wanted to surprise you, which is why I didn't take it out immediately. Really? Would I lie to you? Brother Qilin, you are just too good to me. After saying that, Xiao Wu excitedly hugged Qilin, her rosy cherry lips kissing his cheek directly. After kissing him twice in a row, Xiao Wu let go of Qilin with a giggle. Feeling the damp sensation on his cheek, Qilin squinted at Xiao Wu, looking at her with scrutiny. I suspect you're intentionally taking advantage of me using this opportunity, but I have no evidence. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly, and her face revealed the expression of having her little scheme exposed. Meanwhile, at the corner of the hall, the Silver Dragon King watched the scene just now, lost in thought. The next day, Qilin's residence. After finishing packing, Qilin saw Ji Yuina walk out of the bedroom and immediately applied a buff to both her and himself. As a result, just after applying a buff to himself, a surge of spirit power erupted from Qilin. After sensing it, Ji Yuina cast an astonished look at him. You had a breakthrough. Yeah, reached level 50. Although he had a breakthrough to level 50, Qilin was long used to such things, so other than being slightly surprised, no other emotions appeared on his face. On the contrary, Ji Yuina was more concerned about his affairs than Qilin himself. With a cold and elegant face, she asked, have you thought about what spirit beast you want for your 5th spirit ring? How about I take you back to the Stardew Great Forest and you choose slowly? Qilin scratched his head and said, actually, I would quite like the Blue Silver Emperor for a spirit ring, but... However, the Blue Silver Emperor on Duluo continent seemed to only be Tang San's mother, and that was after she had sacrificed herself. He vaguely remembered that there was another Blue Silver Emperor on another continent, but that Blue Silver Emperor's age was much higher than Tang San's mother's, and he couldn't absorb it anyway. Besides, it was still very far away. As a result, before Qilin finished speaking, the Silver Dragon King's face showed signs of contemplation. A moment later, a faint smile appeared on her face. Blue Silver Emperor, is it? I'll arrange that for you. Hissed Tilda. Qilin looked at Ji Yuina before him, thinking of this sister's strength. Could it be she wanted to capture the Blue Silver Emperor from the other continent and sacrifice it to him? Then I'll trouble you, Sister Na. Qilin didn't pretend to be modest, after all. This was Sister Na's deep care for him. Besides, the feeling of living off a sister's support had finally returned. So good. Unlike that idiot Xiao Wu, let alone living off her, he still had to support her. A gentle smile appeared on Ji Yuina's face, and then she pointed to her own fair, jade-like cheek. Sister Na, what is this for? Qilin asked, full of confusion. I helped you out, shouldn't you thank me? Thank you. Qilin was first confused, but the next second he suddenly realized, remembering Xiao Wu's operation last night, and immediately revealed a look of sudden realization. So that's it. Qilin skillfully grabbed Ji Yuina's wrist and kissed her flawless cheek, kissing her twice in succession before letting go, feeling satisfied. And a faint smile appeared on Ji Yuina's face as well. Well, both of them were satisfied. On the other side, the Wangdu members had also arrived at Shrek Academy. Firstly, it was to send Yu Tianong over and incidentally pick up Qilin and the others. Secondly, the Wangdu team members also hoped to see what the academy that produced teacher Qinming and the Shrek team geniuses actually looked like. However, what they didn't know was that, in a sense, the only ones truly taught by Shrek were Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar. In fact, after seeing teacher Qinming, Qilin really found it hard to imagine how someone with teacher Qinming's gentle and polite personality could have come out of Shrek Academy. Qilin highly suspected he had been taught a harsh lesson by reality after leaving Shrek. On the other side, when the Wangdu team members saw Shrek's small and shabby gate, as well as the crooked sign on the gate with the words, Shrek Academy, written on it, their mouths twitched slightly and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Was this really Shrek Academy? The Wangdu members all subconsciously looked at teacher Qinming. Looking at the familiar scene before him, teacher Qinming couldn't help but cough lightly. Shrek Academy is indeed a bit simple, but the teaching staff at our Shrek is also not to be underestimated. You can't just look at the environment. The reason why Shrek Academy's environment was so poor, yet so many geniuses wanted to come in, was partly because they were tricked by Flender. On the other hand, and this was an extremely important aspect, it was because Shrek Academy's teaching staff was indeed strong. After all, on the entire continent, Spirit Saints still had a lot of say. And at Shrek, there were 3 powerful Spirit Saints. Moreover, Flender's strength was not weak even among Spirit Saints. After all, being able to fly already put him ahead of more than half of the Spirit Saints. A big reason why teacher Qinming joined Shrek back then was because Shrek Academy had many powerhouses. Joining Shrek, if nothing else, at least meant not having to worry about spirit rings. One had to know that for civilian spirit masters, obtaining excellent spirit rings was very difficult. Ha ha ha, little Ming, you guys came really fast. Flender's loud voice had already traveled over from quite a distance away. Before long, the Shrek members also gathered at the academy entrance. At this moment, Xiao Wu noticed that there was no one beside Qilin and couldn't help but ask curiously, brother Qilin, where is sister Na? Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and the others also cast their gazes over. Qilin smiled and said, she had something to do and left first. She will come to find us in Heavendo City in a while. Oh, I see. Chapter 75, Arrival at Heavendo Imperial Academy. Ji Yuina's departure did not cause any waves. After all, she was not a member of Shrek Academy to begin with, and she was free to come and go as she pleased. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone boarded the carriages that had been prepared in advance. The horses pulling the carriages were specially sourced by teacher Qinming. They possessed a trace of a powerful spirit beast's bloodline, granting them not only excellent stamina but also great speed. Qilin and the 3 girls, including Xiao Wu, naturally sat in one carriage, which made Oslo and the others from the Wangdu team incredibly envious. Watching the shadows of the departing carriages, Ma Hongjun glanced at Yu Tianong, who was whispering to Grandmaster with a smile on his face, and then pulled Dai Mubai to the side to mutter in a low voice. Boss Dai, you say. This Wangdu team has 2 more pretty girls. With Qilin's personality, can he hold himself back? With Qilin gone, Ma Hongjun didn't even bother calling him teacher anymore. When Dai Mubai heard Ma Hongjun say this, the image of Zuqing and Qilin acting lovey-dovey immediately surfaced in his mind, and a flash of jealousy couldn't help but cross his eyes. Although Dai Mubai hadn't actually seen such a scene, Qilin, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong were practically inseparable like conjoined twins, so he didn't believe for a second that Qilin would let Zuqing go. Perhaps in some corner he couldn't see, Zuqing, that bitch who always kept a cold face toward him, was incredibly submissive to Qilin. Just thinking about this made him angry. As for Qilin, Dai Mubai didn't dare to show his anger, even though he was furious. At first, he had wanted to establish a good relationship with Qilin, and even after learning about his hobbies, he had considered offering him that pair of twin sisters to curry favor. To Dai Mubai's surprise, Qilin had acted high and mighty at that time, showing disdain for his suggestive words. Afterward, Dai Mubai invited Qilin a few more times, but was ruthlessly rejected each time. From then on, Dai Mubai completely gave up the idea of befriending Qilin and instead launched a fierce campaign to win over Tang San. Hard work paid off. At the very least, Dai Mubai felt that Tang San must truly consider him a real friend. Otherwise, would he call him Boss Dai with such enthusiasm? Boss Dai, what are you thinking about? Seeing that Dai Mubai didn't respond, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but wave his hand in front of his eyes. Dai Mubai immediately came back to his senses and whispered with a smile, nothing much, I was just thinking that if Yu Tianong finds out he's been cuckolded by Qilin after he returns, wouldn't he be furious enough to die? This Yu Tianong is a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If Qilin steals his girl, there will be quite a show to watch. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is famous for being overbearing and protective of their own. Ma Hongjun's mung bean-sized eyes rolled around, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. I really want to see that scene. Just as the two were discussing, Yu Tianeng seemed to sense something and cast his gaze toward Daimubai and Ma Hongjun, a bad premonition faintly arising in his heart. On the other side, 3 carriages sped along the main road, yet inside the carriages, it was exceptionally stable, without the slightest bump. Xiao Wu sat in the carriage, stretched her slender waist, and muttered, "It's been so long since I've ridden in a carriage. Honestly, this carriage is quite comfortable, much more comfortable than the ones we used to ride in. What does this level of carriage count for? If you're willing to call me big sister, I'll gift you a carriage that is 10 grades better than this one. Oh no, I'll just give you 10. Without Ji Yuina as their great common enemy, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were once again at odds, always trying to outdo each other. At this moment, Zhu Jing remained silent, simply peeling a piece of fruit for Qilin and handing it to him. Qilin was slightly stunned. After taking the fruit, he patted Zhu Jing's head. Zhu Jing is so good. Upon hearing this, a faint smile couldn't help but appear on Zhu Jing's cold face. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged a glance and immediately stopped arguing. If they kept arguing, someone was going to steal the home base. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qilin and the members of the Wangdu team finally arrived at Heavendo City. During these 10 days, the carriages would occasionally stop to rest, so Qilin had some interactions with the members of the Wangdu team, roughly figuring out their personalities. Oslo was a closeted pervert who rarely spoke, but every time he opened his mouth, it was shocking. Yu Feng was the opposite of Oslo. He was very lively and often ran over to cozy up to Qilin, wanting to learn some moves for picking up girls. The twin brothers, Shimo and Shimo, were just like their spirits, steady in personality and honest and simple. Yi Lingling had an introverted personality, just like a well-behaved student, looking very gentle and quiet. As for Du Guyan's personality, it was very simple. She was the big sister type, possessing great prestige within the Wangdu team and taking good care of her little brothers. Of course, it was completely different from the big sister type like Xiao Wu. Her personality appeared more mature. The location of Heavendo Imperial Academy was not within Heavendo City, rather, it was built against a mountain, occupying a vast area several dozen miles outside the city. After arriving within the grounds of Heavendo Academy, everyone stepped off the carriages and ascended a staircase made of white jade. The main campus of Heavendo Imperial Academy was located halfway up the mountain, while the simulated environment areas were at the foot of the mountain, the summit, and the back mountain area. Because the students spent most of their time cultivating in the simulated areas, the main campus appeared rather deserted. Teacher Qinming first said to the members of the Wangdu team, "You all go back and rest first. I will take Qilin and the others to find the 3 deans." Yu Feng laughed and said, "No need, no need. We also want to see what kind of reaction the 3 deans will have after they find out about Qilin's talent." Looking at Yu Feng's lively nature, Teacher Qinming looked at the others, and it was clear that they all thought the same as Yu Feng. Teacher Qinming simply said, "Since that's the case, then let's go together." After speaking, he led everyone toward the dean's office. Pushing open the door to the dean's office, Teacher Qinming walked in first. Inside the dean's office sat 3 elderly men wearing black robes with gentle temperaments. Seeing Teacher Qinming walk in, the elder sitting in the middle of the 3 smiled and said, "Teacher Qinming, you've returned." Teacher Qinming respectfully bowed to the 3 elders and smiled, "Thank you for your concern, 3 deans. This trip was completed with perfection, and the children have received the training they deserve." The elder in the middle continued to smile, "Hee, with you leading them, we are at ease. By the way, did anything happen during your trip? Tell us about it." Teacher Qinming replied respectfully, "There was indeed one extremely important matter on this trip, and I was just preparing to report it to the 3 deans." "Go ahead." Upon hearing this, Teacher Qinming immediately gave a detailed account of what happened while he was leading the Wangdu team members in Soto City. At first, the 3 deans didn't take it to heart, but after hearing about the Wangdu team's defeat and the information regarding the Shrek Academy students, their expressions gradually turned to shock. And when Qilin was mentioned, the 3 elders subconsciously stood up abruptly, their eyes staring at Teacher Qinming white as copper bells, their faces full of disbelief. "Teacher Qin, is this true?" The elder in the middle asked impatiently. Teacher Qinming smiled and replied, "Every word is true. Teacher Qilin and Xiao Wu and the others are right outside. Quickly, invite them in. Quickly, invite them in." Chapter 76, Qian Runshui's shock. Seeing the 3 deans' excited expressions, Teacher Qinming smiled and replied, "Then I shall invite them in right away." After speaking, he walked to the door and said to Qilin and the others outside, "Everyone, come in." Having said that, he and Qilin filed into the room. Upon seeing Qilin walking in the front, the 3 deans inside the room immediately walked out from behind their desks to greet him. The elderly man in the center smiled and said, "You must be Teacher Qilin, right? Truly a handsome figure and a young hero." Looking at the 3 kind-looking elderly men who appeared to be in their 70s or 80s, Qilin set aside his slightly lazy demeanor and smiled back, "You deans are too kind. I just happened to get lucky by a tiny, tiny bit." Qilin wasn't lying, but the elderly man thought he was just being humble, which made him like Qilin even more. To possess such talent yet remain so grounded was truly rare. The elderly man laughed and introduced himself, "Haha, I am the Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji, Spirit Black Demon, Rank 86 Control System Spirit Duluo." After speaking, Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji pointed to the slightly chubby elderly man on the left and continued, "This is the Second Education Commissioner Bai Baoshan. Spirit Heaven Star Furnace, Rank 85 Defense System Spirit Duluo." After Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji finished the introduction, Second Education Commissioner Bai Baoshan smiled slightly at Qilin, his cheerful expression appearing very kind. As for the last person, he was the Third Education Commissioner Jilin, Spirit Azure Vine, Rank 83 Control System Spirit Duluo. Jilin also gave Qilin a gentle smile. After the 3 finished their introductions, Qilin smiled and introduced himself, "Qilin, Spirit 4-Leaf Clover, Rank 50 Support System 4 Ring Spirit Ancestor." Rank 50. Not only the 3 deans, but even Teacher Qinming and the members of the Wangdu team were shocked. "Weren't you only rank 49 when we were still in Soto City?" Qilin looked at their surprised expressions and smiled, "I just cultivated and had a breakthrough. You don't need to look so surprised, you'll get used to this kind of thing in the future." The 3 deans were the first to recover, and Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji sighed with emotion, "Teacher Qilin really surprises us." Second Education Commissioner Bai Baoshan smiled and said, "Teacher Qilin, in my opinion, why don't you let us 3 old fellows accompany you to the Sunset Forest in a few days to hunt for a spirit ring?" They did this because they wanted to gain Qilin's favor. After all, a 13-year-old support system rank 54 ring spirit ancestor, his talent was truly terrifying. Even the aptitude of a title Duluo was not enough to describe his talent. If he did not fall midway in the future, it was feared that he could at least reach rank 95 or higher, and reaching rank 99 was not impossible. Such an existence was absolutely like a pillar of stability for the Heaven Do Empire. After listening, Qilin smiled and said, "Many thanks for your concern, Second Education Commissioner, but I have my own way to obtain a spirit ring, so there's no need to trouble the 3 deans to make this trip with me." Is that so? Upon hearing this, a flash of disappointment crossed Second Education Commissioner Bai Baoshan's eyes, but he immediately recovered and replied with a chuckle, "Haha, Teacher Qilin is a member of our Heaven Do Imperial Academy from now on, so it's no trouble at all. However, since Teacher Qilin already has a plan, then I have acted unnecessarily." Second Education Commissioner Bai Baoshan remembered that among the Shrek geniuses mentioned by Teacher Qinming, one was a direct descendant of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Perhaps it was the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School helping Qilin hunt for a spirit ring. Afterwards, everyone took their seats and chatted simply for a while, with the 3 deans, led by Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji, mostly expressing their closeness to Qilin. Of course, Xiao Wu and the others were also mentioned during the conversation. Especially Xiao Wu, whom the 3 deans also highly valued. As for Ning Rongrong, after some introductions, the 3 deans immediately recognized her identity. They had originally thought she was just an ordinary direct descendant of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but they didn't expect her to be the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for Zuqing, the 3 deans also guessed her identity. After all, the Hellsibit spirit was quite recognizable on the Duluo continent. Of course, the 3 deans would not have any objections to Zuqing because of her identity. On the contrary, they would even hope that Zuqing would stay in Heaven Do in the future. Heaven Do Imperial Palace, Crown Prince's residence. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the glass windows, casting mild light and shadows on the floor of the palace. A young man with an elegant temperament, a handsome face, and an air of nobility sat calmly on a sofa, holding a book in his hands and reading with great interest. At this moment, an attendant suddenly walked in from outside the main hall and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, the 3 deans have an urgent matter to report." As he spoke, the attendant presented a secret letter with both hands. Upon hearing this, Shui Qing slightly raised his head, put down the book in his hands, took the secret letter, and casually opened it. Of course, the true identity of this Shui Qing was actually Qian Runshui. When she saw the contents of the secret letter clearly, Qian Runshui's gaze suddenly froze, and her body involuntarily stiffened slightly. 13 years old, rank 50. Qian Runshui whispered to herself, her voice filled with unconcealable shock. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 deans were the ones reporting this, she might have truly thought that some bastard was reporting false information. Qian Runshui took a deep breath, calming the shock in her heart, and slowly stood up and walked to the window. The setting sun plated her profile with a golden edge, but it could not shine into her deep eyes. Qilin. I didn't expect Heaven Do Imperial Academy to have such a genius. With this kind of talent, could it be that he also has innate full spirit power of rank 20? Qian Runshui muttered Qilin's name twice, murmuring to herself. One must know that she had innate full spirit power of rank 20, and now at 22 years old, her spirit power rank was only 66. And when she was 13, her spirit power was only rank 41. Tang San is 9 to 10 years younger than Qian Runshui, here we count it as 9 years. 5 years after the Soul Master competition, she is a rank 70 plus spirit saint, so we will set her current spirit power at rank 66. To be honest, Qian Runshui's spirit power rank does not match her innate rank 20. Thinking of this, Qian Runshui was startled. This meant that Qilin's cultivation speed was far faster than her own. Although her cultivation was largely delayed by government affairs. But Qian Runshui knew very clearly that even if she were not delayed by government affairs, her cultivation speed would still not be as fast as Qilin's. It seems I must find time to meet this Qilin. Such a genius must be used by me. Qian Runshui whispered to herself, and a sharp look flashed in her eyes. Ever since Qilin, Xiao Wu, and the others arrived at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, news about them quickly spread. Especially Qilin's identity and talent, which caused a huge sensation in the academy. Whether it was the 13-year-old rank 54 ring spirit ancestor, or being exceptionally promoted to a Heaven Do level teacher at such a young age. Either of these 2 points was worth talking about with great interest after meals. But at the same time, because of Qilin's talent and identity, there were also many people eyeing him. Chapter 77, Jiyu Yuina returns, 2 Blue Silver Emperors. The dormitory prepared for Heaven Do rank teachers at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy was less of a dormitory and more like a small palace, appearing incredibly luxurious. However, the Heaven Do Imperial Academy itself did not have many Heaven Do rank teachers, so it was normal for it to be this extravagant. In an incredibly spacious bedroom, Qilin lay on a soft, large bed, legs crossed, passing the time reading a book about interesting facts from the continent while using his spirit power to control the fruit on a nearby table, letting it automatically deliver itself to his mouth. Just as Qilin was engrossed in his reading, 2 figures suddenly appeared silently in his bedroom. One of these 2 had silver hair and purple eyes, with a flawless temperament and appearance. It was none other than Jiyu Yuina, whom he hadn't seen for over 10 days. As for the other person, she wore a form-fitting blue dress, her figure tall and on par with Jiyu Yuina's, her features beautiful yet faintly exuding a heroic air, and her body emitting a rich aura of life. However, when Qilin focused, he could see faint blue mist on her body, as well as humanoid vines within the mist. Clearly, this was her true form. The woman in the blue dress that Qilin saw at first was merely an illusion she had conjured. Her identity was also obvious. She was the Blue Silver Emperor from the Sun Moon continent, over 100,000 years old. However, what he found strange was that this Blue Silver Emperor was holding a flower pot, inside which grew a blue silver grass that looked very special. This blue silver grass had golden patterns on its body, looked more robust than ordinary blue silver grass, and the aura it emitted was similar to the Blue Silver Emperor from the Sun Moon continent. Clearly, this special-looking blue silver grass was also a Blue Silver Emperor. Qilin was slightly stunned, and a thought suddenly arose in his mind. Could this Blue Silver Emperor be Tang San's mother, Bai Yin? Why did Sister Na bring her along too? Now, Tang San's mom is gone. And, once Tang Hao gets this news, wouldn't he be furious enough to explode? Regaining his composure, Qilin's gaze returned to Jiyu Yuina. Qilin smiled and said, Sister Na, you're back. A faint smile appeared on Jiyu Yuina's face as she said, I've brought the Blue Silver Emperor you wanted. She will offer a sacrifice to you in a moment, so you won't have to worry about not being able to absorb her spirit ring. After listening to Jiyu Yuina, Qilin looked toward the Blue Silver Emperor from the Sun Moon continent. I'll have to trouble you in a moment. Qilin didn't bother with hypocritical words like, if you are unwilling, you don't have to sacrifice yourself, at this moment. After all, Sister Na had already delivered a free meal to his mouth, why pretend to be high and mighty now? The Blue Silver Emperor smiled and said, it's fine. Being able to relieve the worries of the Silver Dragon King is my honor. Furthermore, our blue-silver race has very keen perception. From you, I can perceive an indescribable future, and I am willing to sacrifice myself for you. I once underwent the baptism of 3 heavenly tribulations and possess the power of the thunder spirit within me, which is how I was reborn and reached this point. However, the blue-silver emperor bloodline within me is still not pure enough, completely insufficient to support me in surviving a 200,000-year heavenly tribulation. Rather than that, it is better to sacrifice to you. After listening to the words of the Sun Moon Continent blue-silver emperor, Qilin nodded in realization. Immediately after, his gaze turned to the Yin true form in the flower pot in her hand, and he asked curiously, then how did you find her? The Sun Moon Continent blue-silver emperor said, after I arrived in Heaven Do with the Silver Dragon King, I sensed her location through the special connection between blue-silver emperors. At that time, she was planted in a dark, damp cave. I don't know what kind of intentions the person who planted her there had. That place was completely unsuitable for plant growth. So, after we found her, we brought her out. Besides that, we also found her spirit bone. So that's how it is, Qilin said. There are various theories in the original story about Tang Hao planting Yin in a dark, damp cave, and there are even quite a few conspiracy theories. However, Qilin couldn't be bothered with any of that. The only thing he was interested in was wanting to know what Yin looked like. For now, Tang San and Qilin could barely be called friends. So, to Qilin, wasn't Yin just his friend's mother? That seems a little wicked. Ji Yuina looked at the expression on Qilin's face. Although she didn't know what he was thinking, she always felt he seemed to be thinking of something not very good. Qilin, I'll take you to the nearby Sunset Forest to accept the Blue-Silver Emperor's sacrifice first. This place is not suitable for a sacrifice. After speaking, Ji Yuina reached out one hand to grab Qilin's arm, and her other hand grabbed the Blue-Silver Emperor. The next second, the three of them disappeared from the bedroom. The Sunset Forest is located 100 miles east of Heaven Do City and is one of the few gathering places for wild spirit beasts in the Heaven Do Empire. Although it cannot compare to the Stardo Great Forest, it does not lack high-ranked spirit beasts that are 10,000 or even tens of thousands of years old. The Sunset Forest at night appeared very quiet. The towering ancient trees had intertwined branches and overlapping canopies, casting dappled, clear radiance on the ground under the moonlight. In an open area deep within the Sunset Forest, the figures of Ji Yuina, Qilin, and the Sun Moon Continent Blue-Silver Emperor suddenly appeared. Ji Yuina scanned the surroundings and said indifferently, let's do it here. Yes, my lady, the Sun Moon Continent Blue-Silver Emperor responded, then looked at Qilin. I ask that Master Qilin please prepare yourself. Qilin patted his chest and smiled, it's fine, just go ahead. The Sun Moon Continent Blue-Silver Emperor nodded and said, then I am coming. Suddenly, her body erupted with brilliant blue light, and countless thick blue-silver vines spread out from beneath her feet and bloomed. In an instant, a blue-gold halo spread outward like a tide. The blue-silver grass throughout the entire Sunset Forest seemed to perceive something, shaking their bodies one after another, emitting rustling sounds, as if they were seeing off their emperor. Meanwhile, in a blue-silver forest in the Stardo Great Forest, a thick vine suddenly spoke in a human voice. What is going on? Another emperor has appeared. But why did she also choose to sacrifice herself to a human? On the other side, also deep in the Sunset Forest, an old man with green hair seemed to sense something. His figure suddenly rushed out of a cloud of poison mist and appeared in midair, and his gaze looked far into the distance. There, blue-gold light shone and bloomed. Within this blue-gold light, he felt an incredibly rich life energy. This disturbance. Could it be a support system titled Duluo casting a large-scale healing spirit ability? No, where would a support system titled Duluo come from? Never mind, I will go over and investigate. Meanwhile, where Qilin was, the blue-silver emperor's body gradually became ethereal. Subsequently, an ethereal and distant voice suddenly resounded. With my spirit, I forge your ring. Chapter 78, Fifth Spirit Ability, Healing Divine Light, Life Photosynthesis. As the body of the blue-silver emperor turned into blue-gold specks of light and merged into Qilin's body. Above his head, a blue-gold spirit ring also silently condensed and emerged. Qilin reached out his hand and cut a blue seed falling from midair where the blue-silver emperor had vanished, as well as a piece of crystalline spirit bone that looked like blue jade. This seed was the grass seed formed by the blue-silver emperor, and the spirit bone was a piece of left arm bone. Beside him, the expression on the Silver Dragon King's face did not fluctuate because of the blue-silver emperor's sacrifice. Instead, she seemed very concerned about Qilin, who appeared completely fine. How is it? Do you feel any discomfort? Qilin scratched his head and said with a smile, don't worry, Sister Na, I'm fine. After saying this, circles of spirit rings rose from beneath his feet. In order, they were pearly white, brilliant gold, crimson, emerald green, and blue gold. Good heavens, not a single color was repeated. Ji Yuina looked at his spirit ring combination and asked curiously, what is your fifth spirit ability? Qilin grinned and said, I have two fifth spirit abilities. One is called Healing Divine Light, and the other is called Life Photosynthesis. Healing Divine Light can restore injuries regardless of realm, clear negative status effects, and the restorative ability is linked to my spirit power. Life Photosynthesis can help plants grow rapidly. Since I am currently at rank 50, I can only use Life Photosynthesis 5 times a day, and each use can increase a plant's age by 50 years. However, every time my spirit power increases by 10 ranks, both the number of uses and the age increment of Life Photosynthesis will increase. After hearing Qilin's description, Ji Yuina's expression tightened slightly. This spirit ability was simply too terrifying. If Qilin were to reach rank 90, wouldn't he be able to help a plant spirit beast increase its age by 810 years every day? As for Healing Divine Light, although Ji Yuina had not experienced it personally, she imagined its effects would not be weak. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, Ji Yuina would never have imagined that these two spirit abilities could have come from an 180,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. This was simply too exaggerated. These terrifying effects were probably even better than divine abilities. At this moment, Qilin continued, Sister Na, don't you have injuries on you? Let me try using Healing Divine Light. As he finished speaking, the blue-gold spirit ring above Qilin's head suddenly flashed. Fifth spirit ability, Healing Divine Light. As Qilin opened his hand, a four-leaf clover covered in golden patterns suddenly shot out a ball of blue-gold light, instantly enveloping Ji Yuina. The next second, Qilin immediately noticed that the spirit power within his body was draining at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, 70% of the spirit power in his body had already drained away. Fortunately, Ji Yuina reacted in time and immediately dispersed the blue-gold radiance on her body, interrupting Qilin from continuing to release Healing Divine Light. Sister Na, how did you feel just now? Ignoring the feeling of emptiness in his body caused by the rapid loss of spirit power, Qilin immediately asked Ji Yuina, Sister Na, how effective was the Healing Divine Light I released on you just now? Looking at the eager expression on Qilin's face, a hint of gentleness suddenly appeared on Ji Yuina's cold, flawless face. Your spirit ability is of some help to me, but your spirit power rank is still too low, so wait until your spirit power rank is higher before helping me again. After speaking, Ji Yuina's flawless, jade white face leaned close to Qilin and gave his cheek a light peck. Sister Na is very happy with your actions just now, this is your reward. The two were very close, and Qilin could clearly smell the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Ji Yuina. Her voice, which was cold yet filled with gentleness and passion, made Qilin immerse himself in it. This voice was simply a reward for his ears. Someone is coming, it's a titled Duluo. Suddenly, Ji Yuina's gaze turned toward the darkness in the distance of the forest. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the figure of an old man gradually enlarged in their line of sight. This person had a tall, thin build, his hair and beard were all ink green, and his figure looked like a javelin, giving people a cold, chilling feeling. With such an image, and being in the sunset forest, the old man's identity was obvious. It was the poisoned Duluo, Du Gubo. Du Guyan's grandfather. Du Gubo flashed over from the distance to stand before Qilin and Ji Yuina, and after glancing at the surrounding environment with his narrow eyes, he frowned. Ever since he noticed the strange phenomenon here, he had rushed over at the fastest speed. But looking at the state of this place, it seemed as if nothing had happened at all. Du Gubo's gaze swept over Qilin and Ji Yuina, and while a flash of surprise crossed his eyes, he secretly began to speculate in his heart. The environment here did not look damaged in the slightest. If so, the possibility of some treasure being born could likely be ruled out. And the man and woman before him looked extraordinary. Judging by their temperament, they could absolutely not be ordinary spirit masters. Therefore, it was highly likely that the two had appeared here to hunt for spirits. Judging by their ages, one looked only 13 or 14, and the other was around 20, for their spirit power to reach rank 40 would already be considered gifted. Yet this location was deep in the sunset forest. How could they appear here without being led by an elder? Where are your elders? Du Gubo asked directly. Judging by the rich life energy and the blue gold light that had erupted just now, there should be a very high-ranking healing type spirit master among the elders behind them. Therefore, Du Gubo suddenly had the idea of wanting to get to know them. Because Du Gubo suffered from the poison of his spirit, not only was he plagued by toxins all year round, but his descendants had also inherited it. He himself did not matter, relying on his strength as a titled Duluo, apart from suffering a bit, he would not die for the time being. But he was worried about his only granddaughter, Du Guyan. Du Guyan was not like him, able to suppress the backlash of the toxins in her body with powerful spirit power, so he had to find a way to remove this hidden danger for her. Du Gubo's son had died of the poison in his early years, and his daughter-in-law had also died of grief. He cannot watch his only granddaughter leave him too. Therefore, whenever he encountered even a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. Qilin glanced at the Du Gubo before him, naturally guessing his identity, and greeted him with a smile. You must be Senior Du Gubo, right? I've heard Du Guyan mention you. Hearing Qilin mention Du Guyan, a look of astonishment appeared on Du Gubo's face. You know Yan Yan. If this kid before him knew Yan Yan, that would make things much more convenient. Qilin smiled and said, I only met Du Guyan not long ago, we are currently at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. After hearing this, Du Gubo realized and said, so you are also a student at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. A student? Qilin shook his head and said with a smile, I am not a student of the Heaven Do Academy, but a teacher at the Heaven Do Academy. A teacher? Du Gubo exclaimed after hearing this, and his expression as he looked at Qilin instantly sank, as if to say, you are so young, and you are a teacher at the Heaven Do Academy. Are you playing games with this old man? Chapter 79, Du Gubo's shock and excitement. Qilin watched Du Gubo's expression and couldn't help but relax, laughing, Senior Du Gubo doesn't seem to believe what I said. Du Gubo's face darkened, and he said, teachers at Heaven Do Academy, even the lowest ranked Tianwei level teachers, have spirit power that has already reached rank 40. How about it, does your spirit power reach rank 40? Qilin smiled slightly at this, and 5 spirit rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. How is it, I should be qualified to serve as a teacher at Heaven Do Imperial Academy, right? Looking at the spirit rings on Qilin's body, although they were colorful and looked very strange, that wasn't the main point. The point was that this kid in front of him actually had 5 spirit rings on his body. He was actually a 5-ring spirit king. Gulp. Looking at Qilin's slightly immature face, Du Gubo couldn't help but swallow his saliva. At this moment, he even doubted if his eyes were playing tricks on him. How could there be such a young spirit king in this world? But the facts were right before his eyes, Du Gubo couldn't help but believe it. However, he still tentatively asked the question. How old are you this year? Just turned 13. Hissed Tilda, hearing Qilin's reply, Du Gubo gasped. Damn, a 13-year-old spirit king. What kind of monster is this? Because Du Gubo had been staying at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well recently, he didn't even know that his granddaughter had returned to Heaven Do Academy today, let alone that Qilin had been made a teacher as an exception. However, Du Gubo was, after all, a titled Duluo, so he still had some capacity to endure. After being shocked for a while, he composed himself and continued to ask, by the way, you still haven't answered me, where are the elders behind you? Where is he? Perhaps because Qilin knew his granddaughter, or perhaps because of Qilin's talent, Du Gubo's tone softened significantly. Qilin spread his hands and said, I think Senior Du Gu has misunderstood, there are only the 2 of us here. Du Gubo frowned slightly upon hearing this. Then what was that blue light from just now? Oh, you mean that? It might have been something I caused when absorbing the spirit ring. After speaking, Qilin pointed to the top of his head. Look, you see the color of my spirit rings, they are different from yours, right? So you were absorbing your 5th spirit ring just now. Du Gubo scanned his surroundings, there were no traces of a spirit beast battle, nor were there any spirit beast carcasses, and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. That's right. Hearing Qilin's reply, Du Gubo hesitated slightly before saying, is your 5th spirit ability related to healing? Are you a support soul master? Qilin nodded. A gleam flashed in Du Gubo's eyes, and he requested, can you release your 5th spirit ability on me? If it were someone else, Du Gubo naturally wouldn't use a pleading tone. If you don't release your spirit ability, I can force you to. But Qilin was different, he was not only a monster but also knew Du Guyan, and by the looks of it, they were at least friends. Therefore, Du Gubo was quite polite to Qilin. Qilin also wanted to try releasing his 5th spirit ability on Du Gubo to see if the consumption of spirit power would be as terrifying as it was just now. If the consumption remained that high, this spirit ability would be somewhat useless. Thinking of this, Qilin opened his palm, and a golden patterned 4-leaf clover emerged from it. The next second, a blue gold light shot out from the 4-leaf clover, enveloping Du Gubo. Qilin carefully felt the rate of spirit power consumption. It was acceptable, the rate of consumption was at least dozens of times slower than before. Du Gubo's face showed an expression of even greater shock than Qilin's. Because he discovered that his body, which had been eroded by the poison of his spirit and was riddled with holes, was actually slowly recovering. Moreover, the potent poison that had accumulated in his body due to the backlash of the toxin was also being slowly cleared away at this moment. One must know that the toxins in his body were all residual poisons from after his spirit possessed him. To remove these toxins, he had once paid a high price to hire multiple support system spirit saints, but all had returned empty-handed. Yet now, a small spirit king had actually achieved something even those spirit saints could not. At this moment, Du Gubo's heart was stirred beyond measure. As the poisoned Luo, being backlashed by his own spirit's poison and even causing harm to his descendants was undoubtedly the greatest pain of Du Gubo's life. But now, he finally saw hope for removing this hidden danger. His precious granddaughter could also be saved. Thinking of this, Du Gubo couldn't help but size up Qilin again. Not bad, young and handsome, with such terrifying talent, if he could become Du Guyan's husband. Thinking of this, the look in Du Gubo's eyes when he looked at Qilin instantly became heated. Must find a way to play matchmaker. Qilin released it for a while, then withdrew the spirit ability. He spread his hands, releasing the fit spirit ability on the title Duluo like you consumes a lot of my spirit power, I can't keep it up. Actually, it wasn't that exaggerated, Qilin had used less than 10% of his spirit power on Du Gubo. However, since Qilin had already consumed a lot of spirit power when releasing the healing divine light on Ji Yuyin earlier, he didn't have much left in his body now. Du Gubo was still chuckling on the side, saying, it's fine, it's fine. For a spirit king's spirit ability to have an effect on a title Duluo like me, and to be able to last for such a long time, that is already very impressive. Who would have thought that the old poisoned Duluo, who had always been known for his eccentric temperament, would be so amiable to a stranger? Immediately after, he continued, since you are Du Guyan's friend, then this old man will take advantage and call you Xiaolin directly, how about that? That's up to you. It is well known that Qilin was famous for respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, and Du Gubo's popularity in the original work was also not low, he was a man who valued relationships and loyalty. It could be said that throughout the original work, his help to Tang San was truly greater than Yu Xiaoging's. It's just a pity that, despite being an angel investor, his ending didn't turn out like his neighbor, Hai Bodong. Therefore, Qilin still felt some regret over Du Gubo's ending. After all, with so many immortal herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well, was there really not one suitable for Du Gubo and Du Guyan? Even if Du Gubo didn't recognize these immortal herbs, couldn't Tang San have helped him and Du Guyan pick one? In Qilin's previous life, some netizens even suspected that Tang San had always harbored resentment for the torture Du Gubo inflicted on him when he first caught him, which was why he deliberately didn't give them immortal herbs. That said, seeing that Qilin didn't mind him calling him Xiaolin, the expression on Du Gubo's face became even more enthusiastic, and in his heart, he already regarded him as his future grandson-in-law. Although he knew Du Guyan had a bit of interest in that kid from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. But Du Gubo expressed that with that arrogance on Yu Tianong, he was no different from anyone else in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, his head was full of family legacy. If he knew that Du Guyan had toxins backlashing in her body and that it would be passed on to the next generation, he wouldn't even need to think about it, Du Guyan and he definitely wouldn't have a good outcome. With the pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, they would never allow a direct descendant of their family to marry a woman with hereditary toxins. Therefore, Du Gubo's mouth curled into an arc. At this time, it was still up to him, the grandfather, to take action, so as not to let such an excellent grandson-in-law slip away. Chapter 80, Yin and Lan Yu, the closeness of the Blue Silver Emperor. Hee hee, little Lin, what are your plans next? How about coming to sit at my place for a while? Du Gubo said with a smile. If others saw this expression of his, they would find it hard to associate him with the eccentric poison Duluo. After hearing this, Qilin was slightly stunned. Was Du Gubo trying to invite him to sit at the ice and fire yin-yang well? As a staple check-in spot for every person who had undergone transmigration, Qilin was quite interested in visiting, but on second thought, there was no rush to do it in a day or two, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. On the other hand, he hadn't returned home for the night. What if Xiao Wu and the others couldn't find him the next day and got worried? So, Qilin smiled apologetically and said, Senior Dugu, thank you for your kindness, but let's skip it this time. I still need to return to Heaven Do Academy today, otherwise my friends will be worried if they can't find me. Upon hearing this, a look of regret flashed in Du Gubo's eyes, but he still smiled and said, alright then, whenever you have the chance, you must come to my place with Du Guyan to sit for a while. Qilin smiled and said, that sounds great. If there's a chance, I will definitely visit you with Du Guyan. Ha ha ha. Du Gubo laughed heartily, then said, good, coming with Du Guyan is even better. After exchanging a few pleasantries, just as Qilin was about to leave, Du Gubo asked, little Lin, do you need me to send you two back? Qilin shook his head and smiled, no need to trouble you, Senior Dugu, we can go back ourselves. By the way, when you go back, tell that girl Du Guyan to remember to take care of herself. I will go see her in a while. Du Gubo needed the ice and fire yin-yang well to suppress the backlash of the poison in his body, so naturally, he couldn't stay at Heaven Do Academy all the time. However, fortunately, Qilin had treated him just now. Although Qilin's rank wasn't high, the treatment effect on him was surprisingly good. He estimated that after closing cultivation for a few more days, it would last for a while, ensuring the poison in his body wouldn't flare up. Of course, what excited Du Gubo the most was that he saw hope for the poison backlash in his body to be completely cured. On the side, Qilin nodded upon hearing this, then looked at Ji Yuina. Sister Na, let's go back. Okay. Ji Yuina responded concisely and grabbed Qilin's hand. The next second, they disappeared from the spot instantly. And the moment they disappeared, Du Gubo's pupils constricted sharply. Thinking of the cold woman from just now, Du Gubo immediately flew into the air, and then his gaze began to scan the surroundings. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Could this be some kind of teleportation spirit ability? But what kind of teleportation spirit ability can be so terrifying that it can displace such a long distance instantly, and even carry another person along with her? And, she didn't reveal any spirit ring just now. Who on earth is she? Du Gubo's expression was uncertain at this moment, and he even guessed whether the woman just now was some titled Duluo who had regained her youth. On the other side, Qilin and Ji Yuina had already returned to Heaven Do Academy. Upon returning to Heaven Do Academy, Qilin planted the Sun Moon Continent Blue Silver Emperor seed in a flower pot, and then placed her and Yin in an empty courtyard behind the dormitory. After setting them up, Qilin directly released his spirit ability, Life Photosynthesis on the two Blue Silver Emperors. Among them, he released it twice for Yin, and 3 times for the Sun Moon Continent Blue Silver Emperor. After all, his fifth spirit ring had come from its sacrifice. as the blue-gold radiance sprinkled onto the two blue-silver emperors. The next second, Ayan and the Sun-Moon Continent Blue-Silver Emperor grew wildly in an instant. Ayan's age instantly reached 100 years, while the Sun-Moon Continent Blue-Silver Emperor, which Qilin named Lan Yu, instantly reached 150 years. The height of the two blue-silver emperors, one reached 1 meter, and the other reached 1.5 meters, looking like a vine. Except for one being tall and one short, the two blue-silver grasses also looked different in shape. Ayan's leaves and stems had golden patterns, while Lan Yu, although it also had golden patterns, looked very dim, far less dazzling than Ayan's golden patterns. This was also because the blue-silver emperor bloodline in Lan Yu was not as pure as Ayan's. And just after the age of the two blue-silver emperors increased, their consciousness seemed to have recovered a lot as well. Sensing that the reason they could grow so fast was all because of Qilin, the two blue-silver emperors leaned their bodies towards him one after another, and the tips of their vines even bent down to touch his cheeks to show closeness. Looking at the two wildly growing blue-silver emperors, Qilin touched his chin. At this rate, he was afraid that in at most 2 or 3 years, they would be able to recover into human forms. The next day. Early in the morning, Xiaowu and the other two had already knocked on the door of Qilin's dormitory. However, the person who opened the door for them was not Qilin, but Ji Yuina. Looking at Ji Yuina in a long purple dress, with silver hair and purple eyes, and a flawless complexion like white jade. In an instant, a powerful pressure rushed towards Xiaowu and Ningrongrong. Zhu Zuqing also couldn't help but lower her head, not daring to look directly at Ji Yuina. And Xiaowu and Ningrongrong looked at each other, seeing each other's thoughts from the other's eyes. Cooperation. At this time, they could no longer fight an internal war. At this moment, another door opening sound suddenly rang out in the dormitory, and Qilin walked out wearing pajamas, looking still sleepy. Seeing Xiaowu and the other two, Qilin stretched, and said with a relaxed smile, "You're up quite early." Xiaowu snorted and said, "What time is it now, and you're still sleeping?" "We are, of course, here to ask you to take us for training." Qilin said irritably, "I've already taught you the basic training methods. Can't you train without me?" Xiaowu and Ningrongrong smiled awkwardly. In fact, training by themselves was fine, but didn't they want to spend more time with Qilin? Zhu Zuqing's thoughts were similar to Xiaowu and Ningrongrong's, but she wouldn't show it as obviously as the two. At this time, Qilin said to the three of them, "All right, this place is different from Shrek. In the future, you should go find the mimesis environment suitable for your own training. Come back to me when you have made progress in your training." Mimesis environment training is for spirit masters to find a place that fits their spirit power attributes to cultivate, which can play a significant role in the spirit master's cultivation. After a simple breakfast in Qilin's dormitory, Xiaowu and the three went to their own suitable mimesis environments. As for Qilin, he stayed in the dormitory with nothing to do, either reading books to pass the time, or continuing to perfect his spirit power cultivation method. Besides that, he would also play games with Ji Yuina and teach her how to cook and be a housewife. However, just as Qilin was living a very leisurely life, Teacher Qinming suddenly came to the door. "Teacher Qinming, how do you have time to come here?" Qilin asked curiously. Teacher Qinming noticed Ji Yuina at a glance, and then looked at Qilin and said, "His Highness the Crown Prince has heard about your affairs and came to Heavendo Academy specifically to see you." "The Crown Prince wants to see me?" Qilin raised his eyebrows slightly. "Isn't the Crown Prince Jian Runshui? She wants to see him." For this supreme love-brained person in Duluo continent, Qilin was still very eager to see her. "Let's go, don't keep the Crown Prince waiting for too long," Teacher Qinming said. All right. The remaining chapter will be posted later. Chapter 81, First Meeting with Jian Runshui, Making a Friend. Soon, Teacher Qinming brought Qilin to a lake. The calm surface of the lake shimmered with golden light, and a gentle breeze blew across, creating ripples. Teacher Qinming pointed at a small pavilion built in the center of the lake and smiled, "You only arrived yesterday, and the Crown Prince has already come to see you immediately. It seems he truly values you. Rumor has it that our Crown Prince is gentle and polite, respects the virtuous, and is eager for talent. He has the bearing of an enlightened ruler." Qilin chuckled. He did not know about the enlightened ruler part, but the love-struck part was definitely true. The two walked one after another onto the wooden bridge leading to the pavilion in the center of the lake. Upon reaching the entrance of the pavilion, Teacher Qinming lowered his voice to offer a reminder. "Mind your manners in a moment, after all, it is the Crown Prince." Qilin waved his hand dismissively, all right, let's go in. If we keep this up, we might keep the Crown Prince waiting." "Very well." Teacher Qinming replied, and then he and Qilin stepped into the pavilion. Inside the elegant chamber, Shui Qing, disguised by Jian Runshui, sat quietly by the window, slender fingers tapping lightly on a teacup, eyes reflecting the scenery outside. At this moment, the sound of footsteps from outside caused her to turn her gaze, and she saw Teacher Qinming walking in with a youth who had a lazy temperament and a relaxed expression. Jian Runshui's gaze lingered on Qilin for a moment before she looked at Teacher Qinming and smiled gently. "Teacher Qinming, thank you for the trouble." Jian Runshui also harbored thoughts of recruiting Teacher Qinming. After all, a 34-year-old spirit emperor would, in all likelihood, become a titled Duluo in the future if nothing went wrong. Although there were many titled Duluo in Spirit Hall, there were not that many. One must know that even figures like the three deans of Heavendo Academy were only spirit Duluo. Jian Runshui's attitude was quite gratifying to Teacher Qinming, who smiled, "It is just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Since I have brought Teacher Qilin here, I will take my leave. The children in the team are still waiting for me to instruct them." Teacher Qinming also knew that Jian Runshui wanted to speak with Qilin alone, so he tactfully offered to take his leave. Jian Runshui naturally would not stop him, only smiling, "Since Teacher Qinming has matters to attend to, I will not insist on you staying. If you have time next time, I will invite you to the Crown Prince's residence for a chat." After Teacher Qinming left, Jian Runshui looked at Qilin gently. "You must be Qilin, little brother. I have heard much about you, and seeing you today, you truly are a dragon among men." The disguise of Shui Qing by Jian Runshui was incredibly successful. Her tone, expression, and temperament were flawless. In particular, as soon as she spoke, she gave people a feeling like a spring breeze. Her conduct was impeccable. Qilin also possessed a temperament that made people want to get close to him involuntarily, but this seemed more like he had activated an affinity aura. Looking at Jian Runshui before him, Qilin also began to examine her. On the surface, the Shui Qing she was impersonating had an elegant temperament, a handsome appearance, and radiated an air of nobility. However, Qilin just focused his gaze and instantly discovered that beneath her Shui Qing appearance, there was a layer of pale golden mist. And within that mist was another peerless face. This was her true appearance, looking to be in her early 20s, skin as white as snow, a straight nose bridge, slightly slender phoenix eyes, and a head of golden hair, making her look incredibly sacred. Qian Runshui keenly noticed the change in Qilin's gaze, and her heart skipped a beat. What kind of look is that? Could he have seen through my true face? As soon as this thought arose, it was immediately dismissed by Qian Runshui. How could this be possible? Her disguise came from the spirit bone skill of the angel set. Apart from her grandfather, she feared no one in the world could see through it. Although Qilin was a peerless genius, his spirit power was only at level 50 after all. How could he possibly see through her disguise? In fact, regarding this point, even Qilin was quite confused. Because he did not know which kind soul had sent him a massive gift package of mental force origin into his sea of consciousness, causing his mental force to skyrocket. Back when he first met Xiao Wu, Qilin could not see through Xiao Wu's true form. But later, when he went to the Stardow Great Forest to obtain his fourth spirit ring, he was suddenly able to see through Xiao Wu's true form. Therefore, something must have happened to him during that time that he was unaware of. Your Highness the Crown Prince possesses the bearing of a dragon and phoenix, and your reputation is well deserved. Commercial flattery. Qilin knew how to do that too. Ha ha ha, little brother Qilin, you flatter me. Please, sit. Qian Runshui gestured with her hand, signaling for Qilin to take a seat, and personally poured him a cup of tea. The fragrance of the tea curled upwards, refreshing the heart and lungs. Qilin picked up the teacup, took a light sip, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Good tea. Although he didn't understand tea, just praising it was enough. Looking at Qilin's appearance, Qian Runshui couldn't help but chuckle. With her discernment, she could naturally tell that Qilin didn't know how to appreciate tea, he was just a layman. But this demeanor of his made Qian Runshui feel a hint of amusement. I heard that little brother Qilin has already reached level 50 as a 4-ring spirit ancestor at only 13. Such talent is likely unique across the entire continent, and I truly admire it. Qian Runshui's tone was sincere, and her eyes carried undisguised admiration. Qilin smiled lazily, I just have a little bit of good luck. Furthermore, you got one thing wrong, I'm not level 50. Qian Runshui was stunned upon hearing this. Not level 50. But the confidential letter from the 3 deans said it was level 50. But the next moment, she saw Qilin grin and say, I am already a level 58 spirit king now. That's right, because Lan Yu's age was too high, reaching 180,000 years. After sacrificing herself to Qilin, she had additionally increased his spirit power by a full 8 levels. Level 58. Qian Runshui's pupils suddenly contracted. It had only been a short day, how is this possible? Little brother Qilin, you aren't joking, are you? Hey, hee. Shui Qing, played by Qian Runshui, gave 2 dry laughs, the expression on her face clearly showing that she did not believe what Qilin said. Since you don't believe me, then forget it. But Qilin had no intention of explaining and continued to drink the tea in his cup without any appreciation for its quality. Could what he said be true? Qian Runshui's eyes narrowed. Qilin's expression and tone did not seem like he was lying. But if what Qilin said was true, then she must re-evaluate Qilin. Because his talent very likely exceeded her own. Haha, little brother Qilin, you misunderstood. I naturally believe what you say, I was just feeling that it was incredible. After all, a 13-year-old level 58 spirit king has never appeared in the history of the continent for thousands of years. Qian Runshui quickly adjusted her emotions and looked at Qilin with a sincere face. Little brother Qilin, to tell you the truth, your talent truly makes me envious. I am not afraid to tell you, little brother, that I did indeed think about recruiting you initially. But I know that with my current status, I am not qualified to recruit you, and not even the entire Heavendo Empire has that qualification. Therefore, I came here today simply to make friends with you, little brother. As she spoke, Qian Runshui looked at Qilin with a smile and teased. Little brother, this is my only small wish, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Chapter 82, Sworn Brothers, Shui Bang loses composure. Qilin looked at Qian Runshui's sincere expression, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. She was acting so well, if it weren't for the fact that he could see through her disguise, he might have truly believed the person before him was a crown prince who respected the wise and craved talent. Of course, since Qian Runshui treated him so well, Qilin was also willing to give her some face. Qilin smiled lazily, since your highness the crown prince has said so, I will naturally comply. After all, with a crown prince as a friend, wouldn't I be able to walk sideways in this Heavendo city? Qian Runshui laughed heartily. Haha, since little brother Qilin is also willing to make friends with me, then calling me your highness in the future would be too distant. How about this, I am a few years older than you, so you can just call me Big Brother Shui from now on. Got it. Then please take care of me in the future, Big Brother Shui. Seeing this, Qian Runshui's eyes flickered, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Now, it could be considered that she had laid a certain foundation for recruiting Qilin in the future. As a peerless genius, without a family or other forces behind him, and with no conflict of interest with the Heavendo Empire. Therefore, Qian Runshui could basically be certain that Qilin did not have deep feelings for the Heavendo Empire. In this way, as long as she continued to get closer to Qilin and increase his favorability. Even if her identity was exposed in the future, presumably Qilin would still be able to stand on her side. To tell the truth, before Qian Runshui's love brain kicked in, her intelligence and judgment were still at a high level. The two talked for a while, which was also another test of Qilin by Qian Runshui. Testing his views on Spirit Hall. Unexpectedly for Qian Runshui, Qilin seemed to have a good impression of Spirit Hall. After listening, Qian Runshui could be said to be very satisfied with Qilin's attitude towards Spirit Hall, but she did not show it, instead asking a puzzled question. Since you think highly of Spirit Hall, why not go directly to the Spirit Hall Academy to be a teacher? Qilin pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, maybe it's more interesting to be a teacher here. After all, he could meet various characters from the original work here. For example, Du Gubo, Qian Runshui, etc. If he went to Spirit Hall Academy, wouldn't he miss them? What kind of reason is this? Qian Runshui didn't understand Qilin's train of thought, but she didn't ask further. Instead, at the time of parting, she took a jade token engraved with the Heavendo royal mark from her waist and handed it to Qilin. Little brother Qilin, this jade token is my token as the crown prince. If anyone with no eyes provokes you at this Heavendo Academy, hold this token, and you don't need to give anyone face. Of course, besides that, with this token, you can also move unimpeded in the crown prince's residence. I will always welcome your arrival. Qilin took the token and looked at it. The jade token was carved from pure jade, and it felt very comfortable to the touch. Weighing the token, Qilin smiled and said, since that's the case, then this little brother will gratefully accept this token. Qian Runshui smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Little brother Qilin, since that's the case, let's chat here for today. Today, in order to see you, a young talent, I rushed over without even handling government affairs. I hope little brother Qilin won't blame me for the lack of hospitality. When Qian Runshui spoke, from her tone to her posture, it gave Qilin a feeling of a spring breeze. No wonder others evaluated him as having the demeanor of a wise ruler. It is well deserved. Qilin smiled and waved his hand, saying, government affairs are important, Big Brother Shui, go attend to your business. It's not like we won't see each other next time. Sending Qian Runshui away, watching her bag disappear, Qilin returned to his dormitory. On the other side, as soon as Qian Runshui sat down after returning to the Crown Prince's residence, two figures appeared silently by her side. The two figures were one tall and one short. The tall old man was over 2 meters tall, looking like a javelin, emitting an invisible sharp aura. The short old man was of medium build, looking like an ordinary old man, without the sharp edge of the tall old man. Young lord, how do you feel after interacting with this person named Qilin? Is he really as much of a prodigy as the confidential letter said? Beside Qian Runshui, the tall old man said in a deep voice. Qilin is even more terrifying than the confidential letter said. His talent is so high that even I cannot compare to him. Qian Runshui said calmly. What? After hearing Qian Runshui's words, the tall old man and the short old man's pupils shrank suddenly, and they said in a deep voice, Young lord, you are not joking, are you? The two old men who had been guarding the young lord for many years knew best what kind of talent the young lord had. You know, the young lord is only 22 years old, and her spirit power rank has already reached rank 66. Moreover, this is because the young lord needs to be distracted by handling various trivial matters and does not have much time to cultivate. Therefore, in the minds of the two, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the young lord's talent is unprecedented. But now the young lord actually said that someone's talent is more terrifying than hers. How is this possible? Qian Runshui shook her head and said, I'm not joking. Qilin's spirit power rank is not rank 50 as mentioned in the confidential letter, but rank 58. Rank 58. The two old men exclaimed, a look of disbelief on their faces. 13 years old and rank 58, is this going to be heaven-defying? When they were 13, they were only rank 30. You know, they are both titled Duluo. After a while, the two who came back to their senses frowned and said in a deep voice, Young lord, this person's talent is so terrible, if he cannot be recruited, it is better to eliminate him as soon as possible. Qian Runshui smiled slightly upon hearing this, and waved her hand calmly. It's fine, I am quite congenial with him, and recruiting him is only a matter of time. What's more, under my probing, I found that he is not only not repulsive to Spirit Hall, but even has some good feelings for it. The two old men nodded upon hearing this. That is very good. On the other side, the news of the Crown Prince visiting Qilin also spread in Heavendo Academy. Heavendo Academy, in a palace. As a prince of the Heavendo Empire, Shui Bang naturally had a palace belonging only to him in Heavendo Academy. It's just that at this moment, it was not calm inside the palace. Bang! A precious celadon vase was smashed hard on the ground, and fragments splashed. Shui Qing, it's Shui Qing again. Shui Bang's eyes were red, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he kicked over the table beside him, letting out a suppressed low roar. That Qilin, only 13 years old and already reached rank 50. If even he defects to Shui Qing, how will I compete with Shui Qing in the future? Why do these geniuses always think so highly of Shui Qing? He is just a hypocritical guy. After speaking, he seemed to be unable to swallow his anger, and suddenly grabbed a sword on the wall. In an instant, cold light flashed, and Shui Bang wielded the sword and slashed at the furniture in the palace. As he shattered a mirror, his distorted face was reflected on the broken mirror surface. Anger, jealousy, and a trace of hard to conceal. Fear. Chapter 83, Ning Fengji is about to arrive. Enough. Just as Shui Bang was gripping his sword, hacking away at the furniture in a loss of reason, a deep, majestic voice, carrying a hint of exasperation, suddenly came from outside the hall. Immediately, an old man wearing a large yellow robe with his hair neatly combed back walked in slowly. Seeing the old man appear, the long sword in Shui Bang's hand fell to the ground with a clang, and he instinctively called out. Uncle, why have you come? The old man in the large yellow robe was none other than the younger brother of Emperor Shui Yi of the Heavendo Empire, Prince Shui Xing. Prince Shui Xing did not answer Shui Bang's words, but instead looked at the chaotic scene inside the palace, a look of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Then, frowning, he said in a deep voice, what are you panicking about? That Qilin hasn't completely sided with Shui Qing yet, and you're already starting to lose your footing. Look at yourself now, what kind of behavior is this? Do you think that hacking and smashing some furniture in a fit of incompetent rage will help you win against Shui Qing? After hearing Prince Shui Xing's words, Shui Bang took a deep breath, trying to calm his heart. Uncle, then tell me. What should we do next? Nowadays, more and more people are leaning towards Shui Qing, and even those three old things in the education committee are favoring Shui Qing more. If this continues, I will have absolutely no chance left. Prince Shui Qing snorted coldly and said, the more this happens, the less you can afford to be anxious, you must even display your playboy side more. Don't forget how your second and third brothers died. Do you want to end up like them, dying in such an unclear way? Shui Bang said unwillingly, but I can't just do nothing and watch Shui Qing become the new emperor of the Heavendo Empire step by step, right? I am not reconciled. Prince Shui Qing glanced at Shui Bang indifferently and said heartlessly, the only thing you can do now is wait for Shui Qing to make a mistake himself, otherwise. You should honestly continue to be a playboy prince, and then after Shui Qing inherits the throne, be a useless prince like me. Only then can you keep your life. Prince Shui Qing stated calmly. Why was he helping Shui Bang? It was because he saw his own shadow in him. Why does the current Emperor Shui Yi only have him as a younger brother? Isn't it because all the other brothers were killed? And the reason he was able to live comfortably until now was because he knew his place. Damn it. Shui Bang clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. Seeing his appearance, Prince Shui Qing comforted him. Alright, although the possibility of Shui Qing inheriting the throne is greater, you are not completely without a chance. Furthermore, no matter how high Qilin's talent is, he is just a support soul master and won't have much impact on the overall situation. If you really can't stand it, just cause him some trouble, that will also be a way to annoy Shui Qing. Anyway, in the eyes of outsiders, you are just a playboy, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Shui Bang's eyes lit up. Uncle is right, taking advantage of the fact that Qilin hasn't completely sided with Shui Qing yet, let me cause him some trouble. It would be best to force him out of Heavendo Academy directly. As for recruiting Qilin, Shui Bang never thought about this problem, fearing that if he recruited Qilin, he would suddenly die for some reason. Shui Qing could tolerate a playboy prince, but he would never tolerate an ambitious prince. Just as Shui Bang and Prince Shui Qing were discussing, at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the main hall of deliberation. Sunlight shone through the glazed glass, looking colorful and brilliant. On a carved chair on the main seat on the north side of the main hall, a middle-aged man wearing a snow-white robe with an elegant temperament sat upright. This person was none other than the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. and in front of him, a young man wearing tight-fitting clothes presented a letter with both hands. Ning Fengji took the letter, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After he opened the letter and read the contents on it, looking at the information about Ning Rongrong recorded on it, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This girl, in just a few months, actually reached level 28. That's really great. Close relationship with Qilin. Also, Qilin has actually reached level 50. Such a fast cultivation speed. Wasn't he only level 48 a few months ago? The more Ning Fengji read the content of the letter, the more shocked he was. He didn't even seem to care as much about the letter saying his daughter and Qilin were close. As the teacher who taught Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji naturally knew about Qilin's identity and talent. But even so, when he learned that Qilin had actually broken through 2 levels of spirit power in just over 3 months, Ning Fengji was still inevitably shocked once again. A 13-year-old level 54 ring spirit ancestor. Such talent is simply a monster among monsters. At this moment, 2 figures flashed in from outside the main hall. One person had white hair and beard, but looked like he had the face of a child, and his whole body exuded a sharp aura. The other person had a very large frame, but his appearance looked very withered. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, you are here. Seeing the two, Ning Fengji's attitude was very respectful. The identities of the two were obvious. They were the 2 guardian gods of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Sword Duluo Chen Xin, Bone Duluo Ji Yurong. Sword Duluo looked at Ning Fengji, and as soon as he arrived, he spoke bluntly. Fengji, I heard there's news about Rongrong. Tell us quickly, has our precious Rongrong been bullied by anyone outside? Ning Fengji smiled helplessly and said, Uncle Sword, you know Rongrong's temper. If she doesn't bully others outside, I would be satisfied. Bone Duluo on the side laughed and said, what does the news that was sent back say? Ning Fengji immediately told the two the news that Ning Rongrong had arrived in Heaven Do City. At the same time, he said, Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, do you still remember the young teacher who taught Rongrong that I mentioned? After hearing this, the two raised their eyebrows. What happened to him? I remember you said he was a unique genius spirit master among the auxiliary system spirit masters, reaching level 48 at the age of 13. Ning Fengji smiled and said, according to the news sent back, he has already reached level 50 now. What? The gazes of Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo condensed at the same time. It has only been 3 months, and the Qilin actually increased his spirit power by another 2 levels. This is simply too terrifying. Seeing their shocked expressions, Ning Fengji released even more sensational news. Also, Rongrong seems to be very interested in this little guy. What? Rongrong is actually interested in this little guy. Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo exclaimed, then frowned and said, although this little guy has heaven-defying talent, he is ultimately just a support soul master. How can he protect Rongrong in the future? Ning Fengji shook his head and said, according to the news sent back, this little guy doesn't seem to be as simple as an ordinary support soul master, he has considerable combat power. A support soul master, even if he has combat power, how much can he have? Looking at the suspicious expressions of Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo, Ning Fengji smiled and said, forget it, Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone. It's rare to see Rongrong so attentive to a man, it would be good for us to go and see. The two nodded and said, that works. Chapter 84 Qilin, I don't eat beef. Heaven Do Academy, dusk. The setting sun sank low, and the brilliant golden afterglow spilled onto the walls of Qilin's dormitory. On an open space in front of the dormitory's main door, Qilin stood behind a grill, turning the golden, fragrant meat. His expression looked languid. Grease from the iron skewers dripped into the charcoal fire, making a sizzling sound, which made the meat even more enticing. Just then, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing walked over together from the distance. From far away, Xiao Wu caught the fragrant scent spreading through the air. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but quicken her pace. Brother Qilin, did you prepare this specifically for us? Ning Rongrong also said with a smile, that goes without saying. Brother Qilin must have known we were about to finish training and prepared it especially for us. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong patted her little belly. After training for the whole day, I'm so hungry I'm practically skin and bones. Zhu Zuqing didn't say anything, but her gaze was already fixed on the golden grilled meat on the rack, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Qilin looked at the 3 girls before him, smiled, and flipped the meat. He said in a lazy tone, since you're here, just find a seat. It'll be ready soon. Qilin didn't even need to say that, as the 3 girls had already sat down very consciously before he even spoke, just waiting for the chef to serve the meat. After a while, Ji Yuina also walked out from the room and sat quietly beside Zhu Zuqing. At this moment, Qilin smiled as he brought over a plate of grilled meat and said, it's time to eat. Great, Xiao Wu waved her pink fists and cheered. Just as they were about to start eating, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from the distance. 10 spirit masters, around 18 or 19 years old, walked over from not far away with arrogant, swaggering strides. Seeing them wearing Heaven Do Academy uniforms, it was clear they were students of Heaven Do Academy. The youth leading them had a fairly handsome face, but he had an expression with his nostrils pointed at the sky, and his face seemed to have the words, arrogant and domineering, carved onto it. Qilin and the others naturally noticed them. Who are these people? Are they here to pick a fight? Xiao Wu put down her skewer, a flash of eagerness appearing in her eyes. Qilin saw her mouth was covered in oil from eating, so he pulled out a tissue and wiped it for her. As for the group of ill-intentioned guys in the distance, he didn't take them to heart at all. On the other side, Shui Bang's gaze swept over, and when it passed over Xiao Wu and the other girls, his eyes lit up. Especially the moment he saw Ji Yuina, a look of amazement and covetousness flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. What a beautiful woman. Finally, when Shui Bang's gaze landed on Qilin and he saw Qilin's young and handsome face, an inexplicable fire suddenly rose in his heart. This inexplicable fire was an emotion called jealousy. Shui Bang was not only jealous of Qilin's talent, but also jealous that he had such beauties by his side. Damn it, who is the prince here, you or me? A lowly commoner who isn't even a noble, how is he worthy of possessing things that even he doesn't have? Thinking of this, Shui Bang's heart instantly exploded, and a look of brutality flashed in his eyes. Originally, his purpose for this trip was just to find a random reason to beat up Qilin, preferably to drive him out of Heaven Do Academy. Because as long as he left Heaven Do Academy, he and his uncle would have room to maneuver. But now, Shui Bang changed his mind a little. He wanted to cripple this lucky commoner right here. As soon as the thought arose, Shui Bang suddenly felt his brain sink, and a feeling of stuffiness came from his chest, as if a large stone was pressing on his heart. However, Shui Bang didn't pay attention to this. Perhaps it was because he had been overindulging lately, he would just supplement his health when he got back. With an arrogant, swaggering gait, Shui Bang walked not far from Qilin and the others, looking at Qilin with his nose in the air. You are the new teacher the academy recruited. I heard you reached level 50 at 13. Why is it that this your highness finds it hard to believe? Towards someone like this, who didn't even bother to act and was clearly picking a fight, Qilin naturally wouldn't give him a pleasant expression. Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. This is my dormitory. If you have nothing to do, get lost quickly, otherwise don't blame me if something happens. Do not say I didn't warn you, be careful. Qilin glanced at Shui Bang indifferently, then ignored him. Audacious. Do you know who you are talking to? This is His Highness Shui Bang of our Heavendo Empire. Just as Qilin finished speaking, an ordinary-looking lackey behind Shui Bang immediately jumped out and started ranting. A cold sneer appeared on Shui Bang's arrogant face, and a flash of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. Haha, what a good, be careful. What, do you really think that with a little talent you can disregard this your highness? A support soul master, who gave you the confidence to be arrogant in front of this your highness? All of you, attack, break this kid's legs for me. If anything happens, this your highness will take responsibility. As for the other girls, tie them all up for me and send them to my sleeping quarters. As Shui Bang spoke, a lustrous look flashed in his eyes. The impression he gave everyone was that of a playboy. A playboy, bullying men and oppressing women, isn't that very normal? Of course, the main point was that Qilin had no backing behind him. Just crush him while there's a chance, and at most he would be punished a little later. After all, he was a prince of the Heavendo Empire. Even if he really killed Qilin, would anyone really make him pay with his life for a mere commoner? Your Highness Shui Bang, rest assured, we guarantee to complete the task you ordered. After saying this, the lackeys behind Shui Bang rubbed their hands and sneered endlessly. On the other side, Qilin suddenly laughed. Although he was laughing, his gaze gave people a cold feeling. Looking at the Shui Bang in front of him, his tone and gaze made Qilin angry for the first time since his transmigration. Today, he didn't want to eat beef. This guy, what does that look? Shui Bang noticed Qilin's gaze, and a strong sense of unease suddenly arose in his heart, and the stuffiness in his chest became more and more severe. What is wrong with me? Shui Bang's heart became increasingly restless. Xiao Wu stood up abruptly, clenching her fists, and said, Brother Qilin, leave these trash to me. Watch me cripple all 3 of their legs. Ning Rongrong also slapped the table and stood up. Count me in, when have I ever suffered this kind of treatment at home? In this world, really, anyone can be a prince. If it weren't for the fact that Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone aren't here, I would really want to ask them to go ask the old emperor if he doesn't know how to raise a son. At this moment, Qilin slowly stood up and stopped Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. When a person is arrogant, heaven will take care of them. Don't be anxious, let the bullets fly for a while longer. While the two were puzzled, a voice suddenly rang out. What is that? They saw a flash of fire shining in the sky, rapidly approaching their direction from high above. At first, this firelight was only the size of a needle tip in everyone's eyes. But in just a breath's time, this needle tip-sized firelight rapidly enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not good, it's a meteorite. The meteorite is about to crash down here. Run. Another chapter is still being written. Chapter 85, When the Arrogant Run Wild, Heaven Will Collect Them. Watching the meteorite rapidly enlarging in the sky, Shui Bang's pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, how could he still care about Qilin and the others? Seeing the meteorite falling toward their direction, Shui Bang made a split-second decision to manifest his spirit and dash into the distance. Seeing this, his lackeys also manifested their spirits, fleeing outward with almost all their might. Even Ji Yuina, who had been sitting calmly, slightly changed expression, standing up and preparing to shield Qilin and the others behind her. But Qilin waved his hand. It's fine, it won't hit us. After saying this, Qilin even looked up with interest at the meteorite falling from the sky. Ji Yuina looked at Qilin in surprise, while Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing, after a brief moment of panic, were influenced by Qilin's composure and calmed down. High above in the sky, the meteorite blazed with intense light, dragging a blinding tail flame as it tore through the clouds. A full minute later, it crashed down amidst the gazes of Qilin and the others. The location where it landed was precisely the direction in which Shui Bang and the others had fled. Rumble. The earth shook, a terrifying shockwave exploded in a ring, billowing dust and smoke rose into the sky, and a 10-mile radius was covered by a wave of chi. Only in the area where Qilin and the others were, a rift suddenly opened in space, actually sucking all the residual energy caused by the meteorite's fall and the scorching gravel that fell like raindrops into the space. This resulted in other places being in ruins, while only the area where Qilin and the others were looked completely unscathed. If it weren't for the tremors coming from the ground and the billowing smoke and dust in the distance looking like a monstrous wave, Xiao Wu and the others would have thought they had just seen things. Brother Qilin, how did you know the meteorite wouldn't hit us? Besides, we weren't affected at all by the aftermath of the meteorite crash here, this is too magical. Not just Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing were also looking at Qilin in shock. Although they didn't understand why the meteorite falling didn't affect them. But intuition told Xiao Wu and the others that the reason for this must have something to do with Qilin. Only Ji Yuina vaguely guessed that this was likely related to the mysterious power of luck on Qilin's body. Simply put, Qilin was now like the child of luck of this world, able to turn misfortune into good fortune in everything. But on the other hand, Ji Yuina felt that Qilin was not just as simple as a child of luck. After all, no matter how strong a child of luck's luck is, there must be a limit, right? What Qilin displayed had absolutely no upper limit. He didn't look like a child of luck, but more like the father of luck. ... Meanwhile, outside Heavendo Academy, an extremely luxurious carriage suddenly stopped. Ning Fengji witnessed the meteorite crashing down from the sky through the carriage window, and his expression changed drastically at once. Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo also had their expressions changed just like his. Not good, Rongrong is still inside Heavendo Academy. Old Bone, you stay here and watch over Fengji, I will enter the academy first to find Rongrong. After speaking, Sword Duluo stepped on his flying sword and instantly turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the spot. At this time, Bone Duluo didn't argue with Sword Duluo, after all, one of them had to guard Ning Fengji's side. And inside the academy, countless students, teachers, and the 3 deans were also shaken by the meteorite falling from the sky, rushing to the place where the meteorite fell. One must know that the students at Heavendo Academy were basically descendants of the Heavendo Empire nobility. If 1 or 2 died, things would be troublesome. However, when the 3 deans arrived at the huge crater smashed out by the meteorite, they only saw a charred pile of corpses and tattered school uniforms. Many students who rushed over were disgusted and started retching upon seeing this scene. At this moment, Qilin also brought Xiao Wu and the others to the edge of the crater. The crater wasn't actually too big, but the vegetation near the crater had been devastated by the shockwave. Seeing the charred pile of corpses in the center of the crater, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing started retching directly, and even Xiao Wu, who hadn't killed few people, felt somewhat psychologically uncomfortable. However, she recovered quickly, immediately spat with a "pay" sound, and said, "Consider them lucky to have died early, otherwise Sister Xiao Wu would have dismantled all 3 of their legs." At this moment, Qilin, who always looked gentle to others, witnessed this scene, but the expression on his face didn't change in the slightest. "Look, I told you. When people are arrogant, heaven will collect them. Isn't this retribution?" The group suddenly remembered what Qilin had said before the meteorite landed, and immediately revealed expressions of disbelief. Xiao Wu even whispered, "Brother Shaolin, could it be that you secretly created this meteorite?" With Xiao Wu saying this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing immediately cast their gazes over, and even Ji Yuina became interested. They also felt that this had something to do with Qilin, otherwise why was it that only their area was not affected by the meteorite? Looking at everyone's gazes, Qilin spread his hands. "They were crushed to death by the meteorite, it has nothing to do with me. As for why we weren't affected, you all know that my luck has always been very good." Although Qilin said so, Xiao Wu and the others remained skeptical. Rongrong. Just at this moment, a voice full of surprise suddenly rang out. Seeing a stream of light flash across the sky, Sword Duluo had already appeared in front of Ning Rongrong, carefully examining her, as if afraid that she might have been hurt somewhere. Seeing Sword Duluo's appearance, Ning Rongrong also exclaimed with joy. "Grandpa Sword, why are you here? Then are my dad and Grandpa Bone here too?" Sword Duluo smiled and said, "Yes, it's just that they are still outside the academy now. You know, in the whole sect, your Grandpa Sword cares about you the most, so as soon as I saw the meteorite falling at Heaven Do Academy, I rushed over immediately." Seeing that Ning Rongrong was fine, Sword Duluo subconsciously started competing for favor in front of Ning Rongrong against Ning Fengji and Bone Duluo. On the other side, seeing Sword Duluo, Xiao Wu's body trembled subconsciously. But upon second thought, I have the bracelet given by Brother Shaolin, and he can't see through my identity, so why am I so afraid? On the other side, the 3 deans also discovered the arrival of Sword Duluo, immediately rushed over, and bowed respectfully to Sword Duluo. "Greetings, Your Excellency Sword Duluo." Sword Duluo glanced at the 3 of them and waved his hand casually. Anyway, as long as Rongrong was fine, he didn't care who died in Heaven Do Academy. "Teacher Qilin, it's really great to see you're fine." The 3 deans also smiled when they saw Qilin was unharmed. After all, Qilin's dormitory was so close to the place where the meteorite fell, if any accident happened, it would be the dereliction of duty of the 3 of them. Qilin smiled lightly and said, "We are naturally fine, but I'm afraid the 3 deans will have to call the royal family to identify the bodies." The 3 deans were stunned upon hearing this. Calling the royal family to identify the bodies, what does this mean? But the next second, the expressions of the 3 turned instantly terrified. Could it be? That's right, among those corpses, one of them is Shui Bang's body. Qilin said with a smile. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on the faces of the 3 deans instantly froze. Shui Bang actually died. Chapter 86, If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. How could Your Highness Shui Bang appear here? Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji's expression changed drastically. He could already imagine the sensation that the death of Shui Bang would cause. Moreover, it wasn't just Shui Bang who died at the scene. Although it was caused by a natural disaster, they could not shirk their responsibility. Now, the 3 deans only wanted to clarify one thing. That was why Shui Bang appeared in this area. Upon hearing Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji's words, Ning Rongrong snorted coldly and said, "It serves Shui Bang right to be crushed to death by a meteorite. I think that was letting him off too easily." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 deans changed slightly. Looking at the situation, it seemed Shui Bang had provoked this little miss. Thinking of Shui Bang's playboy personality, and then taking a look at the appearances of the girls beside Qilin, a bad premonition suddenly rose in the minds of the 3 deans. Shui Bang appeared here, it wouldn't be related to Ning Rongrong and these girls nearby, would it? If that were truly the case, the situation would become quite complicated. On the side, listening to Ning Rongrong's tone, Sword Duluo's sword-like eyebrows involuntarily raised, and he asked, "Rongrong, did that Shui Bang bully you?" Hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately grabbed the arm of Grandpa Sword and acted coquettishly, "Grandpa Sword, I want to report him to you. Today, when my friends and I went to Brother Qilin's place, not only did this Shui Bang bring a bunch of playboys to cause trouble, he even wanted to have people tie us all up and send us to his sleeping quarters." What? Sword Duluo exclaimed upon hearing this, his eyes immediately shooting out 2 rays of chilling cold light, and a sharp, murderous sword intent surged into the sky, the sound of sword humming echoing throughout the entire Heaven Do Academy. The 3 deans couldn't help but stumble, with only one thought in their hearts. Disaster. This Shui Bang has such gall, daring to even have designs on the little princess of my 7 treasure glazed tile school. If a son is not taught, it is the father's fault. I will go and ask Emperor Shui exactly how he is disciplining his son. Sword Duluo, please calm down. Sword Duluo, please calm down. Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji, hearing the words of Sword Duluo, felt a shudder run through his entire body and quickly spoke up. This matter was indeed the fault of Your Highness Shui Bang first, but now that Your Highness Shui Bang is dead, he has already received the punishment he deserves. Ning Rongrong snorted coldly after listening. What does it matter to us whether Shui Bang is dead or not? We didn't summon the meteorite. In any case, the Heaven Do Empire royal family must give me an explanation. Qilin also looked at Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji with a faint smile. It's not just Rongrong, the Heaven Do royal family also owes us an explanation. A dignified prince actually wanted to break the legs of this teacher within the academy. With such vile conduct, those who didn't know better would think this place was some dragon's den or tiger's lair. If Heaven Do Academy is full of such playboys, then I don't think there's any need for Heaven Do Academy to continue operating, otherwise, it will only produce a group of scourges for the empire. Hearing this, the 3 deans showed expressions of shame on their faces. Teacher Qilin is right. From this day forward, we 3 old fellows will place great emphasis on the moral character of our students. As for the matter of Prince Shui Bang, we will also truthfully report it to His Majesty and the Crown Prince. With the wisdom of His Majesty and the Crown Prince, they will certainly give Teacher Qilin an explanation. After listening, Qilin nodded faintly. And Sword Duluo said, regarding this matter, my 7 treasure glazed tile school will also demand an explanation from Emperor Shui. Seeing this, the 3 deans could only sigh, and subsequently sent someone to report this information to the Crown Prince. As for Emperor Shui, they would need to speak to him personally. At the same time, Ning Fengji and Bone Duluo had also arrived at this location. Upon seeing that Ning Rongrong was safe and sound, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she's all right. Daddy, Grandpa Bone. Seeing Ning Fengji and Bone Duluo, Ning Rongrong immediately ran over excitedly. Rongrong. Ning Fengji smiled gently, patted the head of Ning Rongrong, and then asked, "It's your first time being away from home for so long, did you miss Daddy?" "I did." Rongrong didn't just miss Daddy, I also missed Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone. Sword Duluo added from the side, just now Rongrong said, she missed Grandpa Sword the most. Hearing this, the eyes of Bone Duluo widened like copper bells. Bullshit, how could Rongrong miss you, you old sword man, the most? Rongrong must miss Grandpa Bone the most, right Rongrong? Old Bone, no matter what you say, Rongrong misses me the most. If you're not convinced, let's have a fight. HMPH, bring it on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Watching the two old men bickering like two old urchins, Ning Rongrong walked up and stood between the two. Alright, Rongrong misses Grandpa Sword and Grandpa Bone equally. Hearing this, Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo snorted coldly and stopped bickering with each other. On the other side, Ning Fengji walked up to Qilin, a kind smile appearing on his refined face. You must be teacher Qilin, right? I have long heard of your name, seeing you today, you are indeed a man of talent. After all, he was facing the father of Rongrong, so Qilin put away a bit of his lazy demeanor and smiled, Schoolmaster Ning, you are too kind. During this time, Rongrong has been taught by teacher Qilin, thank you for your hard work. Rongrong, this girl, has been spoiled by us in the sect since she was young. She must have caused teacher Qilin quite a bit of trouble, and I would like to apologize to you here. On the side, Ning Rongrong snorted coquettishly and muttered, Daddy, I've been very well behaved with brother Qilin. After finishing, she looked at Qilin and said, you say so, right, brother Qilin. Qilin smiled, Schoolmaster Ning, Rongrong is right. During this time, she has studied very seriously and hasn't caused me any trouble. Ning Fengji smiled, that's good. After chatting a few more sentences, Qilin glanced at the slightly noisy surroundings and smiled, this place isn't suitable for chatting, let's change places. Alright. Subsequently, Qilin led them back to the dormitory. On the way, Ning Fengji noticed that the situation in the area where Qilin was staying was completely different from other places, and asked seemingly unintentionally. I noticed that near where the meteorite fell, other areas were quite severely damaged, but the area where teacher Qilin lives didn't suffer any damage. It wasn't just Ning Fengji who noticed this, Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo also noticed it. Because it looked truly too obvious. Near where the meteorite fell, other areas looked as if they had been plowed over dozens of times, looking completely devastated. In contrast, in the area where Qilin was, apart from a few cracked ground fissures, it was as if nothing had happened. Listening to the inquiry of Ning Fengji, Qilin smiled, I don't know the specific reason either, perhaps I just had good luck. He really didn't know the reason why the area he was in wasn't damaged much. Of course, he wouldn't specifically go and think about these questions. Because from the moment the meteorite fell, he already knew the result. Since he already knew the result, why care about the process? Chapter 87, A Slight Display, a titled Duluo as a target. The life energy here is truly rich. As soon as he stepped into the area of Qilin's dormitory, Bone Duluo immediately noticed something. Qilin smiled and said, I grow a bit of blue-silver grass behind the courtyard, so it is quite normal for senior Bone Duluo to feel this way. Upon hearing this, Bone Duluo raised an eyebrow slightly. Could such rich life energy actually come from blue-silver grass? Ordinary blue-silver grass would likely be unable to emit such rich life energy. Of course, doubts were doubts, but Bone Duluo had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. Everyone, please sit wherever you like. Inside the main hall, Qilin smiled and gestured with his hand. He himself took out a tea set to brew tea for them. Compared to before, his posture was much more relaxed after returning to the dormitory. This demeanor of his caused Ning Fengji, Sword Duluo, and Bone Duluo to regard him with a bit more respect. One must know that the three of them included the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and the other two were titled Duluo who were enough to make the world stand in awe. Yet, when facing them, not only was there no awe on Qilin's face, but there was not even the slightest hint of awkwardness or panic. In the eyes of the three, this courage alone on Qilin surpassed 99% of the geniuses in the world. While Qilin was brewing tea, Ning Rongrong introduced Xiao Wu and the others to Ning Fengji and the other two. When introducing Xiao Wu, Ning Fengji and the other two could not help but subconsciously take an extra look. To have already reached level 38 at such a young age, with this kind of talent and no background. If she could be recruited into the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she would surely be another top-tier titled Duluo in the future. Add Qilin to that, and Ning Fengji dared not even imagine what the future of the 7 treasure glazed tile school would look like. Perhaps, in a few decades, the position of the head of the upper 3 sects should also be taken by the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji's heart could not help but swell with anticipation, and the gaze he directed at Qilin and Xiao Wu became much warmer. Daddy, let me tell you, brother Qilin is amazing. He taught us a training method, and now I am no longer a support soul master who is powerless and unable to even trust a chicken. As she spoke, the expression on Ning Rongrong's face was one of great pride. Ning Fengji shook his head and smiled, unconvinced. What kind of training method could make a support soul master no longer powerless? He had never heard of such a thing. However, he did not discourage Ning Rongrong, but instead smiled gently and said, Then Rongrong, why don't you show Daddy, Grandpa Sword, and Grandpa Bone? Alright then. Ning Rongrong proudly lifted her chin slightly, like a proud white swan. Immediately, she walked to a slightly open area, her thoughts stirred, and a mass of blue-green spirit power suddenly appeared on her feet. The next second, Ning Rongrong's figure suddenly moved, running around the hall twice at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the expressions on the faces of Ning Fengji and the other two froze, and they looked at each other. On each other's faces, they all saw expressions of disbelief. Sword Duluo said in a deep voice, with this kind of speed, I'm afraid that even some level 25 or 26 beast spirit masters, after unleashing their spirit avatar, might not necessarily surpass Rongrong in speed if they don't use speed-boosting spirit abilities. Bone Duluo also said in a deep voice, the old sword man is right. After Ning Rongrong stopped, she said with a giggle, how is it, amazing right? Ning Fengji furrowed his brows slightly and said in a deep voice, Rongrong, do you feel any discomfort anywhere? After all, it was allowing a support soul master to possess speed comparable to a beast spirit master, so Ning Fengji had to worry about whether there would be any aftereffects. After all, Ning Rongrong was not only his most beloved daughter, but also the only person in hundreds of years with the chance to evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda into an 8 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Rongrong looked over and said with a smile, don't worry, Daddy, I don't feel anything at all. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji breathed a sigh of relief, although he was still not entirely at ease, but since Qilin was here, it was not appropriate for him to directly ask Uncle Sword and Uncle Bone to check Rongrong's body. Ning Rongrong continued to introduce proudly, it's just that I can only do this much for now. If this method of controlling spirit power were in Brother Qilin's hands, it would be even more powerful than an attack system spirit master. Oh, seeing this, Ning Fengji immediately became interested. He had previously learned from Ning Rongrong's letter that Qilin was not an ordinary support soul master, and now seeing the method Ning Rongrong displayed, he could not help but look forward to Qilin even more. Ning Fengji immediately said sincerely, Teacher Qilin, I wonder if it would be convenient for you to show us a little. Qilin rubbed his chin and then said, I can do that, but without a target, I might not be able to show it to you more intuitively. Ha ha ha, that's simple, why don't I be the target for you, little brother? Bone Duluo laughed heartily. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, Brother Qilin, since Grandpa Bone has said so, you can just go ahead and display it, don't worry about him. My Grandpa Bone is a level 95 titled Duluo, with a bone dragon spirit, and his defensive ability is unparalleled in the world. Alright then, Qilin said as he stood up and came to an open area outside the dormitory. Bone Duluo stood not far from him and said with a smile, little brother, whatever methods you have, just use them. Qilin said with a smile, then Senior Bone Duluo, please be careful. Come on, Bone Duluo said heroically. Qilin did not stand on ceremony with him and slowly opened his palm. The next second, a brilliant light suddenly bloomed from Qilin's palm, and a bright golden shockwave was instantly emitted from his palm, crashing towards Bone Duluo. In just an instant, Bone Duluo's gaze froze, and he completed his spirit avatar at almost the same moment. Bang! As a low explosion sounded in the field, a wave of air spread from the explosion site. Not far away, Ning Fengji and Sword Duluo, who were watching the battle, had their pupils shrink. Is this really the power that a support soul master can unleash? After releasing one attack, Qilin also stopped. Good lad. No wonder Rongrong holds you in such high regard. This strike just now, I'm afraid even an ordinary level 60 plus spirit emperor would have to take it seriously. Amidst the airwaves, Bone Duluo's voice was filled with a sense of disbelief. What kind of training method could allow Qilin, a support system spirit king, to unleash an attack that even a spirit emperor would find troublesome? Regarding Bone Duluo's praise, Qilin smiled faintly. That strike just now was mediocre at best, he had barely used 60% of his power. The reason he didn't use his full strength was not because Qilin intended to hide anything. He was never afraid of such things. It was mainly because he was afraid of scaring others. Just when Ning Fengji was still immersed in shock, a youth dressed in green suddenly walked over from a distance. From far away, he asked curiously, Teacher, Brother Qilin, what are you doing? The person who arrived was none other than Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing. Chapter 88, Qian Runshui's Appreciation. Seeing the arrival of Shui Qing, who was actually Qian Runshui in disguise, a faint smile appeared on Ning Fengji's refined face. Qing, you're here. He knew very well that since the Heaven Do Academy was Shui Qinghei's territory, and such a major incident had occurred, it was impossible for Shui Qing, as the crown prince, not to come. Ning Fengji was originally Shui Qinghei's teacher. Now that Shui Bang was dead, Shui Qing no longer had any potential rivals left. In the future, once Emperor Shui Yi passed away, she would logically become the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. Therefore, Ning Fengji's attitude toward Shui Qing was naturally even closer than before. Beside them, Qilin, watching Qian Runshui arrive, waved his hand and greeted her. Big brother Shui, we meet again. Indeed. I didn't expect such a thing to happen only a day later. Qian Runshui sighed, though a flash of joy crossed her eyes. She felt that Qilin was truly her lucky star. If not for that idiot Shui Bang bringing people to cause trouble for him, he wouldn't have been crushed to death by a meteorite, and she wouldn't have become the sole heir to the throne. She had long wanted to kill Shui Bang. It was just that Shui Bang, that dandy, only knew how to bully others all day and posed no threat to her. Plus, she had already killed 2 princes, and overdoing it would be counterproductive, so she had spared Shui Bang. But who would have thought that Shui Bang would be crushed to death by a meteorite falling from the sky? Wasn't this the heavens themselves standing on her side? Rongrong, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have grown so much in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, Qian Runshui greeted Ning Rongrong as well. As a disciple of Ning Fengji, she naturally knew this little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Big brother Shui, I didn't expect you to still remember me. Ning Rongrong smiled gracefully. Ha ha ha, how could I not? Qian Runshui chuckled. After some pleasantries, Qian Runshui looked at Ning Fengji and Qilin with a serious expression. Rongrong, brother Qilin, and you ladies, first of all, let me apologize on behalf of the Heaven Do royal family. The actions taken by Shui Bang were largely due to the Heaven Do royal family's failure in discipline. Although Shui Bang is dead, you can rest assured that the Heaven Do royal family will definitely give you a satisfactory answer regarding this matter. Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing, said in a deep voice. Ning Fengji, standing aside, looked at Shui Qinghei's righteous expression and nodded with satisfaction. Qing, in that case, come with me to see your majesty later. Upon hearing this, a flash of joy crossed Qian Runshui's eyes. With Ning Fengji there to pressure Emperor Shui Yi, she would be able to act more effectively. Among the students who were crushed to death by the meteorite along with Shui Bang, most of them were nobles and imperial ministers who had supported Shui Bang either openly or secretly, or had remained neutral. Now that this incident had occurred, it was the perfect opportunity to remove them and use the vacated positions to promote her own people. Returning to the hall, Qian Runshui asked curiously, Brother Qilin, when I arrived just now, you seemed to be in a standoff with Bone Duluo. Were you doing something? It was nothing, just showing off a little bit. Qilin smiled. He then briefly recounted what had just happened to Qian Runshui. After hearing Qilin's account, Qian Runshui's expression gradually shifted from nonchalance to gravity and shock. Brother Qilin, are you saying the spirit power training method you created can allow support soul masters to possess considerable combat power? How is this possible? How old was Qilin? Qian Runshui looked at Qilin with disbelief. She felt this information was absurd. How could support soul masters possess combat ability? It was simply unheard of. But when she noticed the calm expressions of Ning Fengji and the others, she immediately understood. What Qilin said was very likely true. He had actually created a training method that could allow support soul masters to possess combat power. Taking 2 deep breaths, Qian Runshui tried her best to calm her emotions, and when she looked at Qilin again, her gaze became incomparably fervent and filled with undisguised appreciation. Brother Qilin, you have given me another major surprise. Seeing this, Qilin felt secretly pleased, but he still maintained a calm expression, raising his hand and pressing it down in the air. Don't get excited, it's just a basic operation. Although Qian Runshui had calmed down, she still looked at Qilin with a burning gaze. Brother Qilin, don't be modest. If this is just a basic operation, how are those so-called grandmasters supposed to live? Yu Xiaogang, I suspect you are implying something about me. As soon as Qian Runshui said this, Ning Fengji, as well as Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo, nodded in agreement. They also saw it clearly. Once this training method created by Qilin spread, even if it didn't completely reverse the current situation on the continent, it would at least change the slightly awkward predicament of current support soul masters. And the one most affected would undoubtedly be the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the #1 support sect in the world. As for Qilin, who created this training method, he would leave his name in history. By the way, brother Qilin. A moment later, Qian Runshui asked again, do you have any intention of teaching this training method to others? If so, who have you taught it to so far? Qilin pointed to Xiao Wu and the others, saying, I don't have any intention of keeping it to myself, but there is a certain threshold for this training method for now. If I personally guide and assist, one can achieve small success in a year or so, but without my help, it might take 3 to 5 years before achieving anything. Upon hearing this, the crowd became even more convinced that Qilin's training method was legitimate. If it could make a support soul master possess combat power so easily, they would instead feel that this training method might be unreliable. At this moment, Ning Fengji suddenly spoke up, Teacher Qilin, this training method is too important for my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I wonder if you could sell me a copy of this spirit power training method. Of course, I will never let Teacher Qilin suffer loss. Qian Runshui also followed up, please sell me a copy as well, brother Qilin. The price is negotiable, and I won't let brother Qilin suffer loss either. Seeing this, Qilin rubbed his chin and said, that's no problem. As for the price, just give whatever you think is appropriate. Qilin didn't care if they gave a lot. But if they gave too little, well, Qilin would definitely keep it in mind. After that, the group chatted for a while longer. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked in quickly from outside the door and whispered a few words to Qian Runshui. After listening, Qian Runshui turned her head to look at the crowd, and finally, her gaze fell on Qilin. Brother Qilin, my father has summoned me to the palace. It seems I must take my leave for now. Qilin waved his hand. Go. Qian Runshui looked at Ning Fengji upon hearing this. Teacher. A smile appeared on Ning Fengji's refined face as he stood up. Teacher Qilin, then I shall also take my leave for now. If Teacher Qilin has any leisure time, you are welcome to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qilin smiled and said, certainly, certainly. Ning Fengji smiled and nodded upon hearing this, then looked at Qian Runshui. Ching, let's go. Yes, teacher. Chapter 89, Marquis, Fiefdom of Nuoding City. Heavendo City, Imperial Palace. Inside the grand and solemn main hall, an old man wearing a gold red robe and a gold diamond-studded crown, with a face like an ancient moon, sat upon a gilded throne. This old man was none other than the most honorable person on the surface of the Heavendo Empire. Emperor Shui Yi. Upon seeing Ning Fengji walking into the main hall together with Qian Runshui, as well as Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo following behind Ning Fengji, Emperor Shui Yi's expression changed slightly. He knew that Ning Fengji had come to hold him accountable. As for the reason, he was also very clear. The message sent by Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji described it clearly. At this moment, Emperor Shui Yi, who had originally felt heartbroken because his 4th son, Shui Bang, had been crushed to death by a meteorite, suddenly felt no pain at all. This rebellious son deserved to die. If, because of him, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Heavendo Imperial family were to become estranged, then he truly would not be worth saving even if he died 100 times. Your son greets Imperial Father. Fengji greets Your Majesty. Shui Qing, disguised by Qian Runshui, looked respectful, and Ning Fengji did not show a hint of disrespect either. However, Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo behind Ning Fengji were not so easy to deal with. One of them crossed his arms over his chest, while the other let out a cold snort, clearly with no intention of showing respect to Emperor Shui Yi. In the past, although the two were aloof, at least they knew to bow and salute. Seeing their demeanor, Emperor Shui Yi felt embarrassed, while simultaneously unable to help but curse Shui Bang in his heart. This rebellious son, it's one thing that he couldn't accomplish anything and only cause trouble, but even in death, he continues to add to my burdens. As for Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo, Emperor Shui Yi naturally could not afford to antagonize them over such a trivial matter where he was in the wrong. However, if he showed no reaction at all, where would his dignity as an emperor be? Fortunately, at this moment, Ning Fengji suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, Uncle Sword and Uncle Bone do not mean to show disrespect to Your Majesty, it is just that the two of them have doted on my daughter since she was young, and today they suddenly learned that Your Highness Shui Bang had attempted to commit misconduct against her, which is why they are filled with anger and have nowhere to vent. These words offered Emperor Shui Yi a way out. At the same time, it was also a subtle indication. The two titled Duluo behind me are currently filled with anger and have nowhere to vent. I hope Your Majesty knows what to do to let these two elders calm down. Having been an emperor for decades, Emperor Shui Yi naturally understood Ning Fengji's subtext. However, Shui Bang was his son after all, although he was a bit foolish, he was already dead. Therefore, Emperor Shui Yi instinctively hoped that this incident could end right here. However, he did not speak directly, but looked at Qian Runshui, his eyes widening slightly. Crown Prince, what is your view on the matter of Shui Bang? Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui bowed respectfully to Emperor Shui Yi, then said in a deep voice, Imperial Father, your son believes that fourth brother's words and actions were unruly and reckless, not only bringing shame to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School but also tarnishing the dignity of our Heavendo Empire's imperial family. Although fourth brother has already died in the punishment of a natural disaster, his guilt cannot be erased. However, your son also believes that for fourth brother to have reached this point, there must have been villains instigating him from behind the scenes, they must be ferreted out and brought to justice. As for who those villains were, that would be up to Qian Runshui to decide. Beside Qian Runshui, Ning Fengji said nothing, a faint smile also hanging on his face. Although he did not express his stance, at this moment, not expressing a stance was the best stance. Clearly, he also supported Shui Qinghei's statement. Precisely because of this, Emperor Shui Yi suppressed the thought of trivializing the matter and simply frowned as he said, Crown Prince, aren't you making too much of a fuss over this? Qian Runshui shook her head and said, Imperial Father, your son doing this is not only to appease teacher, but there's also another particularly important reason. What reason? Emperor Shui Yi asked in confusion. Qian Runshui asked, does Imperial Father know what fourth brother did besides insulting teacher's daughter? Shui Yi said, I know this, the message sent back by Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji seems to say that he also provoked a genius teacher. Could it be that this genius teacher has some special status? In recent years, Emperor Shui Yi had been in poor health, gradually secluding himself and ignoring state affairs. Except for when major events like today occurred, for which Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji directly sent someone to report. The memorial regarding information on Qilin that he submitted yesterday had not yet been read by Emperor Shui, so naturally, he would not know of this person named Qilin. Qian Runshui shook her head and said, that genius teacher is named Qilin. He is a peerless genius spirit master, only 13 years old, and his spirit power has already reached rank 58 Spirit King. Before Qian Runshui had even finished speaking, Emperor Shui had already let out an exclamation, his face full of disbelief. What? A 13-year-old rank 58 Spirit King? How is this possible? How could such a genius exist in this world? Watching Emperor Shui's shocked expression, Qian Runshui shook her head and said, Imperial Father, although it is hard to believe, this is the truth. With Qilin's talent, no one on the current continent can compare, yet Fourth Brother threatened to break his legs. Furthermore, if not for the sudden falling of the meteorite, I fear Fourth Brother would have already ordered his men to take action. In this situation, if we do not give this teacher Qilin an explanation, I fear it will chill his heart. Although Emperor Shui had become increasingly muddled in recent years, he was not stupid. He still knew how high the value of a 13-year-old rank 58 Spirit King was. Thinking that the idiot Shui Bang had actually provoked such a genius, Emperor Shui wished he could drag Shui Bang out of hell, slap him a few times, and shove him back into hell. A moment later, Emperor Shui took a deep breath and looked at Qian Runshui. Crown Prince, then what do you suggest we do so that this genius teacher can let go of his resentment towards our Heavendo imperial family? Qian Runshui curled her lips, then said in a deep voice, there were 9 people who followed Shui Bang to cause trouble for teacher Qilin today. In your son's opinion, if we want teacher Qilin to vent his anger, it is best to start with these 9 people. Although these 9 people are already dead, they still have relatives and families behind them. We might as well, based on their past records, kill those who should be killed, strip the titles of those who should have them stripped, and dismiss those who should be dismissed. In addition to this, your son suggests bestowing a title upon teacher Qilin as compensation. This could also deepen the bond between him and our Heavendo Empire. Of course, the rank of this title must absolutely not be low. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shui nodded in agreement. That makes sense, so let's proceed as you suggested. As for the title to bestow upon Qilin, what rank of title do you think would be appropriate? Emperor Shui asked. Qian Runshui pondered slightly, then said with a smile, what does Imperial Father think of the position of Marquis? Emperor Shui hesitated. Would that be a bit too high? Qian Runshui said, if not for the worry that there would be nothing left to bestow in the future, your son would even think we could directly make him a duke. Emperor Shui's mouth twitched slightly. Then let it be a marquis is quite good too. Qian Runshui suddenly added at this moment, I heard that teacher Qilin was born in Nuoding City on the Empire's border. That place must hold special meaning for him, so Imperial Father could designate Nuoding City as his fiefdom. Emperor Shui listened. Nuoding City. Just a trivial little city. So he waved his hand. Approved. Chapter 90, the biggest winner, Qian Runshui, the sole heir to the throne. The news of Shui Bang and his few followers being crushed to death by a meteor quickly spread throughout Heavendo Academy. The vast majority of people, upon hearing this explosive news, either gloated or applauded. In short, this good-for-nothing Shui Bang deserved to die. And there was even more explosive news to follow. The next day, at the morning court session, Emperor Shui, in front of all the ministers, listed a series of crimes committed by Shui Bang, including bullying men and women, forcing honest women into prostitution, and coercive trading. Finally, there were the 3 charges of speaking without propriety, acting recklessly, and disrespecting his teachers and elders. While these 3 charges seemed the lightest among Shui Bang's series of crimes, all the ministers knew that these 3 major offenses were the real reason Emperor Shui made such a big fuss. Even if Shui Bang had luckily not died under the meteor, these 3 charges alone would have been enough to demote him to a commoner at the very least. Of course, since Shui Bang was already dead, this punishment fell onto others. First was Shui Bang's birth mother, who was directly sent to the cold palace due to her failure to discipline him. Prince Shui Xing was also affected and was sentenced to 6 months of house arrest. He was not allowed to take a single step outside his home without Emperor Shui's permission. The reason Prince Shui Xing's punishment was so light, besides his status, was also related to Du Gubo. Who didn't know that Du Gubo once owed Prince Shui Xing a favor? Even if Emperor Shui wanted to severely punish Prince Shui Xing, he still had to give Du Gubo some face. Besides that, the others were not so lucky. Among the little followers who were crushed to death by the meteor along with Shui Bang, 2 counts, 3 viscounts, and 4 barons were involved. These nobles all had their titles stripped, and if any held important positions in the empire, their positions were also completely removed. And those who rose in their place were naturally from the faction of the crown prince, Shui Qing. With the accidental death of Shui Bang, Shui Qing became the empire's sole heir. This caused the ministers who had been watching from the sidelines to consider aligning themselves with the crown prince. And the people in the crown prince's faction were ecstatic when they heard this news. Shui Bang was dead. Wasn't this a blessing from heaven? As for whether anyone suspected that Shui Bang's death was intentional murder, there was not. After all, a natural disaster like a meteor, how could it be interfered with by human power? Meanwhile, at Heavendo Academy. On a lush green lawn, Qilin brought Xiao Wu and the others to visit the Wangdu team's training ground. The training methods of the Wangdu team members were relatively conventional. In the morning, they each went to a mimicry environment suitable for themselves to train, and in the afternoon, they gathered together for actual combat training. Qilin took a brief look. Teacher Qinming taught the Wangdu team members mainly by imparting actual combat experience and analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of each member's fighting style. Among the traditional teachers, he taught quite well. At the very least, the actual combat experience he imparted was certainly much more authoritative than Yu Xiaoging's. After all, Yu Xiaoging's rank of spirit power was what it was. Once Tang San and the others reached a high rank, if they really started fighting, his eyes wouldn't even be able to capture the figures of Tang San and the others, let alone teach them. The only thing he could do was set up tactics based on the effects of Tang San's spirit abilities. But real Spirit Master combat is not a turn-based game where you cast a skill and I cast a skill. How much use can setting up tactics based solely on spirit abilities really have? Could it be that your teammates can stay with you forever? On the lawn, Shimo, Oslo, and Yufeng from the Wangdu team were conducting 2-on-2 actual combat training. Du Guyan and Yi Lingling were sitting on a bench in the distance with Qilin and the others, watching the 4 of them battle. At this moment, Du Guyan suddenly asked curiously, little brother Qilin, I heard that yesterday, that good-for-nothing Shui Bang went to look for trouble with you, and ended up being crushed to death by a meteor. Yi Lingling also cast a curious gaze. This matter was spreading like wildfire throughout Heavendo Academy, and even the entire Heavendo City, and many people were curious about the specific situation. Qilin nodded, then briefly recounted the specific sequence of events. Du Guyan said in shock, what kind of madness has possessed this Shui Bang? Knowing your talent and status, he still dared to openly come and find trouble with you. Once this kind of thing spreads, even if he hadn't provoked Rongrong and hadn't been crushed to death by a meteor, he definitely wouldn't have escaped severe punishment from Emperor Shui. For a moment, I actually can't tell if he was truly stupid or just pretending to be. Qilin gave a lazy smile and then said, perhaps it had to do with my friendly conversation with His Highness the Crown Prince the day before. Du Guyan and Yi Lingling were both stunned. The former said strangely, you mean, Shui Bang came to find trouble with you because he saw you were getting too close to the Crown Prince? He wouldn't. Still not giving up on the throne, would he? Qilin shrugged, with an expression of complete indifference. Shui Bang is already dead, guessing these things now has no meaning. Du Guyan said, that's true. Anyway, for a piece of human scum and a good-for-nothing like Shui Bang, his death is actually a good thing. Ning Rongrong laughed. Sister Du Guyan, you and Lingling are also at Heaven Do Academy. Speaking of which, with your beauty, has Shui Bang ever harassed you? Du Guyan sneered and said, with just him, he dares to harass me. Back then, it was my grandfather who personally sent me into the academy. He actually dared to be a toad lusting after swan meat, trying to get close to me all day long. In the end, I dealt with him severely, almost crippling his third leg. Ning Rongrong gave her a thumbs up upon hearing this. Sister Du Guyan is the best. Then she looked at Yi Lingling. A shy smile appeared on Yi Lingling's quiet face, and she recalled, when I first came, I was also harassed by Shui Bang, but later Sister Du Guyan backed me up and beat Shui Bang up again, which finally made him behave. Ning Rongrong and the others looked enlightened. Everyone chatted for a while, one after another. Du Guyan suddenly said, by the way, isn't little brother Qilin rank 50? Why haven't I seen you go to hunt for a spirit ring? Qilin smiled and said, on the first night I arrived at Heaven Do Academy, Sister Na happened to come back, so I went with her to the Sunset Forest to absorb my 5th spirit ring. Oh, right, after I finished absorbing the spirit ring, I also saw your grandfather, Du Guyan. What? Du Guyan looked over curiously, then said, little brother Qilin, you actually met my grandfather. Yes, the process of me absorbing the spirit ring made a bit too much noise, which attracted your grandfather over. After hearing this, Du Guyan hurriedly said, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Du Guyan knew her grandfather's personality very well. Apart from being incredibly doting on her, he was quite eccentric towards everyone else. That was why Du Guyan was afraid that Du Gubo might have done something to Qilin. Judging from their current interactions, Du Guyan still had quite a good impression of this lazy and relaxed little brother Qilin. Of course, this good impression didn't mean she had a crush on him, but rather leaned more towards the affection between an older sister and a younger brother. After all, which girl wouldn't like a younger brother who is super handsome, talented, speaks well, and can even cook? Especially an older sister type like Du Guyan, she really loved having a younger brother like Qilin. Chapter 91, Du Guyan's thoughts, Yu Tianong in danger. Qilin smiled and said, Du Guyan, you can rest assured. Senior Dugu was quite kind to me and didn't do anything to me. Oh, that's right, he even invited me to be a guest at his place. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan raised her delicate eyebrows. Little brother Qilin, are you sure the person you met was my grandfather? Why did it not sound like him? Du Guyan knew exactly what kind of person her grandfather was. He was definitely not the type of person to be so kind. Seeing this, Qilin smiled and said, Du Guyan, don't doubt it. The person I met was definitely the genuine Senior Dugu. As for why he was so enthusiastic towards me, it might be because of the effect of my 5th spirit ability. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan looked at Qilin with curiosity. Little brother Qilin, does your 5th spirit ability have some special feature? You'll know in a moment. After Qilin finished speaking, spirit rings rose from beneath his feet. Lustrous white, brilliant gold, crimson red, emerald green, and blue gold. Good grief, there really wasn't a single color that was the same. As Qilin opened his hand, a blue 4-leaf clover with golden veins suddenly emerged from his palm. This 4-leaf clover was 3 or 4 inches tall and looked very miniature. However, it radiated a rich aura of life. The women surrounding Qilin took just a light sniff and felt refreshed and relaxed. What a magical spirit. Is this really mutated from blue silver grass? I remember that in Shrek Academy, Tang San has the blue silver grass spirit, but his blue silver grass is blue black, which is the complete opposite of little brother Qilin's. 5th spirit ability, healing divine light. At this moment, Qilin shouted softly. The next second, the blue gold spirit ring that had risen above his head suddenly flashed. The 4-leaf clover in Qilin's palm also shot out a beam of blue gold light, instantly enveloping Du Guyan. The moment the blue gold light enveloped Du Guyan, her pupils constricted, and she suddenly felt a warm sensation all over her body. After just 3 seconds, Qilin stopped the output of his spirit power. As the warm sensation suddenly disappeared, Du Guyan felt a sense of longing for more. However, what shocked her even more was that the hereditary toxin backlash in her body had vanished, and she now felt completely relaxed. Seeing this, Qilin smiled and said, Du Guyan, how do you feel now? Du Guyan froze in place for 2 seconds, then suddenly raised her head to look at Qilin. At this moment, she finally understood why even someone with her grandfather's eccentric personality would be so kind to Qilin. One had to know that because of this toxin backlash, her father had died young. As a member of the Dugu family, Du Guyan also suffered from the family's toxin backlash. Her purple hair was caused by the toxin backlash. Besides that, her purple hair also emitted a faint, fishy stench, so she usually used spices to cover up the smell. Originally, if nothing unexpected happened, there was a high probability that she would die before her grandfather. But now, with Qilin's help, the family toxin backlash in her body had actually been cured. In the original work, Tang San's method could also work, but Qilin's spirit ability could solve it once and for all. Actually, in Qilin's eyes, the Dugu family's toxin backlash was just like an illness. Otherwise, there were so many spirit masters in the world who used poison, why didn't they suffer from backlash due to their own spirit's poison? To say nothing else, the poison of Bibi Dong's spirit might not be as widespread as Dugu Bo's, but its toxicity was definitely stronger than his. Why did Bibi Dong not suffer from backlash? The hereditary toxin backlash being cured by Qilin made Du Guyan's eyes instantly turn red with intense joy, and she couldn't help but step forward and hug Qilin. Little brother Qilin, thank you, really, thank you. An emotional Du Guyan was a bit incoherent for a moment, and this scene caused the 4 people fighting in the distance to subconsciously stop, staring at the scene in the distance with shocked expressions. Their faces were full of shock and disbelief. Wait, didn't big sister Du Guyan have a thing for the captain? Why did she suddenly throw herself into Qilin's arms? Is this reasonable? Afterwards, the 4 of them couldn't help but look at Qilin again. Damn, he's a divine being. If they could learn a trick or two from him, why would they worry about beauties not throwing themselves into their arms? Teacher Qinming also noticed the scene and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sigh, I'm getting old, I can no longer keep up with the thinking of young people. The women were also staring at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. No, wait, why did they suddenly hug? Qilin actually felt quite sudden and surprised as well. However, he could also feel the excited mood in Du Guyan's heart at this moment. At this time, she needed to vent this emotion. A moment later, Qilin patted Du Guyan's beautiful back and said with a smile, Du Guyan, alright, you've thanked me enough, don't reward me anymore. Go to hell, I was just too excited and thanking you, what do you mean by rewarding you? Du Guyan scolded playfully and then pushed Qilin away. There seemed to be a tear track on her eyes, but a smile was already appearing on her pretty face. However, as her gaze turned to Qilin, a complex look flashed in her eyes. Unfortunately, Qilin appeared. Too late. Dispelling the thoughts that shouldn't have arisen in her heart, Du Guyan looked at Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong with a smile and laughed. Two little sisters, you have your expressions written all over your faces. Don't worry, I just treat little brother Qilin as a younger brother, so don't be so guarded against me. Hearing this, Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong smiled sheepishly. Was it that obvious? However, they still breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. It was good that Du Guyan only treated Qilin as a younger brother, this way, they could have one less competitor. However, at the thought of this, both of them couldn't help but glance at Qilin. It's all this guy's fault, he never knows what it means to refuse. Meanwhile, the Shrek group was passing through a place, and because of the weather, Yu Tianeng was leaning under a big tree. A branch of the big tree hung down, covering his head, making his head look completely green, as if he were wearing an environmentally friendly hat. Yu Tianeng didn't care about this at all, and while leaning against the tree trunk, he thought to himself, looking at the time, Du Guyan and the others should have already returned to the academy. I don't know how things are on her side, this time when I go back, it's time to show my cards to her. If I can join forces with Du Guyan, and with the support of Poison Duluo, this position of young clan leader will definitely be mine. Tianqin, this time, I have won. Yu Tianeng was full of confidence, looking into the distance, his eyes full of expectation and longing for the future. If he could be elected as the young clan leader, and with the help of Du Gubo and his uncle, he would surely be able to lead the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to the true peak in the future. Chapter 92, Du Guyan's invitation, visiting the herb garden. Heaven Do Academy. After the atmosphere eased, Yi Lingling curiously asked Du Guyan why she had been so agitated just now. The others also cast curious glances, and even the 4 members of Shimo's group stopped their spirit fight to look over. They were also very eager to know how Qilin had made sister Du Guyan throw herself into his arms. Du Guyan immediately told everyone about the hereditary toxin backlash in their Dugu family. Everyone suddenly realized. No wonder Du Guyan's reaction was so intense, it turned out to be for this reason. Calculated this way, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Qilin had saved Du Guyan's life. Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as sister Du Guyan was not interested in Qilin, that was fine, this way, they would have one less competitor. Qilin, let's go. After Du Guyan arrived, Qilin also followed her out. Why don't you come back with me? Your kindness to me is too great, a life-saving grace cannot go unrewarded. So, upon hearing Du Guyan's invitation, Qilin did not hesitate and said, alright. Last time Senior Dugubo invited me, I didn't go. If I don't go this time, it wouldn't be giving Senior Dugu enough face. He had long wanted to see the ice and fire yin-yang well. Du Gubo's herb garden never allowed outsiders to enter, even the old man who had followed Du Gubo for decades did not have the qualifications to enter it. Du Guyan had only invited him, if he brought others, it would be impolite. Alright, I will come find you tomorrow morning. The next day, Du Guyan arrived at Qilin's dormitory early in the morning. Little brother Qilin, I want to tell my grandfather as soon as possible that the toxin backlash in my body has been cured by you, so I plan to leave the academy tomorrow. Seeing Qilin agree, a moving smile immediately appeared on Du Guyan's face. My grandfather has collected quite a few good things. Come home with me, and if you see anything you like, just take it. At that moment, Du Guyan's slender fingers suddenly pinched a white medicinal pill and brought it to the corner of Qilin's lips. My grandfather has set up a poison formation here. Without this detox medicinal pill, even a spirit saint level powerhouse, if they come into contact with the poison inside, will suffer from full body convulsions within an hour and die from shriveled meridians. After speaking, she stuffed the white detox medicinal pill into Qilin's mouth. Qilin felt the sensation of Du Guyan's fingers touching his lips. It was a strange and wonderful feeling. Qilin nodded. This person had not appeared in the original work, but the original work was, after all, only a record of a segment of life from Tang San's perspective. While everyone was chatting and laughing, a group of royal guards wearing golden armor suddenly approached. Walking in the very front was none other than the gentle-tempered Shui Qing. Seeing Qilin from afar, Qian Runshui took the initiative to wave to him. Seeing the crown prince's enthusiastic appearance, everyone immediately started to speculate. Looking at it, Qilin and the crown prince have a good relationship, perhaps it's possible he might lean towards the crown prince. Qian Runshui held an imperial edict in her hand, smiled as she opened it, and then read the contents aloud. First, she affirmed the crimes of Shui Beng and his followers, then announced the punishments for the forces behind them, and finally, she announced that Qilin was granted the status of Marquis, and Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ji Yu Yuina were all granted the status of Viscount. The compensation in gold coins alone reached 700,000, in addition to various rare treasures. Xiao Wu stared with wide, stunned eyes, covering her mouth with both hands, her mind echoing only with the compensation amount in gold coins. 700,000 gold coins. Ning Rongrong glanced at her with disdain from the side and said, it's only 700,000 gold coins. Look at you, so jumpy. Don't say you know me, young Miss Ning Rongrong, when you go out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately looked at Ning Rongrong with dissatisfaction and muttered, Hey, what do you mean by that? Since you called me Brother Shui, I naturally have to put in more effort for you. I still remember our chat the other day. I learned that you especially like metals and rare objects, so I specially selected items in that direction, hoping Brother Qilin will be satisfied. Subsequently, Qian Runshui read out Qilin's fief and various material compensations. In the end, Qian Runshui added 2 more sentences. Father Emperor told me to compensate you with some gifts. I didn't know what you liked, so I could only take charge and help you select some. Qilin's heart stirred upon hearing this. Qian Runshui was purely using the Heaven Do Empire's money to deepen the relationship between herself and Qilin. Qilin smiled and said, thank you, Brother Shui, for your trouble. The two smiled at each other, a scene of brotherly harmony. Chapter 93, Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, Immortal Herbs Everywhere. Noticing the gaze Qilin suddenly cast over, Du Guyan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. I can't keep making eye contact. Hastily looking away and calming her heart, Du Guyan spoke hurriedly, "All right, let's go in." After saying this, Du Guyan swallowed a detox pill herself and took the lead, stepping into the purple poisonous mist. Qilin also reacted and followed closely behind. After passing through the poisonous mist, a hill 400 or 500 meters high appeared in their line of sight. Looking at the hill, a smile couldn't help but appear on Du Guyan's face. "My grandfather and I live in the small valley behind the hill. That's where my grandfather's medicinal herb garden is. I've heard my grandfather say that there are many treasures in the medicinal garden. If you see anything you like, just take it, don't be polite with me." "Ah really, Qilin?" Du Gubo heard this, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his body trembled slightly. "Ha ha ha, good, good. I finally found your medicinal garden." Having once experienced the pain of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person, witnessing his son die from the toxic backlash, this was the first time Du Gubo had laughed so heartily. Du Guyan is back. Whether it was poisonous or non-poisonous, whatever the function or effect, once Du Gubo's spirit ability was activated, he knew everything. "Let's go, we can talk while we walk. Please don't blame me for this abrupt visit." It could be said that without the immortal herbs to change their fate against the heavens in the original story, Shrek's monsters would at most be able to become gods if Tang San and Oscar were involved. At least for now, Qilin and Du Gubo's relationship seems fine. As long as I secretly give it a push, there's still a good chance. Qilin smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Senior Du Gubo, I have my own ways to avoid those poisonous medicinal herbs." "Grandfather." Du Guyan called out affectionately and excitedly. Du Gubo was currently pondering how to make Qilin his grandson-in-law. Seeing Qilin and Du Guyan return together, a smile appeared on his face. "Perhaps I still need to make a trip to the Nine-Heart Begonia family and have them help create a false impression." Du Gubo asked another question, his voice trembling with excitement. The two differently colored spring waters looked distinct, neither encroaching on the other. By then, even if that kid Qilin really cured Du Guyan, I doubt anyone would believe that a mere spirit king could solve a problem that even the Nine-Heart Begonia family couldn't. The hot spring wasn't large, but it was divided into two areas, one was vermilion red and the other was milky white. Qilin's second spirit ability, natural control, allowed him to control all plants within a certain area, and the moment he controlled a plant, he could understand all information about it. On the other side, there was a valley shrouded in clouds and mist. From now on, our Dugu family can finally get rid of this damn toxic backlash. Unsurprisingly, these items, if placed in the outside world, would all be rare treasures. And the immortal herbs that appeared in the original work were even more priceless and rare. Du Guyan waved her small hand, acting extremely generous. "The medicinal herbs in this garden are all rare treasures. If you see one you like, and I happen to know it, and it's not dangerous, then I'll give it to you." On the way, Du Guyan couldn't wait to say to Du Gubo, "Grandfather, the toxic backlash in my body has completely disappeared." Standing up, Du Gubo smiled with satisfaction. He took a step forward. It looked slow, but in reality, he moved dozens of meters with each step, as if he were walking leisurely. "Then I definitely won't be polite with you, Du Guyan." Qilin chuckled and agreed. In a short while, the three of them arrived at the top of the hill. As for how to judge, Qilin and Little Lin, you two have come. And the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan wouldn't dare to gamble. Seeing this, Qilin had no choice but to say nothing more. However, how should this message be reasonably spread? And coming with her is this kid, Qilin. Reasonable, perfect. Afterward, the two climbed toward the mountaintop. Du Gubo laughed loudly upon hearing this and said, "Little Lin, I'm overjoyed that you could come with Du Guyan to see this old man." And around the ice and fire yin-yang well, all kinds of plants in various poses grew. After saying that, Du Gubo immediately added another sentence. "Oh. Grandfather, it's true." Receiving Du Guyan's confirmation again, Du Gubo couldn't help but laugh loudly. "I also need to add a message that even I, the poison Duluo, could not avoid the toxic backlash. However, don't move around in this medicinal garden yourself. There are some medicinal herbs inside that are quite dangerous. The toxicity contained within them is something even I wouldn't dare to touch easily." "That's right." Qilin waved his hand with a smile and said, "Senior Du Gubo, there's no need for that, this is just a small effort for me." There was no way around it, even Du Gubo only recognized 20 or 30% of the medicinal herbs in this garden. "It doesn't matter, as long as I spread the news that the Dugu family's hereditary toxic backlash affects future generations, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will take the initiative to intervene." As soon as Du Gubo saw the two of them, the gloomy expression on his face instantly became kind and approachable. A sneer appeared on Du Gubo's slightly gloomy face. After meeting Qilin last time, Du Gubo had remembered Qilin's aura. However, first of all, Du Guyan currently has some good feelings for that kid from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, so I should help her break that relationship first. I really don't have to endure the toxic backlash anymore. Senior Du Gubo, we meet again. After laughing heartily, he looked at Qilin and said solemnly, "Little Lin, you saved Du Guyan, you saved the future of my Dugu family. If you need anything from this old man in the future, just ask." A titled Duluo's perception is extremely sharp, so the moment Qilin and Du Guyan climbed the hill, he had already sensed them. This was obviously the ice and fire yin-yang well, where almost every person who experienced transmigration would come to check in. Qilin also bowed slightly to Du Gubo. On the other side of the hill, in a valley, Du Gubo, who was sitting cross-legged in a red and white water pool, suddenly opened his eyes. "This promise is permanently valid." Qilin looked around the valley. The space inside the valley was not small, and in the central area of the valley was an oval-shaped hot spring. The current generation successor of the Nine-Heart Begonia family has a good relationship with Du Guyan, so they will help with this favor. In a short while, before Qilin and Du Guyan arrived at the top of the hill, Du Gubo had already appeared in front of them. Du Gubo finished speaking, then grabbed Qilin and Du Guyan's hands, leapt, and landed steadily. Although he had long known that with Qilin's second spirit ability, there was a real chance to cure Du Guyan, he hadn't expected the surprise to come so suddenly. Du Gubo shook his head and said, "To you, it may only be a small effort, but to Du Guyan, it saved your life." Chapter 94, Looting Divine Fire and the Desire for Alchemy. Played until past 3, forced myself to write a chapter, but I really couldn't hold on anymore. Going to sleep now, we'll make up the remaining chapter in the afternoon. Fine, then have it your way. Seeing Qilin so full of confidence, Du Gubo, though still hesitant, agreed. However, after thinking carefully, he took out a pure, flawless medicinal pill from a green pouch and handed it to Qilin. "This is a detoxifying medicinal pill I meticulously refined. If you accidentally touch any poisonous herbs in this herb garden, this pill can save your life." Qilin naturally didn't need this, but since it was Du Gubo's kind intention, he accepted it with a smile. "Many thanks, Senior Dugu." Du Gubo laughed and said, "It's nothing." After speaking, he looked at Du Guyan and said, Yan Yan, Grandpa has something to attend to, so you take good care of Xiaolin. After Du Gubo left, Du Guyan sighed helplessly, little brother Qilin, Grandpa is too unreliable. He leaves just when you finally came to visit. It's fine, Qilin said casually, let's not worry about him, I'll take you around the valley. As they walked, Du Guyan expressed regret, there are many poisonous herbs in this garden, but there are also many rare ones. Because I didn't recognize them, I couldn't make use of them. Qilin smiled and said, I can help you with that. He then described the effect of his second spirit ability. Second spirit ability, natural control. As he released his spirit ability, a domain emitting green mist appeared around Qilin. Controlling plants in a certain area. Does this mean you counter all plant-type spirit masters? You could say that, Qilin said with a gentle smile. Du Guyan was shocked. Such a magical spirit ability, you shouldn't have told me so easily. If this gets out, all plant-type spirit masters will view you as a thorn in their side. Qilin smiled, I trust you. Du Guyan felt complicated emotions. You trust me, so you told me such important information. If I didn't tell you, you could have asked your grandfather for those immortal herbs, and they would all be yours, Qilin said. Du Guyan was stunned. She realized how they had been wasting these treasures, guarding a mountain of gold without knowing it. Qilin continued, I can refine these herbs into medicinal pills. After I'm done, we can split them. I need to keep some for Xiao Wu and the others. Du Guyan agreed, that is only natural. Qilin then described the ability of his third spirit ability, looting divine fire. Du Guyan looked at Qilin with shock. Little brother Qilin, what other secrets are you hiding? As far as I know, the spirit hall has a titled Duluo who is a plant-type spirit master, Qilin added. Chapter 95, Creation Heaven Mending Pill. With Du Guyan's permission, Qilin looked at the various treasures and even immortal herbs in the herb garden, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If he were to refine a medicinal pill, what ingredients should he choose? The medicinal properties of every ingredient were different, and any one of those immortal herbs could serve as the main ingredient for refining a medicinal pill. However, while a medicinal pill refined that way would have strong effects, it wouldn't be comprehensive enough. After thinking for a while, Qilin shook his head. Forget it, thinking about it is too tiring, let's just go with random matching. Thinking of this, Qilin closed his eyes under Du Guyan's astonished gaze, then began to walk around the herb garden, bending down from time to time to pluck an ingredient. The main idea was leaving it to fate and doing as he pleased. Du Guyan watched this scene in confusion. Although she didn't understand, to put it bluntly, her trust in Qilin might now exceed her trust in Yu Tianong. Not long after, Qilin had already plucked over 60 types of ingredients, many of which were immortal herbs. Behind Qilin, a mass of crimson flames burned fiercely. Through the flames, one could faintly see the ingredients already melted into a liquid resembling gel. In an instant, the temperature of the entire valley rose slightly. Besides that, after the ingredients melted into liquid, a rich, fresh fragrance diffused from the flames. Immediately, a wisp of vapor diffused from the flames, unexpectedly changing into thousands of forms beneath the fire, taking the shape of each ingredient. Silk tulip, in it goes. Narcissus jade muscle bone, in it goes. 8-petaled immortal orchid, in it goes. Hunyuan immortal herb, in it goes. And these, all in it goes. After the 8 Ding's divine fire appeared, Qilin unhurriedly took out the ingredients he had plucked and tossed them into the flames one by one. That mass of liquid looked to be the size of a human head, but it was rapidly compressing and condensing. After Qilin finished speaking, his third spirit ring lit up. Done, just about enough. Qilin's gaze rested on the 18 brilliant golden medicinal pills floating in the flames, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. It's done. Good medicine. Seeing Qilin stop his movements, Du Guyan asked curiously. Qilin smiled and said, I had already thought of the name during the refining process. Based on the medicinal pill's effects, I named it the Creation Heaven Mending Pill. Creation Heaven Mending Pill. Du Guyan was slightly stunned when she heard this. What does it do? These medicinal pills each combine the essence of those heaven and earth treasures. They possess the effects of cleansing the marrow, consolidating the foundation, increasing spirit power, and evolving the spirit. Du Guyan, do you want to try it now? That depends on brother Qilin. I am incredibly looking forward to the medicinal pill you are about to refine. Qilin smiled and said, rest assured, I certainly won't let you down. As he spoke, Qilin took one out and handed it to Du Guyan. Du Guyan was not at all worried that consuming this medicinal pill would have any negative effects. She sat down and swallowed the brilliant golden medicinal pill in her hand in one gulp. The next second, the medicinal pill melted upon entering her mouth, turning into a massive torrent of energy that surged into Du Guyan's limbs and bones. Following a dragon's roar that suddenly erupted from Du Guyan's body, she suddenly activated her spirit possession, and fine, glossy emerald green scales appeared on her body. Around her, a winding green phantom of a dragon continuously circled her, faintly emitting a dragon's might. At the same time, Du Guyan suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of excitement appearing in her emerald pupils. Brother Qilin, you've helped me a huge favor again. Du Guyan smiled and nodded. Qilin looked at Du Guyan's expression and said with a smile, next, just watch from the side. Qilin himself was not idle either. When he had nothing to do, he casually tossed a medicinal pill into his mouth, then sat cross-legged to digest it. However, Qilin's speed of digesting the medicinal pill was obviously much faster than Du Guyan's. In just half an hour, he had already absorbed all the medicinal power within the medicinal pill. But Du Guyan took a full 7 hours to absorb it. As a titled Duluo, the poison Duluo appeared at the 9-Heart Begonia family and met with that generation's 9-Heart Begonia clan chief. And that generation's 9-Heart Begonia clan chief was none other than Yi Lingling's mother. The 9-Heart Begonia is an extremely special spirit. Every generation only has one successor, passed down through a single line. Moreover, due to the 9-Heart Begonia spirit's powerful healing abilities, it is particularly famous in Heaven Do City. No one expected that the poison Duluo, who occasionally dominated the world with his poison skills, would be backlashed by his own poison, even affecting future generations. However, it is understandable, if the poison Duluo's poison backlash could be cured so easily, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. Clearly, even the 9-Heart Begonia could do nothing about the poison Duluo's poison backlash. Although the final outcome is unknown, some saw that the poison Duluo's expression was not good after leaving the 9-Heart Begonia family. And not long after the poison Duluo left the 9-Heart Begonia family, a piece of information was accidentally leaked from the 9-Heart Begonia family. That information quickly spread throughout Heaven Do City and reached the ears of various major forces. Outside Heaven Do City, the poison Duluo, having achieved his goal, revealed a cold smile on his snake-like face. Next, it depends on whether the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan cooperates. Muttering to himself, the poison Duluo's figure moved like a phantom, rushing towards the sunset forest. He now wants to go back and see how those two little ones, Du Guyan and Qilin, are getting along as a lone man and woman. Chapter 96, 13 years old, rank 60, unprecedented talent. A faint fragrance wafted from Du Guyan's graceful figure. Feeling that extremely soft sensation, just as Qilin was stunned, he looked ahead, his pupils suddenly constricting. Du Gubo. Why did he suddenly return? Oh no. Locking eyes with Du Gubo for a moment, a trace of guilt suddenly welled up in his heart. This made Qilin subconsciously want to keep some distance from Du Guyan, but seeming to notice his resistance, Du Guyan became even more eager, and even couldn't help but tease him. Little brother Qilin, why have you suddenly become shy again? It's not like you haven't held me before. With the 5 senses of a titled Luo, how could he not have heard what Du Guyan said? Du Gubo gave a heavy cough, then said, Yan Yan, you don't need to explain anything to grandfather is not as pedantic and stubborn as you think. Hearing this, a faint smile immediately appeared on Du Guyan's face. This doesn't look like a normal sister-brother relationship, could it be? Qilin felt that his own spirit power rank might have increased even more than Du Guyan's. As she spoke, Du Guyan instantly activated her spirit, and a layer of emerald green scales immediately covered her arms and neck, looking just like a layer of emerald green soft armor, shimmering with a jade-like luster. Haha, Qilin, if not for you, I wouldn't even recognize all the medicinal herbs in the medicinal garden, let alone be able to obtain the creation medicinal pill you refined. That is because. Has Yanzi had a change of heart? What rank is your spirit power now? I have several friends and my parents who also need that thing, so I took the liberty of taking 8 as a fee for my hard work. If this place isn't very welcoming to grandfather can also clear some space for the two of you. Thinking of this, Du Gubo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qilin, Yan Yan being able to evolve her spirit is all your credit, from now on, your business is Du Gubo's business. Ah, hearing Qilin's words, Du Guyan exclaimed, her soft body subconsciously trembling, she immediately released Qilin and put some distance between them. Ha ha ha, good, good. However, such behavior from Qilin was a display of true character in front of Du Gubo, and his expression became increasingly appreciative. Hearing this, the blush on Du Guyan's face became even more obvious, and she hurriedly said. His spirit had no changes and was still the 7-leaf grass spirit, but his spirit power had increased quite a bit. Hearing this, Du Gubo didn't believe it and said, how is that possible? If there really is nothing between you, could you be so intimate? Turning around and looking at Du Gubo, who was not far away with a faint smile on his face, a blush suddenly appeared on Du Guyan's skin, which was even fairer and more delicate than before. Du Gubo sent the medicinal pill back, and he happily put the medicinal pill away, not forgetting to smile at Du Gubo in acknowledgement. Rank 60, Qilin chuckled. Why are you so intimate with Qilin too? Thinking of this, even Du Gubo's gaze towards Qilin became much more heated, and he secretly made up his mind. Senior Dugu, the medicinal pills inside are the creation medicinal pills I refined, there are currently 11 left. After all, the medicinal power contained in the creation medicinal pill had mostly been used to evolve Du Guyan's spirit. On the other side, Qilin gave a light cough and said loudly, Yanzi, Senior Dugu has returned. As he listened, the expression on Du Gubo's face gradually became shocked. Senior Dugu can take one of the remaining ones for yourself, and keep the rest, they can be passed down as heirlooms or given away as favors. This could only mean that the strength of Du Guyan's evolved spirit was likely even stronger than his own Jade Phosphor Serpent spirit. Goodness, such talent should be unprecedented. Now your spirit should be renamed the Jade Phosphor Dragon. Especially when he heard that after Du Guyan took the creation medicinal pill refined by Qilin, her spirit had actually evolved into a true dragon, he was even more incredibly excited. Amidst his shock, Du Gubo wondered suspiciously, doesn't Yan Yan have feelings for that lad Yu Tianong? Yan Yan, you said your spirit evolved into a true dragon. Subsequently, she continued with a joyful expression, Grandfather, that's not all. After absorbing the medicinal power of the medicinal pill, my spirit power has now reached rank 60, and I suspect that after I obtain my spirit ring, my rank can increase by several more levels. Qilin smiled and said, Senior Dugu, you are too kind, being able to help Yanzi makes me very happy too. This is simply the perfect grandson-in-law. You are generous, Senior. In a moment, Du Gubo's eyes lit up. If Qilin were allowed to continue growing like this, he might have a chance to become the legendary. Grandfather, listen to my explanation, things are not as you see them. God. Du Guyan immediately recounted the cause and effect of the matter. After speaking, Qilin handed the jade bottle containing 7 pills to Du Gubo. He actually felt the dragon might from Du Guyan's body. At that moment, Du Gubo suddenly realized and said, Qilin, since Yan Yan has taken the medicinal pill, you must have taken one too, right? Du Gubo said with a chuckle, once I finish my business, I naturally returned. Du Gubo was also amused by Qilin's display. He thought Qilin would decline slightly, but he didn't expect him to accept it so readily. Hearing this, Du Guyan anxiously explained, Grandfather, there's really nothing between me and little brother Qilin. Du Gubo looked at Du Guyan after she activated her spirit, his pupils slightly constricting. Just as Du Gubo was lost in thought, Qilin took out the jade bottle containing the creation medicinal pills. Of course, the creation medicinal pill is only effective when taking the first one. Grandfather, why did you suddenly return? The expression on Du Gubo's face was shocked once again, and he immediately reached out and placed his hand on Du Guyan's shoulder, carefully sensing it. 13 years old, rank 60. Therefore, you only take one of the medicinal pills inside, and leave the rest for me to handle. Rank 60. Is this true? Du Guyan had an excited look on her face and said, Grandfather, it is true. If that's really the case, then what I did today was redundant. But Qilin felt that his own spirit hadn't changed at all. As for Qilin, he was not someone who would stand on ceremony with you. Du Gubo could be certain that even Tang Chen and Qian Daliu from decades ago could not compare to Qilin by a long shot. No, he must make Qilin his grandson-in-law, no matter what. Finally, Qilin didn't forget to add one more sentence. Du Gubo took the medicinal pills, took one from the jade bottle, and then returned the jade bottle to Qilin. On the side, Du Gubo heard Qilin's spirit power rank and couldn't help but swallow hard. It really reached rank 60. Chapter 97, Pure and Clean, Lord Tang the Buddha. Du Guyan watched the harmonious scene before her, a smile appearing on her face, and then said, Grandfather, you should quickly take the creation heaven mending pill too. Ha ha ha, Yan Yan is right. Grandfather will take it now. After speaking, Du Gubo swallowed the creation heaven mending pill in his hand. The next second, feeling the massive medicinal power within his body, Du Gubo's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground to begin absorbing the medicinal power. Because Dugubo was a titled Duluo, it only took him 1 hour to completely absorb the medicinal power of the creation heaven mending pill. Boom. As a powerful aura suddenly erupted from within Dugubo's body, his dark green robes fluttered violently, and a wave of chi spread out in all directions, shaking the surrounding vegetation incessantly. Behind Dugubo, a ferocious flood dragon roared, its dark green pupils bursting with blinding green light. Dugubo's jade phosphor serpent spirit was originally the emperor among snakes. Although the creation heaven mending pill was heaven defying, it was not enough to support his serpent emperor in evolving into a true dragon emperor. Therefore, after the final evolution, the current jade phosphor serpent could be called the jade phosphor flood dragon emperor. Ha 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 ha. After absorbing the medicinal power of the creation heaven mending pill, Dugubo's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he laughed heartily. Level 93. I actually reached a breakthrough to level 93. Dugubo stood up excitedly and looked at Chi Lin, saying, Little Lin, this time it really is thanks to your creation heaven mending pill. Not only did it allow my spirit to evolve, but even that damn toxin backlash has actually been resolved. Moreover, even my spirit power has reached level 93. Chi Lin smiled and said, This is all something you deserve, Senior Dugu. Hearing this, Dugubo smiled and said, Little Lin, your kindness to our Dugu family is truly too great. I really don't know how to repay you, why don't I just bet Yan Yan to you? As soon as these words were spoken, Dugu Yan's pretty face instantly flushed red, and she said shyly and angrily, Grandfather, what nonsense are you spouting? You don't even look at how many years older I am than little brother Chi Lin, how can you just play matchmaker like this? Although she said that, when she heard Dugubo's words just now, Dugu Yan's heart still couldn't help but beat rapidly, and her gaze couldn't help but glance at Chi Lin. Dugubo said indifferently, Hee, what does that matter? After a breakthrough to title Duluo, for every level gained, one can live an extra 100 years. What does this small age difference between you two count for? This was how it was originally said in Duluo continent, but it seems this setting was changed starting from the second installment. Here, I will ignore the later settings and just follow the original one. This statement instantly made Dugu Yan's heart flutter again, but at this moment, another question came to her mind. Although the figure of Yu Tianong had already gradually faded from her mind, everyone in the Wangdu team, and even Heaven Do Academy, knew that she had feelings for Yu Tianong. If she were to change her affections now, how would others view her and Chi Lin? Sigh. Thinking of this, Dugu Yan let out a long sigh, then changed the subject, saying, Alright grandfather, let's stop talking about this for now. Now that both little brother Chi Lin and I need to absorb spirit rings, take us to hunt for spirits first. Seeing that his granddaughter didn't want to talk about this topic for the time being, Dugubo wasn't in a rush. Alright then, grandfather will take you and little Lin to obtain spirit rings now. ... In a circular soul fighting arena, the sound of shouting shook the sky. On the soul fighting arena, two figures intertwined, and their continuous collisions erupted with sounds like metal clashing against metal. After Daimubai activated his first spirit ability, White Tiger Barrier, and his third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation, every punch and kick was recklessly and madly releasing the spirit power within his body. The terrifying explosive power left his opponent with no ability to fight back, which also caused the audience in the stand stir up with shouts like a landslide or tsunami. The reason why the audience was so enthusiastic was because Daimubai's opponent was a level 42 spirit ancestor. Daimubai had actually relied on his level 38 spirit power to challenge a level 42 spirit ancestor across levels, and he was even suppressing him. How could such an intense battle not make people feel excited? Meanwhile, in one area of the spectator stands, the Shrek group watched Daimubai displaying his divine might on the soul fighting arena, chatting and laughing. Yu Xiaogang sat in the center of the Shrek group, calmly and composedly analyzing for everyone. Just as I expected, only top-tier beast spirits like Mubai and Tianong can unleash the true power of this training method. Because no matter how we train, the spirit power impact that the meridians can withstand has a limit. For example, a support soul master naturally has weaker meridian tolerance than other spirit masters, so no matter how much little outtrains, his combat power will not be able to compare to beast spirit masters of the same level. Conversely, for Mubai and Tianong, as long as they go through special training, they can completely and easily challenge across levels. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang's analysis, the Shrek group immediately clapped and agreed, especially Ma Hongjun, whose shouting was the loudest. After Yu Tianong heard Yu Xiaogang's analysis, the smile on his face could not be suppressed, especially after seeing Daimubai displaying his divine might on the soul fighting arena. The look of longing in his eyes became even more intense. He seemed to have already seen his own dazzling future in advance. Oscar, on the other hand, had a desolate expression, thinking more than once in his heart, if only he could be a beast spirit, or a tool spirit battle spirit master, how good that would be. Among the Shrek group, only Tang San, who was sitting beside Yu Xiaogang, remained silent. In fact, the training during this period had already allowed him to judge that Yu Xiaogang's training method contained huge hidden dangers. Because such a simple, crude, and irregular way of letting spirit power impact the meridians brought damage to the meridians that was not so easy to heal. Although Teacher Xiaoxin was a spirit saint of the support system, he was, after all, a composite support, not a pure healing spirit master like Yilingling. Although he knew this, Tang San did not say it out immediately. In fact, after noticing that the situation was not right, he had already decisively stopped this training method. He just used the pretext of in-depth research to have Daimubai cooperate with him in trying to channel spirit power into the various meridians he knew of. And the reason why Tang San wanted to do this was mainly because he wanted to test out a truly harmless method of spirit power training. Of course, this experimental subject certainly could not be himself. After all, he was just a small blue silver grass spirit master, how could his physique be as tough as Daimubai's? As for whether Tang San would feel guilty about using a brother as an experimental subject like this, that certainly wouldn't happen. In Tang San's view, if one didn't even have this bit of adventurous spirit, then what kind of spirit master was one? One was even less worthy of being a Shrek monster. You have to know, he, Tang San, had started acting as his teacher's experimental subject since he was young, and wasn't he fine? Moreover, he was doing this for everyone's good. As long as a new spirit power training method could be tested out, everyone could benefit from it together. Tang San believed that even if Daimubai really knew his intentions, he would surely be very willing to sacrifice himself. Chapter 98. Daimubai's meridians explode. Just as Tang San was lost in thought, the situation on the soul fighting arena suddenly changed drastically. Daimubai, who had originally been overwhelmingly dominating his opponent, suddenly changed expression. Veins bulged on his arms as he swung his fists, turning them bright red, and large patches of blood capillaries spread out like spiderwebs around his meridians. Bang! The next second, the meridians in Daimubai's hands suddenly exploded, and a mist of blood scattered. This caused his aura to instantly collapse, a miserable scream escaped his lips, and his body suddenly stopped in mid-motion. His opponent, seeing this, didn't know what had happened, but how could he pass up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He immediately rushed forward and launched a barrage of attacks at Daimubai. The terrifying offensive was like a raging storm, relentless and unforgiving. This person's spirit was also a beast spirit, and although it was far inferior to the white tiger spirit, he held the advantage in spirit power rank. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the roles of attacker and defender had reversed. Daimubai screamed continuously, his hands hanging limply, and facing his opponent's assault, he had absolutely no power to fight back. With every punch his opponent landed, the sound of cracking bones could be heard from his body. Oh no. What happened to Mubai? In the audience, the Shrek team, who had been completely relaxed, suddenly changed expressions. Flender stood up nervously, looking at Daimubai on the soul fighting arena with a tense expression. However, when he saw Daimubai's limply hanging, blood-drenched hands on the soul fighting arena, 2 lines of cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. The meridians in Mubai's hands have exploded. As soon as these words were spoken, the Shrek team was shocked, and Yu Xiaoging's face turned pale. There was only one reason why the meridians would explode. It must be because of the soul power training method. Except for Yu Xiaoging, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Yu Tianeng all turned pale. Just like Daimubai, they had not only learned Yu Xiaoging's version of the soul power training method but had also frequently used it in combat along the way. They had thought that with Xiaoxin's candy, even if it caused slight harm to their bodies, nothing would go wrong. But Daimubai's miserable state at this moment made them instantly fearful, and they began to harbor serious doubts about Yu Xiaoging's training method. Tang San also frowned deeply. He was not worried about himself. After all, he had long stopped training according to his teacher's training method. Although he had also trained for a period of time, medicine and poison have never been separated since ancient times, and he had already treated his own condition long before it became serious. What Tang San regretted was that Daimubai was his best research subject, and now that he had ended up like this, how could he help him continue his research? This is bad. Mubai is already seriously injured. If he doesn't surrender now, I'm afraid he will be left with irreversible injuries if this continues. Flender said anxiously, his body faintly emitting fluctuations of spirit power. As a spirit saint powerhouse, if he were to forcibly intervene to save Daimubai, he would inevitably offend the owners behind the Great Spirit Arena. But if it really came to a desperate situation, he would have no choice but to intervene. Fortunately, at the very last moment, Daimubai's opponent maintained the principle of leaving a way out for others and did not push Daimubai to the brink of death. After teaching him a harsh lesson, he kicked him off the soul fighting arena. Old Xiao, hurry, come with me to see how Mubai is doing. Seeing that Daimubai's opponent had not been ruthless, Flender breathed a sigh of relief and then called out to Xiaoxin in the crowd. Alright. Xiaoxin also knew the severity of the situation and immediately agreed. Flender did not delay for a moment, directly activating his spirit avatar, growing a pair of wings behind his back, and grabbing Xiaoxin with both hands, he flew towards the direction where Daimubai had fallen. When they found Daimubai, he had already completely passed out, his 2 sleeves were already torn, revealing 2 bloody arms. His tilde. The moment they saw Daimubai's arms, Flender and Xiaoxin both gasped. The meridians in both of Mubai's arms have completely exploded, Xiaoxin said with a solemn expression. Can he still be saved? Flender asked in a deep voice. Xiaoxin shook his head and then said, Mubai's life can naturally be saved, but his meridians have completely exploded, and I'm afraid my methods won't be enough to fix them. Boss Flender, you know that healing candy is only my 3rd soul skill, and its healing effect is very limited. Hearing this, Flender let out a long sigh, his expression full of self-reproach. Sigh, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let these kids learn this so-called soul power training method in the first place. Xiaoxin was silent for a moment after hearing this, then said, the soul power training method might not be the problem. At the very least, Teacher Qilin's soul power training method should be fine, otherwise, Xiao Wu would have ruined her meridians after training for so many years. It's only possible that the method Grandmaster taught is wrong. Flender gave a bitter smile upon hearing this, blaming himself for harboring wishful thinking back then, hoping that Xiaoging could also research something similar to what Qilin had casually developed. But who was Qilin? He is a once-in-a-millennium monster. The things he claims to have casually researched are things that ordinary people might not be able to grasp the mysteries of in their entire lives. And in front of him, although Xiaoging has the title of Grandmaster, he is nothing more than an ordinary person. Thinking that in his academy, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others were all training according to Yu Xiaoging's training method, Flender felt dizzy. Old Xiao, first give Mubai 2 healing candies to stabilize his injuries for now. Alright, Xiaoxin replied in a deep voice, then decisively created 2 candies and fed them into Daimubai's mouth. When Flender and Xiaoxin returned with the unconscious Daimubai, the Shrek team couldn't help but be horrified to see his miserable state. Especially Ma Hongjun and Oscar, whose faces turned deathly pale in an instant, as if they could see themselves ending up in the same state in the near future. Grandmaster, how could this happen? Didn't you say there wouldn't be any problems? How did Boss Dai end up like this? You quack. Ma Hongjun roared at Yu Xiaoging with red eyes. When nothing had gone wrong, he was the one who praised Yu Xiaoging the most, even secretly downplaying Qilin to elevate Yu Xiaoging. But now that something had gone wrong, he was also the first to stand up and loudly berate Yu Xiaoging. However, at this moment, the rest of the Shrek team, especially Oscar and Yu Tianeng, just watched this scene coldly, not saying a single word to help Yu Xiaoging. Yu Tianeng was even regretting it so much that his guts turned green. If he had known that this bullshit soul power control method was so harmful, he would never have learned it, no matter what. If something really happened to his body, how would he inherit the position of clan chief in the future? Ma Hongjun's ruthless rebuke also made Yu Xiaoging's body stiffen. The expression on his face instantly turned deathly pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. No, how could this happen? According to my calculations and judgments, even if it really caused a little bit of damage to the body, with Teacher Xiaoxin here, it shouldn't have left any sequelae. For these past few months, everyone has been training every day, and nothing happened, right? Chapter 99, The Gloom Shrouding Shrek. A guess, a judgment. Ma Hongjun listened to Yu Xiaoging's feeble defense, his body trembling with rage. He rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar, and roared in anger. So you're saying, you weren't even sure what kind of danger this training would bring us, yet you taught us to train this way. Are you treating us as your test subjects? Ma Hongjun was exceptionally agitated, but no one blamed him for anything, especially the teachers at Shrek Academy. In fact, among them, if it weren't for Flender, few would have thought much of Yu Xiaoging. After all, Yu Xiaoging hadn't shown himself to be anything remarkable in front of them. The only training method he taught the students was copied from Qilin. Moreover, even in copying, he hadn't understood it properly, and now that problems had arisen, what was to be done? To the side, Flender wanted to speak but hesitated. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Tang San was a step faster. Fatty, calm down first. Ma Hongjun roared at Tang San, calm down. How do you expect me to calm down? And you, Tang San, don't think I don't know that you haven't really been training at all during this period. Did you know that training this way was problematic, and that's why you deliberately didn't tell us? Ma Hongjun's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Tang San. Upon hearing this, Tang San's body stiffened slightly. He hadn't expected Ma Hongjun to notice his passive training during this period. Noticing the strange gazes cast by the others, Tang San felt his scalp tingle. If he didn't explain himself now, he feared his pure and noble image in everyone's eyes would be completely ruined. Fatty, things aren't the way you think they are. Listen to me explain. Saying this was not just to handle Ma Hongjun, but also to provide an explanation to the others. Otherwise, he feared the Shrek group would develop a rift with him. Tang San had extremely ambitious goals. He wanted to carry forward the Tang sect in this foreign world that lacked one. Relying solely on himself to establish the Tang sect would undoubtedly be much harder. But if he had the help and support of Flender and the others, it would be much smoother when he eventually established the Tang sect. Ma Hongjun snorted coldly and said, "Then tell me, why didn't you train in the spirit power control method with us?" Tang San quickly organized his thoughts, then sighed softly and looked toward Yu Xiaogang. "There's no other way, teacher. For the sake of your disciple's future, I can only temporarily wrong you by having you attract the fire." After apologizing guiltily to Yu Xiaogang in his heart, Tang San said softly, "I did indeed notice the problems with the training method a long time ago, so I brought it up to teacher quite some time ago." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their gazes toward Yu Xiaogang. "Very well, so Tang San had already mentioned the problems to you, and it was you who insisted on having the students act as your test subjects." Yu Xiaogang's expression turned deathly pale once again. His lips trembled as he looked at Tang San, a flash of disbelief in his eyes. He hadn't expected his beloved disciple to backstab him at a time like this. Although it was true that Tang San had reported it to him, and he indeed hadn't listened, choosing to act arbitrarily. But for Tang San to bring it up at this moment, wasn't that putting him on the fire to be roasted, making Ma Hongjun and Oscar hold a grudge against him? At this moment, Tang San offered an apologetic smile toward Yu Xiaogang, his eyes full of helplessness. But he continued, "Because teacher didn't take my advice, and you all." Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun and asked, "Given your state at the time, if I had said this training method was problematic, would you have been able to listen?" "So, I had no choice. The only thing I could do was to observe your training situation and see if I could try to improve teacher's training method to reduce the hidden dangers within it. Unfortunately." As he spoke, Tang San looked toward the unconscious Dai Mubai and said with deep emotion, "I didn't expect that before I could improve the training method, such a major incident would happen to Boss Dai. It's all my fault. If I had improved the training method sooner, Boss Dai wouldn't have ended up in this state." When these words were spoken, the gazes everyone cast at Tang San softened significantly. Ma Hongjun muttered in a low voice, "HMPH, who knows if what you're saying is true or false? What if you're just putting on an act?" Upon hearing this, Tang San looked righteous and indignant as he raised his right hand, saying, "Fatty, if you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens." Seeing Tang San's righteous expression, Ma Hongjun finally put away his suspicion toward Tang San. After all, since joining Shrek Academy, Tang San neither hoarded nor gambled, truly appearing to be a man of integrity. Flender then spoke up at this moment, asking, "Then, Tang San, have you discovered anything during this period of research?" Tang San's expression shifted slightly, and he shook his head. He only guessed that the soul power training method of Qilin and the others should have similarities to his own Tang sect techniques, both involving spirit power traveling along special trajectories within the body and circulating through the meridians before being released. But without the correct route for spirit power execution, the final outcome would either be chi deviation or, like Dai Mubai now, having one's meridians burst. He even suspected that Dai Mubai's meridians suddenly bursting might be related to him frequently using him as a test subject. After all, his teacher was the first to train in spirit power control, and even he was fine. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were also fine, yet Dai Mubai was the one who suffered. One must know that as a White Tiger spirit user, the durability of Dai Mubai's meridians was extremely strong. By logic, his meridians shouldn't have been so easily burst. On the other side, the Shrek group felt a sense of disappointment upon hearing Tang San's reply. At this moment, Ma Hongjun suddenly said, "The spirit power control training was originally proposed by Qilin. Perhaps he has a way to solve the problem with us." As soon as these words were spoken, a glimmer of light flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. "That's right, Qilin might have a way. We should hurry to Heaven Do Academy immediately and ask him to help." Back then, if he had been able to directly point out the flaws in our training method, perhaps today's situation wouldn't have happened. As soon as these words were spoken, Flender's expression changed slightly, and the other teachers also looked at Yu Xiaogang with strange expressions. They really didn't know how he had the face to say such things. Back then, it was he who felt Qilin's teaching was problematic, and now that something had happened, he wanted to blame Qilin. Flender looked at his friend of several decades and suddenly felt that he was incredibly unfamiliar. At the same time, a thought suddenly arose in his heart. This trip to Heaven Do Academy, I fear, will not be peaceful. Even a clay figurine has a bit of temper. Qilin already looked upon Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai with disfavor, and with this attitude of theirs, it would be a miracle if he helped. However, Dai Mubai's injuries currently required them to hurry to Heaven Do City, or if too much time passed, he feared his hands would truly be crippled. Of course, Flender wasn't saying that he, like Yu Xiaogang and the others, was counting on Qilin to step in. Moreover, given Dai Mubai's current condition, he feared it wasn't something a mere spirit ancestor like Qilin could solve. As far as he knew, Qilin's spirit abilities did not include healing abilities. Therefore, Xiaogang and the others were purely trying to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. What Flender was thinking, however, was that he hoped to leverage the connections of Heaven Do Academy. As one of the top academies in the Heaven Do Empire, Heaven Do Academy might be able to invite a spirit saint specializing in healing to step in and save Dai Mubai. Chapter 100, Treating the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well as his own home. Just as the Shrek group was speeding toward Heaven Do City, in the Sunset Forest, Du Gubo was taking Du Guyan and Qilin to look for a suitable spirit beast. The Sunset Forest was far less vast than the Stardo Great Forest. Relatively speaking, there were far fewer high-level spirit beasts in the forest than in the Stardo Great Forest. Now, Du Guyan's spirit had already evolved into a jade phosphorus dragon. Naturally, Du Gubo wanted to find a sub-dragon, or a spirit beast possessing a true dragon bloodline, to serve as a spirit ring for Du Guyan. After searching for 3 whole days, Du Gubo finally locked onto a 6,000-year-old sub-dragon. Although the spirit ring limit for an average spirit master's 4th spirit ring was only between 4,000 and 5,000 years, Du Guyan, who had consumed the creation heaven mending pill, was clearly not in the ranks of ordinary spirit masters. And after absorbing the 6,000-year-old sub-dragon, Du Guyan's spirit power actually broke through to rank 48 in one go. One must know, before consuming the creation heaven mending pill, Du Guyan only had rank 38 spirit power. This exaggerated breakthrough left both Du Guyan and Du Gubo surprised and delighted. "Little Lin, what kind of spirit beast do you want for your spirit ring?" If we can't find a suitable spirit ring in the Sunset Forest, I'll take you to the Stardew Great Forest. We'll definitely be able to find a spirit ring you're satisfied with there. After helping Du Guyan obtain her spirit ring, Du Gubo looked at Qilin. Over these 3 days, they had encountered quite a few plant-type spirit beasts, with the highest age reaching up to 30,000 years. Using a 30,000-year-old spirit beast for a 6th spirit ring was already quite good in Du Gubo's opinion, but Qilin was not satisfied with any of them. After hearing Du Gubo's words, Qilin shook his head and smiled. Forget it, Senior Dugu, no need for so much trouble. Since we haven't found a spirit ring these 3 days, it means the time for me to obtain my 6th spirit ring hasn't arrived yet. It won't be too late to hunt for a spirit ring after some time has passed. Du Gubo and Du Guyan were stunned upon hearing this. Was he really being this careless? Du Gubo still wanted to persuade him. Are you really not going to look anymore? Although you can continue to cultivate even if you don't obtain a spirit ring, high-level spirit masters meditate faster than low-level ones, so if you don't obtain a spirit ring right now, it will have a certain impact on you. Qilin heard this and smiled. Many thanks for your concern, Senior Dugu, but these effects are not worth mentioning to me, so it doesn't matter. Seeing this, Du Gubo had to say, alright then, we'll listen to you. After speaking, the 3 of them returned to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well. Inside the valley, Du Gubo said to Qilin, Little Lin, from now on, just treat this place as your own home. You can take any medicinal herbs you fancy directly. Qilin scratched his head and glanced at the herb garden. When he refined the creation heaven mending pill, there were actually many herbs he hadn't touched, there were even several immortal herbs left. For example, the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the blazing apricot, as well as the yearning heartbroken red, he hadn't touched these 3 immortal herbs at all. But it seemed he had no use for these right now. However, Qilin still smiled and said to Du Gubo, I appreciate the kind offer, Senior Dugu. If I have any needs, I definitely won't stand on ceremony with you. Du Gubo laughed. Well said, don't you ever stand on ceremony with me. Du Guyan secretly rolled her eyes at her grandfather, she understood his intentions all too well. Time flashed to the next day. Qilin and Du Guyan, accompanied by Du Gubo, returned to Heaven Do Academy together. Meanwhile, at Heaven Do Academy. After 4 days of rushing, the Shrek group finally arrived at Heaven Do Academy. At this moment, Daimubai had already woken up from his coma. Both of his arms were bandaged, his face was deathly pale, and his aura was extremely withered. After arriving at Heaven Do Academy, Daimubai looked at the scenery before him and looked at Flender with anticipation. Dean, tell me, is there any hope for my hands to be cured? Nowadays, let alone fighting, it was difficult for him to even use a little bit of strength with his hands. Flender remained silent upon hearing this. From Xiaoxin's words, he could tell that the condition of Daimubai's hands was particularly severe, even a pure healing-type spirit saint might not necessarily be able to heal his meridians. As for a healing-type spirit Duluo, healing him probably wouldn't be a problem, but the key was that the rarity of a healing-type spirit Duluo was comparable to a titled Duluo. Let alone hiring one, they couldn't even find such a person. Looking at the expression on Flender's face, Daimubai's body suddenly began to tremble slightly. If his hands were truly crippled, how would he be able to contend against Daiwisi in the future? Whenever he thought about how he would either be killed or crippled after losing to Daiwisi, and then kept in captivity like a pig or dog, Daimubai felt a sense of darkness in his heart. And whenever this happened, he would think of the culprit behind all this, Yu Xiaoging. Swish. Daimubai's eyes instantly turned blood red. He turned his head away, panting heavily, and glared at Yu Xiaoging with a ferocious expression. You quack teacher, if my hands truly have no possibility of being cured, I will definitely kill you. Daimubai did not know at this moment that the reason his meridians had ruptured, aside from Yu Xiaoging's reasons, also had to do with Tang San constantly using him for experiments. Otherwise, with the toughness of his white tiger spirit's physical body, the endurance of his meridians would not have reached their limit so quickly. Yu Xiaoging was in the wrong, but over these past few days, he had already endured too many cold looks from the Shrek group, so he was already used to it. Even when facing the crazed-looking Daimubai, he could still stretch his neck and defend himself. Although you ended up in this state, it does have a little to do with me, but the culprit is not me. I was all just learning from Qilin, who knew such an accident would occur. I highly suspect that the reason Qilin agreed so readily for me to watch and learn on the sidelines back then was intentional. You all should be able to feel it yourselves, he has never liked you, which is why he deliberately held back when I went to observe and learn. He didn't even remind you when he knew that training like this was wrong, which is what led to your current situation. So, Mubai, the person you should hate the most is not me, but Qilin. Yu Xiaoging said righteously. Upon hearing this, a flash of hatred appeared in Daimubai's eyes. Whether it was Yu Xiaoging or Qilin, he hated them both. Flender and Xiaoxin in the crowd looked at each other, both flashing worried expressions in their eyes. These guys weren't looking to ask Qilin for help, they were clearly going to make an enemy of Qilin. Thinking of this, Flender felt he had to stand up. He said in a deep voice, Mubai, I can understand your urgent desire to recover right now. I will help you think of a way, but if you see Qilin in a moment, I don't want you to keep the same attitude as just now. After speaking, Flender's gaze swept around the area. Clearly, he was not just warning Daimubai, but also warning the others. Especially Ma Hongjun, who was always outspoken, was given a fierce glare by Flender. Dean, I know the severity of the situation. Daimubai took a deep breath, and the expression on his face calmed down, though deep in his eyes the hatred had not disappeared. Just then, Teacher Qin Ming's voice rang out from afar. Dean, you have finally arrived. Chapter 101, Yu Tianung's decisiveness, feeling green. Stepping forward, Teacher Qin Ming looked at Daimubai's miserable appearance, frowned, and asked with concern. Dean, what happened to Mubai? Upon hearing this, Flender let out a long sigh. Sigh, it's a long story. I'll tell you about it in a while. By the way, Teacher Qin Ming, doesn't Heaven Do Academy have 3 Spirit Duluo level 3 deans? I wonder if you could introduce us to them. On the way here, they had already inquired and found out that Heaven Do Academy had 3 Spirit Duluo level 3 deans. Given the status and position of these 3 deans, it shouldn't be difficult for them to help find a healing type spirit saint. In the future, Shrek Academy would be a part of Heaven Do Academy, so asking the 3 deans for help shouldn't be a problem. Teacher Qin Ming listened, glanced at the weak-spirited Daimubai, and immediately said, Dean, follow me. Afterward, the Shrek group followed Teacher Qin Ming toward the Academy's education committee. On the way, Flender roughly explained the situation to Teacher Qin Ming. After listening, the latter's expression was one of shock. What, I didn't expect that your soul power control method actually had such major drawbacks. Flender smiled bitterly, who could have expected this? But Teacher Qin Ming immediately asked, since this method has such major drawbacks, why are Teacher Qilin and Xiao Wu fine? Didn't you say they had been training for several years? As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Xiaoging's face instantly flushed red, while Flunder gave a light cough. What the children behind me are learning is something Xiaoging developed himself based on Qilin's training method. That's why there are certain drawbacks. Qilin's training method has no problems. Teacher Qinming looked at Yu Xiaoging with a strange gaze. He thought as much. It turned out the Grandmaster had tried to imitate a tiger but ended up with a dog. Sigh, why bother? Was it for the sake of a little face? Teacher Qinming had heard about the conflict between Ning Rongrong, Qilin, and Yu Xiaoging, and had also heard Xiao Wu mention the past when Grandmaster wanted to take Qilin as his disciple. Precisely because of this, he really didn't understand Yu Xiaoging's behavior. However, in front of Yu Xiaoging, he certainly wouldn't say anything more, just silently leading the way. But at this moment, Yu Xiaoging untimely brought the topic back to Qilin. He didn't ask much, just inquired about his recent situation. This itself wasn't much of a secret, one could find out by asking around, so Teacher Qinming didn't hide it. However, upon learning that Qilin had not only reached level 50 but had also become a Heaven Do level teacher at Heaven Do Academy, Yu Xiaoging's complexion visibly darkened and a look of intense jealousy flashed in his eyes. Qilin's life was the life he had always dreamed of. Just as the group was on their way to the education committee, a young man wearing a blue-purple martial outfit with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan emblem on his chest walked over from a distance. Yu Tianong was slightly stunned at the sight. Although he felt puzzled, he still said to the Shrek group beside him, "Everyone, the family might have sent someone to find me for something urgent. I'll go handle it first." "Tianong, go ahead," Yu Xiaoging said. Yu Tianong replied, his attitude still quite respectful. Although his uncle had screwed him over badly, thinking about how his uncle had been very close to him when he was young, plus the fact that he hadn't practiced for long and would likely recover after resting for a while, he didn't hold a grudge against his uncle like Daimubai and the others. After Yu Tianong met with the young man in the blue-purple martial outfit, the young man whispered something to him. Hearing the latter part, Yu Tianong's expression changed abruptly. Is the information true? If Du Guyan really had the family's hereditary toxin backlash, and it could be passed down to the next generation, then he would have to re-evaluate his relationship with Du Guyan. As a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, he certainly didn't want his offspring to have problems. Especially since he was competing with Yu Tianqin for the position of clan chief. Yu Tianqin's talent was not inferior to his own. If he were to marry Du Guyan, and his offspring had issues, how would it ever be his turn to inherit the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Thinking of this, the expression on Yu Tianong's face gradually became solemn. Although he had some feelings for Du Guyan, if marrying Du Guyan meant he had to give up competing for the status of heir to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, then forget it. Du Guyan was not the only outstanding female spirit master in the world. After pondering for a moment, Yu Tianong looked indifferently at the young man in the martial outfit and said, "Go back and tell my grandfather that I know how to choose." Upon hearing this, the young man in the martial outfit respectfully bowed slightly to Yu Tianong and then said, "Then the subordinate will take his leave." Yu Tianong's expression was cold and arrogant. He nodded faintly and then caught up with the Shrek group. "Tianong, did something happen in the family?" Yu Xiaoging asked in a deep voice. Although he had been expelled from the family by his father, his heart was still with the family, and he even dreamed of one day becoming world-renowned and returning to the family in glory. Yu Tianong's expression didn't fluctuate at all, and he smiled. "Don't worry, uncle, it's nothing major." "That's good," Yu Xiaoging breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Inside the education committee, the three deans, led by Chief Education Commissioner Meng Chenji, warmly received Flender's group. Firstly, it was naturally because of the strength of Flender and his group. One must know that there were only a few spirit saints in the entire Heaven Do Academy. Secondly, it was because of geniuses like Tang San. Although their talent could not compare to Qilin and Xiao Wu, they were still rare geniuses in the world. When Flender proposed hoping to use their connections to invite a healing-type spirit saint to treat Daimubai, the three of them readily agreed. The reason they were so ready to agree, besides Daimubai's talent, was that the three of them recognized Daimubai's identity and had other plans in mind. After all, Daimubai was a prince of the Star Luo Empire. If used well, it would definitely be of great benefit to the Heaven Do Empire. As for Flender and the others, upon hearing the three deans agree so readily, they couldn't help but show a trace of joy. As long as the three deans were willing to help, that was enough. Daimubai was also very excited. Great, his hands could still be saved. After the pleasant discussion, the three deans smilingly sent them out of the education committee building and agreed to take them to find a healing-type spirit saint tomorrow to treat the injuries on their bodies. Afterward, the three deans continued to instruct Teacher Qinming to be responsible for arranging the dormitories for the Shrek group. Teacher Qinming nodded in response, but just as he brought the Shrek group to the teacher dormitory area, he saw a man and a woman walking from a distance, chatting and laughing. The man was clean and handsome, and the woman's smile was like a blooming flower. The moment they saw this man and woman, the expressions of the Shrek group became strange, and then they cast pitying gazes toward Yu Tianong in the crowd. Especially Ma Hongjun, who, after learning that the three deans would help and his own safety was guaranteed, recovered his usual slacker personality. Seeing the scene in front of him, his lecherous, chubby face let out a cheeky laugh. As expected of teacher Qilin, his methods for picking up girls are probably even more superb than his teaching methods. If only he could teach me a trick or two. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Tianong's face in the crowd had turned as black as coal. He felt that right now, the top of his head was green with panic. Chapter 102, Conflict Escalates, teaching Yu Tianong a lesson with one punch. Taking a deep breath, Yu Tianong walked out from the Shrek crowd. At this moment, his heart felt like a volcano on the verge of erupting, especially after hearing Ma Hongjun's snide tone, which only fueled his burning rage. The honor and pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan did not allow his woman to be so intimate with another man. Although nothing had happened between him and Du Guyan, he had long regarded Du Guyan as his exclusive property. Even if he might not marry Du Guyan in the future, that was a matter for the future. But now, Du Guyan was getting close to someone else, and to Yu Tianong, it felt as if he had been cuckolded. It was intolerable. HMPH. Yu Tianong snorted coldly, ignoring the Shrek crowd, and strode toward Qilin and Du Guyan, his gaze sweeping coldly over Qilin. A mere support, yet he dared to snatch his woman. He truly didn't know what was good for him. Even if the Shrek crowd hyped Qilin up to be miraculous, so what? Even if he were given 100 guts, would he dare to lay a hand on him? He was one of the heirs to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Did a commoner spirit master without any backing deserve to oppose him? There's a good show to watch. Ma Hongjun looked at Yu Tianong's back with schadenfreude and said with a cheeky grin. Daimubai, who had been pale, felt his complexion improve slightly upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words. The reason he had fallen into such a state was partly due to Qilin. So, being able to witness this scene now, he was naturally very happy. Tang San felt secretly pleased, as someone as pure and clean as him naturally couldn't stand Qilin, who was always surrounded by beautiful women. Seeing this, Flender first glared at Fatty. You talk too much. Would you die if you didn't speak? If I hear you fanning the flames again, watch out, I'll beat you to death. Seeing Flender get angry, Ma Hongjun immediately shrank his neck in fear. Flender then looked at Yu Xiaogang and said hurriedly, Xiaogang, you must call Yu Tianong back. There might be some misunderstanding here, don't let things escalate to the point where it can't be resolved. Yu Tianong was not a student of Shrek Academy, and his status was something even Flender feared, so he could only ask Yu Xiaogang to speak. However, Yu Xiaogang just glanced at him indifferently and said, Flender, you can't persuade him. This is the pride of a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Flender sighed upon hearing this. On the other side, Qilin and Du Guyan also noticed Yu Tianong walking over aggressively. Qilin raised an eyebrow and said, Du Guyan, it seems Yu Tianong has misunderstood. Du Guyan also noticed Yu Tianong. If it were before, encountering Yu Tianong in such a situation might have caused her to feel intense guilt. Because at that time, she had held a certain fondness for Yu Tianong in her heart. But now, for some reason, seeing Yu Tianong at this moment, there was no ripple in her heart. While this left her feeling stunned, a thought suddenly emerged in her mind. Why is it like this? Is it because I no longer have feelings for Yu Tianong? And almost subconsciously, Du Guyan explained to Qilin, don't be nervous, there's nothing between him and me. Qilin smiled and said, why would I be nervous about that? Halfway there, Yu Tianong saw the two of them still chatting and laughing right in front of him, and became even more furious, gnashing his teeth as he spat out 3 words. Shameless pair. Walking up to them, the expression on Yu Tianong's face was as cold as frost, and he asked in a deep voice, Du Guyan, do you think you're worthy of me by doing this? Du Guyan frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although Yu Tianong used to be arrogant, his words and actions were quite gentlemanly. Compared to now, they were worlds apart. His tone now made it seem as if she were his exclusive property. She had indeed had feelings for him before, but it was just a fondness, the two of them hadn't even confirmed a relationship. To put it bluntly, even if she went to sleep with another man, it had nothing to do with him. Yet, Yu Tianong came up, refusing to listen to explanations or ask for reasons, and directly questioned her with a cold face, as if her simply speaking to Qilin was a betrayal of him. Yu Tianong, what do you mean by that? Du Guyan would not indulge Yu Tianong, she immediately shouted coldly, knitting her brows and glaring at the latter. Seeing this, Yu Tianong became even more convinced that there was something between Du Guyan and Qilin, and immediately looked at Qilin with bloodshot eyes. Good, very good. You certainly have good methods, actually daring to poach from me, Yu Tianong. Yu Tianong ignored Du Guyan and turned his gaze to Qilin. Since someone had come to challenge him, Qilin naturally wouldn't back down, and retorted, does this even count as poaching? You shouldn't be Du Guyan's boyfriend yet, right? Yu Tianong's face stiffened upon hearing this, but a look of embarrassment turned into anger soon appeared on his face. Damn it, you're still quibbling. You truly don't see the coffin until you shed tears. Do you think that with just a little bit of talent, you can disregard me and the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? How laughable. The strength of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is beyond your imagination. Yu Tianong shouted sternly. Before Qilin could speak, Du Guyan, who was on the side, said coldly, little brother Qilin, you don't need to worry about him. If the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan really dares to make a move against you, grandfather will not let them off. As soon as these words were spoken, the volcano in Yu Tianong's heart that had reached the verge of eruption completely exploded. The fury rushed straight to his head, causing him to lose his last shred of reason. Ah. Yu Tianong's eyes were bloodshot, panting like an ox as he stared fixedly at Qilin and Du Guyan, his mouth emitting a low growl like a beast. You pair of shameless adulterers, go to hell. The next second, Yu Tianong directly activated his spirit, his whole body wreathed in blue-purple lightning, and his arm transformed directly into a dragon-scaled arm, violently punching toward Qilin. The speed was so fast that it created a sonic boom in the air. Not far away, the Shrek crowd saw this sudden situation, and their expressions changed abruptly. Not good. Flender's pupils constricted, and he immediately activated his spirit, flashing toward the direction of the three. If he didn't intervene, it would surely lead to a catastrophe. Did he not know Qilin's strength? With Yu Tianong's strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to be Qilin's opponent. However, Flender was still a step too late. Facing the whistling fist wind and the sizzling sound of thunder within it, Qilin's smile was extremely relaxed, and he threw a punch with lightning speed. Bang! The two fists collided, and in an instant, waves of air rolled out. Shattered blue-purple scales mixed with blood splashed in all directions. Yu Tianong's figure flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 103, Qilin's change in mindset, wanting to abuse Xiaogang. Seeing this, Flender's expression tightened. He accelerated abruptly to catch Yu Tianong, who looked like a kite with its string cut. After catching him, Flender frowned as he listened to Yu Tianong's pained groans and took a look. Good heavens, the arm that Yu Tianong had transformed into a dragon looked bizarrely deformed, with blue-purple dragon scales shattered in the flesh a bloody mess. The entire arm hung limp, and there wasn't a single intact part of the arm bone. Furthermore, Flender could sense that Yu Tianong's internal organs had also suffered an extremely powerful impact. The bloody foam he spat out even contained fragments of his organs. Oh no, oh no. This has blown up into a huge problem. Flender grabbed Yu Tianong by the collar and descended from midair, his face itched with anxiety as he muttered speechlessly. Tell me, why did you have to go and look for trouble with Qilin for no reason? Isn't this just asking for suffering? You are level 39 Spirit Elder, where did you get the courage to lay a hand on Qilin? Although Qilin was only a support soul master, was he the same as other support soul masters? After lecturing Yu Tianong, Flender approached Qilin. Qilin, you really went too heavy with your hand this time. Behind Yu Tianong is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. You've injured Yu Tianong like this, given the personality of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I'm afraid they won't let this go. Qilin shrugged indifferently and said, Yu Tianong was the one who attacked first this time. Should I just indulge him? Dean, you don't need to worry about me. Nothing will happen. Flender said speechlessly, sometimes I really don't know if you are big-hearted or if you have some other trump card. Also, you don't need to call me Dean anymore, now that Shrek Academy has merged into Heaven Do Academy. While the two were talking, the group from Shrek had already trotted over from afar. Xiaoshan immediately used his spirit ability to create a healing candy and fed it into Yu Tianong's mouth. During this time, he had truly become an old tool man. As the healing candy was consumed by Yu Tianong, his groans immediately and visibly diminished significantly. In the crowd, Ma Hongjun saw Yu Tianong's miserable state, and couldn't help but recall the scene of being beaten up by Qilin back then. He immediately shivered, not daring to even look at Qilin. During this time, he had said plenty of bad things about Qilin behind his back, so he felt guilty. Seeing this scene, a strange look flashed in Yu Xiaobing's eyes. The next second, he stood out under everyone's gaze. Qilin, we are all in the same academy now. Look at what you have done to Tianong. Seeing Yu Xiaobing jump out again, Qilin glanced at him and said indifferently, are you blind? Didn't you see that he was the one who attacked first? Yu Xiaobing snorted coldly, then looked at Du Guyan beside Qilin. Isn't it because you wronged him first? Qilin, do you know that you have gradually gone astray? Poaching others, hurting companions, and even when you clearly knew that the training method I imparted to the children was wrong, you remained indifferent. Do you know that it was because of your indifference that Mubai's hand meridians ruptured, and even the other students suffered varying degrees of damage to their meridians because they practiced the wrong training method? If you still know how to repent, you should immediately apologize to Tianong, to Mubai, and to the other students, and impart the correct training method to everyone equally. Yu Xiaobing said righteously. After Yu Xiaobing finished speaking, everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Good heavens, clearly the reason Dai Mubai and the others ended up like this was because they practiced his training method. Now, he had directly shifted the blame onto Qilin. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Tang San's eyes. If Qilin could really impart the correct spirit power training method as his teacher said, that would be great. After listening, Flender's pupils suddenly constricted, and he looked at his old friend in disbelief. His previous premonition was correct. The day Qilin would part ways with their group was likely right before them. Du Guyan stared angrily at Yu Xiaobing, wanting to stand up for Qilin, but saw Qilin suddenly reach out to stop her, then looked at Yu Xiaobing with a smile. Are you finished? While he spoke, Du Guyan noticed that although Qilin was smiling, his smile lacked its usual gentle feeling. Instead, it carried a hint of mockery and coldness. But Yu Xiaobing didn't notice this, and said righteously, that's about it. After speaking, Yu Xiaobing thought for a moment and added, Qilin, as long as you acknowledge your mistake and change, I can guarantee that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan won't come looking for trouble with you today. I still have some say in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Saying this, Yu Xiaobing clasped his hands behind his back, his rigid face wearing a look of slight arrogance. Seeing this, Qilin's gaze swept across the Shrek group and finally landed on Yu Xiaobing, and he slowly walked forward. Just as Yu Xiaobing thought Qilin was about to apologize to everyone, he saw Qilin's expression suddenly sink. His left hand suddenly grabbed his collar, and his right hand swung back and forth. Slap, 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 slap. Aiming at Yu Xiaobing's greasy face, Qilin ruthlessly slapped him. He slapped with his palm, then with the back of his hand, back and forth, his hand speed so fast it created afterimages. Because Qilin's actions were too sudden, by the time everyone reacted, he had already slapped Yu Xiaobing 7 or 8 times. Qilin, what are you doing? Let go of Xiaobing quickly. Flender exclaimed in shock. Tang San also spoke furiously. Qilin, if you have any issues, come at me. Let go of my teacher. Hearing their voices, Qilin slapped Yu Xiaobing a few more times fiercely, then threw him to the side like trash. Looking at Yu Xiaobing, who seemed to have lost half his life, and his face swollen like a pig's head, Qilin let out a long sigh of relief. Refreshed. He had long found Yu Xiaobing an eyesore, and now he felt much better. It was also at this moment that Qilin's mindset quietly changed. No wonder so many transmigrators who came to Duluo wanted to fiercely abuse Yu Xiaobing. It turned out that he was truly asking for it. To Qilin, Yu Xiaobing was like a fly, always buzzing in front of him. Although he didn't cause any actual harm, he was truly disgusting. Therefore, although Qilin didn't intend to kill Yu Xiaobing, he had no intention of letting him off easy either. For a person like him, death was actually not scary. What he truly feared was being ruined and having his reputation stink for 10,000 years. Old Xiao, quickly feed Xiaobing a healing candy. Flender looked at Xiao Shen anxiously. Got it. Xiao Shen looked at Yu Xiaobing, who was lying limply on the ground like a dead dog and had fallen into a coma, with a speechless expression and once again created a healing candy. Along the way, he had either been creating healing candy or was on his way to creating it. Xiao Shen was truly defeated by this. Flender sighed and looked at Qilin, shaking his head. Qilin, Xiaobing was indeed in the wrong, but after all, everyone will be working together at Heaven Do Academy in the future. It's best not to burn bridges. Logically speaking, given the friendship of several decades between himself and Yu Xiaobing, he should be standing up for him right now. But when such a thing actually happened, he felt too ashamed to help Yu Xiaobing. Because even he could see that ever since Qilin joined Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaobing had been targeting Qilin at every turn. In his view, it was already quite incredible that Qilin had been able to tolerate it until now before taking action. After all, geniuses have their own unique pride. How could they tolerate a rank 29 spirit grandmaster pointing fingers at them? Anyway, if Flender were in Qilin's shoes, he admitted he couldn't have done what Qilin did. Although Yu Xiaobing still held the title of Grandmaster, in reality, this title carried more derogatory connotations than complimentary ones on the continent. Of course, even if Yu Xiaobing were a true Grandmaster, he would still be insignificant in front of Qilin, who had independently created the soul power training method. Therefore, Yu Xiaobing had only himself to blame for his current situation. After hearing Flender's words, Qilin smiled faintly. Alright, Flender, you don't need to say any more. For a hypocritical piece of trash like Yu Xiaobing, the fact that I've tolerated him until now is already a testament to my high moral character. Flender remained silent upon hearing this. Beside him, Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze like a beast ready to devour someone, staring fixedly at Qilin. Qilin, you have gone astray. Teacher had good intentions, it was just his choice of words that was slightly inappropriate. To think you would actually hurt him to this extent. Teacher treats me like his own son. Now that teacher has been humiliated, how can I, as his student, stand by and do nothing? Qilin, do you dare to make a bet with me? If I can withstand 3 of your moves without falling, you must apologize to teacher and everyone, and furthermore, you must hand over the correct soul power training method. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Flender and the others changed slightly, and they shouted, Tang San, do you know what you are saying? Tang San said in a deep voice, Dean, I know very well what I am doing. I want to vindicate teacher, he is not trash. Flender was completely numb upon hearing this. How could these two, teacher and student, be more confident than the other? Had the cautionary tales of Yu Tianong and Yu Xiaobing not taught him a lesson yet? Although Tang San's spirit power had reached rank 35 after these few months of training, had he not seen that even the rank 39 Yu Tianong had his arm crippled by one punch from Qilin? Watching this scene, a cold glint flashed in Qilin's eyes. Tang San, is it because I haven't dealt with you before that you think I'm easy to talk to? A bet. Although you don't have the qualifications to make a bet with me, out of consideration for the meager friendship we've had over the past 6 years, I will agree to your request. From this day forward, we are strangers. Tang San snorted coldly upon hearing this and said, enough talk, come on. No matter how strong you are, I can block 3 of your moves. As he spoke, Tang San slowly raised his palm and instantly released his spirit. As a stalk of blue-purple-blue-silver grass instantly grew from his palm, 3 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, spiraled up from beneath his feet. At the same time, for the sake of caution, Tang San immediately activated the purple demon eye. 2 rays of purple light spilled from his eyes, and his hands turned as white as jade. It was the Tang Sek technique, mysterious jade hand. Seeing Tang San's expression of being ready for battle, Qilin walked calmly to the opposite side, not even releasing his spirit. Tang San, having known each other for so many years, don't you always want to know the gap between us? Since that's the case, today I will grant your wish. Having spoken in a calm tone, Qilin slowly clenched his right fist. The next second, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted in the air. Bang! In a flash of lightning, Qilin's figure shot out, his speed so fast that it gave people the impression of countless afterimages. Even though Tang San had already cultivated the purple demon eye to the level of minute detail, he could still only capture a single afterimage. Fortunately, the moment Qilin clenched his fist, he had already anticipated the timing of Qilin's attack and decisively released his first spirit ability. Blue-silver binding. Almost at the same time, the first spirit ring on Tang San's body suddenly flashed. The blue-purple-blue-silver grass in his palm instantly transformed to the thickness of an arm, and 7 or 8 strands flew out to bind Qilin. However, just as these blue-silver grass strands were about to touch Qilin, they fell limply to the ground like a pile of mud. This scene immediately left everyone present in disbelief, and Tang San's pupils contracted sharply. Although he didn't know what had happened, it was already too late for him to think. Tang San did not hesitate in the slightest, his figure retreating like a ghost. It was the Tang Sek technique, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. However, no matter how proficient Tang San was in the Tang Sek techniques, his own rank had only reached rank 35. In almost the blink of an eye, Qilin's figure had already arrived in front of him and smashed a fist onto his chest. Only when this punch landed did Tang San realize exactly what kind of gap existed between himself and Qilin. His body flew backward instantly like a cannonball, crashing, boom, onto the ground dozens of meters away. To Tang San, this punch felt as if he had been struck by a great mountain. In an instant, he felt all the internal organs in his body shift, and his chest was completely sunken. Terrifying energy spread within his body, crazily destroying his physique, leaving him unable to muster even a shred of strength to stand up. The intense pain tugged at Tang San's nerves. Even though he had a tough personality and an outstanding will, he still couldn't help but let out bursts of painful low roars. Qilin stopped his movement, calmly watching this scene, then slowly walked forward to stand in front of Tang San, looking down at him. Cough, cough. Coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood, Tang San relied on his strong willpower to keep from passing out. However, when he noticed Qilin's gaze, a look of shock flashed in his eyes, and at the same time, a strong sense of unwillingness surged into his heart. He actually couldn't even withstand a single punch from Qilin. Just how strong had he become? At this moment, Tang San felt that the beliefs in his heart had shattered into pieces. He couldn't help but wonder, even if he cultivated the clear sky hammer with 9-10,000 year spirit rings, could he really surpass Qilin? Chapter 105 Tang San, A Gentleman Takes Revenge, 10 years is not too late. Meanwhile, in a corner of Heaven Do Academy, Tang Hao, with his slovenly clothes and purple-black eyes tightly shut like a blind man, suddenly furrowed his brows. How is it possible for that kid Qilin to be so powerful? Isn't he a support soul master? Over these years, Tang Hao's eyes had completely withered away due to a lack of timely treatment. However, the mental force of a titled Duluo is formidable. After years of adaptation, he had gradually grown accustomed to the darkness. Although it still had some impact, it was minimal. He had always known that Qilin was not an ordinary support soul master, but he had no idea his strength was this terrifying. All of this was naturally because Qilin rarely made a move on ordinary days. On the other side, the Shrek crowd gasped upon seeing Tang San's miserable state. It was too miserable. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai even felt a sensation like needles pricking their backs. This time, Xiao Shin sighed, and without needing a reminder from Flender, he took the initiative to create a healing candy and walked over. Qilin said indifferently, "Now, do you know what kind of gap exists between us?" After eating the healing candy fed to him by Xiao Shin, Tang San's condition recovered a little. Listening to Qilin's words, a flash of gloom crossed Tang San's eyes. You won this time, but you won't keep winning forever. Qilin was the first person to make him feel deeply powerless. In terms of talent, Tang San admitted he couldn't compare to Qilin, but as a disciple of the Tang sect from his previous life in Shu, using poison and crafting hidden weapons were what he was best at. No matter how strong Qilin was, Tang San believed that as long as he could craft those top-tier hidden weapons from his previous life, regardless of how strong Qilin was, he would absolutely not be his opponent. This was the self-confidence that belonged uniquely to Tang San. Meanwhile, not far away, Yu Xiaogang slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes and looked around, he saw Qilin standing beside Tang San, looking down at him from a high position. Tang San was lying in a large pit, his robes tattered, looking incredibly miserable. In an instant, blood rushed to Yu Xiaogang's head, and his whole body was suddenly filled with strength. He roared angrily, "Qilin, what did you do to little San? If you have any issues, come at me." In Yu Xiaogang's heart, even his own life could not compare to Tang San. For one, he had spent many years with Tang San and had deep feelings for him. Secondly, Tang San was the only disciple with whom he could prove himself to the entire continent. Therefore, no matter what, he would never let anyone threaten Tang San's life. Qilin turned around and glanced indifferently in the direction of Yu Xiaogang, which caused Flender, who was nearby, to directly reach out and seal his mouth. "Xiaogang, shut your damn mouth, stop causing trouble." Woo woo woo. Seeing Flender reaching out to cover his mouth, Yu Xiaogang immediately pushed him away with all his might. "Qilin, if you dare to touch little San, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan will never let you off." Once these words were spoken, Flender glanced down, his eyes somewhat unfocused, and he subconsciously let go of Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang had completely lost his reason today. Flender sighed slightly, the current Qilin would no longer ignore him as he had before. Just as Flender thought Qilin was about to take action, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Grandfather." Du Guyan looked into the distance with a joyful face. The crowd followed her gaze and saw an old man in a green robe walking slowly from the distance. Those who knew Du Guyan's identity suddenly had their expressions tighten. Du Guyan's grandfather, isn't that the legendary poison Duluo? Qilin also looked at Du Gubo and said with a smile, "Senior Dugu, didn't you already leave?" Du Gubo smiled. "I was going to leave, but I suddenly discovered an interesting place, so I changed my mind." After speaking, his gaze looked towards a certain direction, a flash of vigilance crossing his eyes. The mental force of a titled Duluo is extremely formidable. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a strong fluctuation of spirit power. This fluctuation was undoubtedly that of a titled Duluo. Because he was worried about the safety of Qilin and Du Guyan, he turned back. Sure enough, there really was a titled Duluo who had entered Heavendo Academy. Qilin looked at the direction of Dugubo's gaze and immediately guessed the reason he had turned back. Satanghao had been exposed. After looking for a moment and seeing that the titled Duluo hidden in the shadows still had no intention of coming out, Dugubo immediately guessed that the other party's identity might not be fit for public view, so he simply withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Yu Xiaogang. Dugubo stood with his hands behind his back, his expression as calm as water, but the invisible pressure he radiated made the Shrek crowd feel as if they had fallen into a swamp, unable to move. Flender reacted the fastest and immediately bowed respectfully towards Dugubo, saying, "Flender greets your excellency Poison Duluo." Dugubo glanced at Flender indifferently and ignored him, instead continuing to fix his gaze on Yu Xiaogang. Under Dugubo's gaze, Yu Xiaogang's body trembled slightly, and cold sweat the size of soybeans broke out on his forehead. But he still endured the intense pressure and said, "Yu Xiaogang greets your excellency Poison Duluo." A titled Duluo cannot be insulted. As a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Xiaogang understood this principle very well, because his father was a titled Duluo. Dugubo said indifferently, "Just now, I seem to have heard you say that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will never let off Little Lin." Little Lin. Hearing Dugubo's form of address for Qilin, the hearts of the Shrek crowd skipped a beat. As a titled Duluo, how could Poison Duluo be so affectionate towards Qilin? In this short time of less than a month, what exactly happened? Could it be that Qilin really poached Yu Tianong's corner, and even gained the approval of his grandfather? At this second, not to mention Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and the others who were already jealous to the point of turning red-eyed, even middle-aged bachelors like Flender and Xiaoxin couldn't help but feel envious. The most miserable of all was Yu Xiaogang. It was said that Dugubo had a strange and eccentric temperament. If he were to anger him, he was afraid that he really might start a massacre on their group. Yu Xiaogang was not sure if Tang Hao was following nearby, so how could he dare to gamble? For the sake of everyone's little lives, Yu Xiaogang could only choose to endure. Replying to your excellency Poison Duluo, it was all my fault just now for being worried about my beloved disciple, which is why I spoke out to threaten Qilin. I personally have absolutely no such thoughts. I beg your excellency Poison Duluo to see clearly. Beside him, Tang San struggled to climb up from the ground and bowed his head slightly towards Dugubo. The unintentional words my teacher just said to Qilin were all because of me. If your excellency Poison Duluo is still unwilling to let go of my teacher, I, Tang San, am willing to accept punishment on behalf of my teacher. Whether to kill or slice, leave it to Qilin to handle. Tang San spoke heroically, yet his eyes were already completely bloodshot. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Today, my strength is insufficient, so I will endure for now. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now. This grudge must be avenged. Chapter 106, the long-awaited bet. Tang San kneels to admit fault, hands over Tang Sek techniques. Tang San's demeanor actually made Dugubo look at him with a bit more respect, and he turned to look at Qilin. Little Lin, you decide how to handle this. Qilin looked at Tang San, a sneer appearing in his eyes. From Tang San, he only felt intense unwillingness and jealousy, much like a venomous snake. However, this was quite consistent with Tang San's character. Qilin smiled faintly and said, "I won't mention how to deal with you for now, let's talk about that bet from just a moment ago first. You made a bet with me earlier. If I had lost, I would naturally have had to admit my fault, apologize to you, and hand over the correct soul power training method. But now that I am the winner, what is your wager? Don't try to welsh on me, or you won't be able to bear the consequences." As soon as these words were spoken, Tang San raised his head, his pupils constricting sharply, and a sense of unease flashed through his heart. There was a bet. Dugubo raised an eyebrow. With his shrewdness, he naturally saw the apprehension on Tang San's face at once. It seems, this kid has secrets. After a moment, Tang San gritted his teeth and said, "I can also admit my fault and apologize to you, and I will hand over the controlling crane catching dragon technique. You should have seen me perform the controlling crane catching dragon technique." Hearing him finish, Qilin looked at Tang San with a half smile and said, "You're just handing over the controlling crane catching dragon. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? Does the controlling crane catching dragon even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as my soul power training method?" As he spoke, Qilin casually raised his hand. A powerful suction force erupted from his palm, instantly pulling a stone weighing nearly 100 jin from dozens of meters away into midair. In my eyes, your controlling crane catching dragon is merely a simple method of soul power control, it's not worth mentioning. Seeing Qilin belittle the Tang Sek technique so much, Tang San couldn't help but clench his fists. Then what do you want? Taking a deep breath, Tang San chose to endure it. Qilin said casually, "Since that's the case, then hand over the soul power meditation method you cultivate, as well as your hand training, eye training, and the footwork you just displayed." He wasn't interested in his Tang Sek techniques, but these were the only things Tang San had that were worth anything. Moreover, these items would definitely make Tang San feel the pain. The facts were exactly as such. As soon as Tang San heard Qilin's request, he felt his whole body tense up. Qilin's strike had truly hit his jugular vein. As a successor of the Tang sect, how could Tang San tolerate a non-Tang sect disciple mastering Tang sect techniques? But now, if he didn't hand them over, he feared he wouldn't be able to end this peacefully today. Dugubo's presence was like a great mountain pressing down on Tang San, leaving him no room to resist. Fine. I will hand them over. Tang San gritted his teeth. Faced with life and death, he chose to hand over the Tang sect techniques. However, he would definitely repay what Qilin did today 100-fold in the future. Don't try any tricks in front of me, or bear the consequences yourself. I don't need you to tell me that. Tang San said in a low voice, "Tomorrow, I will have these things delivered to you tomorrow." After speaking, Tang San staggered towards Yu Xiaogang. "Teacher, let's go." Just as he walked over, Qilin's voice sounded again. "You seem to have forgotten to apologize to me." Tang San's body stiffened, but he still turned to face Qilin and lowered his head slightly. "Everything just now was my fault. I shouldn't have overestimated my abilities and bet against you, and I certainly shouldn't have coveted your soul power training method. Please do not hold this against me, Teacher Qilin." Seeing this, Dugubo slightly raised his palm towards Tang San and pressed down in the air. Boom. In an instant, Dugubo's robes moved without wind, and a terrifying spirit power pressure erupted from his body, instantly landing on Tang San. This pressure was like a small mountain suddenly pressing down, causing Tang San's expression to change drastically. Under this pressure, his body knelt to the ground without any resistance. A cracking sound came from Tang San's kneecaps. Dugubo said indifferently, "If you are going to admit your fault, you need to have the right attitude." An expression of intense pain appeared on Tang San's face, and another mouthful of blood spilled from his mouth. However, he could only endure the pain and cup his hands, saying, "Poison Duluo, your lesson is correct, this junior has learned his lesson." After speaking, Tang San knelt towards Qi Lin, lowering his head again to admit his error. Just at this moment, Du Gubo's gaze looked towards the direction of Tang Hao again, narrowing slightly. Just a moment ago, the instant Tang San knelt, he once again felt the spirit power fluctuations emitted by the title Duluo hidden in the shadows. And these fluctuations were particularly strong. Clearly, this mysterious title Duluo had a deep connection with Tang San, but he still didn't seem to have any intention of appearing. Thinking of this, Du Gubo narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems he would still need to tell little Lin about this information later, so he could be careful of this Tang San in the future. Outstanding talent, and the ability to bend and stretch, that would be one thing. If he also had a title Duluo backing him, he might become someone significant in the future. Actually, according to Du Gubo's thinking, such a potential trouble should be killed directly. However, if he were to make a move against Tang San, the title Duluo behind him would inevitably make a move against Du Guyan and Qi Lin as well. Therefore, Du Gubo could only give up on that idea. Because no matter how high the talent of the Tang San before him was, it couldn't possibly be higher than Qi Lin's. On the other side, looking at how things had developed to this point, Flender couldn't help but sigh deeply. After what happened today, whether for the sake of Yu Xiaobing or for the sake of Tang San, the Shrek group could no longer stay at this Heaven Do Academy. As for the injury on Dai Mubai's hand, they would have to find another way. On the way here, he had seen the recruitment notice for Lanba Academy, and just from the style of the academy's student recruitment, he had already guessed who the dean was. Thinking that he and Luerlong hadn't met for over 10 years, Flender felt quite a lot of emotion. Once they went to Lanba Academy, they would be able to use Luerlong's connections in the imperial capital to find someone to help treat Dai Mubai's injury. Alright, this bet is settled. Don't forget to have the wager delivered tomorrow. Qi Lin looked at Tang San, who was kneeling on the ground with his head bowed, and waved his hand casually. Hearing this, a look of humiliation flashed in Tang San's eyes. He was about to stand up but discovered his kneecaps were already shattered, and he was unable to rise. Seeing this, Yu Xiaobing immediately walked forward to help him up, asking with concern, "Little San, are you okay?" Tang San buried his hatred deep in his pupils and said with a pale face, "Don't worry, teacher, I'm fine." Teacher Xiaoxin. After speaking, Tang San looked at Xiaoxin. Xiaoxin nodded helplessly and produced another healing candy. He realized he had really become a tool. Flender looked at the condition of the Shrek group with disappointment. The teachers didn't even dare to breathe loudly under Du Gubo's might. And Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were all hanging their heads like quails, not even having the courage to look directly at Du Gubo and Qi Lin. Until this moment, Flender truly realized how failed his teaching had been. That school motto of, "Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre," was even more ridiculous at this moment. Dai Mubai and the others were good at bullying the weak, but once they faced the strong, they were instantly exposed. How could they grow into true powerhouses like this? Chapter 107, Flender's Resolution, the eve of Shrek's departure from Heaven Do Academy. Poison Duluo, we have admitted our mistakes as you requested, may we leave now? Flender withdrew his gaze and looked at Du Gubo with a fawning smile. Du Gubo turned his head to look at Qi Lin. Qi Lin said, "Do as you please." Upon hearing this, Flender finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Qi Lin, then we shall take our leave. Farewell." After speaking, Flender looked at Qi Lin with a complicated expression. He knew that after today, Qi Lin would completely part ways with his group. Although he and Xiaoxin had been able to speak a few words with Qi Lin during this time, it could at most be called a casual acquaintance. Qi Lin smiled back, "Farewell." Hearing these two words, Flender immediately called out to everyone. "Let's go. Xiaoming, lead the way." Although they had decided to leave Heaven Do Academy, they didn't need to leave so urgently that they couldn't even stay for one more night. Moreover, Tang San still had to copy his equally miraculous, self-created soul skill for Qi Lin. "Yes, Dean," Teacher Qinming responded, and then immediately led the way in front. Watching the backs of the Shrek group as they departed, Du Gubo suddenly sensed something, and then said to Qi Lin and Du Guyan, "Yan Yan, Xiaolin, you go back first. I'm going to go meet an interesting fellow." Qi Lin guessed that the person Du Gubo was going to meet was most likely Tang Hao, so he reminded him, "Then be careful yourself." Of course, Qi Lin was not too worried about Du Gubo's safety. Although Qi Lin did not know that Tang Hao was blind and his combat power was impaired. But after Du Gubo refined the Creation Heaven Mending Pill, not only had his spirit power improved to level 93, but his spirit had also evolved into the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. Even if the current Du Gubo was still not Tang Hao's match, it would definitely not be difficult for him to save his life. After all, Du Gubo's original spirit, the Jade Phosphor Serpent, could be considered a top-tier spirit, and the evolved Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor could be considered one of the very best even among top-tier spirits. Du Gubo looked at Qi Lin with surprise. Qi Lin knew his own strength, yet still reminded him to be careful. Could it be that he knew the title Duluo behind Tang San? And, this person's strength was likely not weaker than his own. "Alright, I understand." Du Gubo responded, and then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot like a green phantom. After he left, Du Guyan asked in confusion, "Little brother Qi Lin, do you think the person Grandpa is going to meet has the ability to hurt Grandpa?" Qi Lin smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, your grandfather is not in any danger." Du Guyan finally put down the worry in her heart and switched to another topic. After today, the relationship between Yu Tianong and me is completely severed. As she said this, a sense of relief appeared in Du Guyan's eyes. Because even without breaking up with Yu Tianong, she had discovered that she no longer had the same feelings for him as she once did. "Little brother Qi Lin, let's go, take me to see your dormitory." "You wouldn't be unwelcoming, would you?" Qi Lin smiled gently and said, "Of course not." On the other side, on a low hill outside Heaven Do Academy, Du Gubo looked at the slovenly middle-aged man in front of him, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although the man's face was unshaven and weathered, his identity was still recognized by him. Clear Sky Duluo, Tang Hao. As one of the twin stars of the Clear Sky sect, the former Tang Hao often walked the continent with his elder brother, Tang Xiao, representing the Clear Sky sect, so Du Gubo naturally knew him. It was only then that he realized. Tang San, Tang Hao, both of them had the surname Tang. And Tang Hao was secretly following Tang San, clearly protecting him in the shadows. For Tang Hao to make such a sacrifice, it could only be his own son. The only thing that made Du Gubo curious was, since Tang San was Tang Hao's son, why was his spirit not the Clear Sky Hammer, but the trash spirit, Blue Silver Grass? It was well known that when both parents were spirit masters, the offspring often inherited the stronger spirit. Yet Tang San's spirit was Blue Silver Grass. This was not scientific. Just as Du Gubo's thoughts were drifting, Tang Hao suddenly spoke calmly. "Du Gubo. I know you." Tang Hao's words were concise, the expression on his face was incredibly calm, but strangely, his voice gave people a sense of arrogance. This tone was as if to say, I, Tang Hao, know you, it is your honor. It was clearly dealing with a titled Duluo, and Tang Hao's injuries had not yet healed. But even in this situation, when facing Du Gubo, his posture was still high and mighty. Of course, the reason Tang Hao had such a posture was entirely because he still regarded Du Gubo as the weakest titled Duluo from before. Although Du Gubo's poison arts were indeed powerful, they were not very effective against titled Duluo like them. It was precisely because of this reason that the always arrogant and conceited Tang Hao was very confident. Even if he could not exert 50% of his peak strength now, he could still easily suppress Du Gubo. On the other side, Du Gubo listened to Tang Hao's high and mighty tone. He glanced at Tang Hao's condition in his blinded eyes, and couldn't help but snort coldly, replying with the same tone and demeanor. I recognize you too. Tang Hao. If it were before, facing Tang Hao, even just an injured Tang Hao, Du Gubo would never have been so tough. But things were different now. Under the effect of the creation heaven mending pill, not only had his spirit power reached level 93, but his spirit had also evolved. Now, if anyone still regarded him as the weakest titled Duluo from before, they were destined to suffer a big loss. And when Tang Hao heard Du Gubo's tone, a look of surprise flashed across his face. It seems that I, Tang Hao, have been gone for too long, to the point that you have forgotten the prestige of my clear sky Duluo. Or perhaps you see that my injuries have not healed, so you think you can defeat me. Since that is the case, it seems I need to teach you a lesson, and by the way, let you know. Bullying my son, Tang Hao, comes with a price. Tang Hao did not dare to appear in Heaven Do Academy, because once he caused a scene in Heaven Do Academy, it was very likely to attract Spirit Hall. But if he left Heaven Do Academy, he would have no such scruples. Du Gubo snorted coldly and said, Tang-san is indeed your son, but so what? I, Du Gubo, have always acted as I pleased throughout my life. Even if I had known his identity beforehand, I still would not have given you face. Once these words were spoken, Tang Hao's expression changed slightly, and then he looked at Du Gubo and laughed 3 times in extreme anger. Good, good, good. A good poison Duluo, a good, act as I please. Since you are so tough, I would like to see if you have the strength. Before the words faded, a pitch-black giant hammer emitting a terrifying aura suddenly appeared in Tang Hao's hand. And under his feet, 9 spirit rings also swirled and rose. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Chapter 108, Howzy, that insidious villain Du Gubo is actually pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Red. You actually possess a 100,000-year spirit ring. Du Gubo gazed at the blood-red spirit ring on Tang Hao's body, which radiated terrifying spirit power fluctuations, his gaze suddenly sharpening. One must know that compared to a titled Duluo without a 100,000-year spirit ring, a titled Duluo who possesses one has an unimaginable gap in strength. More than a decade ago, Tang Hao had single-handedly fought against 3 titled Duluo from the Spirit Hall, including the former Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall, Qian Zunji. It is said that after that battle, Tang Hao not only forced back the 3 titled Duluo of the Spirit Hall but also caused Qian Zunji to die from his severe, untreatable injuries. Originally, Du Gubo was curious about what qualifications Tang Hao had to fight 3 people alone. But when he saw Tang Hao's 100,000-year spirit ring, many of his inner doubts were resolved. The boost a 100,000-year spirit ring provides to the combat strength of a titled Duluo is undoubtedly enormous. If one adds the Clear Sky Hammer and the unique skills of the Clear Sky sect, then being able to fight 3 people alone is not impossible. Tang Hao said indifferently, reveal your spirit, I hope you can make me enjoy myself a little. Although he was just standing there casually, an invisible aura of superiority still radiated from Tang Hao. Du Gubo snorted coldly, if this were half a month ago, he would have definitely turned around and run. But now, Du Gubo did not believe he would necessarily lose. Even though Tang Hao possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring. Boom. The next second, a strong wave of spirit power suddenly erupted from within Du Gubo's body, and a phantom image of a jade green dragon immediately appeared behind him. As soon as the dragon phantom appeared, it immediately emitted a high-pitched dragon roar. Amidst the dragon roar, a terrifying pressure spread in all directions like a giant wave, immediately causing the expression on Tang Hao's face opposite him to change. This pressure, is this the jade phosphor serpent? Tang Hao felt the pressure rushing towards him and frowned slightly. Why did he feel something was not quite right? The feeling this pressure gave him was not the slightest bit weaker than the feeling he got from that old dragon of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. One must know that clan head Yu Yuanjun is not only a level 95 titled Duluo, but his spirit is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, which holds the title of the #1 beast spirit on the continent. Ha 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 Tang Hao, you don't think I'm still the same Du Gubo as before, do you? I return the words you just said to you, I also hope you can make me enjoy myself a little. After speaking, Du Gubo raised his foot and stomped on the ground, and the 9 spirit rings beneath his feet suddenly lit up. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 7th spirit ability, Martial Soul Avatar. Before his voice had even faded, Du Gubo's body suddenly transformed into a jade green dragon nearly 100 meters long. Most of the dragon's body stood upright and coiled in midair, a pair of huge dragon eyes staring down at Tang Hao, who was as small as an ant below, his entire body radiating terrifying fluctuations. Although they had not yet officially clashed, Tang Hao had already felt powerful pressure from Du Gubo's Martial Soul Avatar. If he were in his prime, he naturally would not have to take Du Gubo seriously. But the key is that his injuries have not yet healed, and if he really fought Du Gubo, he was afraid he would not have any advantage. After all, the Du Gubo he sensed was completely different from the weakest titled Duluo in the rumors, as if they were 2 different people. He did not know what exactly had happened to him, how there could be such a huge change. At this moment, although Tang Hao was already regretting not having provoked Du Gubo. But the pride of being the Clear Sky Duluo did not allow him to avoid the battle at this moment. Taking a deep breath, the expression on Tang Hao's face instantly became serious, and his figure also flew into midair. Boom. In an instant, a roaring sound echoed through the world again, and Tang Hao also released his Martial Soul Avatar without hesitation. Clear Sky Avatar. The Clear Sky Hammer in his hand turned into the size of a small mountain in just 1 second, radiating an extremely strong sense of oppression. Du Gubo, I admit I underestimated you, but if you think you can defeat me, then you are greatly mistaken. I will let you know why the Clear Sky Hammer is called the #1 tool spirit in the world. After speaking, the veins on Tang Hao's muscles suddenly bulged, and the mountain-sized Clear Sky Hammer he held in both hands suddenly shook, black light flashing. The monstrous killing intent, like wild dragons, surged violently towards the jade green dragon that Du Gubo had transformed into. And Tang Hao's body also suddenly flashed towards Du Gubo at this moment. Clear Sky 9 Absolutes, Quake Absolute. With the air exploding, the giant mountain-sized hammer was already being swung by Tang Hao, smashing down towards the huge head of the Jade Green Dragon. Before the giant hammer had even touched the Jade Green Dragon's main body, a terrifying shockwave had already swept out. Within a radius of 100 meters, trees and rocks were all turned into powder. However, facing such an offensive, the Jade Green Dragon that Dugubo had transformed into did not dodge or evade. The dragon body coiled, and 9 huge spirit rings circled around the body. Then one of the purple spirit rings suddenly flashed, and the Jade Green Dragon opened its mouth to spit out a jade green light bullet, which instantly collided with the giant hammer Tang Hao was attacking with. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain-like giant hammer in Tang Hao's hand shattered the green light bullet, and the giant hammer then landed on the massive body of the Jade Green Dragon. However, the moment the light bullet shattered, it also exploded into a cloud of poison mist, instantly enveloping Tang Hao. In the blink of an eye, Tang Hao's face was corroded by the poison mist. Although his reaction was extremely swift, exploding his spirit power at the first moment, he could only slow down the corrosion of the poison mist. In just a few seconds, the skin on Tang Hao's face had already begun to fester, and other places looked about the same, appearing hideous and terrifying. In contrast, when his clear sky hammer smashed onto the dragon's body, only the sound of metal colliding was heard. Du Gubo was completely unharmed. After this collision, Tang Hao's face instantly turned extremely gloomy. Obviously, he had far underestimated Du Gubo's strength. However, he was even more puzzled. Why was Du Gubo, who possessed such strength, still called the weakest title Duluo? Could it be that he was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? What an insidious villain. Tang Hao's heart was burning with anger, but his choice was extremely cowardly. Escape. At this moment, Tang Hao could no longer care about his pride as the clear sky Duluo. Knowing he couldn't win and still fighting to the death is a kind of stupidity called passion. Tang Hao had not yet waited for Tang San to grow up and overthrow the spirit hall with him to take revenge, nor had he returned to the sect, so how could he be willing to die at the hands of Du Gubo? Ha ha ha, it seems the clear sky Duluo is nothing more than this. If these are all the means you have, then stay here forever today. The Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor that Du Gubo had transformed into opened its huge mouth and emitted a low voice. At the same time, a black spirit ring flashed around his body. 8th spirit ability, space-time solidification. In an instant, everything around solidified, and even the airflow stopped moving. And Tang Hao's body also froze at this moment. His expression tightened, a look of horror flashed in his eyes, and only one thought remained in his mind. Not good. Chapter 109, means exhausted, Tang Hao loses an arm. Du Gubo, in his Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor form, swept a glance at Tang Hao with his dragon eyes. After releasing his 8th spirit ability, he immediately followed up with his 9th spirit ability. 9th spirit ability, Jade Phosphor Divine Light. The next second, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor opened its massive maw, and a ball of jade green light was brewing within. This was Du Gubo's 9th spirit ability, combined with his 8th spirit ability, it could easily destroy a city. This was also Du Gubo's most terrifying killing move. However, before his spirit evolved into the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor, the toxicity unleashed by the spirit ability had limited damage against a title Duluo. Thus, he had been known as the weakest title Duluo. But after his spirit evolved, although each of his spirit abilities remained unchanged, the toxicity within them far exceeded what it had been in the past. Now, Du Gubo was extremely confident. The deadly poison contained within his 9th spirit ability would be incredibly troublesome even for a rank 95 title Duluo to handle if they were to get hit by it. This was true for others, and it was equally true for Tang Hao. With a boom, a jade green beam of light instantly erupted from the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor's mouth, surging towards Tang Hao. At almost the same moment, Tang Hao, who had been restrained by the temporal solidification, stirred his mind and let out a long roar. Relying on his formidable spirit power, Tang Hao finally managed to break free from the control of the temporal solidification at the critical moment. Seeing the jade green beam of light shooting towards him, although it hadn't touched him yet, Tang Hao could already feel the terrifying toxicity radiating from within the beam. He had to block this move no matter what, otherwise, he feared he would truly be left here today. Tang Hao's expression tightened, and his aura rapidly climbed in the blink of an eye. The clear sky hammer in his hand erupted with a milky white light. Slaughter God Domain, activate. Great Sumeru Hammer. At this very moment, Tang Hao risked worsening his injuries and unleashed his trump card without reservation. The next second, the energy of heaven and earth rolled in, and the 6 spirit rings above Tang Hao's head suddenly exploded. This was the final profound truth of the Great Sumeru Hammer, Ring Explosion. Carrying the power of the ring explosion, Tang Hao's aura reached an extreme, and he gripped the hill-sized clear sky hammer with both hands, smashing it ferociously towards the beam of light. Boom. A terrifying shockwave erupted, and the small mountain below was instantly blasted into a sunken basin. The beam of light was also blocked by the clear sky hammer, and the giant hammer and the beam of light stood in a stalemate in midair. Seeing this, a flash of surprise crossed the huge dragon eyes of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor that Du Gubo had transformed into. He had not expected Tang Hao to be able to unleash such a powerful killing move. If it had been the old him, he would have definitely been turned into dust facing this move. Ah. Break for me. Tang Hao's eyes were blood red, and he let out a long roar. His body shook, and he gripped the giant hammer, suddenly adding another layer of power. Bang. In the center where the mountain-like giant hammer collided with the beam of light, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed. An earth-shattering explosion resounded throughout the world after the light bloomed, and the terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. Within a radius of dozens of miles, countless powerful spirit masters felt this fluctuation of spirit power at this moment, and they looked towards the direction from which the fluctuation came with shocked expressions. Who was fighting? Such a terrifying commotion, could it be a title Duluo? Crown Prince's residence. A figure appeared silently behind Qian Runshui and said in a deep voice. Young lord, 2 title Duluo are fighting outside Heaven Do City. One of them should be that old poison user, Du Gubo. Qian Runshui stood up upon hearing this, her brows slightly furrowed. Then who is the other person? And what is the reason they are fighting? Reporting to young lord, I do not know, but Snake Lance has already gone to investigate the situation. Qian Runshui nodded upon hearing this and said, it is good to find out clearly. No matter what changes occur in Heaven Do City, we need to know at the first opportunity. Heaven Do Academy. In the education committee, the 3 deans felt the fluctuation of spirit power and stood up together. This spirit power fluctuation, it is poison Duluo. Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji frowned and said. Second Education Commissioner Bai Baoshan and Ji Lin looked at each other, and the former asked suspiciously, it is indeed the spirit power fluctuation of poison Duluo, but it seems there is something wrong. Ji Lin also nodded and said, that is right, the spirit power fluctuation of poison Duluo feels somewhat different from before. Then do we need to go and take a look? Second Education Commissioner Bai Baoshan continued. Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji shook his head and rejected the idea. Whoever can fight against poison Duluo must also be a titled Duluo. Even if we go, we will only add to the chaos. That is true. Shrek Dormitory. Flender, Zhao Wuji, and Xiao Xin's expressions changed abruptly. They looked at each other, and the shock could be seen in each other's eyes. Xiaogang, come out with me. Yu Xiaogang's expression stirred slightly. From the expressions of Flender and the others, he guessed that something must have happened just now. However, his rank was too low, so he obviously hadn't sensed it. After going outside, Flender said in a deep voice, Xiaogang, has Clear Sky Duluo been protecting Tang San in secret all this time? Obviously, Yu Xiaogang had already told him about Tang San's identity. Hearing Flender suddenly mention Tang Hao, Yu Xiaogang was slightly taken aback, then asked in surprise, Clear Sky Duluo is nearby. I do not know about that. You know, his identity is special, so he has no way to appear openly in front of outsiders. Flender immediately told Yu Xiaogang briefly what he had sensed. After listening, a glint flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. I understand. Before, Du Gubo forced little San to kneel and admit his mistake, causing him to be humiliated. With Clear Sky Duluo's personality, how could he tolerate his son being bullied like this? Although he did not appear in Heaven Do Academy due to his sensitive identity, he went to settle the score with Du Gubo in secret. Although Du Gubo is also a titled Duluo, he is absolutely no match for Clear Sky Duluo. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were full of admiration when he mentioned Tang Hao. On the other hand, Flender frowned tightly. Although what Xiaogang said made sense, and he also felt that Du Gubo could not be Tang Hao's opponent, for some reason he always had an ominous premonition in his heart. On the other side, Qilin's dormitory. Qilin was chatting with Du Guyan on the sofa, while Ji Yuina was sitting beside Qilin reading a book quietly. To be precise, she was reading a novel. Every world had novels, and Duluo continent was no exception. At this moment, Qilin felt the spirit power fluctuation coming from afar and subconsciously looked in the direction of the spirit power fluctuation. Seeing this, Du Guyan couldn't help but ask curiously, what is wrong? Nothing, let's keep chatting. Qilin smiled slightly, he was not worried about Du Gubo's safety. On the contrary, Tang Hao, this guy would probably lose a layer of skin this time even if he did not die. This was Qilin's intuition. In the Sunset Forest, 100 miles outside Heaven Do City. Tang Hao sat leaning against a narrow cave with a pale face, his expression listless and in a sorry state. With his current appearance, no one would think that the person in front of them was the once illustrious Clear Sky Duluo who had shaken the continent. After the battle with Du Gubo, not only was half of his face completely rotten and disfigured, but the injuries on his body were also terrifying. On his chest, a fist-sized blood hole had been corroded by the deadly poison. Besides that, his left arm was also empty, and the severed part was still emitting bursts of foul odor. If it were not for the fact that he still had his last 3 spirit rings, including the 100,000-year spirit ring, which he could use to perform ring explosion, making Du Gubo wary. And the fact that Du Gubo had exhausted a huge amount of spirit power after successively releasing his martial soul avatar, 8th and 9th spirit abilities. Otherwise, he might really have been left behind by Du Gubo today. Looking at the severe injuries on his body and his empty left arm, Tang Hao could not help but reveal a look of regret and anger, and he secretly swore in his heart. Good for you, Du Gubo, you hit so deep. The hatred of today, I, Tang Hao, will definitely repay it 100-fold one day. Chapter 110, Tang Hao falls from the realm of titled Duluo. Du Gubo recovered his human form, still holding a crystal clear spirit bone in his hand. This spirit bone was naturally Tang Hao's left arm bone. As for the flesh and blood on the spirit bone, having separated from Tang Hao's body and lost the protection of spirit power, it had now been completely corroded by the virulent poison. Looking at the crystal clear spirit bone in his hand, Du Gubo couldn't help but grin. Such dense spirit power fluctuations, this spirit bone must be at least 30,000 years old. Truly worthy of being Clear Sky Duluo, even just one of his arms possesses a spirit bone. The preciousness of a spirit bone is self-evident. Every time one appears, even if it is only a 1,000-year spirit bone, it can stir up a storm of blood. As for spirit bones over 10,000 years old, they are enough to make countless spirit Duluo, and even titled Duluo, scramble for them. Du Gubo had long held the position of the weakest titled Duluo, and his own possessions were extremely pathetic, with only a 10,000-year Medusa skull. Of course, with Du Gubo's methods, obtaining a spirit bone under 10,000 years was not a difficult task. But for him, spirit bones under 10,000 years seemed a bit redundant, he didn't even care for them himself. However, this left arm bone of Tang Hao's came just at the right time. Although its attributes were not a perfect match for his own, it would suffice. After all, a spirit bone over 30,000 years old, even if its spirit ability was average, could still increase his spirit power significantly. Especially this kind of spirit bone, which had been nourished by a titled Duluo for a long time, it would only increase spirit power more than an ordinary spirit bone. After putting away Tang Hao's left arm bone, Du Gubo said with a look of regret, it's a pity I couldn't keep Tang Hao, he must have other spirit bones on him. What Du Gubo coveted the most was naturally a 100,000-year spirit bone. It is common knowledge that a 100,000-year spirit beast must drop a spirit bone. Since Tang Hao possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring, he must have a 100,000-year spirit bone. But in the battle just now, although Du Gubo had severely injured Tang Hao, he himself had not had an easy time. After all, Tang Hao's foundation was there, especially his terrifying ring explosion divine skill. The power it erupted with made even Du Gubo feel terrified. Just exploding the first 6 spirit rings had already made Du Gubo faintly unable to cope, let alone the fact that he still had the last 100,000-year spirit ring. Du Gubo did not want to end up in a mutually destructive situation with Tang Hao. Ring explosion is quite fierce. Just after Tang Hao's wife Yin sacrificed herself, he used it to heavily injure the Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo, and Qian Zunji was injured even worse than the first 2, eventually being killed by Bibi Dong. However, I think this was a forced power up to highlight Tang Hao's strength. Qian Zunji had the Seraphim spirit and was level 95. I can't understand how Tang Hao could beat him to the brink of death just after breaking through. Just as Du Gubo was feeling regretful, his expression suddenly changed. He looked sharply in one direction and shouted, who was in the shadows? Just a moment ago, Du Gubo had felt a powerful fluctuation of spirit power. This fluctuation was undoubtedly from a titled Duluo. However, as soon as he finished speaking, that fluctuation of spirit power vanished instantly. Clearly, the titled Duluo in the shadows did not want to have a conflict with him. Seeing this, although Du Gubo's eyes remained vigilant, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Having successfully unleashed his martial soul avatar and his 8th and 9th spirit abilities, the consumption of spirit power on Du Gubo was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he did not want to fight another titled Duluo. However, he also felt suspicious about the identity of this person in the shadows. Who could this person be? This fluctuation of spirit power did not feel like the two from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Little did he know, the person even more shocked than Dugubo was actually Snakeland's Duluo. When he arrived, the battle had already ended, but the scene of devastation before his eyes was enough to show just how intense the battle that had occurred here shortly before was. Being able to cause such large-scale destruction, I fear it is not something an ordinary titled Duluo could accomplish. What Snakeland's Duluo found most unbelievable wasn't Dugubo the weakest titled Duluo? He actually managed to emerge victorious from such a tragic battle. Could it be that he was only pretending to be weak before? What deep scheming, this must be reported to the young lord. As for the other titled Duluo, since he arrived a step late, Snakeland's Duluo did not know who it was either. After Snakeland's Duluo left, Dugubo also returned to Heaven Do Academy. Just as he entered the academy, the 3 members of the education committee, including Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji, rushed over. Seeing that Dugubo was unharmed, they immediately knew that Dugubo had won the battle just now. Greetings, Poison Duluo, the 3 bowed respectfully. Dugubo waved his hand. Alright, I know the purpose of your trip. The person I fought was Tang Hao. Tang Hao. Clear Sky Duluo. Upon hearing this name, the 3, including Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji, were stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, exclaiming in shock. Seeing this, the corners of Dugubo's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a look of pride. He, Dugubo, had stood tall, even Tang Hao had nearly fallen into his hands. If this news were to spread, I fear the entire continent would be shaken. The 3, including Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji, looked at Dugubo with subtle suspicion in their eyes. It was as if they were saying, are you bragging? If it really were Clear Sky Duluo, would you still be standing here? It was not that Chief Education Commissioner Meng Shenji and the others didn't believe him, it was mainly because Dugubo's title as the weakest title Duluo was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Dugubo noticed their gazes and naturally didn't bother to explain. Alright, you can just keep this to yourselves. I have other matters. After speaking, Dugubo suddenly disappeared in front of the 3, like a ghost. After he left, the 3 looked at each other. Do you think what Poison Duluo said is true? Even if it isn't true, do you dare to investigate it? However, one thing is certain, Poison Duluo is definitely not the weakest title Duluo is rumored. Report this to His Highness the Crown Prince first. If we can win over Poison Duluo, it will surely make the Star Luo Empire wary. For nearly 100 years, the Star Luo Empire's military edge had been growing stronger, and friction with the Heaven Do Empire had gradually increased. If they could have a nuclear weapon like Dugubo as a deterrent, even if the Star Luo Empire wanted to go to war with Heaven Do, they would have to endure it honestly. In Qilin's dormitory. Dugubo suddenly appeared, causing Dugu Yan to be slightly stunned. Grandfather. Senior Dugu, you're here. Qilin also nodded slightly toward Dugubo. Dugubo walked into the hall with a smile. After sitting down, Dugu Yan asked curiously, Grandfather, didn't you go to meet someone? Did you meet the person you wanted to see? Why did you come back so soon? Dugubo immediately recounted what had just happened. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise immediately appeared on Dugu Yan's face. Tang San is actually the son of Clear Sky Duluo. He actually has such a background. No wonder his talent is so good. Dugu Yan naturally knew of Tang San's talent. If not for the creation heaven mending pill, he could definitely leave her 10 streets behind. Dugubo laughed and said, so what if he is Clear Sky Duluo's son? Yan Yan, you are still my granddaughter, you are no worse than him. Besides, Tang Hao lost a spirit bone, his spirit power regressed by 10 levels, and he is no longer a titled Duluo. Chapter 111, Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua. Shortly after Dugubo returned to Heaven Do Academy. In the Shrek dormitory. Yu Xiaogang was still waiting anxiously for Tang Hao to come to Heaven Do Academy with good news after defeating Dugubo. It would be even better if he could also ask Qilin for the correct soul power training method. But he waited and waited, yet he could not see any sign of Tang Hao. Until night fell, Flender looked at him speechlessly. Xiaogang, you should just rest for a bit. Perhaps the titled Duluo who fought Dugubo wasn't the Clear Sky Duluo. Impossible. If it wasn't His Excellency, the Clear Sky Duluo, who else would fight Dugubo at this time? Yu Xiaogang shook his head firmly, then said, Flender, you go to sleep first. Perhaps it is inconvenient for the Clear Sky Duluo to appear at this time. I will wait a while longer. Fine, suit yourself. I'm going to rest first. Just as Yu Xiaogang persisted, in the sunset forest, Tang Hao, who had been regulating his breath for a long time, carefully crept out of the cave like a thief. Under the moonlight, his complexion was as pale as a zombie. The injuries on his body were barely under control, temporarily suppressed by his spirit power. However, Dugubo's poison arts exceeded his expectations. Although not as terrifying as Bibi Dong, if he did not deal with the residual toxins in his body as soon as possible, it would inevitably lead to severe sequelae. Tang Hao had originally planned to return to Saint Spirit Village as soon as possible to equip Yin's 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor right leg bone, and then use the terrifying restorative power of the Blue Silver Emperor Spirit Bone to heal his injuries. But thinking that Tang San was still at Heaven Do Academy, he wanted to send a message to Tang San first. But now he could not guarantee whether Dugubo was at Heaven Do Academy, so naturally, he did not dare to return. And he was not at ease letting others deliver the message for him. For this reason, he had no choice but to head to Heaven Do City to seek help from his third sister, Tang Yuehua. Half an hour later, Tang Hao, draped in a tattered black robe, arrived silently at the most prosperous area of Heaven Do City, and then stopped in front of an elegant building. The elegant building had a simple style, and 2 simple characters were carved on the plaque. Moon Pavilion. Moon Pavilion was the place where the nobles of the Heaven Do Empire studied aristocratic etiquette, and Tang Yuehua was the master of Moon Pavilion. Her existence, besides being responsible for the procurement of supplies for the Clear Sky Sect, was also to collect important information on the continent for the Clear Sky Sect, so that the Clear Sky Sect would not completely lose contact with the outside world. However, before he could even enter Moon Pavilion, Tang Hao was stopped by 2 young men at the main entrance. Your Excellency, please stop. Moon Pavilion does not entertain those who are improperly dressed. One of the young men said, frowning. On Tang Hao, besides seeing that he was improperly dressed, he also smelled a strong scent of blood and decay. It would be better not to let such a person into Moon Pavilion easily. However, as soon as the young man spoke, Tang Hao glanced at him coldly. Get out of the way. In an instant, the young man's body shook, and scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood seemed to flash before his eyes. He could not help but reveal a look of fear, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. The other young man was no exception. Both of them, in their terror, subconsciously made way for Tang Hao. Walking into the building, 2 elegant-looking women looked at Tang Hao as he walked in, a look of confusion flashing in their eyes. They did not understand how someone as disheveled as Tang Hao had been let in by the guards. Just as the two were about to step forward to inquire, they saw Tang Hao's figure suddenly bypass them like a ghost, and following his memory, he went directly to the top floor of Moon Pavilion. Pushing open the door, a graceful and luxurious beautiful woman immediately appeared in Tang Hao's line of sight. The graceful woman looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a long silver palace dress. Her temperament was noble and elegant, and her appearance was stunningly beautiful. This person was none other than Tang Hao's sister, Tang Yuehua. The moment the door was pushed open, Tang Yuehua, who was sitting behind a desk reading a book, subconsciously looked up. The moment she saw Tang Hao, Tang Yuehua's eyes froze slightly, and a moment later she exclaimed involuntarily, "Second brother." Looking at Tang Hao's empty left arm and that nearly disfigured face, Tang Yuehua simply could not believe her eyes. Was this still her high-spirited second brother from back then? How could he have become like this after not seeing each other for more than 10 years? After recognizing Tang Hao, Tang Yuehua hurriedly stood up and walked over anxiously. Even though Tang Hao looked incredibly disheveled now, just like a vagrant, she still did not feel any disgust, but asked with concern. "Second brother, what happened to the injuries on your body? With your strength, who else on the continent today could injure you to this extent? Could it be that the Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff attacked?" Tang Hao's eyes were already blind, so he naturally could not see Tang Yuehua. However, relying on his powerful mental force, he could still sense Tang Yuehua's position, and a look of tenderness could not help but appear on his ferocious face. "Yuehua, long time no see." Hearing her second brother's voice, Tang Yuehua's eyes reddened slightly. More than 10 years have passed, and things have changed. Tang Yuehua said anxiously, "Second brother, you should stay here first. I will go find a healing spirit master to treat your injuries." However, Tang Hao shook his head. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Now that less than 1/10 of his strength remains, it is better not to let news of his condition spread. Moreover, ordinary healing spirit masters could not treat the injuries on his body. Tang Hao said in a deep voice, "Yuehua, don't worry about other things for now. I came this time because there is something else I need your help with. As for my injuries, I have my own way to recover." Tang Yuehua said anxiously upon hearing this, "How can that be? With such serious injuries, if they are not treated in time, I'm afraid it will leave hidden dangers." Hearing this, Tang Hao smiled faintly, "It's fine, have you forgotten that I still have your sister-in-law's spirit bone? The blue silver emperor spirit bone has a terrifying vitality, treating the injuries on my body is not a problem. If I can find another left arm bone, I might even be able to regrow my severed limb." Hearing this, a look of joy immediately appeared on Tang Yuehua's graceful face. But immediately, looking at the ferocious and terrifying smile on her second brother's face, she felt a bit strange for some reason. Now, not only had her second sister-in-law sacrificed herself to become her second brother's spirit ring, but even the spirit bone she left behind was about to become a part of her second brother. However, thinking that there was a possibility of treating her second brother's serious injuries, a smile still appeared on Tang Yuehua's face. So she continued, "Second brother, what do you want me to do for you?" Tang Hao said, "My Andayan's son, Little San, is currently at Heaven Do Academy. I hope you can help me deliver a message to his teacher, Yu Xiaoging." Tang Yuehua said seriously, "What message?" "Tell him that Du Gubo's strength is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Now that I am seriously injured, I cannot secretly protect them for the time being. If possible, let them leave Heaven Do Academy, and be more careful in the coming days." Upon hearing this, a look of shock appeared on Tang Yuehua's face. Could it be? "Second brother, were the injuries on your body caused by Du Gubo?" Tang Hao nodded. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua looked puzzled. Isn't Du Gubo the weakest title Duluo? Does he really have such strength? Tang Hao did not stay long at the Moon Pavilion. After briefly instructing Tang Yuehua, he hurried away. His current injuries could not be delayed, and he had to return to Saint Spirit Village as quickly as possible. As long as he had Ayan's spirit bone, he would have a complete chance for limb regeneration. Although his left leg already had a spirit bone, this did not affect anything. At worst, he could just chop off his left leg and graft Ayan's spirit bone onto it. Relying on the terrifying self-healing ability of Ayan's spirit bone, he might even be able to preserve his spirit power. Before Xiao Wu's sacrifice in the original work, Tang San also cut off his own leg to give to Xiao Wu, but after Xiao Wu's sacrifice, Tang San's leg inexplicably recovered, and not even his spirit power dropped. Logically speaking, Xiao Wu herself does not possess healing abilities, so there are actually many bugs in the original work, including Tang San later helping Tang Hao recover his severed limb directly using the Blue Silver Emperor Spirit Bone ability. After Tang Hao left, Tang Yuehua did not immediately head to Heaven Do Academy. Given Tang Yuehua's status, going to Heaven Do Academy at this time would be too conspicuous. The next day, Heaven Do Academy, Shrek Dormitory. Yu Xiaoging had waited bitterly for Tang Hao for an entire night, and at this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. Flender woke up, and seeing the obsessed expression on Yu Xiaoging's face, he couldn't help but sigh. "Xiaoging, I've already said it, perhaps the mysterious titled Duluo who fought with His Excellency Poison Duluo yesterday was not the Clear Sky Duluo. No, absolutely impossible. Flender, believe my judgment, the one who fought with Du Gubo yesterday was definitely the Clear Sky Duluo. Besides him, I cannot think of anyone who would fight with Du Gubo." Yu Xiaoging said in a hoarse voice, a tone that gave Flender a sense of desperation. Flender shook his head. Just then, Teacher Qinming walked over from a distance. "Dean, I'm here." Seeing Teacher Qinming walk over, Flender said with a complex expression, "Little Ming, you absolutely do not need to leave with us." Yesterday, Flender had already told Teacher Qinming his plan to leave Heaven Do Academy with the Shrek group. At first, Teacher Qinming even helped persuade Flender to stay. But Flender's mind was made up, and he insisted on leaving. Seeing that he could not keep him, Teacher Qinming finally decided to leave with Flender and the others after a moment of hesitation. Besides them, Yu Tianeng also planned to leave together. After Yu Tianeng woke up, he originally had no intention of leaving Heaven Do Academy. After all, he still intended to shine in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. How could an ordinary team be worthy of him? But when he thought about how he had been poached by Qilin and severely injured by him in one move, if this matter got out, he did not know how the others in the academy would mock him. Therefore, Yu Tianeng finally decided to leave Heaven Do Academy together with Flender and the others. Teacher Qinming smiled faintly. "Dean, you don't need to say anything. No matter what, I was once a member of Shrek Academy. Now that Shrek Academy is in a difficult situation, how could I abandon Shrek?" Little Ming, Flender looked at Teacher Qinming with a moved expression. One must know that Teacher Qinming was highly regarded by the 3 deans of Heaven Do Academy. After 20 or 30 years, when he achieved a breakthrough to Spirit Duluo, it was not impossible for him to succeed the 3 deans. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Teacher Qinming had a limitless future. Yet, he was willing to give up such a bright future for Shrek. How could this not move Flender? If only Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar could be like Teacher Chinming. Little did he know, Teacher Chinming was also quite regretful at this moment, feeling very dissatisfied with the master and disciple pair, Yu Xiaobing and Tang San. In his view, if it weren't for this pair of master and disciple, Dean Flender and the others would not have to leave Heaven Do Academy. However, he had spoken in a moment of impulse yesterday. If he went back on his word now, he feared he would be mocked. Therefore, even if he had to bite the bullet, Teacher Chinming ultimately chose to leave with the Shrek group. Meanwhile, Tang San and the others also walked out of the dormitory. Tang San's expression was gloomy. Although he had transcribed the Tang Sec techniques, he did not want to hand them over. Especially after learning that they were about to leave Heaven Do Academy, this thought became unstoppable. But Tang San was still a bit worried inside. If he did not hand over the Tang Sec techniques, what if Poison Duluo came looking for him? Thinking of how he was bullied by Du Gubo yesterday, forcing him to kneel and admit his mistake to Qi Lin, a flash of killing intent crossed Tang San's eyes. This Du Gubo was truly courting death. Just as Tang San was struggling, a graceful woman wearing a silver palace dress walked over from a distance. The person who came was none other than Tang Yuehua. Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, the three lechers, immediately brightened their eyes and stared straight at Tang Yuehua. This naked gaze was keenly detected by Tang Yuehua, and a look of displeasure flashed in her eyes. What kind of looks are these? Little San's teammates and friends are simply too ill-mannered. How could second brother be so at ease letting Little San follow such a group of people? Teacher Chinming walked up and asked, Madam, who are you looking for? Tang Yuehua looked at the polite Teacher Chinming before her, her expression softening slightly, and said, May I ask who is Yu Xiaoging? I am looking for him. Hearing this, everyone curiously looked at Yu Xiaoging, all wondering why such a dignified and noble woman would come looking for Yu Xiaoging. Even Yu Xiaoging looked at Tang Yuehua with confusion. Although Tang Yuehua had quite a reputation in the imperial capital, Yu Xiaoging did not know her, and he was still guessing in his heart, could this person be a fan of mine? Otherwise, why would she specifically name me? Thinking of this, Yu Xiaoging could not help but reveal a smile and walked forward with his hands behind his back. I am Yu Xiaoging, may I ask what business you have with me, madam? Looking at Yu Xiaoging, Tang Yuehua felt a strong aura from him. Confident, yet inferior. Tang Yuehua was very curious about how these two completely opposite temperaments could appear in one person. However, this person was, after all, Little San's teacher, so she did not reveal any other emotions on her face, and only calmly pointed to the distance and said, I have been entrusted by someone to deliver a message to you. Shall we go over there to talk? When Yu Xiaoging first heard that Tang Yuehua was only here to deliver a message and was not an admirer of his, a flash of disappointment crossed his eyes. However, he immediately reacted. A message, that's right, the person before him must have been sent by Tang Hao, so Yu Xiaoging immediately said excitedly, okay. Thus, the two immediately walked to the distance and started talking. Not long after, upon receiving the message brought by Tang Yuehua, Yu Xiaoging immediately exclaimed in a state of agitation. What, how is this possible? Looking at the agitated Yu Xiaoging, Tang Yuehua frowned slightly. From her current perspective, the guy in front of her seemed unreliable. Second brother actually felt at ease entrusting Little San to him for cultivation. After finishing, Tang Yuehua had no intention of staying long, she just took one more look in the direction of Tang San and then bid farewell. Chapter 113, Princess Shui Kei, visiting Qi Lin. After Tang Yuehua left, Flender walked over. Xiaoging, who is she? Yu Xiaoging took a deep breath and said in a low voice, she is Tang San's aunt, his biological one. Flender's pupils contracted suddenly, he hadn't expected this person to be Tang San's aunt. What did she say to you just now? You looked extremely shocked. Yu Xiaoging immediately informed Flender of the news that Tang Hao had been severely injured by Du Gubo. This time it was Flender's turn to be shocked, his face filled with disbelief. Is that true? How could Du Gubo possibly be a match for Clear Sky Duluo? Who doesn't know that Poison Duluo's one-on-one compatibility is the weakest among titled Duluo? Yu Xiaoging smiled bitterly, it's already like this, how could it be fake? Du Gubo's schemes are too deep. If Clear Sky Duluo hadn't tested out his true strength, I fear he would have continued to hide it. Flender, it seems our decision to leave Heaven Do Academy was very correct. Otherwise, given the relationship between Du Gubo and Qi Lin, I fear there's no telling how they would target us. Upon hearing this, Flender looked at Yu Xiaoging speechlessly and really wanted to retort. If Qi Lin were to target anyone, it would be you master and disciple, what does that have to do with us? If it weren't for you guys acting so lowly, would we have provoked Qi Lin and Du Gubo? Of course, Flender certainly wouldn't say this out loud, otherwise, given Yu Xiaoging's fragile heart, there's no knowing what he might think. Alright, since that's the case, let's leave this place of trouble quickly. Also, I noticed Tang San doesn't seem very willing to hand over his self-created soul skills. Remember to remind him in a moment. Now that Clear Sky Duluo has been severely injured, if he continues to anger Qi Lin, the consequences would be unimaginable. After hearing Flender's words, Yu Xiaoging nodded with a serious expression. Soon, Tang San learned of this news under Yu Xiaoging's notification. Hearing that his father had been severely injured by Du Gubo because he was helping him vent his anger, Tang San's eyes immediately turned crimson with rage, wishing he could tear Du Gubo into 10,000 pieces. However, upon thinking of Du Gubo's terrifying strength, Tang San forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. Teacher, rest assured, in a moment, I will have Teacher Chinming deliver my self-created soul skills to Qi Lin for me. I will absolutely not give him any reason to take action against us again. Yu Xiaoging patted Tang San's shoulder and said, Little San, I've made things difficult for you. Tang San took a deep breath and said, Teacher, rest assured, I am fine. Before I have sufficient strength, I will endure. I am very happy you have such a mindset. Yu Xiaoging looked at Tang San with gratification and continued to comfort him. Although both Qi Lin and Du Gubo are currently far stronger than you. But these are only temporary. The truly terrifying aspect of twin spirits is after becoming a titled Duluo. I don't think I've told you that the current Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall possesses twin spirits. Tang San was greatly shocked. What, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall also has twin spirits? Yu Xiaoging nodded faintly and then said, that's right, but rest assured, with my guidance, your future strength will absolutely not be weaker than hers. Looking at Yu Xiaoging's confident expression, Tang San respectfully said, Teacher, I believe in you. Although he said this on the surface, Tang San's inner trust in Yu Xiaoging was not as strong as it once was. Mainly, he discovered that Yu Xiaoging seemed increasingly unreliable, and his help to him was gradually becoming negligible. And those theories of his had likewise already been thoroughly studied by him. It was just that Tang San could indeed feel the strong care Yu Xiaogang had for him, which was why he was still willing to listen to Yu Xiaogang. Who told Tang San to have grown up lacking love? Meanwhile, on the other side, just as Tang Yuehua was preparing to leave, she saw a joyful voice suddenly come from a distance. Lady Yu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Tang Yuehua looked in the direction of the voice and saw a delicate, charming young girl wearing a goose yellow dress and a refined, elegant young man standing not far from her. Your Highness Crown Prince, Princess Shui Ke. Tang Yuehua bowed slightly to the two of them. Shui Qing, disguised by Jian Runshui, waved his hand casually and smiled gently. I didn't expect to see Lady Yu at Heaven Do Academy. This is truly rare. As the owner of the Moon Pavilion, not many people knew Tang Yuehua's true identity. The vast majority of people only addressed her as Lady Yu, and some didn't even know her name. Of course, Jian Runshui happened to be one of the very few people who knew Tang Yuehua's true identity. Therefore, she was very curious about why Tang Yuehua had suddenly come to Heaven Do Academy. Could it be that the person who fought a great battle with Du Gubo yesterday was one of the brothers, Tang Hao or Tang Xiao? Tang Yuehua did not have a trace of panic on her face and smiled. I previously heard that the world-renowned Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang had come to Heaven Do Academy, so I came over to pay a visit. Yu Xiaogang. Jian Runshui raised an eyebrow. She didn't believe Tang Yuehua was here to find Yu Xiaogang, but she had no intention of exposing her. Then, I wonder what Lady Yu thinks of this, Grandmaster. Does he have real talent in learning? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua thought for a moment and smiled. The time of contact has been short, so I cannot tell anything. However, since he is called Grandmaster by others, he must have some ability. Jian Runshui couldn't help but sneer upon hearing this. In fact, she had heard of Yu Xiaogang. Generally, she held such reputation-seeking scoundrels in contempt. If he were truly a Grandmaster, how could he be obscure on the continent and ridiculed by others? In this world, where are there so many cases of unrecognized talent? Especially since Yu Xiaogang was backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the fact that even his own clansmen did not trust his ability was enough to explain everything. By the way, why have your Highness Crown Prince and Princess Shui Ke also come to Heaven Do Academy together today? Before Shui Qing could speak, Shui Ke smiled enthusiastically. Lady Yu, we are here specifically to visit teacher Qilin, that peerless genius who just joined Heaven Do Academy recently. Visit Qilin. Upon hearing this name, a strange look flashed in Tang Yuehua's eyes. A while ago, news of Qilin spread widely among the major powers, so she naturally knew of this person. In fact, the reason her second brother had clashed with Du Gubo stemmed from the conflict between this person and Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. Thinking of the injuries on Tang Hao, Tang Yuehua instinctively disliked Qilin. Just as she intended to propose leaving, Shui Ke suddenly said, Lady Yu, would you like to come with us to meet this teacher Qilin? I heard from Big Brother that this teacher Qilin is incredible. Not only is he learned and talented, but his talent is also unprecedented and unrepeatable. Tang Yuehua was slightly stunned upon hearing this. She, who had originally intended to leave, suddenly dismissed the thought in her heart. She wanted to see exactly what kind of youth was the root cause of her second brother suffering severe injuries and becoming disabled. Chapter 114, Spirit Tool Cannon, Noble Circle. When Jian Runshui arrived at Qilin's dormitory with Princess Shui Ke and Lady Yu, only Qilin and Ji Yuina were there. Nowadays, unless Xiao Wu and the others made significant progress, he didn't need to supervise their training personally. Qilin and Ji Yuina were sitting under the shade of a large tree in the courtyard outside the dormitory, quietly attending to their own matters. Ji Yuina was immersed in a novel, while Qilin continued to study spirit tools. Although Qilin, possessing the Lu Ding Divine Fire, didn't strictly need to master these skills to forge the world's most powerful weapons, he was not satisfied with that. He wanted to compile all this knowledge about spirit tools into books and, one day in the future, spread it across the Duluo continent. For Qilin, this process was interesting and full of a sense of achievement. Although the legacy of spirit tools on the Duluo continent had basically gone extinct. But for Qilin, he could fully utilize the Lu Ding Divine Fire to create the spirit tools he envisioned first, and then work backward from the finished products to deduce the conventional manufacturing processes. Just as Qilin was immersed in his research, Jian Runshui had already brought Princess Shui Ke and Lady Yu into the courtyard and approached his side. Seeing that Qilin was so focused, they had no intention of disturbing him. Ji Yuina, however, noticed their arrival. She calmly raised her head, nodded to the three of them in acknowledgement, and then returned to being immersed in her novel. What a beautiful woman. After catching a clear glimpse of Ji Yuina's nearly flawless and perfect appearance, the pupils of Jian Runshui, Princess Shui Ke, and Lady Yu constricted slightly, and this thought arose in all their hearts. Even Jian Runshui, who had always been extremely confident in her own appearance, had to admit that this person's looks were slightly superior to her own. She wondered where Qilin had found such a nearly perfect woman. If some of the lecherous nobles in the empire saw this woman, they might truly dare to take risks and make a move on her. This was not an exaggeration by Jian Runshui, for she had seen too much filth among the nobles and understood their characters all too well. While Princess Shui Ke and Lady Yu were still shocked by Ji Yuina's beauty, Jian Runshui quickly collected herself and walked to Qilin's side. Seeing a pile of spirit tool parts floating in front of Qilin, a look of surprise appeared in Jian Runshui's eyes. She had already learned from her conversations with Qilin that he knew a thing or two about forging spirit tools. Furthermore, since Jian Runshui didn't know much about spirit tools, she wasn't surprised to see Qilin tinkering with these parts. What truly surprised Jian Runshui was Qilin's exquisite control over his spirit power. Take this maneuver right before her eyes, for instance. Relying on spirit power to make every spirit tool part float in midair without the slightest tremor, such control over spirit power had clearly reached an extremely profound level. And how old was this young man in front of her? It was simply incredible. This guy Qilin always managed to surprise her. A hint of admiration and emotion flashed in the eyes beneath Jian Runshui's disguise. Just like that, a minute passed, and suddenly Qilin moved. In just a few dozen seconds, he assembled the pile of parts in front of him into a cannon with a diameter of 30 centimeters. The cannon was colored in gold and silver, about 1.2 meters long, and could be carried on the shoulder or held in hand. It looked extremely cool. Looking at the cannon in front of her, a flash of curiosity crossed Jian Runshui's eyes. What kind of spirit tool was this? On the Duluo continent, the legacy of spirit tools had almost completely vanished, and offensive spirit tools were especially rare to see on the market. Therefore, even Jian Runshui couldn't tell at a glance what purpose the spirit tool Qilin had created served. After assembling the cannon, Qilin looked at Jian Runshui and said with a smile. Big brother Shui is here. I was just at a critical moment in my research earlier, so please forgive me for any lack of hospitality. Jian Runshui smiled gently upon hearing this and said, Brother Qilin's research is important, how could I blame you? By the way, let me introduce you. This is my younger sister, Princess Shui Kei. Qilin looked at the young girl, who appeared to be 11 or 12 years old, with a delicate and cute appearance, and smiled slightly. Hello, Princess Shui Kei. She made eye contact with Qilin. Looking at his clean and handsome face, and the smile currently gracing it, a blush immediately suffused Princess Shui Kei's fair face. Hello. Since you are Crown Prince Brother's friend, you can just call me by my name. Qian Runshui teased upon seeing this. Haha, it seems Brother Qilin is indeed very popular with girls. This is the first time I, as her older brother, have seen Princess Shui Kei act shy around any boy. That's right, Princess Shui Kei was indeed shy. Who could say that children on the Duluo continent didn't mature quickly? In ordinary families, they might already be married by the age of 12 or 13. Crown Prince Brother, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you anymore. Hearing Qian Runshui's teasing, Princess Shui Kei's face turned even redder, but her gaze couldn't help but steal another glance at Qilin. Meanwhile, Ji Yuina quietly raised her head at this moment. After glancing at Qian Runshui and Princess Shui Kei, a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Meeting Ji Yuina's gaze, for some reason, Qian Runshui's brows knitted slightly. She felt that the person before her was very strange, but she couldn't put her finger on what exactly was strange. Especially her eyes, which were as brilliant as a galaxy, they once again made Qian Runshui feel as if her true identity had been seen through. However, as soon as this thought arose, it was immediately dismissed by Qian Runshui. She suspected that she had been undercover in the Heaven Do Empire for too long, causing some psychological issues, otherwise, how could she have such thoughts? First it was Qilin, and now it was this unbelievably beautiful woman before her. You have to know, her disguise was so perfect that even an ordinary titled Duluo couldn't see any flaws, only her grandfather could detect any signs. How could she be seen through by one person after another? Impossible, absolutely impossible. After dismissing the thought, Qian Runshui rubbed Princess Shui Kei's head and said with a smile. Alright, Crown Prince Brother won't talk nonsense anymore, okay. After all, Princess Shui Kei has grown up. After speaking, Qian Runshui continued to introduce Tang Yuehua to Qilin. This is the owner of the Moon Pavilion, Lady Yu. Lady Yu's Moon Pavilion specializes in teaching noble etiquette in the Empire and is deeply respected by the nobles. Even my father, the Emperor, holds Lady Yu in high regard. Of course, Qian Runshui didn't mention that the reason Emperor Shui Yi respected Tang Yuehua, and even strictly forbade other nobles from causing trouble at the Moon Pavilion, was naturally because of the clear sky sect behind her. Although the Heaven Do Empire already had the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Emperor Shui Yi still wanted to maintain good relations with the clear sky sect. Qilin looked at the elegant and graceful beautiful woman before him and also smiled slightly. Hello, Lady Yu. Tang Yuehua carefully sized up the languid young man before her, and based on his temperament alone, she could conclude. The young man before her could absolutely not be a villainous person. You have to know, how many nobles had Tang Yuehua taught in the Moon Pavilion? What kind of people hadn't she seen? Moreover, Tang Yuehua possessed the innate domain, the noble circle, which could not only purify the mind but also endowed her with a unique technique for observing people. The reason she could navigate the various factions in the Heaven Do Empire like a fish in water, besides having the endorsement of Emperor Shui Yi, was also because of her technique for observing people, which allowed her to roughly discern others' personalities. But in Qilin, she only saw a vague shadow of someone transcendent and aloof from the world. Such a person would absolutely never take the initiative to target anyone. Chapter 115, Attracting Girls, Qilin's Weakness. I have long heard that Marquis Qilin is a rare young hero of this age. Seeing you today, your reputation is truly well deserved. Tang Yuehua showered Qilin with praise, but her tone was extremely gentle, making it very comfortable to listen to. Whoa, is my reputation already that big? Qilin laughed. Qian Runshui laughed upon hearing this. Brother Qilin, I'm afraid you don't realize the true value of a 13-year-old spirit king. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no one on the continent today who can match your talent. That clear sky Duluo became a titled Duluo at the age of 44, and is also hailed as the youngest titled Duluo on the continent. But in my opinion, I'm afraid that in another 10 or 20 years, this title will be passed on to you, Brother Qilin. Tang Hao is the youngest titled Duluo. Qilin raised an eyebrow. Hearing this information from Qian Runshui gave him an urge to laugh. Beside them, Tang Yuehua's beautiful eyes tightened upon hearing these words. She didn't expect the conversation to turn to her second brother. However, thinking of Qilin's terrifying talent, it was truly possible that in another dozen years or so, he would become the youngest titled Duluo on the continent. He would not only surpass her eldest brother but also the current Supreme Pontiff, Bibi Dong. Although it is generally rumored on the continent that Tang Hao is the youngest titled Duluo. But in reality, the upper 3 sects all know that the youngest titled Duluo is actually someone else. That is the current Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. No one knows the exact time Bibi Dong achieved her breakthrough to titled Duluo, but it certainly was not past the age of 40. After some small talk, Qilin also briefly introduced Ji Yuina to the 3 of them. Subsequently, Qian Runshui steered the topic back to the spirit tool cannon battery that Qilin had created. Brother Qilin once said that you are quite accomplished in spirit tools. Is this the spirit tool you created? I wonder what function it has. Qian Runshui was just asking out of curiosity and did not show much regard for the cannon battery Qilin had manufactured. After all, most of the spirit tools currently circulating on the continent lean towards daily life spirit tools and storage spirit tools. Attack-type spirit tools are almost non-existent. Even if they occasionally appear on the market, their power is very limited. Qilin smiled and levitated the cool, tech-looking spirit tool cannon battery into midair, allowing everyone to see the full appearance of the spirit tool cannon battery from all angles. Then, he introduced it with a hint of pride. This spirit tool cannon battery of mine has a muzzle diameter of 36 centimeters and a total length of 1.2 meters. You can inject spirit power into it to fire spirit power cannonballs and cause effective strikes. Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui's expression shifted. Brother Qilin means that this spirit tool is an attack-type spirit tool. Qilin nodded. Seeing this, Qian Runshui immediately became interested and asked again, I wonder how much power it has. Qilin pondered slightly, then said, I haven't tested this, but judging from the data, the power certainly won't be weak. That's simple enough, Brother Qilin, just fire a shot and we'll know. Qian Runshui laughed. Alright, I'll give it a try. After saying this, Qilin immediately stood up and walked outside the courtyard, picked up the cool gold and silver-colored cannon battery, aimed at a huge rock 200 or 300 meters away, and fiercely injected spirit power into the cannon battery. Accompanied by a golden energy light ball firing from the cannon battery, it was incomparably brilliant and eye-catching. But the next second, the golden energy light ball had already slammed into a huge rock over 100 meters away. Boom. As the energy light ball collided with the rock, the massive rock instantly shattered into pieces. In an instant, dust filled the air, shockwaves rolled out, and the spreading fluctuations of spirit power caused Tian Runshui's expression to tighten sharply, her eyes filled with disbelief. This power. Now a spirit emperor, Tian Runshui couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She had a feeling that if she and that rock had swapped places just now, she feared she wouldn't have been able to block that shot. Doesn't this mean that the spirit tool Qilin manufactured could actually pose a threat to a spirit saint? It wasn't just Tian Runshui, Princess Shuike and Tang Yuehua were also shocked by this commotion. Tang Yuehua's expression management was quite good, but Princess Shuike had her little mouth wide open, her small face full of surprise. Even in Ji Yuina's eyes, a flash of astonishment appeared. Qilin looked at their expressions and felt quite a sense of accomplishment, saying with a smile, "This power is not bad, right? Brother Qilin, this power is more than just, not bad." Tian Runshui exclaimed again, but in her heart, she regretted letting Tang Yuehua come along to find Qilin. If she had known that the spirit tool Qilin created was so terrifyingly powerful, she should have come alone. Now, even Tang Yuehua had learned this information. Tian Runshui did have the intention to ask Qilin if this spirit tool cannon battery could be mass-produced. This was too critical. Just imagine, once a spirit tool of this power could be mass-produced, even a titled Duluo could be threatened. But considering that Tang Yuehua was still nearby, Tian Runshui did not ask immediately, but instead took the initiative to change the subject. Tang Yuehua was sharp-witted and could naturally guess the thoughts of the crown prince before her, so she didn't ask either. However, when she looked at the gentle and lazy-looking youth before her, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This youth before her was actually capable of manufacturing such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. If this information were to spread, one could only imagine what kind of turmoil it would cause. Is it really a good idea for Little San to be at odds with such a genius? Compared to those uneducated students from Shrek Academy, Qilin was simply crushing them one-sidedly. As the saying goes, one takes on the attributes of those one associates with. Tang Yuehua could almost be certain that the grudge between Tang San and Qilin was likely not as simple as her second brother had described. Although it was only a brief contact, she could tell that Qilin was definitely not the type of person who would actively stir up trouble. After the three of them left, Ji Yuina suddenly said with a half-smile, "It seems that what this crown prince said earlier was right, you really do attract girls." Qilin spread his hands. This is truly innate. He had noticed earlier while the three were still there that Princess Shuike, that little girl, looked at him exactly like a fan looking at an idol. Besides that, Qilin also keenly sensed something. Tian Runshui seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally trying to set him up with Princess Shuike, and in a way that didn't care about him having multiple wives and concubines. In fact, the reason Tian Runshui brought Princess Shuike to visit this time was precisely because of this intention. In Tian Runshui's view, Qilin's talent was so terrifying that she naturally had to find ways to befriend him. And as it happened, Tian Runshui had keenly sensed Qilin's weakness. Or perhaps, a hobby. Because this guy Qilin made it way too obvious, everywhere he went, he was surrounded by beautiful women. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Ji Yuina, and even now, rumors were spreading in the academy that even Du Guyan had an ambiguous relationship with Qilin. With Qilin having this weakness, Tian Runshui naturally intended to make use of it. Chapter 116, Tangsec Techniques Obtained, Wangdu Team Teacher. Not long after Tian Runshui and the other two left, Teacher Qinming appeared at Qilin's dormitory. Seeing Teacher Qinming arrive, Qilin couldn't help but smile and say, "Teacher Qinming, are you here to deliver the bet for Tang San?" Facing Qilin, Teacher Qinming sighed softly, then nodded. Teacher Qilin guessed correctly. After speaking, Teacher Qinming handed a book to Qilin. Qilin took the book and flipped through it casually, then stored it in his storage bracelet, completely unconcerned that Tang San would dare to give him fake Tangsec techniques. Seeing this, Teacher Qinming said in a deep voice, "Since Tang San's bet has been delivered to Teacher Qilin, I shall take my leave." Watching Teacher Qinming turn to leave, Qilin asked curiously, "Are you all planning to leave Heavendo Academy?" Upon hearing this, Teacher Qinming paused his steps, looking at Qilin in disbelief. "Teacher Qilin, how did you know about this?" Logically speaking, it was impossible for Qilin to know about their plan to leave Heavendo Academy. "I guessed," Qilin said with a faint smile. Hiss, Teacher Qinming drew a sharp breath and said, "Then your guess was truly accurate." Fortunately, Teacher Qinming had already seen too many incredible things from Qilin, so his ability to accept such things was quite good, and he quickly accepted Qilin's prophetic knowledge just now. After returning to the Shrek dormitory, Teacher Qinming told Flender what had just happened. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise immediately appeared on Flender's face, and he muttered to himself, "This guy Qilin is too eerie. In the future, we should stay far away from him. I always feel that he and our Shrek are at odds with each other. Think about it carefully, it seems that ever since he came to Shrek Academy, our Shrek Academy has started to have all sorts of problems." Listening to Flender's muttering, Teacher Qinming couldn't help but laugh on the side. "Dean, you are overthinking it. Where on the continent would there be such mysterious things?" Flender's eyelid twitched, then he said, "I also hope I am just overthinking it. Alright, we have already packed up. Let's go tell the three deans first, and then we will set off." As he spoke, Flender curled his lips and smiled. "As your dean, I have already found our next destination. Although that academy cannot compare to Heavendo Academy, it is not too far behind." Oh, Teacher Qinming was startled upon hearing this, then asked curiously, "I wonder which academy it is." After all, there were only 2 or 3 famous high-level spirit master academies in the imperial capital. Lanba Academy. The news of the Shrek Academy group leaving quickly spread throughout the academy. And what shocked the Heavendo students the most was that the original captain of the Wangdu team, Yu Tianeng, had actually left the academy with the Shrek group. Regarding the reason for Yu Tianeng leaving Heavendo Academy, there were many different opinions within the academy. The most popular theory was that the reason Yu Tianeng left the academy was because he had been cuckolded by Qilin, and thus chose to leave the academy in a fit of anger. Because before this, the students in the academy had all assumed that Yu Tianeng and Du Guyan were a couple. It wasn't just the ordinary students, even Xiao Wu and the others had doubts. Could Qilin really be having some unclear relationship with Du Guyan? Otherwise, why would Yu Tianeng follow them and leave Heavendo Academy? Inside Qilin's dormitory. A day had passed since the Shrek group left Heavendo Academy. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong suspiciously sized up Qilin and Du Guyan, as if wanting to see some other clues on their faces. But unfortunately, the two of them didn't see anything. In the end, Du Guyan, feeling her scalp go numb from their stares, took the initiative to speak. "Stop looking, there really is nothing between me and little brother Qilin, at least for now, it is still clean and innocent." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at Du Guyan with half belief, but still breathed a sigh of relief. But Ning Rongrong's pretty face became increasingly unfriendly. It's still clean now, doesn't that mean it might not be clean in the future? You said before that you only looked at brother Qilin as a younger brother, is this how you look at him as a younger brother? What a woman who doesn't keep her word. The rest of the Wangdu team were also in Qilin's dormitory at this moment. Because of teacher Qin Ming's departure, Qilin became the new team leader teacher for the Wangdu team. However, the rest of the Wangdu team had rather complicated emotions when facing Qilin at this moment. Because no matter what, they had spent 2 or 3 years with Yu Tianeng, so naturally there was some friendship involved. And Yu Tianeng's departure had some connection to Qilin. However, the rest of the Wangdu team had all spent some time with Qilin and had a good impression of him. Moreover, they also felt that Yu Tianeng's departure actually didn't have much to do with Qilin. It was purely because Yu Tianeng had a proud nature, and on top of that, a fragile heart, which was why he thought about leaving Heaven Do Academy. Otherwise, he and Du Guyan had only reached the level of mutual affection before. Not to mention that nothing had happened between Qilin and Du Guyan yet, even if something had really happened, he wouldn't have been at a loss. Ahem. Alright, let me say a few words first. After Du Guyan finished speaking, Qilin coughed twice and said in a tone of an old man. For a moment, everyone cast their gazes over. Qilin looked around, then looked at the Wangdu team members and said. You should all know that due to teacher Qin Ming's departure, from now on, I will serve as your team leader teacher. After Qilin finished speaking, Yu Feng winked at him and said with a cheeky smile. Teacher Qilin, since you have become our team leader teacher, please take care of us in the future. We have long heard of your teaching ability. The others looked at Qilin, their eyes filled with anticipation. You have to know, the 3 people Qilin taught, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing, were all extremely outstanding. Qilin smiled slightly and said, rest assured, my teaching ability will not disappoint you. At this time, Yi Lingling spoke in a soft and weak tone. Teacher Qilin, I heard you have a way to make support soul masters also have combat power, so do you think I can do it? That is naturally no problem. Qilin smiled. Upon hearing the answer she wanted, a smile couldn't help but appear on Yi Lingling's quiet face, and a flicker of anticipation flashed deep in her eyes. Let's start directly, I will lay the foundation for you first. As Qilin spoke, he said to Du Guyan, stretch out your hand. Du Guyan was slightly stunned, but still stretched out her fair and slender palm. Qilin directly grabbed her palm and injected a wisp of spirit power into her body. After the spirit power entered Du Guyan's body, it began to circulate according to a specific trajectory. Feel it carefully. Seeing Du Guyan have a hint of divided soul, Qilin quickly reminded her. After a full half hour, Qilin finally withdrew his hand. Yu Feng watched this scene with envy and said to Xiao Wu, Sister Xiao Wu, is this how teacher Qilin helps you lay your foundation? Xiao Wu curled her lips and then said, I didn't get this treatment at the beginning, but Zuqing and Ning Rongrong did get this treatment. After Du Guyan came Yi Lingling, but because of her shyness, her fair and delicate face was blushing the whole time. It wasn't until half an hour passed that she whispered a thank you to Qilin. Chapter 117 Tang Hao, home was burgled. Next were Yu Feng and the others. They had already reached out their hands, but Qilin stood up, walked to their side, and patted them on their shoulders. He could even multitask, patting 2 people's shoulders simultaneously to channel spirit power into them. Of course, Qilin was not that generous, especially towards the few men. Although he was now their team leader, responsible for teaching them training. But even a sect has distinctions between personal disciples and outer sect disciples. Therefore, the spirit power trajectory he gave Yu Feng and the others could only be considered a simplified version. Of course, even if it was just a simplified version of the soul power training method, for Yu Feng and the others this was a huge bargain. Meanwhile, Oslo asked suspiciously, do we not need to hold hands? Did I say we must hold hands? Qilin asked back curiously. Holy crap, then you just now. Hearing this, Yu Feng widened his eyes and looked at Qilin. On the side, Yi Lingling's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of red again. Even Du Guyan couldn't help but laugh, muttering softly. I didn't expect little brother Qilin to be so mischievous. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong pouted unhappily, their little thoughts clearly written on their faces. After pondering for a moment, Qilin responded. If I said it was an unconscious habit just now, would you believe it? Yu Feng said with a black line on his face, then why don't you have this habit with us? Of course it's because I don't have the habit of touching men's hands. Qilin shrugged. Yu Feng. After roughly laying the foundation of the soul power training method inside Yu Feng and the others, Qilin led them out of the dormitory and taught them tree climbing techniques. Alright, next, just follow the training I just showed you. When you have mastered it, come find me to learn the next stage of training. Yes, teacher Qilin. When Qilin showed off a little bit in front of the Wangdu team, their trust and respect for him instantly reached the level they treated teacher Qin Ming with. After the Wangdu team members left, Qilin looked at Xiao Wu and the others, then took out 4 creation heaven mending pills. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, and Ji Yu Yuina, 1 for each. Of course, for someone at Ji Yu Yuina's level, the effect of the creation heaven mending pill might be negligible. But Qilin definitely couldn't neglect one for the other. Brother Shaolin, what is this? It smells quite fragrant. Xiao Wu examined the creation heaven mending pill in her hand and sniffed it at the tip of her nose. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing also looked at Qilin, as for Ji Yu Yuina. She had already eaten it in one bite. Qilin immediately recounted the experience of visiting the ice and fire yin yang well to them. Upon learning about the preciousness of the creation heaven mending pill, they were all greatly shocked. The effect of this creation heaven mending pill is actually so great. It not only allowed Du Guyan to reach level 48 but also caused her spirit to evolve. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they looked at the medicinal pill in their hands emitting a rich fragrance. Xiao Wu was the first of the 3 to swallow the creation heaven mending pill. After listening to Qilin's introduction, her eyes lit up, and she impatiently swallowed the creation heaven mending pill in one bite. Then she immediately sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to absorb the medicinal power within the creation heaven mending pill. Ning Rongrong was silent for a moment. The first thing that came to her mind was, since this creation heaven mending pill can evolve a spirit, does that mean it can also help her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda evolve into the legendary 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda? Thinking of this, a look of ecstatic joy flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Ning Rongrong said in a deep voice, Brother Qilin, this creation heaven mending pill is priceless to our 7 treasure glazed tile school. You wait, I will send the message back to Dad today, let him prepare, and compensate you to the greatest extent. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong frowned tightly and said, it seems that's still not enough, maybe I should just devote myself to you. Qilin patted Ning Rongrong's head and smiled. Don't worry about those useless things for now, eat the medicinal pill quickly. Finally, there was Zhu Zuqing, who was currently looking shy. Teacher Qilin has already helped me too much, I don't have the ability to repay Teacher Qilin. However, I can also be like Rongrong. After speaking, Zhu Zuqing's cheeks instantly flushed bright red, simply like a steaming girl. Afterwards, she didn't even dare to look up at Qilin, and directly took the creation heaven mending pill. After Qilin waited for a few hours on the side, Xiaowu was the first to wake up. After waking up, she put her hands on her hips and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, so what if Du Guyan went from level 38 to level 48? Sister Xiaowu went straight to level 51. That's right, in the process of absorbing the creation heaven mending pill, Xiaowu incidentally condensed her 4th spirit ring and 5th spirit ring. Seeing this, Qilin smiled and said, Xiaowu, take a look at your spirit. Oh. Xiaowu responded and then manifested her spirit. The spirit was still the soft bones rabbit, but it was different, exuding a powerful aura, completely unlike a soft bones rabbit spirit master. Feeling the changes in her spirit, Xiaowu excitedly jumped directly onto Qilin, wrapping her hands around his neck, and her 2 elastic legs clamped onto his waist. Brother Shaolin, I feel that my spirit strength has increased by more than 1 level. Qilin patted Xiaowu's perky buttocks, put her down, and said with a smile, normal, you don't look at whose medicinal pill this is. About another 2 hours passed, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing also woke up one after another. Ning Rongrong naturally fulfilled her wish and evolved the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. And Zhu Zuqing's hell spirit also evolved, directly evolving from a second-rate spirit to a top-tier spirit. Besides this, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing's spirit power both increased to level 30. If they absorbed a spirit ring, I'm afraid their spirit power would continue to advance by leaps and bounds. Such changes made Ning Rongrong clamor about devoting herself to repay Qilin's great kindness. Meanwhile, far away at a waterfall in the valley thousands of miles away, Tang Hao forcibly suppressed his injuries and ran all the way, finally arriving at the place where he hid Yin in her spirit bone. Looking at the waterfall in front of him, Tang Hao took a deep breath, and a smile flashed in his eyes. Finally made it. Muttering to himself, Tang Hao looked at the waterfall, exerted force with his toes, his body suddenly shot up, and instantly dashed into the waterfall. Tang Hao had chiseled a cave in the stone wall behind the waterfall, and his Yin was planted inside. However, when Tang Hao rushed into the waterfall, his ferocious face suddenly changed drastically. In his perception, the rock mechanism he had set up had actually been broken by someone, revealing the pitch-black cave behind the waterfall. And wouldn't this mean? Not good. My spirit bone. Chapter 118, 9 treasure glazed tile, Ning Fengji's ecstasy. Tang Hao let out a startled cry, his body rushing into the pitch-black cave like a bolt of lightning, and then, relying on his perception, he found the place where he had hidden the spirit bone. Sure enough, it was empty. His spirit bone had been stolen by someone. Ah. Who stole my spirit bone? A powerful spirit power erupted from Tang Hao's entire body, and he let out a heaven-shaking roar, his expression becoming increasingly manic. Rumble. Under the vibration of Tang Hao's powerful spirit power, the entire cave began to tremble, and fine cracks even appeared around the walls. But immediately after, Tang Hao suddenly remembered that besides the spirit bone, he had also planted Yin in the cave. Yin, that's right, there's also Yin. Tang Hao immediately walked to the spot where he had planted Yin, yet it was still empty. Seeing this, Tang Hao's body collapsed with a thud, and he sat down on the ground. His ferocious face was incredibly complex at this moment, and he muttered to himself, Yin is gone too, Yin is gone too. In his tone, there was both intense hatred and a sense of relief. Although he did not know why the thief who broke into the cave would take Yin away, after all, the regrown Yin looked just like ordinary blue-silver grass. However, it was better that Yin was taken away. Whether she was alive or dead, it could alleviate the guilt in his heart. At the very least, Yin did not end up dying by his own hands. Back then, just as Tang San was born, Qian Zunji had brought Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo to his doorstep. Such a secretive matter, such a coincidental timing, how did Spirit Hall know the whereabouts of Tang Hao's family? One must know that the Blue-Silver Emperor's sensory abilities were among the top-tier existences among spirit beasts, and she could even use the blue-silver grass across the entire continent as her ears and eyes. How could it be so easy to expose? Of course, whether there was any inside story, perhaps only Tang Hao alone in the world knew. On the other side, Heaven Do Academy. Ning Rongrong, who had consumed the creation heaven mending pill, immediately sent someone to contact Ning Fengji. As for herself, she, along with Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu, headed to the Sunset Forest under the guidance of Qilin and Ji Yuina. Hunting for spirit beasts proceeded very smoothly. Midway, Ji Yuina took Xiao Wu and disappeared for a few hours. When she returned, she revealed her rank 51 spirit power. Especially her 4th spirit ring, which was actually a black, 10,000-year spirit ring. This shocked Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing quite a bit. A 10,000-year 4th spirit ring, I fear that apart from Qilin, there was no second person on the continent with one. However, both of them soon got their wish and hunted for spirit rings suitable for themselves. Moreover, the age of the spirit rings they hunted far exceeded the limits of ordinary spirit masters. The limit for an ordinary spirit master's 3rd spirit ring was around 1,800 years. But whether it was Ning Rongrong or Zhu Zuqing, both of their 3rd spirit rings exceeded 3,000 years. Besides that, after absorbing their 3rd spirit rings, both of their spirit power ranks continued to push through in one go, reaching rank 40. Such a speed of leveling up, it would be no exaggeration to say it was like riding a rocket. Subsequently, Qilin took them to continue hunting for their 4th spirit rings. Their 4th spirit rings did not reach the 10,000-year level, but they did reach 8,000 years. And after absorbing their 4th spirit rings, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing's spirit power ranks continued to rise, only stopping when they reached rank 44. One must know that their spirit power ranks hadn't even reached rank 30 before. On the way back to Heaven Do Academy, Ji Yuina asked, aren't you rank 60? Why not absorb a spirit ring in the Sunset Forest? Qilin pondered slightly, then smiled. I didn't find a suitable spirit ring in the Sunset Forest, but now I do have a lead on my 6th spirit ring. He remembered that there seemed to be a 100,000-year snow lotus in the far north, that could serve as his 6th spirit ring. Besides that, it was also time for him to attach his 2nd spirit. Where is it? Do you need my help? Qilin looked at Ji Yuina, rubbed his chin, and smiled. That works, then in a few days, Sister Na can accompany me to the far north. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing were listening attentively nearby, and upon hearing that Qilin was going to the far north, they spoke almost simultaneously. Brother Shaolin, brother Qilin, teacher Qilin, I want to go too. Upon hearing this, Qilin flicked each of them on the forehead. I am going to hunt for a spirit ring, do you think I am going there to play? All of you, behave and stay at Heaven Do Academy to train properly. When I return, I will be conducting spot checks on your control over your spirit power. Hearing Qilin say this, the three of them could only honestly agree. A smile appeared on Ji Yuina's cold face, and she nodded, that is fine. As soon as they returned to the academy, Ning Fengji, Sword Duluo, and Bone Duluo, having received the news, rushed to Qilin's dormitory. Especially Ning Fengji, his face could be said to be filled with excitement at this moment. When he learned that Ning Rongrong had actually evolved the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda with Qilin's help, he even thought Ning Rongrong was playing a prank. One must know that the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda was almost a legend of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. No one had ever heard of anyone awakening the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Even though Ning Rongrong's talent was a once-in-a-century occurrence in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji only believed she had a chance to evolve the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda into an 8 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Seeing Ning Fengji, Sword Duluo, and Bone Duluo appear, Ning Rongrong excitedly shouted, Dad, Grandpa Sword, Grandpa Bone, you are here. Rongrong, Ning Fengji responded and walked up quickly. Teacher Qilin, we meet again. Seeing Qilin in the crowd, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Qilin nodded at him with a smile, naturally knowing the purpose of Ning Fengji's arrival. Rongrong, quickly show Dad your current spirit, Ning Fengji said, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Ning Rongrong responded, then raised her hand and released her spirit. The next second, a shimmering, exquisite pagoda appeared in everyone's line of sight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. It really is the legendary 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ha ha ha, there's hope for the prosperity of my 7 treasure glazed tile school. Even the usually calm and composed Ning Fengji, upon seeing the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda in Ning Rongrong's hands with his own eyes, could not control himself and laughed out loud. Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo were equally incredibly excited. They knew deeply the significance of the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. At this moment, Ning Rongrong said with a proud little face, that's not all, look at my spirit power again. After speaking, 4 spirit rings spiraled up from under Ning Rongrong's feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. 4 rings. Rongrong, you this. Ning Rongrong said proudly, that's right, the creation heaven mending pill refined by brother Qilin doesn't just have the ability to evolve spirits. Now my spirit power has reached rank 44. His Tilda, Ning Fengji and the other two couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this. Bone Duluo muttered, I remember that when Rongrong left the 7 treasure glazed tile school a few months ago, her spirit power rank seemed to be only rank 26, right? In less than half a year, she actually increased by 18 ranks. Chapter 119, Second Spirit, heading to the far north. Not long after, Ning Fengji, who had completely calmed down, solemnly bowed to Qilin. Teacher Qilin, the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda is of extraordinary significance to our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Now that you have helped Rongrong complete the evolution of her spirit, we must repay this kindness. However, the creation heaven mending pill is a priceless treasure, and ordinary worldly items are likely unable to measure its value. How about this? Another day, come to my 7 treasure glazed tile school. My school's treasury will be open for you, you may take whatever you fancy. Furthermore, from this day forward, Teacher Qilin will be the closest friend of my 7 treasure glazed tile school. Should you have any instructions, my school will never decline. Qilin looked at the Ning Fengji before him, his attitude was sincere, so he smiled and nodded. Schoolmaster Ning, you are too kind. After some more conversation, Ning Fengji brought the topic back to the soul power training method. After some discussion, Ning Fengji finally bought the soul power training method for the price of 10 million gold coins. 10 million gold coins, such a sum, I fear only the wealthy and imposing 7 treasure glazed tile school could produce without blinking an eye. One must know that in the original Duluo continent, the clan chief of the Speed clan would even change color over a mere few hundred gold coins. After obtaining the soul power training method, Ning Fengji urged Ning Rongrong a few times, telling her to listen obediently to Qilin at Heaven Do Academy, and then left with Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo. After this matter, the next day, Qian Runshui also came to visit Qilin's dormitory. It turned out that after leaving Heaven Do Academy, Ning Fengji had gone to the Crown Prince's residence and informed Qian Runshui about the news of him spending 10 million gold coins to purchase the soul power training method. Such a grand gesture startled Qian Runshui quite a bit. Originally, her intention was to trade 2 million gold coins for Qilin's soul power training method. Such an amount of gold coins was something even she could not produce. However, Ning Fengji told her that the value of Qilin's soul power training method was immeasurable, it was something that could be passed down. Purchasing it for 10 million gold coins would absolutely not be a loss. If she had offered 2 million gold coins, given Qilin's personality, he might not have refused. But if she wanted to leave a better impression on him, she naturally had to spare no effort. Consequently, that very day, Qian Runshui went with Ning Fengji to visit Emperor Shuiyi and explained the matter and its pros and cons to him. Although Emperor Shuiyi felt the financial pain, he ultimately agreed to their proposal. Thus, Qilin once again pocketed 10 million gold coins. This could not help but make him sigh. There are too many gold coins. Can't finish spending them, simply can't finish spending them. ... On a wide official road, a luxurious carriage sped past. The 3 horses pulling the carriage were incredibly majestic, their bodies covered in cyan scales, and their speed was incredibly fast, capable of traveling 2,000 li in a day. Several days later, as the distance to the far north grew closer, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. The cold wind was biting, and everything that met the eye was a vast expanse of white. The carriage stopped at the nearest city on the outskirts of the far north. This carriage, along with the coachman, were all arranged for him by Qian Runshui after she learned he was preparing to go to the far north. The coachman said respectfully to Qilin, Marquis Qilin, further north is the official territory of the far north. I fear the horses cannot withstand the climate there, so we can only take you to this point. Qilin smiled and said, no matter. You have worked hard these past few days, we can walk the rest of the way ourselves. The coachman bowed slightly and then smiled. Does Marquis Qilin require this subordinate to follow? Since he was sent by Qian Runshui to follow Qilin, his strength naturally could not be weak, he was a spirit emperor expert. Qilin shook his head and smiled. No need, just wait here first for a few days. Seeing this, the coachman did not say more and nodded in agreement. Qilin and Ji Yuina continued north, heading deep into the far north. Meanwhile, inside Qilin's sea of consciousness. Seemingly arriving in a familiar environment, Tianmeng Iceworm, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up. Such a familiar feeling, this is the far north. Qilin, you have finally come to the far north. Qilin used his divine sense to communicate with Tianmeng Iceworm, speechlessly retorting, Brother Tianmeng, that nap of yours lasted long enough. In the sea of consciousness, the round and chubby Tianmeng Iceworm blinked its round little eyes and said, how long did I sleep? Qilin thought for a moment and replied, it should have been over a year. Tianmeng Iceworm rolled its body lazily and then said languidly, what's just a year? My record is sleeping for several thousand years in one go. A year is just a nap for me. Qilin sighed, as expected of you. Tianmeng Iceworm shook its head triumphantly and then said, right, Qilin, what rank is your spirit power now? I seem unable to perceive your spirit power rank. Qilin smiled and said, it is currently rank 60. I came to the far north not only to add a second spirit, but also to absorb the 6th spirit ring from my 4-leaf clover martial soul. 60, rank 60. Tianmeng Iceworm was stunned for a moment, its round little eyes bewildered as it said, Qilin, hasn't it only been a year or so? How are you already rank 60? It remembered that before it went to sleep, Qilin was only over rank 40. Could it be that it remembered wrong? Tianmeng Iceworm thought with suspicion in its heart. Qilin smiled and said, my luck was good, I had some other opportunities. Tianmeng Iceworm immediately said excitedly, in that case, watch me work, I will call out the Ice Empress directly. The Ice Empress is one of the 3 great kings of the far north, with 380,000 to 390,000 years of cultivation, but I estimate she still won't be able to pass the 400,000 year threshold. Therefore, as long as she knows your talent, she will definitely be willing to become your wise spirit ring just like me. Moreover, the Ice Empress's true form is the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion, which can definitely be called one of the top-tier spirit beasts on the continent. Possessing ultimate ice, I think she is qualified to be your second spirit. Listening to Tianmeng Iceworm finish its endless stream of words, Qilin nodded and said casually, alright, then I choose her as my second spirit. Actually, Qilin didn't have many choices to begin with, and the only powerful ice attribute spirit beasts in the far north were the 3 great kings of the far north. And among the 3 great kings of the far north, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress were the strongest. But the Snow Empress was a humanoid spirit beast. If he used her as his spirit, it would be somewhat strange. Since Tianmeng brought it up, he might as well choose the Ice Empress. Just as Tianmeng was preparing to take the initiative to release its aura to lure the Ice Empress out, Qilin smiled and said, no need for such trouble. Thus, he looked at Ji Yuina. Sister Na, can you lock onto the position of the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion? I have chosen her as my second spirit. Ji Yuina's cold, aloof face revealed a faint smile. I have already locked onto her position. Do you need me to fly you there directly? Qilin smiled and shook his head. Forget it, such snow scenery is rarely seen, we can just search our way there slowly. Chapter 120, The 3 Heavenly Kings of the Far North, Ice Empress. In the far north, the biting cold wind swept across the ice plains like a knife, whipping up snow across the sky. Qilin stepped onto the vast and magnificent ice plains. The snow fell onto his hair tips, forming a layer of white frost. Ji Yuina followed by Qilin's side, her silver hair fluttering lightly in the snowy wind. Her near-perfect appearance made her look like an elf amidst this ice and snow. The two had been traveling for a day and had witnessed many wonders of the snowy landscape. After several more hours, the two traversed an incredibly long and narrow glacial crevice, and the view suddenly opened up before them. An incredibly magnificent and huge ice cave appeared in Qilin and Ji Yuina's line of sight. This huge ice cave had a hint of a palace about it, but it also looked somewhat nondescript. At the same time, deep within the ice cave, on a huge oval ice bed, a delicate, translucent scorpion that looked like an emerald suddenly opened her eyes, revealing pupils like yellow diamonds. The moment the emerald green scorpion opened her eyes, an aura that was both savage and domineering spread out from her body. This terrifying aura clearly indicated her identity. It was none other than one of the 3 heavenly kings of the far north, the Ice Empress. Although the aura emitted by the Ice Empress was terrifying, her body looked particularly petite, only 1.5 meters long, not at all like a powerful spirit beast nearly 400,000 years old. You must know, the body of the Titan Snow Devil King among the 3 heavenly kings of the far north was as tall as 100 meters. The Ice Empress's gaze looked into the distance, not calm at all. Just a moment ago, she had sensed 2 auras. One was undoubtedly human, but the other aura was something she couldn't fathom, emitting a feeling that made her heart palpitate uncontrollably. Even when facing Shui, the Ice Empress had never had this feeling. It was definitely extreme danger. However, since the other party had come to her doorstep, she naturally had no reason to retreat. The next second, the Ice Empress's body turned into a beam of emerald green light and flashed out from the ice bed. Outside the ice cave. Sensing the disturbance, Ji Yuina said softly, she has come out. Before the words had even faded, a beam of emerald green light had already rushed out from the ice cave, revealing her crystal clear body that looked like jade. Behind her, a scorpion tail hung high, reflecting an emerald green halo. The Ice Empress's gaze swept over, and her look towards Ji Yuina held a hint of wariness. Humans, this is not a place you can come to. Leave this place. At the same time, in Qilin's sea of consciousness, the Tianmeng Iceworm shouted, Qilin, let brother handle talking to her. I guarantee she will voluntarily sacrifice herself to become your spirit. Fine, then you talk to the Ice Empress first. Having received Qilin's consent, the Tianmeng Iceworm immediately moved his thoughts, channeling what he wanted to say through his mental force and spreading it out from within Qilin's body. Ice Empress, why are you in such a rush to chase people away? As the Tianmeng Iceworm's mental force spread out from Qilin's body, it eventually formed a cheeky voice. As soon as the Ice Empress heard this familiar voice of the Tianmeng Iceworm, she recognized him immediately. The next second, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the Ice Empress's body, and cold killing intent surged out from her like a tsunami. Tianmeng, you are actually still alive. The Ice Empress noticed that the Tianmeng Iceworm's mental force was spreading from within Qilin's body, so she cast her gaze over. And responding to her again was still the Tianmeng Iceworm's annoying voice. Ice Empress, you didn't expect it, did you? Brother has returned. But don't get excited yet. Brother has returned this time specifically to bring you an opportunity. If brother remembers correctly, you should be close to 390,000 years old, right? With your ability, do you think you can survive the 400,000-year heavenly tribulation? What exactly are you trying to say? The Ice Empress said coldly, vaguely sensing that the Tianmeng Iceworm's return this time was not simple. Moreover, the 2 humans that the Tianmeng Iceworm had brought both gave her a feeling of being unfathomable. Especially that woman, who gave her a powerful sense of oppression. This feeling was like the suppression of bloodline among spirit beasts. But she did not sense a shred of spirit beast aura from this woman. Furthermore, the Ice Empress did not believe that any spirit beast on the continent had a bloodline that could bring her such terrifying oppression. Even DTN in the Stardow Great Forest could not achieve this. At this moment, the Tianmeng Iceworm continued in a cheeky tone. Brother will just ask you one question. Do you want to become a divinity? Become a divinity. The Ice Empress's pupils, like yellow diamonds, suddenly constricted, but she immediately regained her composure, her voice like 10,000-year glacial ice. Become a divinity. Tianmeng, I think you have come to mess with me. Don't think that just because you have found a backer now, I cannot kill you. Clearly, the Ice Empress had mistaken Ji Yuina for the Tianmeng Iceworm's backer. Otherwise, given the Tianmeng Iceworm's personality, he would definitely not dare to appear before her so brazenly. However, she had only ever sensed his mental force. Where was his true body? The Ice Empress looked around suspiciously, but eventually discovered that the source of the Tianmeng Iceworm's mental force was within this human youth before her. What was going on here? Brother is not here to mess with you this time. Several years ago, I already sacrificed myself to Qilin in the form of a wisdom spirit ring. Now, I exist in Qilin's sea of consciousness in the form of a mental entity. As long as he can become a divinity, he will be able to resurrect us. At that time, we can also become divinities along with him. Ha ha ha, isn't brother's method good? The Tianmeng Iceworm was extremely smug, but the Ice Empress was shocked after hearing this. What, you actually sacrificed yourself to this human before me? Impossible, how could a human body possibly withstand your power? The Tianmeng Iceworm's tone remained extremely annoying. HMPH, why else would I say you were ignorant? Just because you don't know, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And Qilin is that one in a billion, the human who can just happen to withstand brother's power. Do you understand the value of a child of destiny? If brother is the child of destiny among spirit beasts, then Qilin is the child of destiny of the human world. The two of us are what you call mutually achieving one another. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded in the sky. In the sea of consciousness, the Tianmeng Iceworm heard this sound, and his round body shuddered violently. Strange, it suddenly started thundering. Outside, the suddenly sounding thunder interrupted Qilin, who was unconsciously daydreaming, making him subconsciously look up at the sky. In this frozen world of ice and snow, it was a vast expanse of white. Although it wasn't snowing right now, not a trace of sunlight could be seen. A bit monotonous. No sooner had the thought arisen than the leaden gray sky on the horizon suddenly seemed to crack, forming a tiny fissure. A wisp of brilliant golden radiance suddenly shone out from the fissure, spilling onto Qilin's body. At this moment, with the radiance upon him, Qilin looked just like a divinity shrouded in divine light, descending into the human realm. Chapter 121. Fate heard Qilin's plea. At this moment, looking at Qilin in the radiance, the Ice Empress suddenly believed Tianmeng Iceworm's words a little. Perhaps Qilin could really reach rank 100 and become a god. Ji Yuina turned her head to look at Qilin, who was exuding a sacred aura within the radiance, her beautiful eyes likewise shining brightly. In Qilin's sea of consciousness, after Tianmeng Iceworm came to his senses, he continued, Ice Empress, what have you decided? The Ice Empress's eyes flickered, her heart was already moved. With only a little over 10,000 years left before her 400,000-year limit, the Ice Empress was not confident she could survive the 400,000-year heavenly tribulation. Since she knew she would surely die, why not take a gamble like Tianmeng Iceworm? As the dignified Ice Empress, one of the three great heavenly kings of the far north, did she lack the courage of Tianmeng Iceworm? Without thinking for too long, the Ice Empress decisively said, what should I do? Ha ha ha, brother knew you would agree. Of course, even if you didn't agree, Lord Silver Dragon King would force you to. Lord Silver Dragon King. Hearing this title, the Ice Empress instinctively looked at Ji Yuina. She hadn't expected her to be a spirit beast. But why had she never heard of the Silver Dragon King? Moreover, judging by Tianmeng Iceworm's tone, she wasn't even her match. She had to know, she was a nearly 400,000-year-old Ice Jade Empress Scorpion. In terms of combat power, even among that group of vicious beasts in the Stardow Great Forest, she could rank in the top 3. Of course, now was not the time to think about this, so she coldly snapped, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and tell me what I should do. Got it, got it. Ice Empress, after I originally sacrificed myself to Qilin, although I didn't grant him a powerful spirit bone, I did bring him a second spirit. It's just that Qilin's second spirit is currently like a blank slate, lacking an origin. So I hope you can be like me, merging your spiritual origin with Qilin to become the intelligent spirit ring for his second spirit. The Ice Empress nodded and said, that's fine, but can he withstand it? Looking at his age, he's just too young. How about we wait a few more years? Just go ahead and fuse boldly. Don't look at Qilin's youth, he is already rank 60 now. Besides, you might not know, but his first spirit ring's age has already reached the 200,000-year level. In this situation, if you seal your origin a little bit more, there will absolutely be no problem. After listening, the Ice Empress's gaze towards Qilin was already filled with shock. This human youth was so young, she hadn't expected his spirit power rank to have already reached rank 60. Looking at it this way, perhaps she could really follow him and become a god. Fine, I will release my spiritual origin right now. After speaking, a soft emerald green halo spread out from the Ice Empress's body, and then condensed into an emerald green ball of light at the barb of her tail. This ball of light was undoubtedly the Ice Empress's spiritual origin. As the Ice Empress released her spiritual origin, the temperature between heaven and earth dropped suddenly, and her body collapsed to the ground as if it had lost its support. Subsequently, the Ice Empress's spiritual origin floated towards Qilin's brow and merged into it. The next second, in Qilin's sea of consciousness, the Ice Empress's spiritual origin suddenly took form, transforming into the image of an emerald green scorpion. However, when she saw the nearly endless sea of consciousness before her, she immediately let out an exclamation. Is this the sea of consciousness? Hee, Ice Empress, we finally meet again. Just then, a round, chubby silkworm floated over from the distance in a comical manner. It was none other than Tianmeng Iceworm. However, before Tianmeng Iceworm could get close, the Ice Empress let out a cold snort. Get away from me. The next second, a terrifying force of extreme cold erupted from the Ice Empress, instantly sending Tianmeng Iceworm flying. One had to know, the Iceworm race was food for the vast majority of spirit beasts in the far north. For hundreds of thousands of years, the number of iceworms eaten by the Ice Empress numbered in the tens of millions, so she was truly going for the kill against Tianmeng. If this weren't Qilin's spiritual world, she would definitely have eaten Tianmeng Iceworm. If she could eat Tianmeng Iceworm, perhaps she could survive 2 more heavenly tribulations. Ice Empress, you're too ruthless. Tianming Ice Worm howled in pain. Although in Qilin's Sea of Consciousness space, the Ice Empress certainly wouldn't kill him, it still hurt a lot. But the Ice Empress only said coldly, get as far away as you can. If you dare to approach this Empress again, it won't be as simple as it was just now. Hearing this, Tianming Ice Worm's round body shrank. Fine, I'll get lost. Outside the Sea of Consciousness. The Ice Empress's voice rang in Qilin's ears. Qilin, get ready. I am about to completely fuse my origin with you. Qilin nodded. Come ahead, I'm ready. Good, once I completely fuse my origin with you, you will possess the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion Spirit. You will also become the first person among humans to awaken the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion Spirit. After listening to the Ice Empress's words, Qilin's gaze fell upon the Ice Empress's exquisite, translucent body in front of him. The Ice Empress's original form was beautiful, but it didn't feel cool enough. If only it could be a bit more mighty and imposing. Qilin thought with some regret. At the same time, the Ice Empress's origin also began to fuse with Qilin. Mist-like white frost spread out from Qilin's body, enveloping him. Qilin, who was in the white frost, did not feel any discomfort, but he felt a momentary trance, and his vision became strange. This feeling. It seemed similar to when he obtained his second and third spirit rings. Suddenly, the scene before Qilin changed into a towering, incomparable spectacle. A cliff wall that reached the heavens and connected to the earth appeared in his line of sight. Above the cliff, a majestic and sacred behemoth was coiled there, surrounded by 5-colored auspicious clouds and vast purple chi. Seemingly sensing Qilin's presence, the majestic and sacred behemoth's eyes, deep as an abyss, suddenly looked at Qilin. After calmly staring at each other for a while, the scene before Qilin began to gradually shatter. Coming back to his senses, everything from just now was still fresh in his mind. I don't know what kind of divine beast that behemoth from just now was. It actually felt a bit intimate. Just as Qilin was muttering in his heart, the Ice Empress's slightly excited voice suddenly rang out. The origin fusion went very smoothly. We only need to fuse the spirit ring, and it will be a complete success. As soon as she finished speaking, a blood-red spirit ring with 4 golden lines suddenly condensed on the Ice Empress's body in the distance. However, on the spirit ring, the 4th golden line looked much shorter than the other 3. Clearly, this was because the Ice Empress had not yet reached 400,000 years. Under the Ice Empress's guidance, the blood-red spirit ring slowly merged into Qilin's body. The process was also very smooth. In just half an hour, the spirit ring had completely merged with Qilin. And the Ice Empress's body slowly dissipated, leaving only a spirit bone that looked like ice crystal. It was the 390,000-year torso spirit bone belonging to the Ice Empress. It's done. The Ice Empress's cold voice contained a hint of surprise. She had thought the process would be very dangerous, but Qilin had given her a surprise. Qilin, try activating your spirit. The Ice Jade Empress Scorpion Spirit I have granted you is a unique spirit in this world. Hearing this, Qilin raised an eyebrow. When his consciousness entered that other world again, he felt that something unexpected might happen. Sure enough, his spirit was not the so-called Ice Jade Empress Scorpion. Fate seemed to have heard his plea once again. The next second, Qilin instantly activated his spirit. A divine and handsome beast shadow appeared behind him, with a dragon's head and ice horns, eyes appearing ice blue, its whole body covered in ice scales, surrounded by cold chi. This was Qilin's second spirit after the mutation, the profound Ice Qilin. Qilin was also a Qilin. Chapter 122, Spirit Ability, Qilin Divine Body, Qilin Offensive Technique. Why is your spirit now the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion? Just after Qilin activated his spirit incarnation, a voice filled with shock from the Ice Empress immediately rang out within his sea of consciousness. It was not just her, Tianmeng Iceworm and Ji Yuina also cast their gazes over, their faces full of confusion. Logically speaking, since Qilin had undergone fusion with the Ice Empress's origin, he should have awakened the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion spirit, right? Could it be that a spirit can also undergo mutation under these circumstances? However, does Qilin's current spirit have even the slightest connection to the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion? It looks completely like a different species. They had never heard of any spirit mutation that could turn a scorpion into a Qilin. Or could it be that because Qilin and Qilin are homophones, such a mutation occurred? But, is this reasonable? Furthermore, Qilin's spirit also looks quite different from a conventional Qilin. This terrifying pressure made even Ji Yuina feel palpitations, sensing intense suppression from her bloodline. Besides this, she discovered that when she looked at Qilin again, countless desires suddenly surged in her heart. That most primal desire, the craving to mate with him. She did not know the specific reason, because although she would occasionally have wandering thoughts when facing Qilin before, she had never experienced such desires and impulses. Such impulses caused a faint blush to appear on Ji Yuina's usually cold face, making her look incredibly moving. Qilin raised his hand to examine his state after activating his spirit incarnation. On the surface, he could not see any changes, but he could feel a chill on his back. A magnificent profound Ice Qilin tattoo manifested behind him. He could sense information about his own spirit. His second spirit was a Qilin, an ice attribute Qilin. Therefore, Qilin called his spirit the profound Ice Qilin. Profound Ice Qilin. After hearing Qilin introduce his spirit, Ji Yuina, the Ice Empress, and Tianmeng remained puzzled. In past history, it is not as if Qilin's and Qilin spirits have never appeared, but no Qilin spirit has ever been able to emit such terrifying pressure as the one on your body, Tianmeng Iceworm said solemnly. Moreover, you clearly fused with my origin, the Ice Empress added from the side. Qilin spread his hands and then said, I don't know about this either. Perhaps even the heavens felt that the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion spirit wasn't very suitable for me, so it changed it to another spirit for me. Clearly, the Ice Empress and Tianmeng Iceworm did not agree with this explanation from Qilin. However, Ji Yuina vaguely felt that perhaps this most unreliable explanation might actually be the so-called truth. Otherwise, there is simply no way to explain why Qilin, having absorbed the Ice Empress's origin, would awaken a Qilin spirit that has absolutely nothing to do with the Ice Empress. At this moment, within Qilin's sea of consciousness, Tianmeng Iceworm reacted quickly enough and said excitedly. Although Qilin did not awaken the Ice Empress's spirit, it seems that is not so important. The profound Ice Qilin spirit he has now awakened is clearly a more powerful spirit than the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion. How could Tianmeng Iceworm not be excited? Qilin already had a very high probability of becoming a god, and now he had awakened a spirit even more powerful than the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion. Doesn't this mean that Qilin becoming a god is already a certainty? And as Qilin's wisdom spirit ring, he could also follow Qilin to the god realm and enjoy eternal life. This is just too awesome. Subsequently, he asked curiously, a 100,000-year spirit ring can possess 2 spirit abilities. What are your 2 spirit abilities? Hearing this, a smile appeared on Qilin's face. My 2 spirit abilities are called Qilin Divine Body and Qilin Offensive Technique. As for their effects, Qilin Divine Body can increase all attributes by 500% until the spirit power is exhausted. And Qilin Offensive Technique can increase the power of my next attack, a 99% chance to double it, a 0.99% chance to increase it tenfold, and a 0.01% chance to increase it 100-fold. After Qilin finished his introduction, Tianmeng Ice Worm and the Ice Empress both gasped in shock. Even Ji Yuina's beautiful eyes could not help but reveal an unhidden look of shock. The Ice Empress muttered in disbelief, my spirit ring can grant Qilin such powerful spirit abilities. Even the Ice Empress herself did not believe what she just said. Such an amplification, I'm afraid even the spirit ability of a million-year spirit ring could not achieve it, right? At this moment, she truly realized why Tianmeng Ice Worm was so certain that Qilin would definitely become a god. Not only was Qilin's talent terrifying and rare to encounter in 10,000 years, the Ice Empress also felt an inexplicable sense of weirdness from him. Tianmeng Ice Worm was even more shocked and said, doesn't this mean that if you are lucky, you have a chance to kill a titled Duluo with one punch? Qilin thought for a moment, then nodded. After all, a level 99 titled Duluo is still a titled Duluo. Tianmeng Ice Worm then sighed regretfully and said, theoretically that is the case. After all, if you first release Qilin Divine Body and then trigger the 100-fold combat power of Qilin Offensive Technique, you could potentially erupt with up to 500 times the power. It is just that the chance of triggering the 100-fold combat power is too low. I fear you might not be able to trigger it once in a whole battle. Qilin smiled slightly and then said, actually, it is not that troublesome. After all, you know that my luck has always been quite good. As soon as these words were spoken, Tianmeng Ice Worm fell silent, thinking of Qilin's completely unscientific luck. It seems, it really is possible. At this moment, Ji Yuina, who was to the side, picked up the Ice Empress's torso bone that had been left on the ground and asked curiously, then how do you plan to deal with this spirit bone? Why don't you absorb it? It is, after all, a nearly 400,000-year spirit bone. It should be of significant use to you. Qilin looked at the crystal-clear spirit bone wrapped in cold mist in Ji Yuina's hand and shook his head. Forget it. This spirit bone contains a small amount of the Ice Empress's remaining origin. It is a good piece of materials. Ji Yuina knew the effect of Qilin's third soul skill, so she did not say much more, just continued to ask, what are we going to do next? Qilin had already made plans and said directly, next, I plan to attach my 6th spirit ring to my 4-leaf clover martial soul, and for the spirit beast, I will choose a snow lotus. As he spoke, Qilin looked at Ji Yuina and smiled, Sister Na, I will have to trouble you to help me lock onto the snow lotus with the highest age. Ji Yuina nodded, and immediately a wave of mental energy spread out from her body. In just the blink of an eye, she had already locked onto the location of the snow lotus. I have already locked onto the location of a 90,000-year snow lotus. That snow lotus should meet your requirements. After hearing this, a slight smile flashed across Qilin's face. Then let's head over there directly. Ji Yuina nodded, although the expression on her face remained cold, her eyes revealed a hint of softness. When she was by Qilin's side, it actually gave people a feeling of a devoted couple. Chapter 123, Purifying Divine Light, Shui Binger. After leaving the Ice Emperor's lair, Qilin and Ji Yuina continued heading towards the Snow Lotus, finding it in just one day. For Qilin and Ji Yuina, this day was quite uneventful. However, within Qilin's sea of consciousness, it was anything but calm. Tianmeng Ice Worm was truly asking for a beating, and it never learned from its mistakes. At first, after being beaten by the Ice Emperor, it only behaved for 2 or 3 hours before trying to get close to her again. The result went without saying, it was beaten half to death once more, with injuries even worse than before. But Tianmeng seemed to have some peculiar fetish. Only a few hours later, it went back up to get beaten again. In the end, even Qilin couldn't watch anymore and used his consciousness to isolate Tianmeng Ice Worm from the Ice Emperor. Within the sea of consciousness, Qilin was the absolute dominator. Tianmeng Ice Worm wailed in protest, but naturally, the protest was ineffective. On the other side, after discovering that the figure of Tianmeng Ice Worm was no longer visible, the Ice Emperor's eyes immediately revealed a look of human-like satisfaction. Finally, it was much quieter. Outside the sea of consciousness, Qilin and Ji Yuina appeared on a snow-capped mountain. In front of them, a snow lotus emitting pure energy was blooming quietly. Although this snow lotus was only over 90,000 years old, Qilin did not mind and directly released his 4th spirit ability, Nature Control, to control the snow lotus into sacrificing itself to him. Half an hour later. Platinum, bright gold, crimson red, emerald green, blue gold, snow white. 6 gorgeous and dazzling spirit rings swirled up from beneath Qilin's feet. Now, the age of Qilin's first spirit ring had reached 200,000 years, and the color of the spirit ring had changed from pearly white to platinum. Besides that, his 6th spirit ring was indeed not a standard spirit ring color. Ji Yuina asked, what is your rank now? After eating the creation heaven mending pill, you should still have quite a bit of overflowing spirit power. Qilin laughed, there is indeed quite a bit of overflow, I am already at rank 70 now. Ji Yuina was slightly stunned, but when she thought about the effects of the creation heaven mending pill, combined with Qilin absorbing the spirit rings of the Ice Emperor and the 90,000-year snow lotus, it was normal for his spirit power to reach rank 70. Ji Yuina even felt that Qilin could break through several more levels after absorbing his 7th spirit ring. As for whether he could reach rank 80, Ji Yuina could not be certain. However, with Qilin, Ji Yuina felt that anything was possible. What is your 6th spirit ability? Ji Yuina asked curiously. Qilin laughed, my 6th spirit ability is called Purifying Divine Light. Purifying Divine Light can not only cleanse the soul, increase a spirit master's meditation cultivate speed within 3 months, but also has a certain effect in helping people enter a state of epiphany. After listening, Ji Yuina's eyes did not show much fluctuation. In her view, the effect of this spirit ability of Qilin's was also very heaven-defying, but compared to his other spirit abilities, it seemed much more ordinary. Of course, this was because the Duluo continent did not place much importance on epiphany. Having the opportunity to help people enter a state of epiphany. If this skill of Qilin's were placed in another world, it would absolutely be AT0 level existence. What shall we do next? Are we going to continue helping you attach your 7th spirit ring, or are we returning? Ji Yuina asked. Qilin pondered slightly and said, I cannot think of any other spirit beast in the far north suitable to be the 7th spirit ring for my 4-leaf clover martial soul for the time being. As for the profound ice Qilin martial soul, Qilin was not in a hurry for the spirit ring of the profound ice Qilin martial soul. If he finished adding all the spirit rings at once, it would be very boring, wouldn't it? ... One day later, on the outskirts of the far north, gale winds carrying snow particles howled across the ice and snow wasteland. Amidst the blizzard, even for spirit masters whose five senses far exceeded ordinary people, visibility was extremely low. And in the wind and snow, two figures moved forward slowly. Of the two, one was slightly older, a beautiful woman who looked 32 or 33, mature and full of charm. The other had long blue hair, fair skin, delicate features, and a well-proportioned figure, exuding a hazy beauty. However, compared to the beautiful woman, she looked slightly green, only 15 or 16 years old. Binger, this kind of weather is too severe, it seems we didn't come at the right time. Besides, I don't know what happened in the depths of the far north these past 2 days, but quite a few 10,000-year spirit beasts have appeared in these outskirts. Let's look for one more day. If the weather remains this severe and we still haven't found a suitable spirit beast, we must return immediately and temporarily retreat to an even more outer area. There was a hint of seriousness in the beautiful woman's voice. Although it was true that she was a spirit saint, the climate was so severe, and the frequency of 10,000-year spirit beasts appearing in the last 2 days was clearly higher than before. Therefore, for the sake of Shui Binger's safety, she had to choose to be prudent. After all, 10,000-year spirit beasts could already cause her some trouble, and the climatic environment was so poor. Once an accident occurred and she got separated from Shui Binger, given Shui Binger's current spirit power rank, that would be very dangerous. Shui Binger was a once-in-a-century genius of Tianshui Academy, possessing the top-tier spirit ice phoenix, not to mention her innate spirit power had reached rank 9. Now only 15 years old, she had already reached rank 40, her future could be described as limitless, and absolutely no accidents could be allowed to happen. Shui Binger was also very obedient and immediately said, "Teacher Shui Han, let's do as you say." Teacher Shui Han was one of the only 2 spirit saints in Tianshui Academy, it was only because of Shui Binger's high talent that she personally came along on this trip. For ordinary students, having a teacher at rank 50 or 60 help hunt for spirits was already quite good. Seeing this, Teacher Shui Han revealed a smile, and the two continued on their way. But before long, the ice surface of the wasteland suddenly trembled slightly. After noticing this, Teacher Shui Han and Shui Binger immediately became fully alert. Meanwhile, in the blizzard, several black shadows rushed over from the distance. Are these snow shadow wolves? And looking at them, they are all snow shadow wolves over 2,000 years old. It's just that they seem to be being chased by something. After seeing the true appearance of the black shadows, Teacher Shui Han analyzed in a low voice. Teacher Shui Han, they are rushing in our direction, let's avoid them for a bit. Shui Binger said. Okay. Just as the two were preparing to dodge, a deafening beast roar suddenly came from the depths of the blizzard. Hearing this roar, both Shui Binger and Teacher Shui Han changed color. Only to see a huge black shadow in the depths of the snow fog rushing towards here at high speed. Not good, this is an ice soul demon bear over 30,000 years old, and it has already noticed us. Run quickly. Before Teacher Shui Han finished speaking, she grabbed Shui Binger and ran without the slightest hesitation. However, the ice soul demon bear that noticed the two seemed to have forgotten its original target and turned to chase after Teacher Shui Han and Shui Binger instead. A spirit beast over 30,000 years old had already developed a certain level of intelligence. In its perception, Teacher Shui Han, this spirit saint, contained massive energy in her body. If it could eat her, it would definitely be of great help to itself. And after noticing the ice soul demon bear's intention, Teacher Shui Han's expression changed. It seems this ice soul demon bear has set its sights on me. Taking a deep breath, Teacher Shui Han said in a deep voice, Binger, you keep running back in this direction. Leave the ice soul demon bear to me to deal with. After I shake it off, I will come to find you. A look of gravity flashed across Shui Binger's pretty face. She also knew that staying behind would only distract Teacher Shui Han, so she decisively said, then Teacher Shui Han, take care. Teacher Shui Han nodded slightly, then stopped in her tracks. And Shui Binger ran towards the outer area without any delay. Chapter 124, Shui Binger's Crisis, Encountering Qilin. Ha tilde. Ha tilde. Shui Binger had been running at full spirit power for nearly half an hour before she finally slowed down slightly, gasping for breath. At this distance, it should be safe. Next, I just need to leave some marks along the way so that Teacher Shui Han can find my location. Shui Binger muttered to herself, clearly not too worried about Teacher Shui Han's safety. Of course, this was not because Shui Binger was indifferent, but because she was confident in Teacher Shui Han's strength. Although Teacher Shui Han's strength was not considered top tier among spirit saints, it was more than enough to shake off a 30,000-year ice soul demon bear. However, before Shui Binger could relax for long, a new crisis descended once again. In the distance, amidst the snow fog, a sound of footsteps on ice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this movement, Shui Binger immediately looked over with vigilance. When she saw several shadows slowly approaching her from the snow fog on the left and right, and the eerie green light emanating from their eyes, Shui Binger's pupils suddenly constricted. These were the same snow shadow wolves that had been hunted by the ice soul demon bear earlier. Who would have thought that after escaping the ice soul demon bear's hunt, these beasts would actually set their sights on her? Watching the snow shadow wolves flanking her from both sides, Shui Binger maintained a certain distance with a solemn expression. Fighting was out of the question, judging by their size, each of these snow shadow wolves was over 2,000 years old, with some even reaching 3 or 4,000 years. With her own strength, she could barely handle 2 or 3 at once, but there were 9 of them here. Moreover, the leading snow shadow wolf looked to be at least 4,000 years old. Shui Binger suspected that if these 9 snow shadow wolves swarmed her, she wouldn't even last a minute before being torn to shreds. Run. No sooner said than done. Shui Binger did not hesitate in the slightest. In an instant, her spirit manifested, and her body shot out like a sharp arrow. In an instant, she left all 9 snow shadow wolves behind. But at the very moment she fled, the 9 snow shadow wolves flanking her from both sides let out a collective howl and lunge at her. On the icy wilderness, the sound of footsteps on ice rose and fell incessantly. Even though Shui Binger had exhausted all her means, she still couldn't shake off the 9 snow shadow wolves behind her. On the contrary, the distance between her and the leading snow shadow wolf was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What do I do? What do I do? Shui Binger was extremely anxious. While running and thinking of countermeasures in her mind, she neglected the ground beneath her feet. Due to a momentary lapse in attention, Shui Binger failed to notice a bottomless rift about 4 or 5 meters wide ahead. Ah! Stepping into thin air, Shui Binger's body plummeted into the rift. Fortunately, Schwebinger reacted in time the moment she fell, grabbing the protrusion inside the rift at the critical moment. Looking at the bottomless, pitch-black rift below, Schwebinger couldn't help but swallow hard. If she fell from here, she would surely be smashed to pieces, with no chance of survival. Thinking of this, Schwebinger exerted force with the hand gripping the protrusion, and her body leapt onto the edge of the rift like a nimble swallow. But because of this delay, the leading 4,000-year-old snow shadow wolf caught up. Oh woo. The snow shadow wolf leader let out a long howl, its agile body leapt across the rift in a flash, and then it lunged at Schwebinger. Schwebinger's gaze narrowed slightly. The next second, 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings swirled up from beneath her feet. Resistance ice ring. At the critical moment, Schwebinger gave a soft cry, and the third spirit ring on her body suddenly lit up. Immediately, an icy blue, crystalline ring expanded outward with Schwebinger as the center, slamming into the lunging snow shadow wolf leader. Bang. The moment the ice ring collided with the snow shadow wolf leader, its body was instantly sent flying 7 or 8 meters away by the repulsive force contained within. Furthermore, the snow shadow wolf leader's body was covered in a layer of frost the moment it collided with the ice ring. However, this attack was more geared towards control. Although it could limit the snow shadow wolf leader to a certain extent, it was difficult to inflict significant damage. In just 2 seconds, the ice on the snow shadow wolf leader shattered, and it regained its ability to move. Fortunately, Schwebinger had no intention of lingering. Seeing the pack of wolves chasing after the leader, she continued to sprint forward. On the snowy plains, Qilin and Ji Yuina were walking leisurely. In this extremely harsh environment, the two of them looked as if they were strolling through their own backyard. The two walked for a while, and the climate on the snowy plains improved, the wind and snow ceased, and the visibility became much clearer. Just then, a movement suddenly came from the side, and Qilin curiously cast his gaze over. He saw a blue-haired girl wearing a silver-white snow cloak, an ice-blue fitted outfit underneath, and deerskin boots, running for her life in a slightly disheveled state. Behind her, a pack of snow shadow wolves was in hot pursuit. The leading snow shadow wolf leader nearly caught up to the girl, but was forced back by an ice ring from her 1,000-year spirit ability. In a moment, the girl also noticed Qilin and Ji Yuina. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, and in this desolate far north, it was truly rare. One must know that the far north is also known as the forbidden zone for humans. Even ice attribute spirit masters, if they lack sufficient self-preservation ability, would not enter it to hunt spirits. And the relaxed and leisurely appearance of Qilin and Ji Yuina undoubtedly indicated that they were not ordinary spirit masters. Schwebinger's brain thought rapidly, analyzing the handsome man and beautiful woman in her line of sight. That young man looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. No matter how strong he was, it couldn't be by much. As for that woman, although she looked to be only in her early 20s, there was an indescribable aura about her. Schwebinger couldn't guess her specific strength, but it shouldn't be lower than a spirit ancestor, and it was even possible she was a spirit king. Although a spirit king in their early 20s was rare, it was not unheard of. After all, Schwebinger herself was confident she could reach the spirit king level before the age of 20. As for anything stronger, Schwebinger didn't dare to imagine. However, if she could have their help, forcing these snow shadow wolves back would definitely not be a problem. So, Schwebinger shouted towards the direction of Qilin and Ji Yuina. Two friends, I am Schwebinger, a student of Tianshui Academy. I have encountered some small trouble and am temporarily separated from my teacher. I wonder if you two could lend a hand to save me. Please rest assured, I will never let you help in vain. Schwebinger. Hearing this familiar name, Qilin looked over subconsciously. Chapter 125, A hero saves a beauty, she offers herself in return. Qilin naturally knew Schwebinger. After all, she was the captain of the Tianshui girl group. Besides that, Schwebinger was quite popular in the original Duluo work. However, looking at her current predicament, it was clearly not good. With level 40 spirit power, she was being chased by 9 snow shadow wolves that were over 2,000 years old. If she hadn't run into him and Ji Yuina, she would likely have been in grave danger. Hearing her cry for help, Qilin slowly raised his hand. With a thought. The next second, a deafening boom suddenly erupted behind Schwebinger, and a terrifying wave of chi slammed into her back. Caught off guard, Schwebinger's body lunged forward. Just as she was about to face plant, fortunately, Qilin flashed over, appearing in front of her just in time to reach out and steady her. Are you alright? My strike just now was a bit careless and almost affected you. I'm fine. Schwebinger paused for a moment, subconsciously looking up at Qilin. At such close range, she saw a clean, handsome face. His tone of voice and the aura he exuded gave her a warm feeling. He was even more handsome than when viewed from afar. However, feeling the lingering sensation of the boom behind her and the push against her back, Schwebinger suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and turned her head in curiosity. But she was quickly startled by the scene behind her. Behind her, a gigantic handprint nearly 100 meters long had appeared. The 3 snow shadow wolves that had been chasing her the closest were directly flattened into a pulp of flesh. 3 purple spirit rings had already floated up from the pulp, rising into midair. Seeing this scene, the other pursuing snow shadow wolves all let out howls filled with fear, and then, without a second word, turned around and fled. Schwebinger recalled Qilin's hand-raising motion just now, and then turned to look at his gentle face, a look of shock flashing across her pretty face. She clearly remembered that Qilin had only slightly raised his palm, and then the sound had appeared behind her. Clearly, the person who had struck just now was the gentle-looking, harmless youth in front of her. But, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Just casually raising his palm could unleash such terrifying destructive power. She didn't know about others, but teacher Shui Han definitely couldn't do this. How old could this youth in front of her even be? Could he be some titled Duluo who had regained his youth? Thinking of this, the expression on Schwebinger's face immediately became respectful. Thank you, senior, for your help. Binger is extremely grateful. As she spoke, Schwebinger's heart couldn't help but feel conflicted. Having been helped by such a senior, Schwebinger didn't know how to repay his kindness. With this senior's strength, he would definitely look down on ordinary gifts. But she couldn't afford to bring out those overly precious treasures. Seeing her expression, Qilin smiled and waved his hand. There is no need for that. After all, if a beautiful girl like you were to perish here, wouldn't it be a pity? Schwebinger paused slightly after hearing this. Immediately, her exquisite face turned completely red, and her mind began to wander wildly. What does senior mean by saying that? Complimenting me on being beautiful, could he be hinting that I should offer myself to him? As soon as this thought arose, Schwebinger couldn't help but carefully size up Qilin. Upon seeing his handsome face and warm smile, Schwebinger immediately withdrew her gaze. However, at this moment, her heart was beating rapidly, and her cheeks were burning red. If it was this senior, she felt that offering herself in return wouldn't be unacceptable. Beside her, Qilin watched Shui Binger's shy appearance. Even without deliberately listening, he could hear the rapid thumping of her heart clearly. What's going on with her? Qilin looked bewildered. Shui Binger's expression wasn't right. At this moment, Shui Binger stammered as she looked up at Qilin. Say, senior, I can agree to offer myself to you, but we can't get married so early, okay? We have to wait until Binger is an adult. Otherwise, mom and dad won't agree. Oh, huh. At first, Qilin hadn't been paying attention and just responded casually. But he immediately sensed something was wrong. After realizing what she said, he looked at the shy Shui Binger with a stunned expression. No way, is Shui Binger this direct? She caught him completely off guard by doing this. However, Qilin looked Shui Binger up and down and could only say that she was worthy of being the captain of the Tianshui girl group. With this appearance and this figure, she was clearly a good seed for dancing. Who doesn't like a beauty? Qilin was a sucker for good looks anyway, otherwise, he wouldn't have been giving special treatment to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing. Since Shui Binger was so direct, he naturally had no reason to refuse. But he still seriously added, it doesn't matter if you offer yourself, but if you want to get married early, it's useless because there are people already waiting in line ahead of you. If I were to marry you first, it would have to be together with them, or I have to marry them first. Huh, Shui Binger was instantly at a loss after hearing Qilin's words. Do I have to wait in line to marry Senior? Could it be that Senior already has a fiancé, and not just one? Thinking of this, Shui Binger subconsciously glanced at Ji Yuina standing behind Qilin. Looking at Ji Yuina's flawless face, Shui Binger's brain suddenly realized the truth. Oh no, this big sister in front of me is so beautiful, could she be Senior's main wife? However, she didn't seem to reject me, could it be that she was already used to this? Or perhaps I pose no threat in her eyes, so she isn't worried at all that I might affect her position. A fierce internal battle was raging in Shui Binger's mind as she frantically imagined various scenarios. While subconsciously inserting herself into the role of Senior's fiancé, she miraculously didn't stop to consider why Qilin would have several fiancés. Or the absurd fact that one had to wait in line to marry him. Or perhaps, in her consciousness and values, she also felt that it was normal for a powerhouse like Senior to have several spouses. Moreover, Senior was also so handsome. It's just. He looks a bit young, it would be perfect if he looked just a little more mature. Qilin looked at her expression and smiled, saying, is it unacceptable? Shui Binger shook her head repeatedly. No, no. Binger doesn't mind these things, I'm just worried that they won't accept me. As she spoke, Shui Binger didn't forget to glance at Ji Yuina out of the corner of her eye. Upon hearing this, Qilin said with a relaxed expression, you don't need to worry about that, they are very easy to talk to. Even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong wouldn't mind if there were a few women around him, they just solely wanted to sit in the position of the main wife. At this moment, Ji Yuina suddenly interjected, her cold face speaking indifferently. I am also very easy to talk to. Chapter 126, Visiting Tianshui Academy. Ji Yuina spoke abruptly, almost as if she were declaring her identity and sovereignty to Shui Binger. Shui Binger was also very well behaved. Greetings, sister. Seeing this, Ji Yuina nodded indifferently. Qilin laughed from the side, sister Na is just like that. By the way, didn't you say you got separated from your teacher? How did you get separated? Do you need our help to find your teacher? Shui Binger's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately said. I don't know what happened in the far north these past 2 days, but quite a few spirit beasts over 10,000 years old have appeared in the outer regions. A short while ago, my teacher and I encountered a 30,000-year-old ice-soul demon bear. With my strength, staying behind would only distract teacher Shui Han. So I turned back and headed along the path alone, but I didn't expect to run into those 9 snow shadow wolves just now. As she spoke, Shui Binger raised her hand and patted her budding chest, a look of relief flashing in her eyes. Continuous running had drained most of the spirit power in her body. If she hadn't met Qilin and Ji Yuina, she would likely have faced the predicament of total spirit power depletion before long. Qilin was slightly stunned after listening. He realized that the reason for this turn of events might have something to do with him. On the way back, in order to test the power of his Qilin offensive technique, he had struck out a few times when attacked by spirit beasts. As a result, he hadn't controlled his strength well, causing a bit of a massive commotion. This had caused many nearby spirit beasts to be frightened and flee toward the outer regions of the far north. In that case, let's go help you find your teacher first. Qilin said. Thank you, senior. Shui Binger was overjoyed, feeling that the senior was truly considerate. With the characteristics of teacher Shui Han provided by Shui Binger, it only took Ji Yuina 1 second to lock onto her location. Teacher Shui Han was not in life-threatening danger, but she was tightly entangled by that 30,000-year-old ice soul demon bear and had been unable to break free until now. Now that she knew the location of teacher Shui Han, the rest was easy. It was nothing more than taking a small detour. On the way, Shui Binger gained a new understanding of Qilin. But the deeper her understanding of Qilin became, the more shocked she felt internally. A 13-year-old level 70 spirit emperor. What kind of talent was this? It was simply unheard of. And having witnessed Qilin's actions, Shui Binger naturally had no doubts about his talent. Soon, the three of them found teacher Shui Han, who was still being entangled by the ice soul demon bear. Teacher Shui Han looked slightly disheveled at the moment, but she was always able to nimbly dodge the ice soul demon bear's seemingly clumsy attacks. Binger, why did you come back? Upon noticing Shui Binger, teacher Shui Han was stunned for a moment, and then her brows furrowed tightly. However, she immediately noticed Qilin and Ji Yuina following beside Shui Binger, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Binger is not a reckless person. Does she really think these two people can help me? As soon as this thought arose in her mind, teacher Shui Han cast her gaze onto Ji Yuina. In her view, the probability of Ji Yuina being able to help her was higher. As for Qilin, he was too young, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be that strong. But the next second, before she could react, a laser suddenly brushed past her and instantly pierced through the ice soul demon bear's heart. Bang! The ice soul demon bear, its heart pierced by the laser, collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Staring at this sudden scene, teacher Shui Han's body froze in place, and she fell into a daze for a moment. She stared blankly at the fist-sized bloody hole in the ice soul demon bear's chest. A full 2 or 3 seconds passed before she suddenly came back to her senses and shuddered all over. If she hadn't seen wrong, it was that young man standing next to Binger who had attacked just now. Killing a 30,000-year-old ice soul demon bear with a casual strike, this kind of terrifying strength was something even a spirit Duluo probably couldn't achieve. Title Duluo. Teacher Shui Han's heart trembled. She hadn't expected that she would encounter a title Duluo powerhouse here. Thinking of this, Teacher Shui Han immediately turned around and bowed respectfully to Qilin. Teacher Shui Han of Tianshui Academy, many thanks to your excellency for your help. Your excellency was an honorific title for a title Duluo. Although Qilin had not released his spirit ring, Teacher Shui Han still firmly believed in her judgment. Qilin smiled lazily and waved his hand. No need to be polite. On the way back, after listening to Shui Binger's introduction of Qilin, Teacher Shui Han was also shocked by Qilin's talent. And the fact that Qilin's level 70 spirit power could erupt with strength comparable to a title Duluo made Teacher Shui Han even more unable to comprehend it. However, this did not affect her respect for Qilin. As for Shui Binger, she did not tell Teacher Shui Han the whole story, such as the details about her offering herself to Qilin. A day later, the group of 4 completely left the outer regions of the far north. After returning to the city, Shui Binger looked at Qilin with a slightly flushed face. Senior Qilin, why don't you come with us to Tianshui Academy? Although she knew that Qilin was younger than her, Shui Binger still addressed Qilin as senior. Besides Shui Binger, Teacher Shui Han also followed up with a remark. Binger is right. If Teacher Qilin and young Miss Ji Yuina do not mind, you can come to Tianshui Academy as guests. It would allow us to perform our duties as hosts and repay the kindness you two showed yesterday. Qilin touched his chin upon hearing this. Just 1 second passed before he made his decision. Of course. Upon hearing this, joy appeared on the faces of both Shui Binger and Teacher Shui Han. Half an hour later, Qilin found the carriage driver who was staying in the city, and then set off for Tianshui Academy with Shui Binger and Teacher Shui Han. Tianshui Academy was located in Tianshui City, in the northernmost part of the Heavendo Empire, 400 to 500 kilometers away from the far north. Riding in Qilin's carriage, they arrived at Tianshui Academy in just half a day. Tianshui Academy was built within Tianshui City, which was different from Heavendo Academy, which was built outside Heavendo City. As for why this was the case, according to Shui Binger, it was because Tianshui Academy was founded even earlier than Tianshui City. And Tianshui City was built around Tianshui Academy only after the academy became famous. It had a history of several hundred years. Besides this, Shui Binger also introduced some other rules of Tianshui Academy. For example, the admission requirements for Tianshui Academy were extremely harsh, being the most stringent among the 5 great elemental academies of the Heavendo Empire. First, students applying to Tianshui Academy must have a water attribute spirit. Second, it only recruits female students, and they must be beautiful. Just these 2 conditions alone had already eliminated too many spirit masters. After listening, Qilin couldn't help but complain. It's fortunate that your academy still recruits commoners, otherwise I wouldn't dare to imagine how many disciples your academy could have. I can understand only recruiting female students, but I really don't understand what use this rule of only recruiting beautiful girls has. Qilin highly suspected that the first dean who founded Tianshui Academy never thought about running the school properly, otherwise, just the rule of only recruiting beauties would have caused them to miss out on countless geniuses. Listening to Qilin's complaints, Shui Binger leaned close to Qilin and whispered, actually, I also think this rule is bad. When I become the dean in the future, I will abolish this rule. The next chapter is being written, but I have a bit of writer's block recently, so it's being written a bit slowly. Chapter 127, First Meeting with the Tianshui Girl Group. Tianshui Academy was built by a lake, with all its buildings surrounding the water. The outermost ring was the living area for the students. The inner ring, closer to the lake shore, was the training area for the students. Cultivating there yielded better results than cultivating in other water attribute simulated environments. After entering the academy, Teacher Shui Han said respectfully, Teacher Qilin, I'll take you to see the dean first. Qilin nodded. The dean of Tianshui Academy was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s, dressed in a nice blue palace gown. Her figure was curvaceous, and she exuded a mature and charming aura. After the introductions by Shui Binger and Teacher Shui Han, the dean of Tianshui Academy looked at Qilin with a serious expression. Welcome, Teacher Qilin, to Tianshui Academy as our guest. Also, I must thank Teacher Qilin for helping Binger and Teacher Shui Han in the far north. I have a rare medicinal herb, a snow ganoderma, in my collection. I will retrieve this snow ganoderma shortly and present it to Teacher Qilin as a token of my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Qilin smiled at Shui Binger and said, there's no need to prepare a thank you gift for me, as someone has already paid the reward in advance. The dean of Tianshui Academy was slightly stunned, while Teacher Shui Han glanced at Shui Binger, a playful look flashing in her eyes as she smiled meaningfully. As for Shui Binger herself, her cheeks instantly flushed red. Teacher Shui Han said, Dean, since Teacher Qilin has said so, let's do as he wishes. Hearing this, the dean of Tianshui Academy's gaze swept over Qilin and Shui Binger, and she also noticed a hint of something. All right then. The dean of Tianshui Academy nodded, then said to Shui Binger, Binger, you will now take Teacher Qilin and young Miss Ji Yuina to familiarize themselves with the academy. Shui Binger looked at the dean's gaze and felt as if her thoughts had been completely seen through, a look of embarrassment flashing across her face. But she still responded, leave it to me, Dean. Walking out of the dean's office, Shui Binger finally breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled and said to Qilin and Ji Yuina. Senior Qilin, Sister Na, I'll be your guide at Tianshui Academy. Qilin lazily said, then I'll trouble you. No trouble at all. Then, Shui Binger took Qilin and Ji Yuina on a tour of Tianshui Academy. Compared to Heavendo Academy, which was built against a mountain with luxurious and grand scenery, Tianshui Academy, built by the water, gave off a sense of tranquility and nature. Moreover, beautiful and vibrant young girls were everywhere, dressed in short skirts, lively and radiant. Shui Binger held extremely high prestige among the students of Tianshui Academy. Students who passed by would stop and respectfully greet her. Although she was not very old, the other students were still wholeheartedly convinced by her. And along the way, Qilin also received many curious glances, as if he were a national treasure. Children on the Duluo continent matured early, and spirit masters who could enter high-level spirit master academies were generally 14 or 15 years old or older, already at the age of budding romance. In such circumstances, the sudden appearance of a handsome and dashing boy in Tianshui Academy naturally made him a hot commodity in the eyes of countless girls in the academy. Big sister. You're back from hunting spirit beasts. Just as Shui Binger was showing Qilin and Ji Yuina around the academy and arrived at an open space, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. A tall, curvaceous young woman with fair skin looked at the three of them with a hint of surprise in her eyes. And when she saw Qilin among the three, a look of curiosity first appeared on her face, then her eyes lit up, and she subconsciously licked her lips. This boy is so handsome. Shui Wu, who was 18 or 19 and had never been in a relationship, immediately had this thought when she saw Qilin. Shui Wu. Shui Binger was slightly stunned when she saw Shui Wu. Although she was younger than Shui Wu and the others, they all voluntarily called her big sister because she was the strongest. Seeing Shui Wu, Shui Binger immediately introduced her to Qilin. This is Shui Wu, a level 38 spirit elder, and also the vice captain of our Tianshui team. At this moment, Shui Wu walked over from a distance, a cheerful smile on her heroic face. Big sister, you went out to hunt for spirit beasts, and you brought back a handsome young man. Also, who is this older sister? She's so beautiful. Shui Wu scrutinized Qilin and Ji Yuina for a few moments, curious. Ji Yuina's flawless face amazed her, while Qilin's clean and handsome face made her feel an itch in her heart. Shui Binger lightly coughed and said, Shui Wu, don't be so frivolous in front of Senior Qilin. What handsome young man. Senior is a Heaven Do level teacher at Heaven Do Academy. Also, this older sister is named Ji Yuina, and she is also a very powerful spirit master. Ah. You said this handsome young man is a Heaven Do level teacher at Heaven Do Academy. Big sister, you're not talking nonsense, are you? Shui Wu exclaimed in disbelief, unable to believe what she had just heard. Shui Binger shook her head and said, this is not nonsense. Senior Qilin is a genuine Heaven Do Academy teacher. In the far north, he not only saved me but also helped teacher Shui Han out of trouble. His strength far exceeds your imagination. Hearing Shui Binger confirm it again, Shui Wu finally believed Shui Binger's words. However, her heart was still filled with doubt and confusion. Teacher Qilin looked too young. But she trusted Shui Binger's words, so her attitude towards Qilin visibly became much more respectful and reserved. Teacher Qilin. Just then, several other beautiful girls, each with different temperaments, walked over from a distance. Big sister, you're back. Apparently, these girls were the other members of the Tianshui girl group. Judging by their appearance, they had just finished practical training, and their clothes looked somewhat disheveled. After that, they naturally went through the same psychological process as Shui Wu. From teasing and joking to being cautious and reserved. Qilin saw this and smiled, no need to be so restrained. I'm not some kind of monster. Moreover, I'm a Heaven Do Academy teacher, not your teacher. Just treat me as an ordinary peer. Huh. Peer. The members of the Tianshui girl group exchanged wide-eyed glances. They had always thought that Qilin was either born with a defect, his appearance fixed at this age, or he had a method to preserve his youth, returning to his younger self. They had never considered the possibility that Qilin and they would be peers. If only looking at his appearance, teacher Qilin should be around 13 or 14 years old, right? Could his actual age really be that young? Thinking of this, several of them looked at Shui Binger, their eyes slightly resentful. They felt that Shui Binger must know Qilin's specific information but didn't tell them. How hateful. Could it be that big sister saw that teacher Qilin was young, handsome, and powerful, so she wanted to keep him all to herself? Chapter 128. A popular catch. Qilin, here it is joyful, no thoughts of home. On a patch of soft grass, the members of the Tianshui girl group sat in a circle with Qilin and Ji Yuina. After realizing that Qilin's actual age was even younger than theirs, and that he lacked any of the arrogance of a genius or the sternness of a teacher, the other 6 girls of the Tianshui girl group loosened up considerably. It is well known that under certain circumstances, girls can be even more lustful than boys, especially in a place like Tianshui Academy, which is like a nunnery. Qilin instantly became the popular catch in the eyes of the Tianshui girl group members, and their conversations became increasingly bold and unrestrained. Shui Binger, the eldest sister, was subjected to a barrage of criticism from the others. In their view, Shui Binger had secretly told them to treat Qilin as a teacher and senior, which must mean she wanted to keep him all to herself. Facing the criticism from her sisters, Shui Binger felt her face flush with embarrassment. Her personality had always been calm and reserved, and she wasn't even good at acting, so the sisters immediately saw through her. The Tianshui girl group was instantly in an uproar. Initially, they were just joking about Shui Binger wanting to keep him to herself. They hadn't expected that she actually had that thought. Sisters share their hearts with you, yet you play mind games with them. On the surface, you tell us to respect Qilin, treat him as a senior and teacher, but in private, you want to be all lovey-dovey with him, right? Sister, if you act like this, don't blame us for not valuing our sisterhood and stealing your man. Whoever snatches him gets him. Especially Shui Yuer, Shui Binger's half-sister, who snatched him in such a blatant manner. One must know, Shui Yuer was a well-known face gone. She was completely mesmerized by Qilin's temperament and appearance, leaning toward him constantly without giving her sister any face at all. As for Qilin himself, surrounded by beauties and the sounds of laughter, he found it incredibly enjoyable. Later, I don't know who took the lead, but someone stepped out and, under everyone's gaze, began to sway her waist and dance gracefully. With exquisite, moving features, bright and fair long legs, and youthful, beautiful dance moves, Qilin applauded for them. This trip to Tianshui Academy was worth it. The 7 members of the Tianshui girl group, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, Yu Haro, Shen Luyu, Ji Yu Qingbo, and Chu Ruoshui. From solo dances to duets, trios, quintets, and a group of 7, Qilin was treated to a real feast for the eyes. Among them, Shui Wu and Shui Yuer were the most open. Especially the former, who danced her way right to Qilin's side, showing off while circling him, her hot and tall figure occasionally almost pressing against him. What is this called? Shang Zhuang performing a sword dance, intending to strike Pei Gong. Shui Yuer was not to be outdone, and she followed her example, twisting and turning beside Qilin. However, how could Shui Yuer, who followed a youthful and lively style, compare to a natural talent like Shui Wu? It looked a bit out of place. When Shui Binger saw this, she realized that Shui Wu really had designs on Qilin. So she had to set aside her reserve and also approach Qilin. It looked a bit like 2 beauties competing for splendor, 2 women fighting for a husband. In the teaching building far away, the dean of Tianshui Academy and teacher Shui Han stood side by side, their gazes fixed on the direction where Qilin and the others were. This teacher Qilin is really popular, the dean of Tianshui Academy said with a smile and a sigh. Teacher Shui Han replied, it's not like you don't know. The girls don't get to see many boys of their own age on a daily basis. Now that they suddenly see someone so outstanding, how can they not be moved? The dean of Tianshui Academy nodded after hearing this. 13 years old and level 70, and even capable of unleashing strength comparable to a titled Duluo. With such talent, even the clear sky Duluo who shakes the continent cannot compare to him by half. Do you think Teacher Qilin is a legendary god in reincarnation and rebirth? Otherwise, I simply cannot believe that such a genius could be born in this world. After hearing the dean's words, Teacher Shui Han was slightly stunned. But after a little thought, she actually found it very reasonable. It's a pity, I'm already old and withered, and my daughter is almost 20. Otherwise, I might want to taste what this little guy is like. That way, when this little guy becomes a god in the future, I can also say I've slept with a god. Teacher Shui Han joked with a smile. Although she looked to be only in her 30s, that was because Spirit Masters age more slowly, combined with her good maintenance. Her actual age was already 48, and Shui Wu was her daughter. Well, she probably couldn't manage to do that, but thinking about her daughter's personality and then thinking about Qilin's personality, she felt her daughter had a good chance. Qilin had originally only planned to stay at Tianshui Academy for 3 or 4 days, but in the end, he stayed for a full week, feeling quite like, here it is joyful, no thoughts of home. It can only be said that the girls of the Tianshui girl group were truly too enthusiastic, and those dances were also enticingly fair and bright. In the end, Qilin couldn't help it and stayed for a few more days. Of course, Qilin didn't stay for free. During this week at Tianshui Academy, he also guest starred as a teacher for the Tianshui girl group and passed on the simplified soul power training method to them. After learning about the power and preciousness of the soul power training method, while they were grateful, they were also quite unrestrained toward Qilin. Especially Shui Wu, who tried to sneak into Qilin's room in the middle of the night, but before she could push the door open, she was arrested on the spot by Ji Yuina and knocked unconscious. Of course, Qilin knew nothing about this. This led to him being completely confused when he saw Shui Wu's resentful eyes the next day. On the 8th day, when Qilin left, the 7 members of the Tianshui girl group all had expressions full of reluctance, and they each pecked Qilin on the cheek. Fragrant breezes blew, making others envious. The carriage driver sent by Jian Runshui looked at this scene in amazement and gasped. A role model for us all. How did he manage to do that? Could it be that one can do whatever one wants just by being handsome and talented? Shui Binger stood in front of Qilin and said, after a while, I will apply to the academy to be an exchange student at Heaven Do Academy. In Shui Binger's view, since she had said she would give herself to him, she would give herself to him. So she already regarded Qilin as her fiancé in her heart, and naturally hoped to cultivate more feelings with him. This is the benefit of being handsome and talented. If it were someone else, do you think Shui Binger would agree to give herself to him so easily? Besides Shui Binger, Shui Yuer whispered, Brother Qilin, I will accompany my sister to find you then. Qilin smiled slightly and said, then I will wait for your arrival at Heaven Do Academy. To be honest, the hot dances of the Tianshui girl group were still very worth watching. Alright, I'll be going now. See you next time. After Qilin finished speaking, he waved at them and stepped into the carriage with Ji Yuina. Goodbye. Watching the carriage drive away, the 7 members of the Tianshui girl group gathered together again, talking non-stop. They were certainly reluctant to see Qilin go. And having just heard the conversation between Shui Binger and her sister, the others immediately started chattering. Eldest sister, don't leave us behind to have a solo meal again. If we go to Heaven Do Academy, we go together. By the way, we can also see what the combat members of this year's Heaven Do Academy are made of. Exactly. Chapter 129, Returning to Heaven Do Academy, Recent Shrek Developments. A few days later. After a month, Qilin returned to Heaven Do Academy once again. Brother Qilin, you're back. Just as he returned to the dormitory, a figure flew over to him. It was Xiao Wu. Besides her, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing were also there. Seeing Qilin, both of them were also very happy. Ning Rongrong's excitement was almost written on her face, while Zhu Zuqing was relatively more reserved. After the 3 girls calmed down, they pulled Qilin aside, chattering away and asking about what he had seen and heard in the far north during this time. Qilin didn't hide anything and gave a brief summary of how the Ice Empress sacrificed her origin to become his second spirit, and how he absorbed a 90,000-year-old snow lotus to become his 6th spirit ring. In any case, Qilin didn't think these were big deals, it wouldn't matter even if the news spread. If someone really wanted to be foolish enough to come and cause him trouble, he wouldn't mind. He even hoped that those people who wanted to cause him trouble wouldn't just disappear for no reason. Otherwise, he would have all this martial arts prowess with nowhere to use it. Ever since he obtained the Qilin offensive technique, Qilin had grown to love the feeling of dealing critical hits with every strike. The 3 girls listened with great interest until they heard that Qilin had saved Shui Binger on his way back and had been a guest at Tianshui Academy for a week. Brother Qilin, are the dances performed by those women at Tianshui Academy very beautiful? Otherwise, why would you have stayed there for so long? Xiao Wu's cheeks puffed out slightly, making her look just like a little hamster, and her tone carried a hint of jealousy. Qilin chuckled and said, why, if I say they dance beautifully, are you going to learn it too? Xiao Wu snorted lightly. What's wrong with that? Once I learn it, I'll definitely dance better than them, and then I'll dance just for you, Brother Qilin. Ha ha ha, looking at you like this. I'm afraid you don't have any talent for dancing. Besides, there are 7 of them, they have a girl group bond. What do you have? Qilin looked Xiao Wu up and down. When it came to causing trouble and fighting, Xiao Wu never hesitated, and she was also quite skilled at cooking. But asking her to dance, that might really be a no-go. Xiao Wu muttered, whispering, you look down on me. Hearing this, Qilin flicked Xiao Wu on her smooth forehead. It's nothing if you can't dance, you're my personal little cook. Hearing this, the expression on Xiao Wu's face instantly turned from cloudy to sunny. Xiao Wu is your little cook, Brother Qilin, then what about me, what about me? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Qilin expectantly. Qilin pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, how about you be my little housekeeper, managing the household's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. Seeing that she took it seriously, Qilin continued to tease, then, young Miss Housekeeper, do you need me to hand over the money I have on me for you to keep safe? After hearing this, Ning Rongrong waved her hand and patted her small chest, saying, no need, how can a man not have some private money when he's out and about? I'll send someone to have my father send a few million gold coins over tomorrow, it's not like our family doesn't have money. On the side, Zhu Zuqing also cast her gaze toward Qilin, as if asking what she could do to help him. Qilin smiled and said, Zuqing is both obedient and sensible, whatever she does by my side is fine. After saying that, all 3 girls were overjoyed. After some conversation, Qilin also asked what had happened during this time. The three girls described it truthfully. In this month, nothing major had happened, except that 2 days after Qilin left, the quite famous Lamba Academy in Heaven-Do City was renamed Shrek Academy. Besides that, one other thing happened during those 2 days. The three girls and the members of the Wangdu team went to visit Yuling's family. Unexpectedly, they ran into the Shrek group once again at the Nine-Heart Begonia family. It turned out that they had used Luerlong's connections to find the Nine-Heart Begonia family. They hoped that Yuling's mother, who was the current clan chief of the Nine-Heart Begonia family, would take action to heal the meridians in Daimubai's hands. But when Yuling's mother learned from Xiao Wu and the others that the Shrek group had a grudge with Qilin, she decisively refused to treat Daimubai. The reason was also very simple, because she knew very well that the value of the soul power training method that Qilin had passed on to Yulingling was immeasurable. Owed such a favor by Qilin, how could she help the Shrek group who had a grudge against him? After rejecting the Shrek group, Yulingling's mother also happened to tell Xiao Wu and her group. She said that because Daimubai had missed the best time for treatment, even if the meridians in his hands could be luckily healed in the future, it was feared that the strength his hands could display would be less than 50% of the original. For a genius spirit master, this would be an incomparably heavy blow. And the longer it dragged on, the worse the situation would become. After finishing, Xiao Wu vividly described, "Brother Qilin, you don't know what Daimubai's face looked like at that time." Seeing that Zuqing was also there, he actually knelt directly in front of Zuqing, abandoning all dignity to beg Zuqing to help persuade Anti to treat him. He even said things like if it weren't for him, Zuqing wouldn't be able to escape her fate. The most infuriating thing is that after he heard Zuqing refuse to plead for him, he kept cursing at Zuqing, and it was really nasty. After finishing, Xiao Wu's face still carried a touch of empathy, and she looked very angry. After listening, Qilin said, "Daimubai. He really is pushing his luck, just a cowardly clown. If we meet again in the future, whether to kill him or cripple him will be entirely up to Zuqing." Zuqing nodded seriously upon hearing this, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Afterwards, Qilin checked the progress of the three girls over this past month, just as he had said before leaving. The three of them clearly kept his words in mind. Although their spirit power rank had not increased, their control over spirit power had become more proficient. Besides that, Qilin also had a certain understanding of the progress of the others in the Wangdu team. Although they had Qilin's help to cheat, except for Du Guyan, the members of the Wangdu team still hadn't fully mastered the tree climbing technique. And besides Du Guyan, Yi Lingling was the one with the fastest progress among the others. Although she, like Yufeng and the others, was training with the simplified soul power training method, Qilin had given her special attention at the time. Of course, even just initially mastering spirit power was still of great help to them. And the families and forces behind them, upon learning that Qilin had taught them the soul power training method, also decisively sent important members of their families to visit Qilin with generous gifts. It was a pity that Qilin had gone to the far north, so they could only regretfully leave the gifts and depart. However, this action also quickly attracted the attention of other families and forces. After making inquiries, they finally understood the wonder of Qilin's soul power training method. Some families and forces were even secretly stirring. Chapter 130, Flender, Xiaogang, don't blame me. You can't hold on too long. The upper three sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. At the peak of a towering mountain stood a magnificent palace with an imposing aura. Inside the Great Hall, clan head Yu Yuanjun of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan sat upright at the head of the table. He wore a purple gold robe, and his face exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect without anger. On both sides of the palace, the high-ranking members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan sat in rows, each with a different expression on their face. Yu Yuanjun spoke in a deep voice. Recently, a genius spirit master joined Heaven-Do Academy. He has already become a spirit king at the mere age of 13. What do you all think of this? Once these words were spoken, the faces of the high-ranking members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan in the Great Hall did not show much surprise. Clearly, they had already known about the information regarding Qilin. A middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. No matter how high Qilin's talent is, it is an undeniable fact that he does not hold our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan in his eyes. Tianong previously sent back messages saying that when this person was at Shrek Academy, he was often at odds with Xiaogang, completely disregarding Xiaogang and repeatedly humiliating him. Besides that, he even took advantage of Tianong's absence to seduce Du Guyan, and even beat Tianong into a serious injury after the incident. Even after Xiaogang brought up our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, he showed no regard for our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and humiliated Xiaogang in public. Is he just slapping Xiaogang's face? No. He is slapping the face of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. If we do not deal with him severely to warn others, where will the dignity of our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan be? The middle-aged man spoke passionately and indignantly, with an expression of righteousness. And once he said this, it immediately resonated with many of the elders in the Great Hall. That's right, as one of the upper three sects, even Spirit Hall must give us some face. What is this Qilin? Just a junior with some talent. A mere support soul master, and he dares to not hold our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan in his eyes. This old man was an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Although he was only a spirit saint, he was of the same generation as Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian, and was even older than both of them, holding a high position in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. He was a typical sex slave, regarding the dignity and reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan as paramount. Therefore, he didn't care about right or wrong, and he didn't want to care about how talented Qilin was. He only knew that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan could not be insulted. Since Qilin had insulted the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, he must be dealt with. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, there were far too many such sex slaves, both among the younger generation and the older generation. In their view, although Yu Xiaogang was a piece of trash and had long been expelled from the family, he was, after all, the clan chief's own son. The blood of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan flowed through his veins, and it was not Qilin, an outsider, who could humiliate him. In the Great Hall, the voices calling for Qilin to be dealt with became increasingly heated, but there was no lack of rational people. Although it is an undeniable fact that Qilin insulted our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, there's one point we must admit. He is no longer someone we can deal with as we please. Once these words were spoken, countless disdainful remarks immediately appeared in the Great Hall. HMPH, he is just a small spirit king. Even if he has been titled a marquis, if our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan wants to deal with him, does the Heaven-Do Empire dare to stop us? Where there were such words, there were naturally voices of opposition. You only see the Heaven-Do Empire behind him, but can't you see Dugubo behind him? HMPH, what is Dugubo? He is just the weakest titled Duluo. The clan chief's strength is 10 times his. Ignorant, Du Gubo's strength may not be terrifying, but he could kill everyone in our entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan until only the clan chief remains. Once these words were spoken, all the rotten and stubborn voices were immediately silenced, turning into whispers. Du Gubo is really getting worse as he ages. A dignified title Duluo, yet he favors a small spirit king so much. He never favored Tianong like this before. Although Tianong's talent cannot compare to that kid's, behind Tianong is our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. What a blind fellow. After the arguments in the Great Hall gradually subsided, Yu Yuanjun looked at Yu Luomian, who was sitting at the head of the lower left side, and said, "Second brother, what do you think?" Yu Luomian was steady-minded and was the number 2 figure of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. A flash of sharp light flickered in Yu Luomian's eyes. I heard that Qilin created a special soul power training method, which not only allows support soul masters to possess combat power, but is also of great use to ordinary spirit masters. And Qilin now has the backing of the Crown Prince in Du Gubo. It is said that he also has a close relationship with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. With them there, if we want to take action against Qilin, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Since that is the case, why don't we let him off the hook in exchange for him handing over that soul power training method? Once these words were spoken, except for a few people who were still indignant, everyone else felt that this was a good idea. Yu Yuanjun pondered slightly, a look of contemplation flashing across his face that commanded respect without anger. His heart also inclined towards Yu Luomian's idea, but Yu Xiaogang and Yu Tianong were his son and grandson. With his son and grandson humiliated, he naturally did not want to let Qilin, the culprit, off easily. But in the end, for the sake of the big picture, he decided to follow Yu Luomian's advice. Fine, then we shall listen to you. However, whom do you plan to send to ask Qilin for the soul power training method? Upon hearing this, Yu Luomian looked around the great hall, frowned slightly, and finally said a name. Let that girl, Erlong, go. Heavendo City, Shrek Academy, which was the original Lamba Academy. In a quiet courtyard, a beautiful woman wearing a blue long dress with a fiery figure looked at the messenger from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan who was delivering orders to her, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. Father wants me to go find Qilin, and he also said that as long as Qilin hands over the soul power training method, his grievances with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will be wiped clean. What kind of daydream are they having? Although Lu Erlong was also angry that Qilin had humiliated Xiaogang in public, Flender knew very well that Lu Erlong had a fiery temper. If he didn't explain things clearly to her, he feared that Lu Erlong would go alone to find Qilin for revenge. Therefore, he told Lu Erlong the cause and process of the matter without any concealment. Besides avoiding Lu Erlong from going to Heavendo Academy to trouble Qilin due to impulse, he actually had some selfish motives in his heart. Back then, he had always been deeply in love with Lu Erlong. However, Lu Erlong liked Xiaogang, and for the sake of brotherhood and his own inner inferiority, he had let go once back then. But the Lu Erlong he could not obtain, Xiaogang had discarded like worn-out shoes because of his own cowardice. If Flender and Xiaogang's relationship remained the same, he would naturally choose to bless the two. But over these past few months, Flender, having seen another side of Xiaogang, although he didn't say it on the surface, had already developed a rift in his heart towards Xiaogang. Now, he truly believed that Xiaogang was no longer worthy of Erlong. But Flender also knew that Erlong's heart had too heavy a filter for Xiaogang. If he didn't do something, he feared she would still hopelessly like Xiaogang. Therefore, Flender took this opportunity to shatter the halo of Xiaogang in Lu Erlong's heart. As long as Xiaogang's filter halo was shattered, Flender felt that he might have a chance to take advantage of the situation. Flender, Xiaogang, don't blame me. You can't hold on to Erlong. Chapter 131, Lu Erlong's Disappointment, The Shattering of Illusions. After dismissing the messenger from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Lu Erlong couldn't help but rub her temples. Although her temper was fiery, she had always been clear about grievances and debts, and was not an unreasonable person. After Flender told her about the grievances between Yu Xiaogang and Qilin, she simply couldn't believe that the Xiaogang she once loved had turned into what he was today. He actually envied the talent and intelligence of a 13-year-old boy, and even wanted to unreasonably seize the soul power training method created by that boy. Could time really cause a person to change so much, or even degenerate? And then there was her father's summons, asking her to get Qilin to hand over the soul power training method. How could she even bring that up? Between Yu Xiaogang and Qilin, it was never Qilin's fault to begin with. If she were in Qilin's shoes, she felt she might have struck even harder. Thinking of this, Lu Erlong let out a long sigh. She was not one of those stubborn old fogies from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and her spirit was not a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, so she didn't feel any great sense of superiority regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. In her heart, right was right and wrong was wrong, so this time, she did not want to follow her father's arrangements. After some thought, she felt that the one who tied the bell must untie it, so she might as well go directly to find Xiaogang. If she could get Xiaogang to resolve his grievances with Qilin, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would presumably have no reason to ask Qilin for the soul power training method again. Without delay, Lu Erlong immediately went to find Yu Xiaogang. Seeing Lu Erlong come to visit him, the corners of Yu Xiaogang's mouth curled up slightly. In the few days since arriving at Lamba Academy, although Erlong had been very warm towards him, he could still keenly sense a change in her attitude. After asking, he found out that it was that guy Flender who had told Erlong about the grievances between himself and Qilin. Yu Xiaogang knew Erlong's personality very well. She had a fiery temper and hated evil as if it were an enemy. Although Yu Xiaogang didn't think there was much of a problem with his actions, he also knew that Erlong would certainly have some complaints about them. However, Yu Xiaogang was very confident. Given his position in Erlong's heart, although she might find it hard to accept for a while, she would understand him given enough time. Sure enough, not long after, Erlong had come to him on her own initiative. But the next second, after Lu Erlong spoke, the expression on Yu Xiaogang's face instantly became quite colorful. Xiaogang, today my father sent me a message, asking me to find Qilin and have him hand over his soul power training method. He said that if he did that, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would be square with him. But I don't think Qilin is in the wrong here. Xiaogang, I heard Boss Flender talk about the grievances between you and Qilin, and you really handled this matter improperly. In my opinion, you should bring some gifts to Heavendo Academy to apologize to Qilin and resolve this grievance. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression on Yu Xiaogang's face instantly shifted from joy to stiffness, and then, under Lu Erlong's expectant gaze, he spoke gloomily. You want me to bring gifts to apologize to Qilin? Impossible, I will absolutely not apologize to him. If he had been willing to become my disciple back then, or if he had been willing to correct the problems in my training method while at Shrek Academy, how could I have fallen to this state today? Yu Xiaogang's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Lu Erlong, breathing heavily like an ox, his tone carrying a cold sharpness. Erlong, do you know that it was because Qilin didn't correct the problems in my training method that the Academy's children suffered damage to their meridians? That child Mubai even ended up with crippled hands, and now the best time for treatment has been missed. Even though I managed to barely heal his meridians with your help by seeking medical treatment everywhere, it still left huge sequelae. And do you know that because of Qilin, now those children, except for Little San, have almost completely lost trust in me? I have even heard the children complaining in private a few times, saying that I am an incompetent teacher. He caused me to end up in this situation, having to endure so many cold looks, and now you want me to go and apologize to him to resolve our grievances. I tell you, that is impossible. Yu Xiaogang did not notice that with every word he said, the disappointment in Lu Erlong's eyes deepened. She could see it now, Yu Xiaogang had changed, he was no longer the person he once was. Or perhaps, she had never truly seen him clearly to begin with. Sigh. I already know what you mean, you can do as you please. Lu Erlong sighed, then turned and left. Erlong. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang looked at Lu Erlong's back, reached out, and stopped himself from speaking. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he had nothing else to say. He could only hope that Lu Erlong would be able to understand him later. And just as Lu Erlong walked out of Yu Xiaogang's residence, Flender happened to walk towards her and greeted her with a smile. But Lu Erlong, who was currently in a state of disappointment with Yu Xiaogang, only nodded faintly, then left without looking back. Flender stopped in his tracks, thought about Lu Erlong's expression just now, looked at Yu Xiaogang's dormitory, and a flash of secret joy suddenly crossed his eyes. The gap between Xiaogang and Erlong seemed to be growing larger and larger, didn't this mean his chance was coming? Flender's eyes lit up, but on second thought, a bit of guilt towards Yu Xiaogang rose in his heart. Walking into the room, looking at the gloomy and uncertain Yu Xiaogang, Flender asked, Xiaogang, what happened just now? I saw that Erlong's mood seemed a bit off. As soon as Yu Xiaogang saw Flender, thinking that it was all because this guy had a big mouth that Erlong had such a big opinion of him, he immediately said in a fit of anger. Flender, do you know that you have ruined me? ... On the other side, Lu Erlong, who was deeply disappointed in Yu Xiaogang, returned to her small courtyard. She had recalled countless scenes of reuniting with Yu Xiaogang, and had imagined countless beautiful futures. But at this moment, those imagined beauties had all shattered completely. Over a dozen years of time, she had wasted the best years of a woman's life, only to end up waiting for such a thing. The disparity was simply too great, it completely shattered the illusions deep within Lu Erlong's heart. However, although that trace of love for Yu Xiaogang had dissipated, the friendship of the Golden Triangle was still there after all. Therefore, she did not want Yu Xiaogang to bear grudges against a genius like Qilin. Besides this, she had not forgotten her father's order. Lu Erlong naturally would not try to forcibly seize anything from Qilin, but she had managed to save up some savings over the years, so she could try to see if she could buy his soul power training method from Qilin. If it were possible, then she could take care of both sides. On one hand, complete her father's order and avoid unnecessary trouble. On the other hand, she could still find opportunities to ease the relationship between Qilin and Yu Xiaogang. Thus, that very day, Lu Erlong found someone to exchange all her valuable possessions into gold coins. And she herself went to Heavendo Academy in person on the third day. Although she had already guessed that she would most likely return empty-handed this time. But she still wanted to try. Even if she didn't succeed, she could at least meet this legendary boy. Chapter 132, Gifts for Everyone, Mega Revealed. Heavendo Academy. In the spacious training ground, Qilin gathered Xiao Wu and the others, along with the entire Wangdu team. His arrangement for them was to train spirit power control in the morning, practical combat training and spirit power meditation in the afternoon, and free time in the evening. As the team leader and teacher, Qilin naturally could not keep an eye on them at all times, but he would occasionally make an appearance while they were conducting practical combat training. Although this teacher, Qilin, did not seem as responsible as teacher Qinming, who would watch over them during practical combat training every day. But in the eyes of the Wangdu team, Qilin's value was definitely more than 10 times that of teacher Qinming. No other reason, because on the very first day Qilin returned, he had bestowed an enhancement upon each of them. 6th spirit ability, Purifying Divine Light. Besides cleansing the power of the soul, the Purifying Divine Light could also increase a spirit master's meditation speed for 3 months, and had a certain effect in allowing people to enter a state of epiphany. After testing by the Wangdu team, they found that after being affected by the Purifying Divine Light, their cultivate speed increased by anywhere from 30 to 50% compared to usual. With such a terrifying boost, the Wangdu team members wished they could live 2 days in one. Furthermore, the Purifying Divine Light had a significant effect on their practical combat training, causing their practical combat experience and team coordination to skyrocket. This feeling was like having one's brain suddenly enlightened, instantly transforming from a poor student into a top student. Therefore, Qilin's help to the Wangdu Academy group was truly immense, making the Wangdu team view Qilin as if he were a deity. Teacher Qilin, is there any arrangement for today? The Wangdu team looked at Qilin with a gaze bordering on fanaticism. In addition to applying spirit ability enhancements to them, Qilin would also provide guidance on their practical combat experience. Although Qilin had not experienced much practical combat, a true genius is just that unreasonable. Whenever they finished practical combat, he could always point out their problems with pinpoint accuracy. Qilin looked at them and smiled, saying, "These past few days, I have prepared a small gift for you all." After speaking, Qilin raised his hand and beckoned. 9 bracelets floated in midair under the influence of Qilin's spirit power. This is. Everyone looked curiously at these 9 bracelets, which looked very technologically advanced. Although they didn't know what the bracelets were, since they were gifts from Qilin, they must not be simple. Qilin smiled and introduced them to everyone. This little gadget is called a gravity energy ring, and it is a special type of spirit tool. As long as you wear it on your hand, it can not only simulate a gravity environment but also has the function of suppressing spirit power. Among them, the gravity energy ring can simulate up to a 5-fold gravity environment, and the spirit power suppression function has 3 levels. I won't even mention the gravity environment training, it is certainly much better than running with weights yourself. And the suppression of spirit power can help you better train your control over spirit power. Besides that, while the gravity energy ring suppresses your spirit power, it also has the ability to compress spirit power. You will know its benefits in the future. Listening to Qilin introduce the functions of the gravity energy ring, everyone except Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Jing, who were already accustomed to this, had expressions of shock on their faces. Especially Yu Feng and the others, who gasped. "Teacher Qilin, this is too valuable, we cannot accept it," Yu Feng said in a deep voice with a serious expression. Qilin waved his hand casually and said, "Alright, I have even taught you the soul power training method, so what do these few little gadgets count for?" Qilin was not lying about this. The gravity energy ring was just a spirit tool he had casually refined, and even the materials were just the most ordinary ones. And the reason the gravity energy ring could possess these functions was entirely because Qilin had added 2 Dao patterns to them. As he spoke, Qilin waved his hand, and his spirit power carried the gravity energy rings to float in front of each person. One for each of you, don't be polite. Hearing this, everyone stopped declining and accepted the gravity energy rings. However, the hearts of people like Yufeng were filled with gratitude toward Qilin, almost to the point of kneeling down to Qilin and calling him foster father. Qilin did not pay attention to the burning gazes of Yufeng and the others, but instead continued to look at Xiaowu and the others. "I have also prepared some treasures for you separately." After speaking, Qilin beckoned again. A pink mini mecha appeared in Qilin's palm. Xiaowu looked at the mini mecha in Qilin's palm with curiosity. "What is this? It's so small, is it a toy model?" As she spoke, Xiaowu stepped forward and reached out to poke the pink mecha, which was about a foot tall in Qilin's palm. Qilin said, "This is specially prepared for you, drip a drop of blood on it to leave your mark on it." Oh. Hearing Qilin's words, Xiaowu bit her finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and dripped it onto the pink mecha. The next second, she suddenly exclaimed, I feel like I have developed a magical connection with this small model. It seems. Before she could finish, the mecha model in Qilin's palm flew out and merged into Xiaowu's body. This miraculous sight instantly attracted the attention of everyone else. Just as everyone cast their gazes over, an unusual phenomenon appeared on Xiaowu's body, radiating a pink light. Bang. The ground suddenly shook, and a pink mecha 5 meters tall appeared in everyone's sight with a stunning impact. This. What is this? Everyone stared at the scene in front of them in shock, unable to help but swallow their saliva, only feeling a powerful sense of oppression rushing towards them from the mecha. Inside the pink mecha, Xiaowu curiously examined the internal structure of the mecha, feeling as if this mecha had already merged into one with her. Ah, this is too cool. After a brief surprise, Xiaowu instantly became excited, feeling her heart surging, and just wanted to find someone to have a fierce fight with. Bang bang. Xiaowu excitedly controlled the mecha to throw a few punches and kicks. Although the body was huge, it was exceptionally agile, and the punches and kicks were so fast that they only left afterimages for Du Guyan and the others to see. The power was so great that it even caused a roaring sound, deafening to the ears. Watching Xiaowu's excited appearance, Qilin smiled and said, "Alright, change back." Hearing Qilin's words, Xiaowu then exited the mecha mode. "Brother Xiaolin, I like this gift you gave me so much." While speaking, Xiaowu had already run to the front of Qilin, hugged him, kissed him on the left, then on the right, and still felt unsatisfied. Alright, looking at you like this, as long as you like it." Qilin patted Xiaowu's head. A few years ago, his spirit power was relatively low, and refining this kind of high-quality mecha would consume a lot of time, so Qilin had not refined it. Now that his spirit power rank had improved, and with Qian Runshui and Ning Fengji having sent him quite a few high-quality materials, Qilin took the opportunity to refine the mecha. Of course, he also had gifts prepared for Ning Rongrong and Zuqing. Chapter 133, Only Regretting Not Being Born a Woman, Lure Long Visits. Looking at the hidden anticipation in the eyes of Ning Rongrong, Zuqing, and even Du Guyan, Qilin smiled and said, "Everyone has one, everyone has one." Afterward, Qilin took out a pair of blue-white wings, the size of a palm, that looked like a dream. Qilin looked at Ning Rongrong and said, "It's the same as with Xiaowu, drip your blood to claim ownership." Excitement and anticipation flashed in Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes, and she then bit her fingertip to drip a drop of blood onto the wings. In an instant, a dreamlike, brilliant light burst forth from the wings, which then merged into Ning Rongrong's back and unfurled. The magnificent wings made Ning Rongrong look as if a goddess had descended to the world. So beautiful. For a moment, everyone stared at Ning Rongrong in a daze for a second, and the eyes of the girls even flashed with amazement. Even the usually boisterous Xiaowu felt that the mecha wasn't as appealing at this moment. At this moment, Ning Rongrong tapped her toes, her dreamlike wings flapped, and her body flew into midair. Swish. Ning Rongrong's figure was like a stream of colorful light, flying above the training ground. The speed was so fast that it left behind trails of afterimages in the sky, which was astonishing. This speed is probably comparable to a flying spirit saint, right? The members of the Wangdu team said in astonishment. Yufeng looked at Ning Rongrong flying in the sky and nodded. "My grandfather is a flying spirit saint, this speed is almost catching up to my grandfather's." Qilin watched this scene in the sky, but the expression on his face did not change. Spirit saint. This was just the limit of what Ning Rongrong could withstand right now. If it were any faster, she wouldn't be able to control it. As she used her spirit power to nurture these wings, the speed they could burst forth would only get faster and faster. Although the others didn't know this, even just the abilities the wings were displaying now were enough to shock them, and they all turned their gazes toward Qilin. A treasure that could allow an auxiliary spirit ancestor to possess the flight speed of a spirit saint, yet Qilin gave it away just like that. This was simply too exaggerated. Being so generous, which woman wouldn't be dazed and overwhelmed? No wonder teacher Qilin could receive the favor of so many beauties, there was a reason for it. This is truly something you can't learn. Even, Yufeng and the others now had a thought. If only they were women too. Looking at the treatment Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong received, they were truly envious. Ning Rongrong flew in midair for a while before flying down, her little face flushed, the lingering excitement not yet dissipated. Qilin saw this and smiled, saying, "How do these wings feel? You like them, right?" Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously, and following Xiaowu's example, she walked up and hugged Qilin, kissing him twice. "Brother Qilin, I love this gift so much, you are so good to me." Qilin smiled slightly, then successively took out a piece of close-fitting battle armor and a dark green orb. The close-fitting battle armor was a gift Qilin had prepared for Zhu Zuqing. After putting it on, it actually had the effect of amplifying spirit power, directly allowing her, a spirit ancestor, to burst forth with the combat power of a spirit saint level. It could even unleash an ability similar to a martial soul avatar. And besides Zhu Zuqing's armor, the orb Qilin gave to Du Guyan was also quite extraordinary. One of its main materials was the external spirit bone of that man-faced demon spider from back then. This orb didn't directly increase terrifying combat power like the treasures of the three girls, Xiaowu, but it could absorb all the poisons in the world to strengthen its origin. The more it absorbed, the more terrifying the orb's power would become. Its upper limit was extremely high. Seeing the joyful expression on Du Guyan's face after receiving the orb, the members of the Wangdu team couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Now, big sister Du Guiyan is probably truly going to fall for him. And in the crowd, Yi Lingling watched this scene, a look of envy flashing in her heart. Actually, just a moment ago, there had been a sliver of anticipation in her heart. But clearly, her anticipation had fallen through. After experiencing a moment of disappointment, Yi Lingling quickly adjusted herself. She thought to herself, Yi Lingling, oh Yi Lingling, teacher Qilin has already been so good to you, how can you still be unsatisfied? After giving out the gifts, Qilin took the opportunity to instruct them on using the gravity energy ring for training. After activating the first level of spirit power suppression and one-fold gravity, the group, not yet adapted, found even moving to be quite inconvenient. And the task Qilin arranged for them was very simple: keep this state at all times and do not remove the gravity energy ring. And he would periodically check their bodies to ensure no other accidents occurred to damage them. Just as Qilin was instructing them in training, a figure quietly appeared on the edge of the training ground. The members of the Wangdu team and the three girls, including Xiao Wu, were too engrossed in training, so they didn't immediately notice the figure on the edge. However, Qilin had noticed the presence of the newcomer. You all practice on your own for now, spar in pairs. Yi Lingling, you don't need to participate for the time being. Xiao Wu will be responsible for guiding Yi Lingling's soul power control. After giving instructions, Qilin turned and walked toward the newcomer. Looking at the beautiful woman standing at the edge of the training ground, wearing a dark blue dress, with a hot figure, a look of surprise flashed in Qilin's eyes. With such a hot figure, I'm afraid that even after Zhu Jing develops for a few more years, she'll only be about the same. Although he didn't know this beautiful woman, his intuition told Qilin that this incredibly hot-bodied woman must have come to find him. The beautiful woman was naturally Lu Erlong, and seeing this situation, she also took the initiative to meet him. May I ask who you are? Although Qilin had some guesses about the beautiful woman's identity, he still asked. The person before him had an extraordinary temperament, and her body was emitting scorching fire attribute spirit power fluctuations. She was a powerful fire attribute spirit saint. In the imperial capital, being a fire attribute spirit saint, and having such a hot figure. Except for Lu Erlong, Qilin didn't think it could be anyone else. Sure enough, he immediately heard Lu Erlong introduce herself. Hello, I am the former dean of Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong. So it is Dean Lu, I wonder what brings you here today. Qilin smiled lightly. Lu Erlong looked at the clean and handsome young man before her. The latter's tone was unhurried, and he exuded a temperament that made people feel approachable, which was no different from what Big Brother Flender had said. After organizing what she was prepared to say, Lu Erlong said in a deep voice, besides being the former dean of Lanba Academy, I am also a good friend of Flender and you Xiaoging. I have also heard about the grudge between you and Xiaoging. It was indeed Xiaoging's fault. I apologize to you on behalf of Xiaoging, hoping to obtain your forgiveness. I'm sorry. Of course, I know that just an apology is far from enough for you to forgive Xiaoging, so I am willing to use 3 favors in exchange for your forgiveness. As long as it does not violate morality and righteousness, I can agree to anything. After finishing, Lu Erlong smiled confidently. Although my strength cannot be considered top tier, I am, after all, a level 78 spirit saint. I should still have some value. You. Qilin shook his head and smiled. Although you are Yu Xiaoging's good friend, you don't understand him as well as I do. He is a person who is extremely arrogant, yet also extremely inferior. Even if I agreed with you today to settle the grudge between us, he wouldn't appreciate this favor of yours. In fact, your actions would make him feel embarrassed and angry from the bottom of his heart. Because he never believes that the grudge between me and him is his fault. So you are destined to have made this trip for nothing today. The grudge between him and me is destined to be impossible to ease. A playful look flashed in Qilin's eyes. He said he would mess with Yu Xiaoging, so he had to keep his word. Chapter 134. Yu Xiaoging became the MVP, while everyone else was just scary. After hearing Qilin's words, Lu Erlong was slightly stunned. Extremely arrogant, extremely insecure, she found it hard to imagine that Qilin would use 2 such completely contradictory terms to describe Xiaoging. In her impression, Yu Xiaoging was confident, composed, and a knowledgeable sage. Lu Erlong looked at the young man before her, ruminating on his words just now. Did she not understand Xiaoging? How could that be? She had known Xiaoging for over 20 years, how could she not understand him? But as soon as she thought of Yu Xiaoging's actions, a look of confusion appeared on her face. Yu Xiaoging's actions were nothing like the sage she had in mind from 20 years ago. A moment later, Lu Erlong, having regained her composure, sighed softly. Sigh, fine. Since Qilin was unwilling to resolve his grievances with Yu Xiaoging, she naturally could not force him any further, so she stated the other purpose of her visit. I heard that teacher Qilin created a special soul power training method. That is correct. This information should no longer be a secret in Heaven Do City. Qilin said with a faint smile. What, is Dean Lu interested in the soul power training method? Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong immediately shook her head and hurriedly explained, No. I just wanted to ask teacher Qilin, are you willing to sell this soul power training method? Qilin spread his hands and laughed. As long as Dean Lu can afford the price, what does it matter if I sell the soul power training method to you? Hearing this, a look of joy instantly appeared on Lu Erlong's valiant face. May I ask what the price of the soul power training method is? Qilin said indifferently, currently, only Sect Master Ning of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and Crown Prince Shui Qing have purchased my soul power training method at a price of 10 million gold coins. As long as Dean Lu can come up with these 10 million gold coins, what does it matter if I sell the soul power training method to you? 10 million gold coins. Hearing this terrifying number, Lu Erlong's pupils contracted sharply, and her face was filled with disbelief. A moment later, having slightly regained her senses, she said in a stiff tone, Teacher Qilin, you are not joking, are you? The figure of 10 million gold coins is just too exaggerated, isn't it? She had only heard Flender mention Qilin's soul power training method. It was said that it could allow support soul masters to possess combat capabilities, but she did not know much about the specific details. Therefore, she did not understand the true value of the soul power training method, and even speculated whether Qilin had intentionally quoted such an exaggerated price because of Yu Xiaoging. However, Qilin just glanced at her lazily and said, If Dean Lu thinks I am joking, you are welcome to go directly and ask Sect Master Ning and His Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Lu Erlong's expression shifted. Could it actually be true? Did Ning Fengji and Shui Qing really buy Qilin's soul power training method for 10 million gold coins? Limited by her own knowledge, Lu Erlong could not understand what kind of training method could be worth 10 million gold coins. She had founded Lanba Academy for over 10 years, and due to proper management, she had accumulated a modest fortune. However, even if she sold many things, she could only scrape together 200,000 gold coins. For Lu Erlong, this was already a huge sum of money. She had thought that purchasing Qilin's soul power training method with 200,000 would be easy, but in the end, it was just a drop in the bucket. 10 million gold coins, let alone her. Even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan wanted to come up with it, they would have to bleed heavily. Thinking of this, Lu Erlong's expression dimmed. She said in a low voice, "Sorry, it was presumptuous of me." Qilin shook his head indifferently and said, "All right, there is no need for apologies. It is still better than some people who wanted to freeload off my soul power training method. Hey, Yu Xiaogang sure has thick skin. Back then, he wanted me to give him this soul power training method worth 10 million gold coins without a second thought. By the way, he has already screwed over Daimubai and the others this badly. Did he not get bagged and beaten up at night?" Hearing this, Lu Erlong felt awkward and could not help but smile bitterly. How could he not have been? As far as she knew, since Xiaogang arrived at Lanba Academy, he had been ambushed at least twice. It was just that they could all roughly guess who had done it, so they did not pursue it further. This was also to let Daimubai and the others vent a little, otherwise the academy would really fall apart. Of course. Actually, now, everyone from the original Shrek except for Flender had already begun to drift away from Yu Xiaogang. Nothing else, everything is afraid of comparison. Under Qilin's contrast, Yu Xiaogang was simply a piece of trash who could not accomplish anything and only ruin things. Although the purpose of her visit to resolve grievances and purchase the soul power training method had ended in vain, Lu Erlong was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she started chatting with Qilin while watching the training of the Wangdu team from afar. Watching their strange movements, Lu Erlong could not help but ask about it out of curiosity. This was not a secret to begin with, even if others knew, without the gravity energy ring, they would still be unable to replicate it, so Qilin did not hide it. Listening to Qilin's explanation, Lu Erlong immediately felt that it was an eye-opening experience. Only then did Lu Erlong realize that besides being knowledgeable, Qilin could actually create such amazing spirit tools. This is the real monster. In front of Qilin, those good-for-nothing kids from Shrek were simply a joke. Afterwards, the two chatted for a long time. Qilin's knowledge was far beyond what Lu Erlong could compare to. He could talk about anything under the sun, from all corners of the world, with ease. He could describe the magnificent and moving scenery in the core of the Stardow Great Forest, and he could also describe the vastness of the depths of the far north. He could talk eloquently about the current situation of the continent and the national conditions of the Heavendoe Empire, and he could also analyze the problems existing within the 7 great sects of the current era. Especially at the end, Qilin even analyzed Yu Xiaogang's so-called 10 core theories of spirits with Lu Erlong. After the analysis, simply put, Yu Xiaogang had directly copied the research results of others from hundreds of thousands of years ago into his own theories, and then added some of his own judgments and guesses. And the result? These theories all became his, Yu Xiaogang's. He, Yu Xiaogang, became the MVP, while the predecessors who had summarized these theories all became freeloaders. The most important thing was that the judgments and guesses he added himself had a ton of loopholes. This was just like in some novels Qilin had read in his previous life, where the protagonist transmigrated to ancient times to plagiarize literature. In order to make the poems he copied slightly more appropriate for the scene, he would self-righteously modify the content of the poems. The result was that it was modified into a complete mess. Yu Xiaogang was just about the same. Listening to Qilin's critique of Yu Xiaogang and his 10 core theories of spirits, the expression on Lu Erlong's face was unpredictable, and the memories buried deep in her heart were also awakened. At that time, she was still very young. Although she was already a somewhat famous genius, she was only focused on cultivating and knew very little about any theoretical knowledge. It was also at that time that she met Flender and Yu Xiaogang. At that time, Yu Xiaogang was full of knowledge and theories that she considered profound and unfathomable. And Lu Erlong naively thought that this knowledge was all summarized by Yu Xiaogang himself, so she admired him very much, until eventually falling in love with him. Chapter 135, Lu Erlong's Warning, Yu Xiaogang's Discovery. Unknowingly, evening had arrived. The members of the Wangdu team had finished their training, and Yu Feng had assumed that Qilin had already left. However, when he turned his head to look, good heavens, teacher Qilin was actually chatting animatedly with a voluptuous beauty at the edge of the training ground. Seeing that they had finished their training, Qilin waved at them. "How is there another one?" Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the other girls muttered to themselves before quickly walking over. After everyone arrived, Qilin introduced them to Lu Erlong. Initially, upon learning that the woman before them was Lu Erlong of Lanba Academy, Xiao Wu and the others didn't give her a pleasant look. However, Lu Erlong had a forthright personality, so she quickly hit it off with Xiao Wu and the other girls. Especially Xiao Wu, since her personality was quite similar to Lu Erlong's, the two of them soon began talking about everything, even addressing each other as sisters. Watching this scene from the side, Qilin was slightly stunned. He remembered that in the original work, Lu Erlong seemed to be Xiao Wu's godmother. After everyone chatted happily for a while longer, Lu Erlong proposed to leave. When she departed, Xiao Wu looked reluctant to let her go. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Erlong came to Qilin's side to give him a warning. Stay in Heavendoe Academy for this period of time, and make sure you do not wander out casually. Hearing her words, Qilin raised his eyebrows slightly. Judging by this, was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect planning to make a move against him? Why did the thought make him feel a bit excited? If that was the case, he would have to take a good stroll around Heavendoe City. After Lu Erlong left, she looked back at the direction of Heavendoe Academy and let out a low sigh. She knew the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan too well. Now that she had failed to purchase the soul power training method, they would inevitably and tyrannically frame this as Qilin looking down on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Then, they would use this as an excuse to make a move against Qilin. Qilin's current status was special. Not only did he have the backing of the Poison Duo, but he also had close relationships with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Crown Prince. Out of consideration for these various powers, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan naturally couldn't kill Qilin. However, finding someone to beat him up was still doable. Although Lu Erlong was the daughter of Yu Luomian, she was actually not well regarded by the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan because of her mother, otherwise she wouldn't have changed her surname to Lu. Therefore, even if Lu Erlong wanted to help, she could not change the internal decisions of the clan. She could only hope that Qilin would take her words to heart. Otherwise, she would be powerless to do anything. What she didn't know was that if she hadn't mentioned that last sentence to Qilin, he might not have wandered around for a short while. But after hearing her warning, Qilin would definitely go out to stretch his muscles. It would be best if he could bump into a few lucky souls. After returning to the new Shrek Academy, Lu Erlong had just stepped through the gate when she bumped into Flender and Yu Xiaogang. As soon as Yu Xiaogang saw that Lu Erlong had returned from outside the academy, his eyes lit up, and he walked up excitedly. Erlong, did you go to Heavendo Academy to find Qilin today? How was it? Did he give you the soul power training method? Yu Xiaobing had become obsessed with Qilin's soul power training method. Especially after leaving Heavendo Academy, he had conducted careful research and finally reached a new conclusion. Qilin's soul power training method could accelerate a spirit master's cultivate speed. Why did Yu Xiaobing develop such a thought? Because he discovered that although Qilin and Xiao Wu's initial cultivate speed was fast, they weren't able to pull away from Tang San, who also possessed innate full spirit power. But as time passed, the gap between the three grew larger and larger. Why was that? Wasn't it because both Qilin and Xiao Wu had mastered the soul power training method, while Tang San had not? Besides that, he also discovered something. Even the speed at which Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had joined Shrek Academy later, were cultivating was not normal. One had to know that Zhu Zuqing's innate spirit power was only rank 7, and Ning Rongrong was a support soul master, who was naturally slower at cultivating than other spirit masters with the same innate spirit power rank. However, after mastering the soul power training method, the speed at which their spirit power rank increased improved by leaps and bounds. In just 3 or 4 months, they had each increased by 2 ranks. Was this a normal cultivate speed? Therefore, after his careful observation, Yu Xiaobing had reached this current conclusion and had Yu Tianeng notify the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. He was too desperate for Qilin's soul power training method because he felt that if he could master this soul power training method, it was not impossible for him to have hope of breaking through the shackles of rank 30. Looking at Yu Xiaobing's impatient expression, Lu Erlong thought of his title of Grand Master and then compared him to Qilin. Involuntarily, Lu Erlong's disappointment in Yu Xiaobing deepened. Facing Yu Xiaobing's inquiry, Lu Erlong replied with a slightly cold expression, I did go to Heavendo Academy and I did indeed see Qilin. But I must disappoint you, Qilin did not give the soul power training method to me. Upon hearing this, the expression on Yu Xiaobing's face stiffened, and he hurriedly asked, does he really not fear the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Lu Erlong shook her head and said, Xiaobing, I had a conversation with Qilin today. He is a very good little guy. The reason you and he have reached this point today is probably due to other misunderstandings. Clearly, Lu Erlong speaking this way was already out of consideration for Yu Xiaobing's face. After all, the fact that he and Qilin had reached this point today was entirely of his own doing. What other misunderstandings could there be? Afterward, Lu Erlong continued to persuade him, Xiaobing, in my opinion, it is better to just let this matter go. You should also send a letter to Uncle, so that Uncle and the others do not make a move against Qilin. It is obviously not worth it to bear a grudge against such a little freak like Qilin over a small matter. After Lu Erlong finished speaking, Yu Xiaobing immediately looked at her with an incredulous gaze. Erlong, what kind of love potion did that guy Qilin feed you that you are actually speaking up for him like this? Besides, what misunderstandings could exist between him and me? I have fallen to this state today entirely because of him. Yu Xiaobing shouted sternly, his tone involuntarily deepening, which caused the students passing by to cast their gazes over. Seeing this, Flender hurriedly tugged on Yu Xiaobing's sleeve and whispered, Xiaobing, the students are all watching, stabilize your emotions. Then he looked at Lu Erlong. Little sister Erlong, let's go to another place to talk. Lu Erlong nodded, but her gaze toward Yu Xiaobing became increasingly disappointed. Once the halo filter was shattered, all of Yu Xiaobing's shortcomings were exposed to her eyes at this moment. Only then did Lu Erlong realize that Yu Xiaobing, whom she had always regarded as omnipotent, was actually such a person. Chapter 136, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan Action. New Shrek Academy. Inside the tranquil courtyard, the sounds of a heated argument echoed, eventually ending with Yu Xiaobing storming out and slamming the door behind him. Watching Yu Xiaobing's departing back, a complex look flashed in Flender's eyes. Seeing the conflict between Xiaobing and Erlong growing, he theoretically should have felt happy. Because this way, he would undoubtedly have a chance. But when he thought about how the former Golden Triangle had reached this point today, his heart still felt very sad. Erlong, Xiaobing has always had this personality, his self-esteem is too strong, which is why he doesn't understand your actions. Actually, Flender also couldn't understand why Yu Xiaobing had to make things difficult for Qilin, his prejudice against Qilin seemed to have become an obsession. Lu Erlong had just had a big argument with Yu Xiaobing and was still furious. The calm temperament she had cultivated over the past 10 years of living in seclusion, raising flowers and grass, vanished in an instant. She sat down heavily and slammed her fist onto the table with a bang. The table instantly fell apart, turning into a pile of splinters. HMPH, where did Xiaobing learn these bad habits over the years? It's one thing that his temper is getting worse, but he also completely refuses to listen to reason. Does he think that when I went to Heavendo Academy to find Qilin, it was really just for Qilin's soul power training method? The main reason was to resolve the grudge between him and Qilin, but in the end, I used 3 favors and still couldn't get Qilin's reconciliation. Flender was shocked and said, there's such a thing. Lu Erlong retorted crossly, what else did you think? Did you really think I was using the name of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect to make Qilin hand over the soul power training method? This matter was originally Xiaobing being unreasonable. He just opened his mouth and demanded that little guy Qilin hand over the soul power training method. Do you know how much that little guy sold the soul power training method to the 7 treasure glazed tile school in the Crown Prince for? How much? Flender was a money grubber by nature and very sensitive to money, so he immediately asked subconsciously. 10 million. 10 million per family. Hearing this number, Flender looked stunned, then tentatively said. Bronze coins. Even if it were 10 million bronze coins, that would still be 100,000 gold coins. This was a massive fortune that Flender had never seen before. Lu Erlong rolled her eyes upon hearing this and said, what do you think? It really was 10 million gold coins, and 10 million per family at that. This was too exaggerated. So, Xiaobing's approach was indeed a bit ungrateful. Lu Erlong snorted coldly and continued, furthermore, with Qilin's talent, I fear it won't be long before he becomes a titled Duluo. He is no ordinary support soul master. What benefit could provoking him possibly have for Xiaobing? With his tiny bit of spirit power rank, I'm afraid he won't even know how he died one day. Hearing Lu Erlong's irritable tone, he hurriedly agreed, you're right, I'll go and persuade Xiaobing later. At this moment, Flender naturally dared not provoke Lu Erlong. Seeing this, Lu Erlong snorted coldly and let it go. ... In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Qilin felt that if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect wanted to make a move against him, so much time had passed, they should be prepared by now. Thinking of this, Qilin chuckled, called for Gu Yuina, and prepared to stroll around Heavendo City. As the capital of the Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City was extremely prosperous, and Qilin hadn't properly explored it since he arrived. Today, besides wanting to go out and fish for some lucky ones, another reason was that he had been quiet for too long and wanted to move around. As for Xiao Wu and the others, he didn't bring them along. The main reason was that Ning Rongrong and Du Guyan's backgrounds were too powerful. With them around, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan probably wouldn't dare to rashly make a move on Qilin. After all, once they made a move against Ning Rongrong and Du Guyan, they would completely offend the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in Du Gubo. Walking out of the academy gate, Ji Yuina and Qilin didn't take any transportation. This was specifically to fish. Sure enough, not long after walking out of the academy, a meaningful smile appeared on Qilin's face. There really was someone tailing them outside the academy. Interesting. However, this spirit power fluctuation seemed a bit weak. It was only a spirit emperor. Obviously, he was probably just here to tail them. The person who would actually make a move on him wasn't him. Although everyone now knew that Qilin was a support soul master, anyone who truly treated him as an ordinary support soul master would be truly foolish. On the other side, in a forest a few miles outside Heaven-Do Academy, away from Qilin and Ji Yuina. Fine scales appeared on both sides of a middle-aged man's eyes, and his pupils changed into those of some spirit beast, flashing with an unusual light. When he saw Qilin and Ji Yuina walk out of the Heaven-Do Academy gate, his eyes lit up. Finally willing to come out, the middle-aged man sneered, then immediately left the place. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man found a person in a nearby village wearing black clothes and a silver mask on their face, revealing only a pair of eyes. Boss, that Qilin has left Heaven-Do Academy. The man in black heard this and said in a hoarse voice, there's no one else with him, right? The middle-aged man chuckled and said, don't worry, boss. That young miss from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in Du Guyan are not by his side, there's only an unknown woman. That woman looks to be only in her early 20s, she couldn't possibly be very strong. After listening to the middle-aged man's account, the man in black nodded faintly. I know. His task this time was very clear. First, teach Qilin a lesson, he didn't dare to kill him. Once killed, it would be equivalent to completely falling out with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Du Gubo, and the Crown Prince. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect wouldn't dare to bear such consequences. And the second task was to force Qilin to hand over the soul power training method in his possession. The identity of this man in black was a powerhouse secretly cultivated by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, possessing the strength of a top-tier spirit saint. This way, even if Qilin suspected that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was responsible afterward, without evidence, he would just have to swallow this bitter pill. And in the eyes of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, an attack system top-tier spirit saint making a move against a mere spirit king like Qilin, wouldn't that be more than enough? Led by the middle-aged spirit emperor, the black-clad spirit saint soon found Qilin's trail. Watching the two walking leisurely on the road, a look of contempt flashed in the black-clad spirit saint's eyes. He, a dignified rank 79 spirit saint, was actually sent by the clan to deal with a small spirit king, and just a support system spirit king at that. Isn't this overkill? For a support system spirit king, no matter how many tricks he had, just sending any attack system spirit emperor would have been enough. Thinking of this, a pair of wings suddenly grew from the black-clad spirit saint's back. With a flash, he appeared in front of Qilin, his body floating in midair, looking down at him and Ji Yuina. You are Qilin. And Qilin, looking at the black-clad spirit saint floating in midair, also revealed a smile on his face. Look, hasn't the lucky one arrived? Chapter 137, like a heavenly god, saber splits True Dragon Mountain. Qilin's gaze lingered on the black-clad spirit saint for a moment, then he smiled lightly and said, I don't really like others looking down at me. As the words fell, the black-clad spirit saint was initially dismissive, even sneering in his heart. Who do you think you are, not liking others looking down on you? I'll look if I want to, what can you do about it? This thought had just arisen in his mind when, the very next second, a terrifying aura suddenly pressed down upon the black-clad spirit saint. Bang! The black-clad man let out a miserable scream, falling violently from midair without warning or resistance, landing on his knees facing Qilin. The sudden change immediately plunged the black-clad spirit saint into terror. What is going on? The black-clad spirit saint vigilantly scanned his surroundings, his expression tense. It is said that this kid has a close relationship with Poison Duluo. Could it be that Poison Duluo is protecting him from the shadows? Thinking of this, bean-sized beads of sweat immediately broke out on the black-clad spirit saint's forehead. Qilin, seeing this, saw a flash of surprise in his eyes. A dignified spirit saint, is he really this weak? He can't even withstand my spirit power aura. Forget it, it's just to stretch my muscles anyway, no need to set the bar too high. However, I should first confirm who sent this lucky fellow. I can't let others go to all this trouble for nothing. Later, I'll have Sister Na take me to return the favor. It's highly likely to be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, but Qilin decided to ask first to avoid finding the wrong person later. Thinking of this, a sharp light flashed in Qilin's pupils, and he met the gaze of the black-clad spirit saint. Simple mental control was something Qilin could whip up easily. As long as the mental force was strong enough, it could achieve the effect of mental control. Which faction sent you? Qilin went straight to the point. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The black-clad spirit saint said the name with a dull gaze. It really is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. A trace of mockery and amusement flashed across Qilin's face, while the now sober black-clad spirit saint looked at him with a face full of terror. What did you just do to me? What Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? I didn't. Qilin looked at his desperate attempt to defend himself and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, he stretched and said with a smile, all right, lucky fellow, it's time to say goodbye. After speaking, Qilin raised his hand and exerted a suction force, causing the black-clad spirit saint's body to float up and stand opposite him. Bang! The next second, a golden shockwave erupted from Qilin's palm, instantly swallowing the black-clad spirit saint. This shockwave did not dissipate but shot forward for over 10 miles, piercing directly through a small mountain. Accidentally, Qilin triggered the 100-fold combat power of the Qilin offensive technique. Awesome. This might just be the joy of being a lucky dog. At that very moment, in the Heaven-Do City Crown Prince's residence, Snakelance Duluo and Porcupinefish Duluo's expressions changed abruptly. Just now, the two of them felt a terrifying fluctuation of spirit power. This fluctuation exceeded anyone within their knowledge, even the Supreme Pontiff could not compare to it. In this world, the only ones capable of unleashing this level of spirit power fluctuation, besides the High Priest, would likely be Tang Chen, who has been missing for decades. Could it be him? Thinking of this, the two immediately revealed themselves, intending to inform Qian Runshui of this matter. On the other side, Qilin did not care about the consequences of the leaked spirit power fluctuation, but looked at Ji Yuina beside him. Sister Na, let's go directly to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Let's go have some fun. I heard this clan is arrogant and has a big temper. I want to broaden my horizons. Ji Yuina nodded upon hearing this. She had seen the map of the Duluo continent and knew where the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was located. Hold my waist, I'll take you there, Ji Yuina said in a calm tone. Qilin, upon hearing this, was very obedient and directly wrapped his arms around Ji Yuina's soft waist. Hold tight, let's go. Although Ji Yuina's voice remained cold and calm, feeling the warmth from her waist, her cheeks rapidly flushed red. Afterwards, she soared into the air, and the two figures disappeared into the horizon. Not long after the two left, the figure of Snake Lance Duluo appeared silently at the place where they had departed. Looking at the neon prints on the ground surrounded by dense cracks, and a circular hole about 5 or 6 meters in diameter pierced through the middle of the small mountain over 10 miles away. Snake Lance Duluo saw this, and his expression fell into silence. On the other side, southeast of the Heaven Do Empire, the True Dragon Mountain Range. Qilin and Ji Yuina's figures appeared atop the most magnificent peak of the True Dragon Mountain Range, where a grand palace stood, looking majestic and full of dignity. Is this the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? It's quite imposing. Qilin looked down at the True Dragon Mountain Range below, while holding Ji Yuina's soft waist, and gave his evaluation. After a moment of thought, Qilin suddenly smiled and said, such a grand and magnificent scene, if it were split in two, it would surely be even more interesting. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has stood on the continent for hundreds of thousands of years, priding itself as the #1 beast spirit under heaven, carving pride into the bones of every clan member. They are overbearing and look down on everything. Of course, the most important thing is that they provoke Qilin. Qilin felt it necessary to curb the arrogance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Of course, Qilin was not here to exterminate the clan, otherwise, what would be greeting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan might not be Qilin, but the Grand Meteorite Summoning Technique. Reluctantly letting go of Ji Yuina's waist, Qilin snapped his fingers. The next second, a suit of shimmering silver armor began to cover his entire body from his feet upwards, and even an ice mask covered Qilin's face. It was none other than the silver light dragon scale armor crafted from Ji Yuina's dragon scales back then. This mask had been remade by Qilin recently, and now even Ji Yuina herself would find it difficult to break it. In addition to the silver light dragon scale armor, Qilin had also forged a long saber about 1.5 meters in length to match it. Holding the long saber, Qilin looked down at the grand palace below and slowly held the long saber vertically in front of him. A flash of brilliant golden saber radiance shot into the sky, sweeping across the firmament. In an instant, energy rioted, and the heavens and earth changed color. Under the illumination of the heaven-shocking saber chi, the brilliant golden radiance shone in all directions. The terrifying aura shrouded the entire True Dragon Mountain range, and at this moment, everyone felt their souls tremble. Qilin had now released 4 first spirit abilities upon himself. With his spirit ring age increased to 500,000 years, his amplification had reached as high as 500%. Strength, speed, defense, and spirit power were all amplified by 500%. Besides that, the Qilin offensive technique triggered 100-fold combat power. With this slash, even if a heavenly god from the heavens came, Qilin felt that he would have to leave something behind before leaving. Inside the Grand Palace, clan head Yu Yuanjun, the strongest of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, had his expression change abruptly, and he flew out of the palace violently. However, when he looked directly at the heaven-piercing saber radiance in the sky, he was instantly stunned in place. Under the saber radiance, he was as insignificant as an ant. No, in clan head Yu Yuanjun's pupils, that figure wearing silver light dragon scale armor, appearing like a heavenly god, slowly raised the long saber in his hand. The brilliant golden saber radiance fell, as if it were going to split the heavens and earth in two. Chapter 138, Clan head Yu Yuanjun, dead. Yu Yuanjun's gaze was locked onto that dazzling, brilliant golden blade radiance. Beneath the blade radiance, his soul could not help but tremble, the hairs on his body stood on end, and an extreme sense of danger welled up. He had a premonition, he would die to this strike. Not even a corpse would remain. However, looking at the blade radiance that pierced the heavens and spanned the earth, he had nowhere to hide. Damn it. Who is this person, and why attack my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Could this be divine punishment from the gods against my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Did my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan do something wrong to be abandoned by the heavens? With no time to think, 9 spirit rings spiraled up from beneath his feet, and Yu Yuanjun completed his martial soul avatar in an instant. 7th spirit ability, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul avatar. As the 7th black spirit ring lit up, Yu Yuanjun instantly transformed into a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon with a body like a small mountain. Blue-purple lightning coiled around the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul avatar, emitting an aura of destruction. Yet, this massive Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul avatar still appeared insignificant before that dazzling blade radiance in the sky. It wasn't enough, far from enough. Above the martial soul avatar of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, tears shimmered in its giant eyes, and a roar echoed through the heavens and earth. On Yu Yuanjun's body, the 3rd spirit ring lit up. Thunder Fury, lightning power increased by 100%, spirit power increased by 50%. Finally, the 9th spirit ring lit up. 9th spirit ability, Thunder Dragon breaks the 9 heavens. In an instant, countless blue-purple lightning bolts converged on Yu Yuanjun's body, forming a phantom of a thunder dragon much larger than his martial soul avatar. The thunder dragon phantom collided with a brilliant golden radiance, erupting into a blinding light. In a flash, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of collision. And beneath that brilliant golden blade radiance, the thunder dragon was like paper, instantly vanishing into nothingness. The blade radiance continued to fall onto the highest peak of True Dragon Mountain. The magnificent main hall that had carried the history of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan for hundreds and thousands of years was split in two, and a 1,000-jong-deep chasm was cleaved into the entire mountain. The air was filled with saber chi, and the terrifying shockwave swept through the entire True Dragon Mountain range. Clan members with low spirit power who were close to the main peak were directly shattered internally by this shockwave. Countless Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples prostrated on the ground at this moment, their eyes filled only with terror. Experts of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect at the level of Spirit Saint and above watched this scene from afar, wailing, "Clan chief." They were grieving not just for Yu Yuanjun, but for themselves as well. Although they did not know why this existence, who was like a god, would attack their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. But now that even the strongest in the clan, the only titled Duluo, had died, what were they to do? In the sky, Qilin looked at the main peak of the True Dragon Mountain range, which he had parted down the middle, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face beneath the black ice mask. Just as Qilin was looking around, a figure flew into midair, looking sorrowful. I do not know how my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has offended you, senior, but I beg for your mercy. Yu Luomian bowed, his expression humble. He knew that this existence before him, who was like a god, truly had the ability to exterminate their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die so inexplicably, nor did he want to see the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which had a 1,000-year legacy, wiped out just like that. Qilin looked at the old man before him, having a guess in his heart. Are you Yu Luomian? Seeing that the person before him recognized him, Yu Luomian's heart tightened, and he hurriedly said, that is me. Qilin nodded. Half a month ago, he and Lu Erlong had conversed quite happily, and when Lu Erlong left, she had advised him not to leave Heaven Do Academy. It could be considered a gesture of goodwill. Therefore, even for the sake of Lu Erlong, he would not take action against this person. Thus, Qilin smiled faintly. You have a good daughter. Hearing Qilin mention Lu Erlong, Yu Luomian was full of confusion. When did Erlong know such a senior? Immediately following that was a sense of relief. At least there was no need to worry about the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan being exterminated. Senior is too kind. Yu Luomian could not figure out the personality of the person before him, so he did not dare to say much. Qilin continued, don't be happy too soon. Although I have no intention of wiping out the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, death can be avoided but living punishment is inevitable. The actions of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan have made me very unhappy, and certain people in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan also make me very displeased. Upon hearing this, a lightning bolt flashed through Yu Luomian's mind, and his pupils suddenly constricted. If one were to ask who their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had offended during this period, it could only be Qilin. As for the person the senior before him disliked, it went without saying, it was Yu Xiaoging. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Yu Luomian's head. He had not expected that Qilin would have such a background. My friend, if you had this kind of background, you should have said so earlier. Yu Luomian felt like crying, wondering which bastard said Qilin had no backing. Oh, it was Yu Xiaoging. Thinking of this, anger flared up in Yu Luomian. He had looked down on Yu Xiaoging for more than a day or two, especially since Yu Xiaoging had romanced his daughter back then. Although he didn't know Erlong's identity at the time, he still disliked him. Now, it was again because of the information Yu Xiaoging sent back, saying that Qilin was born in a small village and did not have any strong backing, that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect felt reassured enough to take action against Qilin. At this moment, Yu Luomian didn't care whether Yu Xiaoging knew about Qilin's background beforehand, now that the clan was facing a great disaster, and even the clan chief was dead. Someone had to stand up and take the blame, to draw the hatred of the clansmen away. Yu Xiaoging was exactly the perfect candidate. Moreover, this was not wronging him. If not for the grudge between him and Qilin, how could the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan have suffered such a calamity? Taking a deep breath, Yu Luomian bowed respectfully and said, Senior, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has been established for 1,000 years and has some meager wealth. If you do not mind, I can offer it all to you. Speaking of this, Yu Luomian felt as if his heart was dripping blood, but he was afraid that if he offered too little, the senior before him would be displeased, so he decided to offer everything. Qilin saw this and nodded faintly. Just do as you say. Yu Luomian asked carefully, Senior, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's collection is quite varied. I do not know whether to sell it directly for gold coins or just pack it directly into this spirit tool. Hearing this, Qilin waved his hand. A silver bracelet floated in front of Yu Luomian. After the spirit tool was modified by Qilin, it could now contain even a mountain, let alone the small collection of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Go, I will only give you 15 minutes. Chapter 139, Millennial Treasury, the continent trembles. Yu Luomian took the storage bracelet from Qilin and immediately replied, I will go right now. Wait. Just as Yu Luomian turned around and hadn't flown far, he was immediately called back by Qilin, and he couldn't help but turn around curiously. Does Senior have any other instructions? Qilin smiled faintly. No, just a piece of advice for you. Don't think about playing smart. Lu Erlong can only save you once. Hearing this, cold sweat instantly broke out on Yu Luomian's back, and he hurriedly said, Senior's right, I will keep it in mind. Go. Qilin waved his hand. And Yu Luomian flew towards the family's largest treasury at his fastest speed. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had 4 treasuries in total, 1 main treasury and 3 secondary treasuries. Among them, those 3 secondary treasuries were hidden very secretively. Fewer than a handful of people in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan knew their locations. Yu Luomian originally had a trace of hesitation and conflict, wanting to keep 1 or 2 of the secondary treasuries. However, the moment Qilin spoke, it instantly shattered that unrealistic thought. The reason he acted so humbly was to preserve the family, so how could he let a problem arise at this step? After entering the treasury, Yu Luomian immediately stored all the treasures from the treasury into Qilin's storage bracelet at the fastest speed. While doing so, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder that Senior outside asked him to use this storage bracelet to collect the wealth of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The space inside this storage bracelet was truly large. You must know, in the outside world, a spirit tool with dozens of cubic meters of space is already a rare treasure. Yu Luomian was very efficient. It took only 13 minutes to collect all the wealth from the family's 4 treasuries into Qilin's storage bracelet. Senior, all the wealth of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is inside. After speaking, Yu Luomian respectfully held the storage bracelet above his head with both hands. Seeing this, Qilin was satisfied and raised his hand to draw it in. The next second, the storage bracelet was sucked into Qilin's hand. With a thought, his mental force swept through the storage bracelet. It had to be said that the millennial accumulation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was indeed substantial. Although it still had a considerable gap compared to the 7 treasure glazed tile school in terms of pure wealth, it was not to be underestimated. Besides nearly 20 million in gold coin, Qilin also saw various rare treasures and even spirit bones. It was a pity that the highest ranked spirit bone of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was on clan head Yu Yuanjun, and Qilin's slash had completely obliterated his body, so the spirit bone naturally did not survive. Among the treasures in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's treasury, there were only 4 spirit bones, and 3 of them were merely millennial spirit bones. The last one barely reached the 10,000-year level. However, Qilin was not picky. These spirit bones would be good choices for making some small trinkets to give away. Alright, since I have obtained the items, I will spare you this time. I hope there won't be a next time. Hearing this, Yu Luomian hurriedly said, Senior, rest assured, there will definitely not be a next time. Qilin turned his head to look at Ji Yuina beside him and reached out his hand. Ji Yuina took his hand, and the next second, both of them instantly disappeared from where they stood. Watching the disappearing figures of the two, Yu Luomian muttered, such fast speed, could these two be the legendary gods? He was very certain that the speed the two just displayed was definitely not something a human could achieve. Just as he was stunned, another elder flew up with a sorrowful expression. Second clan master, the clan chief is dead, and many other clansmen also died unjustly just now. Yu Luomian said in a deep voice, have you calculated how many clansmen died? The elder said with a lonely expression, currently, 64 people are known to have died. Among them, 33 had awakened the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, and their spirit power was all below level 50. They were shaken to death because they were too close to the main peak. Hearing this, Yu Luomian's face sank slightly. Possessing the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit meant they were direct descendants of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Losing 33 people all at once was a heavy loss indeed. After pondering for a long while, Yu Luomian said, pass it down, let the clansmen know that the reason the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan provoked such a powerhouse is entirely because of Yu Xiaogang. Hearing this, a look of horror appeared on the elder's face. Second clan master, is this true or false? Yu Luomian nodded faintly, then said, that senior just now is related to Qilin, he is the powerhouse behind Qilin. What? The elder exclaimed, then flew into a rage. With such a powerhouse standing behind Qilin, that beast Yu Xiaogang actually swore that he had no background. Yu Luomian said, Yu Xiaogang may not have known that Qilin had this background, but that is no longer important. Have someone bring him back to the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Having caused such a monstrous disaster, he must pay the price for his actions. Understood. Heavendo City. The street, 30 zhong wide, was clean, tidy, and bustling with noise. Shops lined both sides of the road, and the gilded signs shone brightly in the sunlight. A handsome man and a beautiful woman walked on the street, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. Especially the woman, who possessed a flawless face and a tall, graceful figure, appearing like a peerless goddess. Even so, wherever the two passed, pedestrians would subconsciously clear a path for them. Even if nobles passed by occasionally, they would only keep a respectful distance from the two. Although there were no shortage of nobles with lustful minds, as long as they had a little ability to judge people, they should be able to tell that neither of the two was an ordinary person. And the two were naturally Qilin and Ji Yuina, who had just returned from the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Qilin held Ji Yuina's hand, feeling cold and smooth, as if touching a piece of mud and fat jade. Ji Yuina also tacitly allowed Qilin's behavior, and the two strolled through Heavendo City until evening before returning to Heavendo Academy. A few days later, a piece of news shocked the entire continent. The clan chief of one of the upper three sects, the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, the level 96 titled Duluo clan head Yu Yuanjun, was actually dead. Even the entire True Dragon Mountain had been split in two. What kind of method was this? For a time, the winds and clouds on the continent shifted. Spirit Hall, the seven treasure glazed tile school, the two empires of Heavendo and Star Luo, and even the Clear Sky sect, which had long since avoided the world, all received this news. Spies from various forces gathered in the True Dragon Mountain range, trying to understand the truth of that day, but in the end, they knew very little. Everyone was wondering which powerhouse the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan had offended. Could it be Tang Chen, who had mysteriously disappeared decades ago, or was it the high priest of Spirit Hall who ignored worldly affairs? Only those two possessed such terrifying strength. But soon, various forces noticed other clues. First was that the teacher of Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang, was suddenly taken away by people from the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Secondly, Yu Luomian's illegitimate daughter, Lu Erlong, had gone to Heavendo Academy and chatted happily with Qilin and the members of the Wangdu team, so clan head Yu Yuanjun died while Yu Luomian survived. Finally, on the eve of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan suffering this disaster, they had secretly dispatched powerhouses to lurk outside Heavendo Academy, preparing to take action against Qilin. And similarly, on the very same day Qilin left Heavendo Academy, the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect suffered this disaster. Each of these items indicated that the fate of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect was inextricably linked to Qilin. Chapter 140, Morning Hall Interrogation, Executing Punishment. True Dragon Mountain Range. Due to the death of clan head Yu Yuanjun, the direct descendants of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan scattered outside have all gathered here. On one hand, it is to hold a funeral for clan head Yu Yuanjun. On the other, it is to nominate Yu Luomian as the new clan chief to stabilize the situation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan and prevent other forces from kicking them while they are down. Yu Luomian is a level 88 spirit Duluo. Relying on the powerful attack power of the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, he can even contend against ordinary title Duluo. Having him serve as the new clan chief will not only win the trust of other clansmen but also prevent other forces from acting rashly. The only ones finding this difficult are the direct descendants of clan head Yu Yuanjun's lineage. Especially Yu Tianong. His talent is slightly inferior to Yu Tianqin's, and while clan head Yu Yuanjun was alive, he could barely keep pace with Yu Tianqin by relying on more resources. Now that Yu Luomian has become the new clan chief of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, he will naturally favor his own grandson, Yu Tianqin. In this case, how could he compete with Yu Tianqin for the position of clan chief in the future? Thinking of the position of clan chief drifting further and further away from him, Yu Tianong's heart fell into endless resentment. Now, the main peak of the True Dragon Mountain range has become the forbidden land of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, and the new sect main hall has been built on another mountain peak. Even clan head Yu Yuanjun's funeral is held there. At the funeral, everyone in the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan is wearing mourning clothes. Yu Xiaogang is tied up and kneeling in front of the mourning hall, looking at the plaque above with a withered expression, tears streaming down his face. The surrounding blue lightning tyrant dragon clan disciples look at him with eyes full of disgust, especially those whose family members died in the recent catastrophe. Because Yu Luomian had long told them that the reason for all this was entirely because of Yu Xiaogang. If not for him offending someone he shouldn't have, the family would not have suffered this disaster, the clan chief would not have died, and other clansmen would not have died. In the crowd, Lu Erlong looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was kneeling in the center of the mourning hall, with a complex expression and let out a long sigh. If one had known it would come to this, why act that way in the beginning? She had already been informed by her father and knew that all of this was due to Qilin's revenge against the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Thinking of that clean and handsome youth, Lu Erlong did not expect that such a powerful person stood behind him. Recalling that she had warned the other party before leaving, telling him not to leave Heavendo Academy at will, Lu Erlong couldn't help but blush. Wasn't she doing something unnecessary by doing that? However, although the powerhouse behind Qilin killed clan head Yu Yuanjun and indirectly caused the deaths of dozens of blue lightning tyrant dragon clan members. To be honest, she did not have any hatred for Qilin in her heart. On the contrary, there was even a trace of gratitude. After all, her father had said that the mysterious powerhouse spared her father's life, and even spared the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan this time, all for her sake. Otherwise, with the strength the other party displayed, wiping out the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan would have been easy. The only thing that worried Lu Erlong was how the family intended to deal with Yu Xiaoging. Having caused such a great disaster, although the powerhouse behind Qilin did not bother Yu Xiaoging, that was because they disdained to make a move against a piece of trash. If the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan did nothing, what would that mysterious powerhouse think, and what would Qilin think? Yu Luomian swept a cold glance at Yu Xiaoging and shouted sternly, Yu Xiaoging, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has suffered this disaster because of you. Do you know your crime? Yu Xiaoging trembled upon hearing Yu Luomian's rebuke. Do I know my crime? Yu Xiaoging muttered to himself, his thoughts inevitably drifting back to several years ago. He realized with a start that it was only after meeting Qilin that everything started going wrong. First, he developed a rift with Flender and his personal disciple, Little San, then, he was not recognized by the Shrek group, and even Erlong, who had always been devoted to him, did not understand him. Thinking of these things, the sadness Yu Xiaoging originally felt over his father's death was instantly replaced by anger. He was an extremely paranoid and self-conceited person, which could be seen from the original work. In the original work, in order to ask Bibi Dong for the method to cultivate twin spirits, he personally went to Spirit Hall to find Bibi Dong. Upon learning that Bibi Dong had actually sent people to intercept and kill Tang San, he not only completely broke ties with Bibi Dong but even claimed that if Tang San died, he would definitely exhaust his life strength to destroy Spirit Hall. Although he was only a level 29 Spirit Grandmaster, he was just that confident. This wasn't even just simple arrogance anymore. Did he not know the strength of Spirit Hall? If Tang San really died, what would he use to destroy Spirit Hall? It was only because Bibi Dong was blinded by love, otherwise, 100 lives wouldn't be enough for this pair of master and disciple to die. Therefore, although the current Yu Xiaoging knew that a mysterious powerhouse stood behind Qilin, he was still not afraid. Because he remained confident that as long as he was given time to train Tang San into a title Duluo or even a limit Duluo. At that time, even if the mysterious powerhouse behind Qilin was also a limit Duluo, he would not be afraid. Because Tang San, who possessed twin spirits and whose second spirit was the world's #1 attack system spirit, the clear sky hammer, would definitely be invincible at the same level. Therefore, when Yu Xiaoging faced Yu Luomian's interrogation, although his eyes were full of resentment and anger, he decided to endure it for the time being. He had to live to see the day Tang San grew up. Even if he were to die, he had to die after becoming world famous, otherwise, he would not be able to close his eyes in death. Yu Xiaoging said in a deep voice, I know my crime. It is that I should not have offended someone I shouldn't have, bringing a powerful enemy to the family. I am willing to accept punishment. Upon hearing this, Yu Luomian exchanged glances with the surrounding elders. They had already agreed on the punishment for Yu Xiaoging. Subsequently, Yu Luomian said in a deep voice, Yu Xiaoging, you have caused such a monstrous disaster for the family. You deserve to die 10,000 times, but considering the bloodline of my elder brother in your body, I will spare your life. However, while the death penalty may be waived, living punishment is inevitable. Where are the disciples of the Family Law Enforcement Hall? Disciples are here. As soon as Yu Luomian finished speaking, 10 cold-looking young men stepped out from both sides. Yu Luomian looked at the 10 people in front of him and shouted, take Yu Xiaoging down, cripple his spirit power, break his limbs, and administer 81 lashes of the family law, as a warning to others. As soon as these words were spoken, the other clansmen naturally felt it was satisfying, but Lu Erlong's expression changed suddenly. Although she had now cut off her feelings for Yu Xiaoging, they did have a 20-year relationship after all. Lu Erlong stood out and said, Father, with this set of punishments, I'm afraid Xiaoging will really be beaten to death. However, Yu Luomian just gave a faint cold snort and said, not killing Yu Xiaoging is already being lenient to him. Lu Erlong wanted to speak again, but was cut off by Yu Luomian. That's enough, I have made my decision. Law Enforcement Hall disciples, listen to my order, execute the punishment immediately. Chapter 141, Yu Xiaoging's Day of Suffering. Yu Xiaoging's head felt like it had exploded, leaving his mind blank the moment he heard Yu Luomian intended to cripple his spirit power. A moment later, he regained his senses and panicked, shouting loudly, second uncle, I don't want my spirit power crippled. I know I was wrong. You can punish me however you like, but please, I beg you, do not cripple my spirit power. Since childhood, Yu Xiaoging had been mocked because his innate spirit power was only half a level. That was why he hungered for strength so intensely, even if he lacked it himself, he had to train a personal disciple to prove his worth. It could be said that this level 29 spirit power was the thing he cherished most, second only to his personal disciple, Tang San. However, no matter how he pleaded, Yu Luomian watched with cold indifference. If it weren't for the fact that his elder brother, clan head Yu Yuanjun, was already dead, and that Yu Xiaoging was his own nephew, Yu Luomian would have long since skinned him alive. At this moment, 2 Enforcement Hall disciples pressed down on Yu Xiaoging's shoulders, while another Enforcement Hall disciple instantly activated his spirit. Lightning crackled around his body as 4 spirit rings spiraled up from beneath his feet. In the next second, that young Enforcement Hall disciple struck a punch directly into Yu Xiaoging's dandian with full force. Ah! Yu Xiaoging let out a shrill scream, a mouthful of blood spraying from his mouth as his expression withered instantly. But it wasn't over yet. The Enforcement Hall disciples holding his hands straightened his arms, and another Enforcement Hall disciple approached with his spirit activated, bringing his palm down with cold ruthlessness. With a crisp crack, the bones instantly shattered. Then came the other hand, and his legs. No matter how shrill Yu Xiaoging's screams were, no one stepped forward to say a word for him. Lu Erlong, meanwhile, could hardly bear to watch. She wanted to leave, but was sternly refused by Yu Luomian. She had to witness Yu Xiaoging endure all the punishments. After Yu Xiaoging's limbs were crippled, the Enforcement Hall disciples brought out a wooden stake. They violently tore open the upper half of Yu Xiaoging's clothes and tied his limp, powerless physical body to the stake. Then, 2 Enforcement Hall disciples stood on either side, each holding a thick, purple-blue long whip. Standing beside the 2 enforcement disciples was another person. This person had 6 spirit rings circling his body and held a pink flower in his hand. He was a healing-type spirit emperor affiliated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The reason he was standing there was simple, to prevent Yu Xiaoging from dying from the trauma. Snap! The purple-blue whip landed on Yu Xiaoging's body like a thunderbolt. Although his spirit power had been crippled, his body was still that of a level 29 spirit grandmaster, far superior to an ordinary person. The whip, wreathed in wisps of lightning, did not kill him, but it tore his skin and flesh open, and the scent of cooked meat began to permeate the air. Yu Xiaoging had never suffered such a punishment before, and a shrill, piercing scream erupted from his mouth. He didn't fear death, but he feared pain. After just 3 lashes, he could no longer bear it and began to beg for mercy, his words slurred. Second uncle, I was wrong. Please spare me, if you keep hitting me, I will be beaten to death. Ah. Before he could finish, another lash fell mercilessly. Seeing Yu Luomian's cold and stern expression, he turned his gaze toward Luerlong, his tears, snot, and blood mixing together. It hurts so much. Erlong, I'm about to be beaten to death. Please, plead with second uncle for me, I beg you. The intense, sharp pain almost caused Yu Xiaogang to pass out completely. But the purple blue whip, forged from some unknown material, struck not only his physical body with pain but also gave him a sensation that struck directly at his soul. It was precisely because of this pain that struck the soul that Yu Xiaogang didn't even have the ability to pass out, forced to remain conscious to endure the agony. Whenever his body reached its limit, that healing spirit emperor would intervene to keep him alive, leaving him unable to live but unable to die. Listening to Yu Xiaogang's desperate cries for help and watching his pitiful, pleading expression, Luerlong could only sigh helplessly. I tried to advise you back then, but you wouldn't listen. Otherwise, how could you have fallen to this state today? As a spirit saint, what could she do? If she truly intervened, Yu Luomian might only have the enforcement hall disciples strike even more ruthlessly. A long time later, the 81 lashes were finished. The healing spirit emperor had intervened 9 times to prevent Yu Xiaogang from being beaten to death. But even after being saved, his condition was not optimistic. He looked like a pile of mush. Yu Xiaogang was tied to the wooden stake, his head hanging limply, his eyelids drooping weakly as if he might pass out completely at any moment, his entire body a bloody mess. Yet, through his drooping eyelids, his gaze was filled with endless resentment. There was resentment toward Qilin, toward Yu Luomian, toward the other clansmen, and even toward Luerlong. He hated her for standing by and watching him suffer. Although Yu Luomian had no intention of killing him, these tortures were far more painful than a quick death. He had etched every bit of today's suffering into his heart. After enduring endless torture, Yu Xiaogang's inner self had clearly become increasingly twisted. His already ordinary face looked even uglier due to his inner distortion. It was as if his appearance reflected his heart, to the point where even Luerlong, who still felt some friendship for him, couldn't help but frown and feel a sense of unease. Yu Luomian continued, since the punishment is over, take Yu Xiaogang away. He is not to step out of his room for 30 years. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaogang was struck as if by lightning. Second uncle, my father has only just died, you cannot treat me like this. Yu Xiaogang forced himself to gather his strength and shouted loudly. If he couldn't leave the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, how could he continue to mentor Tang San? How could he witness him become the strongest on the Duluo continent? No, he could not be trapped in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. However, Yu Luomian did not care about Yu Xiaogang at all, only snorting coldly, you still have the face to mention your father. Do you not know why he died? Yu Xiaogang fell silent upon hearing this, until he was dragged out of the morning hall by the 2 enforcement hall disciples. Yet, the resentment in his eyes had almost turned into a physical force. Meanwhile, far away at Heaven Do Academy, Qilin had no idea what Yu Xiaogang had experienced. However, he could roughly guess that he likely wouldn't have a good ending, even if he didn't die, he would be stripped of a layer of skin. In these past few days, many factions had traced things back to him, guessing that the mysterious expert who wiped out Yu Yuanzhen had something to do with him, so they secretly conducted another detailed investigation into his identity. People had successively tried to probe the members of the Wangdu team for information about him, but each time they did, the information was reported back to him by the Wangdu team members shortly after. Ning Fengji and Qian Runshui had even sought out Qilin in person. Of course, they weren't looking for Qilin to gather intelligence, they simply wanted to get closer to him. After all, standing behind Qilin was a peak expert of the current era, suspected to be a limit Duluo. Chapter 142, Gold Crocodile Duluo Suggestion, Matchmaking Qilin and Qian Runshui. Spirit Hall, Duluo Hall. Duluo Hall is located at the very peak of the Spirit Hall Sacred Mountain, overlooking the layers of clouds, with a majestic aura that seems to reach the very heavens. This palace is incomparably sacred to the spirit masters on the continent, who view it as the ultimate glory. Countless spirit masters leave their names in Duluo Hall after becoming a titled Duluo. Since the establishment of Duluo Hall, the plaques of hundreds of titled Duluo have been worshipped here. In the center of this majestic and incomparably sacred palace stands a 10-meter-tall statue with 3 pairs of wings on its back. This statue looks as if it were cast from gold, glowing with a brilliant golden light and exuding a sacred and powerful aura. Standing before the giant statue is a man wearing gray robes. He appears to be only 30 or 40 years old, handsome, with a calm and composed smile on his face. This person is none other than the Spirit Hall High Priest, Qian Runshui's grandfather, Qian Dalyu. Qian Dalyu has a faint smile on his face, yet his gaze is incomparably deep, with the appearance of the myriad phenomena of the universe flowing within his pupils. His heart is actually not calm. Just a few days ago, he felt an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. With his current strength, even if it were another limit Duluo, he would not be too moved. But the fluctuation from a few days ago was different. He felt a power that transcended the limit Duluo from that energy fluctuation. That energy did not belong to the mortal world, it was the energy of a deity. Qian Dalyu was shocked, yet also curious. Could it be that someone has completed the 100th level to become a god, or has a deity descended to the mortal world? Therefore, Qian Dalyu immediately sent people out to inquire for information, but unfortunately there has been no response yet. Just as Qian Dalyu was deep in thought, a sound of footsteps suddenly echoed in Duluo Hall. Qian Dalyu's eyes suddenly burst with a sharp glint, and he turned around. He saw a burly man wearing golden armor walking in from outside the great hall, striding like a dragon or a tiger, looking very much like an empire general or marshal. Second brother, you're here. How is the investigation going? Qian Dalyu looked at the burly man and spoke with a faint smile. The only person in the entire Spirit Hall who could be called second brother by him was the Spirit Hall second priest, a level 98 peak Duluo, Gold Crocodile Duluo. Gold Crocodile Duluo is actually a bit older than Qian Dalyu, but on the continent, strength is respected. Qian Dalyu is stronger, so naturally, he is the elder brother, and Gold Crocodile Duluo is convinced of this. Taking a large step forward, Gold Crocodile Duluo said with a grave expression, Big brother, a shocking event has indeed occurred on the continent recently. Gold Crocodile Duluo then recounted all the information he had gathered. After listening, the expression on Qian Dalyu's face changed slightly. I didn't expect that little guy, clan head Yu Yuanzhen, to actually be dead, and even the main peak of True Dragon Mountain was split in two. I remember that this generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan only has one titled Duluo holding down the fort. With clan head Yu Yuanzhen dead, I'm afraid the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will have a hard time for a while. But what I didn't expect is that the killing of clan head Yu Yuanjun could actually be related to Qilin. Qian Dalyu naturally knows Qilin, and it was information sent back by Qian Runshui. At that time, Qian Runshui mentioned Qilin in her letter, expressing great admiration for him, even bluntly stating that Qilin's talents surpassed her own. At first, Qian Dalyu naturally did not believe it, but as Qian Runshui sent several letters one after another, all related to Qilin, Qian Dalyu finally began to truly value Qilin. But he never imagined that such a powerful figure stood behind Qilin. Others might think that the person behind Qilin was just a limit Duluo, but Qian Dalyu, who clearly felt that supreme energy fluctuation, knew that the mysterious powerhouse was definitely not just a simple limit Duluo. He is a supreme expert who has touched the realm of deities. Perhaps he has not yet become a god, but he can unleash a majestic divine force comparable to a deity. Spirit Hall must absolutely not offend such an expert. Gold Crocodile Duluo looked at Qian Dalyu's expression and said in a deep voice, "Big brother, I have an idea." Qian Dalyu looked at Gold Crocodile Duluo with curiosity. "Speak." "Big brother, I went to the imperial capital and saw that girl Shui. I found that she seems to have quite a good impression of Qilin, and both of them have the potential to become gods. What do you think about the possibility of them being together?" Gold Crocodile Duluo expressed his opinion and continued with a smile. With Shui's talent, looking across the entire continent, I am afraid only Qilin is worthy of her. If the two can join forces, who in this continent could be their enemy? 100 years later, if both of them become gods at the 100th level, their names will be passed down through the ages. That would be a fine story. Hearing Gold Crocodile Duluo's words, Qian Dalyu was slightly stunned. It seemed really feasible. Thinking of this, a smile flashed in Qian Dalyu's eyes. That is a good idea, but it still depends on Shui's choice. Let me write a letter to ask for Shui's opinion. Seeing that Qian Dalyu had accepted his advice, Gold Crocodile Duluo laughed out loud. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bibi Dong sat on a throne above the Great Hall, wearing a luxurious black robe inlaid with gold patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, and her flawless face exuded a sacred aura, giving people a feeling that they could not help but want to worship her. She also received information about Qilin, learning that the little son she met in Nine City had grown to such a point, and that there was even a powerhouse suspected to be a limit Duluo standing behind him. Bibi Dong felt both gratified and happy, but also genuinely felt regret. If only she had brought Qilin to Spirit Hall to cultivate back then. Over the years, she had occasionally thought of Qilin, and even personally went to Nine Academy twice to watch over him from afar. She always felt that this little guy had a special magic. Every time she went to see him, she would have a feeling as if her soul had been purified, and her mind was unprecedentedly clear. As for Yu Xiaogang, she no longer had any feelings for him, and often reflected on how she could have fallen for him back then. Ignorant, foolish, and conceited, he was practically like a piece of trash. Especially after receiving the latest intelligence and learning of the grudge between Yu Xiaogang and Qilin, she once again clearly realized Yu Xiaogang's shamelessness. However, because of this piece of trash, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan suffered such a disaster. Even if he didn't die this time, he would likely lose a layer of skin, so it could be considered as getting what he deserved. After her thoughts drifted for a moment, Bibi Dong recalled the youth who was like a small son in her memory, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Speaking of which, that little guy should not have seen me for almost 7 years. I wonder if he still remembers me. Bibi Dong muttered to herself, and the thought of going to Heavendo Academy to see Qilin arose in her heart, as well as Qian Runshui. She had not seen her for several years either. Although Bibi Dong hated Jian Zunji, Qian Runshui was her own daughter after all. Chapter 143. The Soul Master competition approaches. The Tianshui girl group arrives. Shrek Academy. After Lu Erlong returned to the academy, Flender and Tang San immediately came together to ask her about Yu Xiaogang's condition. Upon hearing what Lu Erlong had to say, Flender and Tang San could not sit still, their faces pale with shock. Oh no, what is to be done? Flender looked anxious. Although he had secretly made up his mind to compete with Xiaoging for Erlong's heart, Yu Xiaoging was still his brother of over 20 years. Now that Yu Xiaoging had fallen into such a state, how could he not be worried for him? Tang San, meanwhile, had eyes burning red, breathing like an ox, and gritted his teeth as he said, how can the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan be so heartless? Teacher is, after all, the son of the Thunder Duluo. Now that the Thunder Duluo has just met with misfortune, for the new clan chief to treat Teacher this way, could it be that he is worried about Teacher competing for the position of clan chief? Can there be such scheming and infighting even among members of the same clan? Tang San growled through gritted teeth, as if a ball of fire were raging in his eyes. He did not notice, however, that Lu Erlong's face had already turned as black as coal. Flender, seeing this, realized things were going poorly and immediately stopped Tang San, saying, Tang San, do not speak nonsense. The new clan chief of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is the Thunder Duluo's own younger brother, and also Xiaoging's second uncle. It is absolutely impossible for him to specifically target Xiaoging because of the clan chief position. He knew, of course, that Yu Luomian was Lu Erlong's father. But Tang San did not know this, and upon hearing this, his anger burned even hotter. So what if he is the Thunder Duluo's own brother? Precisely because he is the Thunder Duluo's brother, he is even more worried that the hard-won position of clan chief will be snatched away by Teacher. Flender's mouth twitched upon hearing this. He really wanted to say to Tang San, you are truly overestimating Xiaoging. Even if all the experts of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan were dead, this position of clan chief would not fall into the hands of a spirit grandmaster. Even if Yu Xiaoging were the biological son of clan head Yu Yuanjun, so what? In this world, strength is ultimately supreme. Seeing Lu Erlong's increasingly dark complexion, Flender immediately gave a light cough. Tang San, everything you are saying is nonsense. The current clan chief is Erlong's father. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang San finally noticed Lu Erlong on the side. Looking at her expression, he couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly explained. Teacher Erlong, I did not know beforehand that the current clan chief was your father, otherwise I would never have said such things. Really, please, Teacher Erlong, you must believe me. Although Tang San explained desperately, Lu Erlong still kept a dark face, let out a cold snort, and turned to leave without looking back. Only Flender and Tang San remained in place. Tang San couldn't help but ask, Dean, weren't Teacher Erlong and Teacher once lovers? How could they be cousins? He naturally knew that Lu Erlong was a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but he had always assumed she was just a disciple with a different surname. After all, how could cousins become lovers? Flender sighed upon seeing this and immediately began to tell Tang San the story of the three of them from the past. After listening to Flender's account, Tang San said with a sincere expression, Dean, I was too rash just now, which is why I upset Teacher Erlong. Presumably, the reason her father punished Teacher like that was out of necessity. Otherwise, given the feelings between teacher Long and teacher, how could she bear to see teacher suffer such torture? But immediately after, Tang San frowned and said, "It's just that teacher Long said the reason teacher was punished was because he indirectly brought a powerful enemy to the family, leading to the Thunder Duo's misfortune. But given that teacher has been in the academy all this time, how could he have attracted such a powerful expert? Could this be a fabricated charge?" To avoid deepening the conflict between the people of Shrek Academy and Qilin, Luo Long had not explained the specific reason. At this moment, Flender, who was standing to the side with furrowed brows, suddenly said, "I do know of one person on the continent who has the ability to kill the Thunder Duo and also has a complicated history with Xiaoging." Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" "The current Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong," Flender said in a deep voice, enunciating every word. When Tang San heard the 3 words, Bibi Dong, his pupils suddenly constricted. ... As time passed, another 2.5 months flew by. Under the deliberate suppression by various forces, information regarding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the mysterious Limit Duo gradually faded away, and it was rarely discussed in public. Replacing it was the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Now, with less than half a year left until the start of the tournament, every academy was actively preparing for battle. The training of the Wangdu team was also proceeding in an orderly manner. Compared to 2.5 months ago, everyone had made great progress. Among them, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing's level of soul power control had reached an extremely profound realm, and their combat power had been greatly enhanced. This was demonstrated vividly in Ning Rongrong. Although she was a support soul master, her combat power was not at all weaker than a battle soul master of the same rank. Qilin had even created a set of spirit god sword arts and passed it on to Ning Rongrong. After mastering how to turn spirit power into tangible blades, Ning Rongrong, relying on this set of sword arts, could even contend with battle soul masters whose spirit power rank was 1 or 2 levels higher than hers. As for Zhu Zuqing, who was originally an agility attack system battle soul master, after mastering soul power control, she could even defeat opponents 7 or 8 levels above her in spirit power. As for the others in the Wangdu team, because of the support of Qilin's first spirit ability and 6th spirit ability, everyone had achieved a breakthrough of at least 1 level in these 2.5 months. Shimo even luckily had a breakthrough from rank 38 to rank 40, and then, under the guidance of a senior within his clan, went to the Sunset Forest to obtain his 4th spirit ring. The Wangdu team had added another spirit ancestor. And just on this day, Heavendo Academy suddenly became lively, especially the students within the academy, who were in high spirits. The reason for this was that the academy announcement stated that the 7 members of the Tianshui Academy team would be coming to Heavendo Academy as exchange students under the leadership of Tianshui Academy instructors. One had to know, Tianshui Academy only recruiting beauties was not just a rumor. Even Yufeng and Oslo from the Wangdu team felt extremely expectant. After training, Yufeng flatteringly came to Qilin's side and said, "Teacher Qilin, didn't I hear that you spent a week at Tianshui Academy? Is the Tianshui girl group really as beautiful and moving, and as good at singing and dancing, as the rumors say? Old man, do you think someone like me would have a chance?" Yufeng was cheerful and talkative, and he got along quite well with Qilin. He smiled and said, "Beautiful and moving is true, and good at singing and dancing is also true, but someone like you probably still lacks a bit. You aren't handsome enough, so I doubt you can attract the girls of the Tianshui girl group." Yufeng took out a mirror to check himself and narcissistically said, "Stop joking, I'm not handsome enough." Qilin tutted twice and suddenly pointed forward. "Look, the beauties of the Tianshui girl group have just arrived. If you're not afraid of getting rejected, go give it a try." Chapter 144, Mother and Daughter Meet, A Cold Relationship. Yufeng was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Following Qilin's gaze, he indeed saw a group of beautiful young women walking in this direction. The young women, each wearing short skirts, looked youthful and beautiful. Once they appeared in the training field, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the Wangdu team. A second ago, Yufeng was still narcissistically preening himself in a small mirror, but the next second, upon seeing the Tianshui girl group, he instantly lost his nerve, put away the mirror, and appeared somewhat at a loss. Watching his drastic change in demeanor, Qilin couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Just like this," he teased, "why have you stopped talking? Do you feel you are not handsome enough again?" Yufeng gave a sheepish smile. He was just speaking casually. How would he dare to actually flirt with the beauties of the Tianshui girl group? Moreover, his family had arranged a childhood marriage for him not long after he was born, a political marriage, waiting only for him to graduate to get married. At this moment, the Tianshui girl group had already spotted Qilin and waved at him from afar. Shui Yuer, who was following behind Shui Binger, shouted happily, "Brother Qilin, we have come to find you." Seeing this, the members of the Wangdu team looked at Qilin in unison, their expressions seemingly saying, "Why does it feel like the members of the Tianshui Academy team are overly enthusiastic towards you?" Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the others also wore expressions of suspicion. They knew all too well how popular Qilin was with girls. Even with them watching over him at Heavendo Academy, there were female students wandering near Qilin's dormitory every day, wearing increasingly revealing clothing. How could they not know what these female students were planning? However, they didn't care, because those female students were either just mediocre, lacking both looks and talent, and perhaps even promiscuous in private. There was no way Qilin would ever take a fancy to them. But the Tianshui girl group was different. As members of the Tianshui Academy team for this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, their talent was unquestionable, and each of their appearances could be described as 1 in 10,000. Especially the young woman in the lead, her appearance was in no way inferior to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zuqing. If one didn't consider their figures, even Du Guyan was not as beautiful as her. Especially with so many sisters supporting her from behind, she clearly looked like a formidable rival. Seeing this, Qilin also walked up with a smile and said, "I didn't expect you all to really come." Shui Yuer, with a love-struck expression, said happily, "Brother Qilin, it has only been over 3 months, how come it feels like you've become even more handsome? Could it be because I've missed you so much during this time?" The others in the Tianshui girl group touched their foreheads speechlessly when they saw Shui Yuer's behavior. "This girl is too embarrassing." Shui Binger looked at Qilin with a smile and said, "The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament will be held in a few months. While there is still time, we propose to the dean to come to Heavendo Academy for an exchange and study. However, Senior Qilin shouldn't be unwelcoming to us, right?" Shui Binger's eyes looked misty, and the gaze she directed at Qilin also revealed a hint of longing. "That is naturally no problem. Teaching 1 team is teaching, and teaching 2 teams is also teaching, but I will be charging tuition fees, oh." Qilin looked at the Tianshui girl group and teased with a smile. Shui Binger said with a beaming smile, is it the same as it was at Tianshui Academy? Qilin nodded with a chuckle. He actually quite missed the performances of the Tianshui girl group. Subsequently, Qilin brought the Tianshui girl group before the Wangdu team. Come, let me introduce you all. Thus, Qilin helped everyone introduce themselves to each other. After introducing Xiao Wu and the others, the Tianshui girl group members were all filled with astonishment, especially after Qilin finished introducing their ranks, they nearly dropped their jaws in shock. Heavens, how do they cultivate? They are clearly not even 14 or 15 years old, yet their spirit power ranks are so high. Big Sister Spirit is the top tier spirit, Ice Phoenix, and she even has an 8 rank 9 spirit power, but even so, Big Sister only reached rank 40 at 15. Could it be that these little sisters all have an 8 full spirit power? Even Shui Binger was deeply struck. She had thought her talent was already very good, but she hadn't expected to suddenly encounter so many geniuses who far surpassed her. As for the others in the Wangdu team, they were unfazed, clearly having known about this matter for a long time. After all, training in the same field often, it was impossible not to notice such a huge change. Initially, Yu Feng and the others were equally shocked, but when they learned that the medicinal materials needed to refine the medicinal pill were the world rare immortal herbs, they could only shed tears of envy. Just as the Tianshui girl group arrived at Heavendo Academy, in Heavendo City, at the Crown Prince's residence. Qian Runshui looked at the noble and sacred woman who suddenly appeared before her, her expression suddenly freezing. A moment later, having regained her composure, she said in a flat tone, why have you come? Bibi Dong gazed at Qian Runshui, who was in the guise of Shui Qing, and a strange emotional fluctuation appeared in her heart, but she said in an undeniable tone, I am not used to seeing you in this appearance, change back to your original appearance when you were in front of me. Qian Runshui snorted coldly, staring straight into Bibi Dong's eyes without showing any weakness. This is the Crown Prince's residence in Heavendo City. If you want to put on your Supreme Pontiff airs, go to your Supreme Pontiff Palace to do it. Bibi Dong smiled faintly, it seems after not seeing each other for several years, you don't even recognize me as your mother anymore. Hearing the word, mother, Qian Runshui's breathing immediately became heavy, and then she said, almost through gritted teeth, don't forget, it was you yourself who told me to address you as sister, back then. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression instantly froze. Her feelings for Qian Runshui were particularly complex. In the past, especially during the period when Qian Runshui was just born, her emotions toward Qian Runshui were mostly resentment and disgust. That was why Bibi Dong chose to send Qian Runshui to Heavendo City to replace Shui Qing, to be out of sight and out of mind. In the past, her mind had always been shrouded by various evil thoughts, but over the last few years, her state of mind had become much more ethereal, and the various evil thoughts caused by the Rakshasa god legacy had also weakened significantly. Because of this reason, although she still hated and loathed Qian Zunji, her disgust for Qian Runshui had decreased significantly. Looking at the cold eyes with which Qian Runshui was now looking at her, Bibi Dong only felt as if her heart had been grabbed by a hand, giving rise to a feeling of heartache. After a moment, she said, from now on, you don't need to call me a sister, anymore, you can just address me as, mother, directly. However, the response she received was Qian Runshui's cold sneer. Bibi Dong, what tricks are you playing again? Bibi Dong said seriously, I said, from now on you can just address me as, mother, directly, you don't need to call me a sister, anymore. Chapter 145, Meeting Bibi Dong again, alarming the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong's reply once again, along with the earnest expression on her face, caused the expression on Qian Runshui's face to suddenly freeze. After a long while, she continued with a cold sneer, what kind of joke are you making? Do you really think that because of one sentence from you, I would just obediently follow along? Do you know how I have spent these past 10+ years? Bibi Dong was silent for a moment before speaking, in the past, I wronged you. Ridiculous, what is the use of saying sorry now? Bibi Dong was never good at expressing herself, and now, facing Qian Runshui's questioning, she could only stand there. She did not speak of that past which she found hateful and despicable, she simply stood in silence for a while before leaving behind one sentence. Since you are unwilling to see me, then I shall leave. However, from this day forth, you are free. If you wish to continue lurking, then continue lurking. If you do not want to lurk anymore, you may return to Spirit Hall at any time. Having said this, Bibi Dong's figure flashed, and like a phantom, she disappeared from Qian Runshui's line of sight. Once Bibi Dong had left, Qian Runshui let out a long sigh of relief, a look of confusion and complexity flashing in her eyes. She muttered to herself, she seems really different from before. Qian Runshui recalled the scenes from her childhood every time she faced Bibi Dong. Back then, her face always seemed shrouded in a layer of gloom, and her whole body was filled with hostility. But now, Qian Runshui actually saw a hint of a remorseful expression on Bibi Dong's face. It was hard to imagine that this was an expression she would see on Bibi Dong. As for Bibi Dong's last sentence, she gave a cold sneer. She had already been lurking in the Heavendo Empire for over 10 years, how could she give up halfway? On the other side, after Bibi Dong left the Crown Prince's residence, she flashed toward the direction of Heavendo Academy. When Bibi Dong snuck into Heavendo Academy and saw Qilin from afar, she did not reveal herself immediately. Instead, Qilin, who was chatting with the others, noticed her gaze and turned to look in her direction. Qilin's mental force was too strong now, it was very easy for him to discover Bibi Dong's position. After dispersing, Xiao Wu and the others originally wanted to go to Qilin's dormitory, but he sent them all away, telling them to accompany the Tianshui girl group to stroll around the academy and familiarize themselves with the environment. After they had all left, Qilin walked toward the direction where Bibi Dong was located. Seeing Qilin walking toward her, Bibi Dong was moved by his keenness, and she stepped out from the shadow of a large tree. Looking at Qilin, who was already much taller than her, Bibi Dong put away her noble and holy aura, and a soft smile appeared on her face. Little guy, long time no see. Big sister Bibi Dong, long time no see to you too. Qilin's expression was relaxed, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Bibi Dong was slightly stunned upon hearing this. You recognize my identity. Qilin was speechless after hearing this, isn't that obvious? Although you didn't leave your name back then, you are a titled Duluo, possess a 100,000-year spirit ring, and look so beautiful. If it's not the current Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong, then who could it be? He. Hearing Qilin say she was beautiful, a captivating smile could not help but spread across Bibi Dong's face. But you, little guy, don't seem surprised at all. Qilin made a bare shrugging gesture and then said, I was born with a very strong capacity to handle things. Seeing this, Bibi Dong teased, you are not just simple enough to have a strong capacity to handle things. A 13-year-old spirit king. If I had known earlier that you, little guy, had such talent, I would have dragged you to Spirit Hall even if I had to tie you up. Do you know that information about you was sent to Spirit Hall via Urgent Express several months ago? Qilin smiled and said, it seems I can be considered famous throughout the world now. Did you come this time to recruit me on behalf of Spirit Hall, big sister? After saying this, Qilin looked at Bibi Dong curiously. Upon hearing this, the latter rolled her eyes at Qilin and said, in your eyes, am I really such a utilitarian person? No, Qilin immediately explained. Bibi Dong continued on her own, I came this time not only to see how you have grown over these years, but also because I wanted to see another person who was very important to me. Qilin suddenly realized, that person was obviously Qian Runshui. However, he remembered that in the original work, the relationship between Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong seemed quite terrible. Looking at the current situation, it seemed that the relationship between the two had a trend of improving. This could be considered the butterfly effect. Thinking about how in the original work, Bibi Dong's soul was corrupted by the Rakshasa god, making her increasingly insane, Qilin immediately said, by the way, big sister Bibi Dong, I have a spirit ability that might be of some help to you. Bibi Dong smiled and said, I remember now, you, little guy, are also a support soul master. What kind of spirit ability could possibly help me? I am a titled Duluo, you know. Qilin smiled confidently. Don't worry, it will definitely help. Having said this, Qilin opened his hand, and his four-leaf clover martial soul immediately emerged from his palm. Qilin's current four-leaf clover martial soul had completely turned blue gold, looking radiant and shining. Afterward, 6 spirit rings spiraled up from beneath Qilin's feet. Platinum, brilliant gold, crimson, emerald green, blue gold, snow white. Spirit Emperor. Seeing the 6 spirit rings spiraling around Qilin, Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly constricted. She did not expect that in just a few short months, Qilin had gone from being a newly entered spirit king to a spirit emperor. Thinking of this, a look of worry flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. There are many methods on the continent that can cause spirit power to soar, but most of them have side effects. Bibi Dong was afraid that Qilin had fallen into a trap. At this moment, the 6th spirit ring on Qilin's body suddenly flashed. 6th spirit ability, purifying divine light. In the next second, a large snow white light shot into Bibi Dong's body. Feeling the warmth suddenly spreading through her body, Bibi Dong's expression was startled. She only felt her whole body suddenly lighten, and a sense of relief welled up from within. This feeling. I feel as if my soul has been purified, I feel unprecedentedly relaxed. At this very moment, Bibi Dong only felt her mind was clearer than ever before, and all sorts of things from the past flooded into her heart. Suddenly, a fierce look flashed in her eyes. Rakshasa god, what a good Rakshasa god. To actually attempt to influence my mind. Meanwhile, in the god realm. In a massive palace shrouded in black mist and evil chi, a woman with a bewitching figure and an eerie aura suddenly woke from her slumber, a look of astonishment appearing on her face. Who moved my legacy successor? She sensed that the mark she had left on her legacy successor had actually been erased. One must know, this was a mark left by her, it was absolutely impossible for anyone in the lower realm to be able to dispel it, unless a deity intervened. Thinking of this, the Rakshasa god frowned slightly. Could it be that guy Asura intervened? No, I must see what exactly has happened in the lower realm. Chapter 146, the Rakshasa god reduced to a toy. The Rakshasa god narrowed its beautiful eyes, which flashed with a captivating light, and then used its divine sense to perceive its successor. Although the mark it had left on the successor had been erased, as long as the successor was not yet dead, it could descend into the successor's body using its divine thought. Although the god realm had explicit regulations that deities could not interfere in the affairs of the lower realm. But as a first-tier deity, as long as it did not interfere excessively, nothing major would happen even if it were caught. With a thought, a wisp of the Rakshasa god's divine thought had already descended into Bibi Dong's body. Its arrival was not perceived by Bibi Dong in the slightest. But after it descended into Bibi Dong's body, it became even more curious. What pure purification energy, it is actually able to purify a soul contaminated by the Rakshasa divine force. When did such a person appear in the lower realm? Wait, why does this brat have such a familiar aura? This aura. It is Asura. How can this brat have the aura of that fellow Asura? Could he be Asura's successor? No, he does not have the legacy mark of the Asura god, and he has not even mastered the slaughter god domain. How could he be Asura's successor? A bit interesting. The Rakshasa god curled its lips upward. I would like to see what kind of sacred being you are. After speaking, with a thought from the Rakshasa god, its divine thought transformed into a barely perceptible wisp of black light, flew out of Bibi Dong's body, and then flew into Qilin's body. Qilin's eyebrows suddenly raised. Some dirty thing has entered my body again. He was no longer the same person he was a few years ago. His powerful, one could even say vast, mental force allowed him to detect its presence the instant the Rakshasa god's divine thought arrived. Consequently, Qilin immediately split off a wisp of consciousness and also entered the sea of consciousness. On the other side, the Rakshasa god, having entered Qilin's sea of consciousness, looked at the scene within Qilin's sea of consciousness, and a look of shock appeared on its face. Is this a sea of consciousness that a mortal could possess? The Rakshasa god looked at the vast, endless sea of consciousness before it, shrouded in golden radiance and filled with a sacred aura. And its own image, shrouded in black mist, appeared incredibly out of place in this sea of consciousness space. This aura is Asura. His divine sense once came here, but it suffered a setback and was refined. I never expected that he would also have a time when he failed. Slaughter City was originally the legacy site of the Asura god, and obtaining the slaughter god domain granted one the qualifications to accept the Asura god's trial. Theoretically, both Bibi Dong and Tang Hao were qualified to participate in the Asura god's trial. The Rakshasa god had always been at odds with the Asura god, so it intercepted Bibi Dong and made her its successor. Of course, another reason was that Bibi Dong's heart was filled with hatred and darkness at that time, and combined with her high talent, she met the Rakshasa god's criteria for the legacy. It is just a pity that the Rakshasa god was incredibly stingy when it came to treating its successor. It gave no divine artifacts, nor did it give rewards, but instead imposed a pile of restrictions on her. Otherwise, with Bibi Dong's talent, she would have likely become a god long ago. Look at the sea god next door, it really couldn't wait to spoon-feed Tang San. Divine artifacts, god-bestowed spirit rings, and spirit ring ages were added on coolly. In just 5 years, he went from a level 60-something spirit saint to a level 100 god. So, the kind person who sent me the mental force origin last time was the Asura god. Just as the Rakshasa god was laughing heartily, a voice suddenly rang out beside its ear. The Rakshasa god's eyes instantly narrowed, and then it saw a figure that had appeared beside it without it knowing when. Perhaps because this was only a divine thought of its own, and the energy contained was far less than its divine sense, even if it were lost, it would not be worth mentioning. Or perhaps it was because the Asura god had suffered a setback in this sea of consciousness space, so it was very happy. After being surprised for a moment, the Rakshasa god's face returned to a relaxed expression. Especially after hearing Qilin's words, it laughed until it couldn't close its mouth. Hee, a kind person who sent mental force origin. If that fellow Asura were to know you said this, wouldn't he be angered to death? Qilin shrugged and said matter-of-factly, of course, it could also be counted as his apology gift. Entering my sea of consciousness without my permission, if something goes wrong, it's deserved. After speaking, Qilin's gaze also glanced at the Rakshasa god on the side. You are the same. Upon hearing this, the Rakshasa god's bewitchingly beautiful face revealed a pitiful expression, and its enchanting body was almost pressed against Qilin. Then, little brother, how do you want to punish big sister? Its eyes emitted a bewitching purple light. Unlike Gu Yuina's pure and cold purple pupils, its gaze was incredibly bewitching, giving one a soul-captivating feeling. And its voice revealed a feeling that tempted one to commit a crime. Qilin rubbed his chin, then snapped his fingers. The Rakshasa god's expression changed instantly, and it said solemnly, what did you just do? It discovered that its divine thought had actually lost contact with the main body. And when it prepared to leave Qilin's sea of consciousness, it discovered that it was actually unable to move. Its divine thought was trapped by Qilin in the sea of consciousness. Qilin looked at the Rakshasa god with a grin and said, didn't you say to let me punish you? Then, I will punish you to be a toy for me in my sea of consciousness. The Rakshasa god snorted coldly. Little guy, you are thinking quite nicely. Do you think that by trapping me here, I will let you manipulate me? You have underestimated me too much, you must know. I am the Rakshasa god. However, the expression on Qilin's face remained unchanged. Then why don't you try it? Upon hearing this, the Rakshasa god immediately prepared to self-destruct its divine thought. However, the next second, it discovered that it couldn't even self-destruct its divine thought. Qilin smiled and said, this is my sea of consciousness, and it is also my world, everything is under my control. As long as I don't allow it, you cannot commit suicide. Upon hearing this, the Rakshasa god's expression changed, and a look of regret flashed in its eyes. It had been careless. It originally thought that the brat before it was just a mortal, but it did not expect that he had such means. Now that it was trapped in his sea of consciousness world, unable to escape and unable to commit suicide, wouldn't it be at his mercy? Qilin also very cooperatively reached out and pinched its face. It feels real, cold and cool, with a very good texture. What are you doing? The Rakshasa god was furious at being pinched by Qilin, but it discovered that its body was just like a doll, unable to move. Qilin looked at the Rakshasa god in confusion. Didn't you ask me to punish you? After speaking, he intensified his actions, using both hands to pinch both of the Rakshasa god's cheeks and pulling them outward. You are presumptuous. Having its cheeks pinched by a youth like Do instantly caused the Rakshasa god to feel intense shame. Although this was only its divine thought, it also carried the consciousness of its main body. Moreover, the Rakshasa god was even more afraid that the brat before it would do even more excessive things did. Chapter 147, Imprisoning the Rakshasa god, Thoughts on Creating a God Position. Looking at the Rakshasa god's fierce but cowardly appearance, Qilin clearly saw a trace of panic in her eyes. Qilin released the Rakshasa god's enchanting face and then looked her up and down. She wore a long purple dress, her figure was exquisite and voluptuous, and her purple hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her flawless face looked enchanting and moving, especially those purple eyes, which seemed capable of capturing souls. Qilin couldn't help but exclaim, you are truly beautiful, you could easily rank in the top 3 among the girls I know. Among the girls Qilin knew, only Ji Yuina's appearance was on par with the Rakshasa god's. Of course, if you count temperament, different people have different opinions. Some people like cold and aloof, so they would naturally feel Ji Yuina is more beautiful. While others like enchanting and charming, so they would naturally feel the Rakshasa god is more beautiful. Of course, Qilin is different, he likes beauties of all styles. But if he really had to rank Ji Yuina and the Rakshasa god based on appearance, considering their closeness, Qilin would cast his vote for Ji Yuina. Upon hearing Qilin's words, the Rakshasa god's body trembled slightly, and she hurriedly said, little brother, this sister was wrong. I shouldn't have broken into your sea of consciousness without permission. Please, don't do anything reckless. Qilin said with a troubled expression, that won't do. Without rules, there is no order. How can one not accept punishment after doing something wrong? The expression on the Rakshasa god's face stiffened, she knew that she was now in a vulnerable position and had to bow her head. Otherwise, if Qilin kept this divine thought of hers imprisoned in his mind, day after day. The key point was that she couldn't even commit suicide with this divine thought. Thinking of such a scenario, the Rakshasa god felt ashamed while simultaneously wanting to cry but having no tears. She truly regretted it this time. Little brother, this sister truly knows she was wrong. As long as you spare me this once, this sister can help you contact other deities, allowing you to inherit a god position. What do you think? Qilin shook his head and said, not good. I don't care for that so-called god position. Besides, if I want to become a god, why must I inherit someone else's god position? Can't I just create a god position myself? After Qilin finished speaking, the Rakshasa god immediately chimed in, yes, little brother is right. With little brother's ability, there's no god position in the god realm that is worthy of you. Good little brother, as long as you release this divine thought of mine, when I return to the god realm, I will specially send a few goddesses from the god realm down for you, how about that? And aren't you wanting to create your own god position? This sister can also provide you with help. Right now, the Rakshasa god only wanted to stabilize Qilin, or at least escape from here first. Watching the Rakshasa god's 180-degree turn in attitude, Qilin smiled and said, don't waste your efforts. Since you've already come to my sea of consciousness, don't even think about leaving. Seeing that the temptation didn't work, the Rakshasa god's expression shifted, and she immediately threatened, little guy, I advise you to release me. You must know that I am only a divine thought right now. If you imprison me here, aren't you afraid that my true body will come knocking? Qilin shook his head honestly. Not afraid. Seeing Qilin, who was impervious to both threats and blandishments, the Rakshasa god was almost driven mad. She was just trying to scare Qilin earlier. After all, this divine thought of hers had already lost contact with her true body, and her true body didn't know what was happening here. Furthermore, not to mention that deities cannot descend to the lower realm, even if they could, she might not necessarily be able to do anything to this strange kid. Otherwise, given the personality of that guy, the Asura god, if he had suffered a loss at this kid's hands, he wouldn't be able to just swallow his anger. It could only mean that there was something on this kid that even the Asura god was wary of. A moment later, the Rakshasa god's expression changed, looking pitiful. Good little brother, what do you want me to do so you will release this sister? With her delicate and alluring voice, an ordinary man would likely feel pity for the Rakshasa god upon hearing it and would then uncontrollably agree to her. But this trick of hers didn't work on Qilin. Qilin snorted softly, then said, you actually threatened me just now, and I'm not happy. After speaking, Qilin raised his hand and beckoned. The Rakshasa god was instantly and uncontrollably thrown into Qilin's arms, and Qilin, without showing any mercy, raised his hand and fiercely spanked her plump, rounded buttocks. The sound of papa echoed throughout the sea of consciousness space. Intense pain and a sense of shame instantly welled up in the Rakshasa god's heart, even causing her to let out a soft groan. Release. Presumptuous. Release this deity now, and I will forgive your sins. Otherwise, one day in the future, I will definitely beat you until you are smashed to pieces and your soul flying away and spirit scattering. Oh, you still dare to be so arrogant. Then I definitely cannot release you. After saying this, Qilin increased the force in his hand again. Bastard, let go. The Rakshasa god wanted to struggle, but she discovered that she was like a puppet. No matter how she screamed, her divine thought body couldn't move even a fraction. After spanking her for quite a while, Qilin finally let go, feeling satisfied. A flash of hatred crossed the Rakshasa god's eyes, but she still gritted her teeth and said, can you release this deity now? Qilin looked at her with a surprised expression and said, releasing you now, wouldn't that be like letting a tiger return to the mountain? That won't do. You. The Rakshasa god was furious, but she had no way to deal with Qilin. Seeing this, Qilin said with a grin, actually, being my toy isn't so bad. From now on, just stay in my sea of consciousness and serve me. Whenever you serve me well enough to make me happy, I will let you out. After speaking, Qilin lifted the restrictions on her, allowing her to move freely within his sea of consciousness, though her abilities remained sealed. Subsequently, Qilin waved his hand, and he and the Rakshasa god appeared in another area of the sea of consciousness. There, in the area, the Ice Empress, who was exquisite and translucent like an emerald, was lying down resting. The appearance of Qilin and the Rakshasa god instantly disturbed the resting Ice Empress. She opened her eyes and looked at Qilin and the Rakshasa god before her, asking curiously, Qilin, who is she? Qilin smiled and said, she is a divine thought of the Rakshasa god from the god realm. Of course, she is my prisoner now, trapped in my sea of consciousness. The Rakshasa god. The Ice Empress's pupils constricted, and she looked at Qilin in disbelief. Had she been asleep for a long time? Even a deity's divine thought could only act as a prisoner in Qilin's hands. Subsequently, the Ice Empress looked at the Rakshasa god with a slightly nervous expression. This was her first time seeing a deity. Qilin waved his hand and said with a relaxed expression, relax, I have already sealed her abilities, and I have also cut off the connection between her and her true body. I was just thinking that you must be lonely in the sea of consciousness, so I brought her over for you. You can find her to relieve your boredom, but be careful that she doesn't commit suicide, don't let her die. Of course, don't take her too seriously, a prisoner should have the awareness of a prisoner. The Ice Empress nodded. Leave it to me. Alright, I'm going out first. After Qilin finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the sea of consciousness. Only, before leaving, he always felt as if he had forgotten something. Tian Meng, what about me? What about me? Who is going to relieve my boredom? Chapter 148, Tian Runshui's thoughts, the best candidate for a husband. God realm. The Rakshasa god suddenly frowned, looking puzzled. What is going on? My connection with my divine thought has actually been severed. Could it be that something unknown has happened to my inheritor? After muttering to herself, the Rakshasa god originally wanted to send another divine thought down to the Duluo continent to investigate. But as soon as a divine thought was sent down, the connection with the main body was immediately severed, sending another one would likely be useless. And projecting divine sense down was too big of a move, which would likely attract the attention of the god realm's enforcers. She and the Asura god were already on bad terms, and if caught by the Asura god, she would surely be persecuted. After thinking for a while, the Rakshasa god ultimately did not continue to take action, only planning to try contacting the divine thought that had lost connection with her after some time. The Rakshasa god could perceive that her divine thought should be trapped somewhere and unable to escape, not destroyed. On the other side, after Bibi Dong sensed that her soul had been purified by Qilin's spirit ability, a look of pleasant surprise immediately appeared on her face. In fact, she had always known that during the process of accepting the Rakshasa god's legacy, her will was constantly being twisted by the Rakshasa god. Although Bibi Dong tried her best to restrain it, she could only delay the speed of the distortion and could not completely avoid it. But today, the problem with her soul and will had actually been solved by Qilin's spirit ability. Little guy, you really have given Big Sister a huge surprise. Bibi Dong looked at Qilin with joy, finding that he was truly her lucky star. Everything had started to go smoothly ever since she met him. As long as I can help Big Sister, that's all that matters. Qilin said with a smile. Bibi Dong said seriously, you have helped Big Sister a great deal this time. What reward do you want? As long as Big Sister has it, I can reward it to you. Seeing this, Qilin raised his wrist. On his wrist, the silver bracelet was particularly conspicuous. He smiled and said, no need, Big Sister has already given me the reward in advance. Looking at the silver storage bracelet on Qilin's hand, Bibi Dong laughed. This storage bracelet was a gift I gave you because you called me Big Sister, how can that count as a reward? Think of something else. Hearing this, Qilin spread his hands and said, but I don't know what I lack. I am quite fond of crafting spirit tools, which require some high-grade materials, but I had quite a harvest a while ago, so it's enough for a long time. Hearing this, Bibi Dong said, then what about spirit bone? Do you lack any? How about Big Sister gives you a few spirit bones? In Bibi Dong's view, giving only one spirit bone was completely unworthy of the help Qilin had given her. Qilin asked curiously, Big Sister Bibi Dong, if you give me spirit bones, will the upper echelons of the spirit hall agree? Bibi Dong snorted coldly. I am the Supreme Pontiff, who would dare to disagree? Qilin couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Big Sister is mighty. Seeing his expression, Bibi Dong giggled, then said dotingly, how about you come back to the spirit hall with Big Sister, and Big Sister will make you the saint of the spirit hall. In the future, the entire spirit hall will be yours. Hearing this, Qilin's eyes widened. With this person, Rongrong could at most be considered a little rich girl, but this one was the biggest rich woman, she could give away the spirit hall just like that. It's just that if that happened, Tian Runshui would probably have something to say. Qilin did not refuse directly, but said, not now, I still have to lead the Wangdu team to win the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. However, when I make up my mind one day, Big Sister must not turn me away. BB Dong smiled gently. The doors of the spirit hall are always open for you. Qilin grinned. That's a deal then. After that, BB Dong chatted with Qilin for a while longer before leaving. Before leaving, she also gave Qilin a Supreme Pontiff token. The Supreme Pontiff token is the highest level token issued by the Spirit Hall to non-Spirit Hall personnel. Anyone holding the token not only possesses the prestige of a Spirit Hall elder but also represents the Supreme Pontiff's personal presence. The Spirit Hall had only issued 3 Supreme Pontiff tokens to the outside world, which were issued to the upper 3 sects respectively. However, as the Supreme Pontiff, she could naturally bring out another Supreme Pontiff token. BB Dong said to Qilin, if you encounter any trouble and need help, take this Supreme Pontiff token to find the Platinum Bishop Solace of the Heaven Do City Spirit Hall, and he will help you unconditionally. Qilin nodded and smiled. Thank you for your concern, Big Sister BB Dong. I will accept this token. After speaking, he took the Supreme Pontiff token from BB Dong's hand. Although there was a high probability that he wouldn't need the Supreme Pontiff token, this was, after all, BB Dong's kind intention. Seeing Qilin accept the Supreme Pontiff token, BB Dong left with satisfaction. After BB Dong left, for the next few months until the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament began, the members of the Wangdu team taught by Qilin lived very fulfilling lives. As for Qilin himself, he lived a very leisurely, or rather, very comfortable life. During this period, Qian Runshui, disguised as Shui Qing, would come to Heaven Do Academy to find Qilin every few days. In the eyes of outsiders, this was the Heaven Do Crown Prince showing respect to the talented and wanting to win Qilin over. Of course, Qian Runshui herself had this intention, especially after learning that Qilin had quietly reached rank 70. Besides being shocked, she wanted to befriend Qilin even more unreservedly. Even the suggestions mentioned in the letter sent by her grandfather were carefully included in her considerations. In Qian Runshui's view, her grandfather's suggestion was very pertinent. If there was anyone on the current continent who was most qualified to be her husband, it was undoubtedly Qilin. Of course, the most important thing was that Qian Runshui found that she did not repel Qilin. In fact, every time she talked with Qilin, his almost omniscient knowledge always made Qian Runshui's eyes light up. And Qilin's unparalleled talent made Qian Runshui admire him from the bottom of her heart, feeling inferior to him. Because she knew that even if she weren't pretending to be Shui Qing and devoted herself entirely to cultivate, her speed of cultivation would still not be able to catch up with Qilin. It could be said that in Qian Runshui's eyes, Qilin was simply the most perfect candidate for a husband. It's a pity that Qilin was too unfaithful, entangled with multiple women. However, Qian Runshui surprisingly found that she didn't have much resistance to it. This might be because Qilin was too outstanding. Moreover, Qian Runshui had lurked in Heaven Do for many years as Shui Qing and had seen too many examples of men with multiple wives and concubines. Especially her convenient father, Emperor Shui Yi, whose harem of 3,000 beauties was no joke. It was precisely because she had seen so much that Qian Runshui was not resistant to these things. However, if she really wanted to marry Qilin in the future, the position of the main wife must belong to her. Chapter 149, The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament begins. On the other side, the members of the Wangdu team, along with Xiao Wu and the others, also underwent significant changes. In less than half a year, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing had surprisingly both broken through 3 ranks, reaching rank 48. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, broke through 2 ranks, reaching rank 54. Excluding Xiao Wu, Du Guyan had the highest rank, reaching rank 52. Apart from these 4, all other members of the Wangdu team had broken through rank 40. Yu Feng and Oslo both reached rank 41, while the brothers Shimo and Shimo reached rank 43 and rank 42, respectively. As for Yi Lingling, who originally had the lowest spirit power rank in the Wangdu team, she had instead caught up from behind. Because Yi Lingling's family liked collecting herbs, and upon learning that Qilin's alchemy skills were highly advanced, she had her mother take out the family's entire collection. Du Guyan was also very generous, allowing Qilin to go to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well to pick a few herbs to help refine medicinal pills for Yi Lingling. Although no immortal herb was given, any single herb from the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well was equally invaluable. In the end, although the medicinal pill Qilin helped refine for Yi Lingling was far from being as heaven-defying as the creation heaven-mending pill, it could still evolve her spirit to a certain extent and cleanse her marrow and change her tendons. Yi Lingling's spirit power also broke through 5 ranks in a row. Now, her spirit power rank had reached rank 46, surpassing the brothers Shimo and Shimo. For this reason, Yi Lingling's mother had personally prepared heavy gifts and visited Qilin, Du Gubo, and Du Guyan. Besides this, because Yu Feng and Oslo had the lowest spirit power ranks among everyone, they were transferred to the Heaven Do Academy main team. That's right, the main team. Heaven Do Academy possessed 2 slots for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. The main team would directly advance to the finals, while the sub-team needed to participate in the preliminary and qualifying rounds. With absolute certainty of passing the preliminary rounds, who wouldn't want to show off in front of others? Therefore, Qilin waved his hand. The 2 teams of Heaven Do Academy did not need substitutes. Whoever was the weakest before the start of the tournament would join the main team and be directly guaranteed a spot in the finals. Therefore, during this period, everyone could be said to be cultivating desperately. The spirit power of Yu Feng, Oslo, and Yi Lingling originally didn't differ much, but now that Yi Lingling had taken off thanks to the pills, weren't Yu Feng and Oslo the only 2 unlucky ones left? Yu Feng was a flighty person, and after knowing he had no way to show off in front of others, he wailed for an entire afternoon. Besides this, the members of Tianshui Academy also made significant progress. Although Shui Binger did not take any pills, she still reached rank 45 before the tournament began. In the original work, she was only rank 43 at this time. Besides her, Shui Wu was rank 43, Yu Hera was rank 42, Ji Yu Kingbo was rank 41, and even the weakest, Shui Yuer, had reached rank 38. It could be said that the overall strength of Tianshui Academy far exceeded the original work. If paired with the martial soul fusion skill of the sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, I fear that among all the teams in the Heaven Do Empire, only the Tiando Academy sub-team could defeat them. In the original work, it was initially the martial soul fusion skill of Shui Wu and Shui Binger, but it was later changed to the sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yuer. Besides the compatibility of martial souls, a martial soul fusion skill also requires a meeting of minds, so it is more suitable between sisters. The latter setting is adopted directly. The opening ceremony of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament was held at the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena. As the grandest tournament in the Spirit Masters world, everyone from high-ranking officials and nobles to commoners was paying attention to this grand event. Early in the morning, Heaven-Do City was already buzzing with voices and exceptionally lively. The Heaven-Do Great Spirit Arena. As the main venue for the Heaven-Do Empire Division, the Heaven-Do Great Spirit Arena had already stopped all soul fighting matches a month ago and combined all the soul fighting platforms into one huge competition venue. Furthermore, the entire Heaven-Do Great Spirit Arena could accommodate nearly 100,000 spectators. Outside the soul fighting arena, Qilin walked in front of the 14 members of the Heaven-Do Academy main team and sub-team. They were all uniformly dressed in school uniforms with white as the main color, accented with gold accessories, and designed to be exquisite and luxurious, making them look high-spirited and vigorous. Except for the Tiando Academy sub-team, the Heaven-Do Academy main team had Yufeng and Oslo as the captain and vice-captain. The remaining members were filled in from Heaven-Do Academy. Their spirit power ranks were not weak, all reaching above rank 35, but their practical combat abilities were another matter. The students of Heaven-Do Academy were all nobles of the Heaven-Do Empire, and there was no lack of those who used various means to artificially boost their spirit power ranks. However, such methods had significant aftereffects, and the most prominent feature was that their practical combat ability was extremely subpar. As soon as the Heaven-Do Academy team appeared at the Great Spirit Arena, it immediately caused a huge sensation. Not only the onlookers among the commoners, but even the Academy teams that had rushed over from various places cast their gazes upon them. Is that the Heaven-Do Academy team? Their lead teacher looks so young, he shouldn't even be an adult yet, right? I know him. It is said that he has just turned 14, yet his talent is terrifyingly high. He had already reached rank 50 over half a year ago. So he is the Qilin that the teachers mentioned. It is said that he even created some kind of training method that can allow support soul masters to possess combat power. It's fortunate that he isn't participating in the competition. Otherwise, with him leading the team, wouldn't the Heaven-Do Academy team have directly booked the championship for the Soul Master competition? Even if he doesn't participate, the Heaven-Do Academy main team is still not to be underestimated. It's a good thing they were directly guaranteed a spot in the finals, otherwise we would have one more opponent. Ha ha ha, that's true. The Heaven-Do Academy team was one of the subjects studied by top academies every session. Especially academies like the 5 elemental academies, which were not weak and still held a glimmer of hope for winning the championship. Before the start of the tournament, they would try every possible way to scout information about the Heaven-Do Academy students. They didn't ask to find out specific details, but they had to be clear about their general strength. Listening to the discussions of the people around them, the members of the Heaven-Do Academy team smiled strangely. The main team was indeed guaranteed a spot in the finals, but it didn't say which team was the main team. Everyone is celebrating way too early. The Tiando Academy sub-team, Xiaowu and the others, couldn't help but feel a bit excited when they thought about being able to show off in front of others soon. Even the pair of brothers Shimo and Shimo, who were always taciturn, were no exception. As for the Heaven-Do Academy main team, apart from the miserable-looking Yufeng and Oslo, the other 5 were also excited. Because this session, they were actually able to be directly guaranteed a spot in the finals, even though they originally had no chance of reaching the finals. Qilin turned around to look at them, then smiled and said, "Let's go, come with me to register first, and then it will be time to enter the venue." Today's opening ceremony only had one match, and it was an exhibition match for the Tiando Academy sub-team. As for the format, it was to randomly draw an opponent for the first round of the round-robin tournament. Qilin remembered that the lucky one drawn in the original work seemed to be Shrek Academy. Chapter 150, the teams enter, a commotion on the VIP platform. Alright, it's time for you to enter the arena. Qilin watched as a staff member jogged over from the distance, looking respectful. The Heaven-Do Academy team was the public face of the Heaven-Do Empire, so naturally, they were at the front of the entry order. Although they hadn't entered the soul fighting arena yet, the members of the Heaven-Do Academy team could already feel the thunderous shouts coming from inside. Xiaowu chuckled and said, "Big brother Qilin, just watch our performance in a moment, we'll definitely dazzle the whole arena and let everyone know how amazing we are." The others in the Tiando Academy sub-team also had a flash of excitement in their eyes. Why were they participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, if not to show off and make a name for themselves? If not for these reasons, could it be for that tiny title of Baron? Looking at their high-spirited appearance, Qilin teased, "Then let me look forward to your performance from the audience seats." The brothers Shimo and Shimo said in muffled voices, "Teacher Qilin, just watch, we definitely won't let you down." Come to think of it, the current Tiando Academy sub-team could be said to have more women than men. Apart from the 2 brothers, Shimo and Shimo, everyone else was a girl. At this moment, the staff from the arena arrived and led everyone into the Great Spirit Arena. After everyone had gone in, just as Qilin was preparing to find a random area to watch the match, a delicate-looking young woman walked up to his side and bowed respectfully. "Marquis Qilin, His Highness the Crown Prince invites you to watch the match from the VIP platform." "Is that so? Alright, lead the way." Qilin didn't refuse upon hearing this. The viewing experience from the VIP platform was definitely much better than in the ordinary seats. Since he could enjoy it, why suffer? Soon, the woman brought Qilin to the second row of the VIP platform. Many of Qilin's acquaintances were sitting in the second row of the VIP platform. For instance, the 3 deans of the Heaven-Do Academy, Tian Runshui, Du Gubo, and so on. Besides them, there were also a few people with distinct appearances sitting in the second row. Beyond the second row, the third row was occupied by some high-ranking officials and nobles of the Heaven-Do Empire. And the first row only had 3 seats. The person sitting in the very center wore a gold-red robe and a golden diamond-studded crown. His face was like an ancient moon, looking aged, and he exuded an invisible, majestic aura. Although it was Qilin's first time seeing him, he knew his identity. The Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, Emperor Shui. The people to the left and right of Emperor Shui were Platinum Bishop Solace of the Spirit Hall's Heaven-Do City Branch and Sect Master Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, respectively. When Qilin arrived at the VIP platform, he instantly attracted the attention of quite a few people. Even the 3 people in the first row of the VIP platform turned to look. Ning Fengji smiled and said, "Shaolin, you're here." He used to call Qilin, Teacher Qielin, but as they spent time together, and considering the relationship between Ning Rongrong and him, Ning Fengji had seized the opportunity to change how he addressed him to get closer to Qilin. It would be best to make Qilin his son-in-law. As for Qilin being entangled with multiple women, that meant nothing to Ning Fengji. When he was young, he had been entangled with far more than 3 or 5 women. Du Gubo and Tian Runshui also greeted Qilin. "You must be Marquis Qilin, you are truly a hero in your youth. It's no wonder the Crown Prince and Sect Master Ning have mentioned you to me several times. For the Heaven-Do Empire to produce a young prodigy like you, it is the fortune of the Heaven-Do Empire." Emperor Shui looked at Qilin with a kind smile. Because Qilin taught at the Heavendo Academy and was on good terms with the Crown Prince and Ningfengji, Emperor Shuiyi naturally included Qilin in the Heavendo Empire's camp, and while speaking, he didn't forget to glance at Platinum Bishop Solace. Your Excellency Platinum Bishop Solace, wouldn't you agree? Emperor Shuiyi's face was calm, but his gaze held a hint of profound meaning, as if to say, my Heavendo Empire has such a genius, aren't you annoyed? Unfortunately, Platinum Bishop Solace's expression was very calm. He even looked at Qilin and smiled in agreement. Your Majesty is right. A prodigy like teacher Qilin is likely the only one in the entire continent over the past 1,000 years. For the Heavendo Empire to have such a genius, it really makes people envious. Hearing Platinum Bishop Solace say this, both Emperor Shuiyi and Ningfengji revealed expressions of surprise. Was this still the Platinum Bishop Solace they remembered? Could it be that he also wanted to recruit Qilin on behalf of the Spirit Hall? Or was he being cautious of the mysterious expert behind Qilin? However, regardless of the reason, they could not watch Qilin lean towards the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Shui Qing, who was actually Jian Runshui in disguise, smiled and said from the second row, Brother Qilin, come sit here. After saying this, she pointed to the empty seat specially reserved for Qilin beside her. Alright, thanks for saving me a seat, Big Brother Shui. After saying this, he walked over without hesitation and plopped down into the seat. Afterward, the two of them ignored the others and started chatting in low voices. Seeing this, Emperor Shuiyi and Ningfengji in the first row of the VIP platform looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Seeing that the relationship between Qilin and Shui Qing was so harmonious and friendly, the two of them felt relieved. Now it seemed that Qilin had absolutely no reason to lean towards the Spirit Hall, otherwise, he wouldn't be on such good terms with the Crown Prince. But how could they know that the current Shui Qing was actually Jian Runshui in disguise? Qilin chatted with Jian Runshui for a while, and the latter suddenly pointed to the wide arena below and smiled, Brother Qilin, look, the Heavendo Academy team is entering. On the rostrum, an MC gave a grand introduction and then said in a loud voice. Next, let us welcome the first team, the Heavendo Academy main team, to the arena. As soon as the words fell, Yu Feng walked at the very front of the team, leading the Heavendo Academy main team in from the edge of the arena. The moment she saw the Heavendo Academy main team clearly, Jian Runshui was stunned and looked at Qilin beside her. Brother Qilin, they are the Heavendo Academy main team. Qilin grinned. That's right, surprised, aren't you? Hearing Qilin's response, Jian Runshui laughed in spite of herself. I am quite surprised, Brother Qilin, your mind is truly agile. Qilin smiled. He hadn't thought that much about it, he just wanted to let Xiao Wu and the others show off under the eyes of everyone and satisfy their itch to appear impressive in public. Having cultivated so hard, it would be a waste not to show off. In the first row of the VIP platform, Emperor Shuiyi didn't know the members of the Heavendo Academy team, he only knew that Ningfengji's daughter was one of the members of the Heavendo Academy team and that she was extremely talented. So he smiled and said to Ningfengji, Sectmaster Ning, your precious daughter is in the main team, right? Which one is that girl? Point her out to me. After seeing the lineup of the Heavendo Academy main team, Ningfengji's expression didn't change much, he smiled calmly. Then he began to explain to Emperor Shuiyi. After listening to Ningfengji's explanation, Emperor Shuiyi was stunned for a moment, then clapped in praise. Marquis Qilin is truly gifted. In this way, wouldn't both of our Heavendo Academy teams be able to enter the finals? The other spectators on the VIP platform were also shocked by Qilin's cheeky maneuver after hearing Ningfengji's explanation. He was just too confident. Wasn't he afraid that the Tiando Academy sub-team wouldn't make it to the finals? Chapter 151, Preliminary Round, First Match, Shrek Academy vs Heavendo Academy. I really want to see how strong those children actually are, to be able to make Marquis Qilin so confident in them. Emperor Shuiyi said with a chuckle. Ningfengji smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty, just watch with peace of mind. They will certainly not disappoint you. Ha ha ha, with those words from Schoolmaster Ning, I am looking forward to it even more. Just as the two were conversing, the MC's voice rang out once again. Next, we invite the second team, the Tiando Academy sub-team, to enter the arena. As the words fell, Xiao Wu took the lead, walking at the very front, giving people a sense of high spirits and vigor. Her strength was the greatest, so she was naturally the captain of the Tiando Academy sub-team. As they walked into the arena, the entire Great Spirit Arena once again erupted with cheers like a landslide or tsunami. Nearly 100,000 people shouted in unison, causing the entire Great Spirit Arena to tremble. This kind of scene is truly spectacular. Among the 7 members of the Tiando Academy sub-team, Ning Rongrong whispered. Even though she had seen many grand occasions, she was still stunned by the scene before her, especially when nearly 100,000 people were shouting in unison. The others nodded upon hearing this, agreeing with Ning Rongrong's words. The group was quickly led by staff to their designated position, and then they formed their formation. At this moment, Xiao Wu pointed at the VIP platform. Look quickly, Brother Qilin is up there. Yes, I see him too. And Dad, he is also up there, but he is in the first row. Ning Rongrong looked in the direction Xiao Wu was pointing and immediately saw Qilin and Ningfengji. Qilin and Ningfengji naturally noticed their gazes. Qilin waved to acknowledge them, and Ningfengji responded with a smile. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong muttered, What is this? Dad can sit in the first row, why can't Brother Qilin sit in the first row? If Brother Qilin sat in the first row, he would be able to see more clearly. Beside Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu nodded in deep agreement and said, I think so too. Uncle Ning is fine, but those 2 old men next to him are so old, why are they here watching our performance? If you ask me, they would be better off lying at home, who knows, they might even live a few more years. The others' mouths twitched slightly upon hearing this, and they looked at Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, speechless for a moment. They didn't recognize the person on the far left of the first row of the VIP platform, but they were certainly not unfamiliar with the person in the middle. After all, this was Emperor Shuiyi, the most noble person in the Heavendo Empire, on the surface. However, Xiao Wu, a mere spirit king, showed not the slightest bit of respect for Emperor Shuiyi in her words. One can only say. As expected of Sister Xiao Wu. Just as the Tiando Academy group was discussing, other academy teams also entered the arena one after another. This included the Tianshui team, but the Tianshui team was a bit far from the Heavendo team, so the members of the Heavendo Academy team could only cast a glance over. Next, we invite the last team of this tournament, Shrek Academy. Just as Xiao Wu and the others were discussing, the MC's voice immediately drew all their attention away. At the entrance of the Soul Fighting Arena, a team wearing shit green uniforms, with a bright green monster Shrek pattern painted on their chests, walked in. And the person walking at the very front of the team was Dai Mubai. Behind him were Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and so on. The Shrek group was similar to the other academies, with a total of 10 people, 7 starters and 3 substitutes. As they walked into the Great Spirit Arena, they were immediately met with ridicule from the crowd because of the advertisements on the back of their uniforms. Listening to the jeers rising and falling from all directions, the members of the Shrek team who walked into the arena all felt a strong sense of shame welling up in their hearts. Embarrassing, it was so damn embarrassing. Especially for Zhangzu, Tai Long, Jingling, and the other former Lanba Academy students, their hearts could be said to be uncomfortable to the extreme. If Teacher Luerlong were still the dean, they wouldn't have to wear such ugly team uniforms. In one of the areas of the spectator stands, Luerlong glared fiercely at Flender beside her. Boss Flender, look at what kind of terrible idea you came up with. How can you let the children save face like this? We haven't even fought with other teams yet, and we have already lost a point in terms of aura. Even if you want to make money, you shouldn't do it this way. What if it affects the children's results? Seeing Luerlong getting angry, Flender immediately shrank his head. He had acted first and reported later regarding this matter. He hadn't told Luerlong, otherwise she would never have agreed. Because of this, he felt guilty and dared not look directly at Luerlong. However, even being scolded by Erlong, he felt quite comfortable, as if listening to heavenly music. The tournament opening ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner, with Emperor Shui and Ning Fengji delivering speeches for the tournament one after another. After Ning Fengji finished his speech, the MC also asked which team he was more optimistic about. Unlike the tactfulness of the original Ning Fengji, this time Ning Fengji directly and blindly chose the Tiando Academy sub-team. When the other academy teams learned of the Heaven Do team's crazy operation, they were all stunned. No, do you really have to be this arrogant? Although we know your teacher Qilin is a 13-year-old spirit king, with talent rarely seen in history and very strong combat ability, he is not participating in the competition. Without Qilin, where do you get the confidence to think that you can definitely stand out from the preliminary rounds in the promotion matches? Why can the two empires, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, each have one seeded team enter the finals directly? Isn't it because the imperial teams of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire once couldn't even make it to the finals, causing the two great empires to lose all face, which is why this rule was established? For a time, many teams that did not understand the details were furious, wanting to severely teach a lesson on the field to this arrogant and conceited Tiando Academy sub-team that voluntarily gave up their spot in the finals. Meanwhile, in the Shrek team, the expressions of Daimubai and his group were extremely solemn. Other teams might not know the strength of the Tiando Academy team, but didn't they know it? As the brain of the team, Tang San analyzed in a deep voice, although the Tiando Academy sub-team is arrogant, they have the capital to be arrogant. We must not underestimate them. Not to mention anyone else, Xiao Wu must have already broken through level 40, and might even have reached level 42 or 43. And you all know her combat power. I am afraid that even a level 47 or 48 spirit ancestor might not be her match. Among the rest, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing are nothing to fear. Even if their spirit power improves quickly, I estimate they are only on par with Fatty. To deal with the upcoming competition, Ma Hongjun had been cultivating very hard during this period. Over the past half year, he had also raised his spirit power rank to level 33. And he was only 13 years old now. Even with Qilin's help, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing would be level 34 or 35 at most. Subsequently, Tang San continued to analyze rigorously with his world-shaking wisdom. Besides Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, the two brothers Shimo and Shimo cannot be underestimated. A year ago, they were already level 38 and level 37 spirit elders, and now it is highly likely that they have broken through level 40. And there is Du Guyan, she is also very likely to have broken through level 40. After hearing Tang San's analysis, the Shrek group gasped. In that case, doesn't the Tiando Academy sub-team have 5 spirit ancestors above level 40? No wonder they have the confidence to give up the guaranteed spot. It turns out it's because they have victory in their grasp. Seeing the low morale of the group, Tang San immediately encouraged them with a serious expression. Everyone, cheer up. Although the Tiando Academy sub-team is very strong, our Shrek team is definitely not a soft persimmon. Subsequently, Tang San said in a relaxed tone, besides, with so many teams, how could it be so easy to run into them? Just as the words fell, the MC's voice suddenly rang out. Preliminary round, first match, Kanghui Academy vs Zixin Academy. Preliminary round, first match, Heaven Do Imperial Academy vs Shrek Academy. As soon as the MC's words fell, the expressions on the faces of the Shrek group instantly froze in place. We, Shrek Academy, are fighting Heaven Do Academy. Chapter 152, Tang San's Little Scheme, Grudge Match. I forgot Yu Tianeng while writing, so I modified the previous part. He is now the Shrek team captain. When Ma Hongjun heard their opponent was the Tiando Academy sub-team, his face instantly turned pale. It's over, it's over. With Sister Xiao Wu's personality, isn't she going to beat us to death? As soon as these words were spoken, members of the Shrek team like Tai Long, Jingling, and Zhangzu didn't feel much, but Daimubai and the others, who knew Sister Xiao Wu's temper well, didn't look so good. Oscar even spoke up timidly. We aren't the Tiando Academy sub-team's match anyway, so why don't we just forfeit this first match? Ma Hongjun heard his good buddy say this and immediately chimed in. Little Ao is right. Why don't we just forfeit the first match and save our strength? What do you think? Upon hearing this, the others also showed signs of being moved. In the Heaven Do City preliminary qualifiers, 5 teams will eventually stand out to participate in the promotion tournament. The Shrek team only needs to be one of those 5 teams. There's no need to fight to the death with Heaven Do Academy. If they get seriously injured and it affects the subsequent matches, it wouldn't be worth the loss. However, even knowing that forfeiting is the best solution, this is still the first match of this Soul Master competition. If Shrek Academy forfeits directly, they fear they will attract the mockery of nearly 100,000 spectators in the entire Great Spirit Arena. Thinking of this, everyone on the Shrek team showed expressions of unwillingness. Yu Tianeng, as the captain of the Shrek team, snorted coldly and glanced at Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Before fighting and already afraid, you might be able to afford to lose face like this, but I can't. Ma Hongjun heard this, shrank to Daimubai's side, and stiffened his neck. Yu Tianeng, have you forgotten how miserably you were beaten by Sister Xiao Wu at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena back then? Yu Tianeng's face stiffened, and a look of displeasure flashed in his eyes as he looked at Ma Hongjun, but he still said in a deep voice, I admit that Sister Xiao Wu's strength is very strong, but the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit can only usher in its true peak period after level 40. I don't believe Sister Xiao Wu can be that much stronger than me. My strength, Mubai should be very clear about it. After all, after you broke through to Spirit Ancestor, you fought me more than a dozen times and never won once. Daimubai's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Yu Tianong was right. In fact, it wasn't just that he hadn't won once, but that every time was a crushing defeat. Precisely because of this, he had handed over the position of Shrek team captain. And the reason for all this was that his hands had left behind too many sequelae, and his full strength simply couldn't be brought out. Thinking of this, a flash of gloom and resentment flickered in Daimubai's eyes. The reason he had fallen to his current state was all thanks to that mediocre teacher Yu Xiaogang and Qilin. At this moment, a flash of sharpness appeared in Tang San's eyes. Stop talking, everyone. Maybe I have a method. Even if we can't win, we can ensure we don't lose too uglily. Hearing this, everyone looked over in surprise. Tang San smiled faintly. In terms of raw strength, we might not be the match of the Tiando Academy sub-team, but if we forfeit directly, I fear that not only us but the entire Shrek Academy will suffer disgrace along with us. Therefore, we absolutely cannot forfeit as soon as we go on stage, but we also cannot fight to the death with the Tiando Academy sub-team. So, we can just fight the Tiando Academy team for a while, and if we really aren't their match, it won't be too late to forfeit. In this way, we both demonstrate our strength so as not to bring shame to the Academy, and we can also save our strength to prepare for the next battle. As Tang San spoke, a calm smile appeared on his face. He continued, of course, this isn't over yet. After we start fighting, we still need to make other preparations, such as having Tai Long, Jingling, and Huang Yuan contain Sister Xiao Wu. Although Sister Xiao Wu has a fiery temper, she is also clear about love and hate, and won't resort to lethal force against Tai Long and the others. And the captain, Boss Dai, Fatty, and I will immediately attack Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Yi Lingling with all our might. As long as we can eliminate those three, even if we eventually forfeit and surrender, it can be considered a glorious defeat, and we will have saved a great degree of strength. Little Ao, don't go on for this first match. Our raw strength isn't a match for Heaven Do Academy, so our attacks must be thunderous. We don't seek to win, but we must achieve our goal. Listening to Tang San's detailed analysis, Ma Hongjun slapped his thigh hard. Third brother, you truly are the strategist of our Shrek. According to your plan, although we can't win, we can still show our faces and let outsiders know the prestige of our Shrek Academy. Listening to Ma Hongjun's flattery, Tang San smiled faintly. It was just a small trick, what does this count for? It was all because the teacher taught well. Although the teacher was very unreliable in many aspects, his intelligence was indeed something he admired. Thinking of this, Tang San sighed slightly. I wonder how the teacher is doing in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan now. In a moment, Tang San's eyes gradually became firm. Before the teacher was taken away by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, what he hoped for most was to see the Shrek team achieve excellent results in the Continental Advanced Soul Master competition and amaze everyone. Now that the teacher has been captured, he must take on this burden and lead the Shrek team to fulfill the teacher's wish. In the audience, Flender, Luer Long, and the other teachers of Shrek Academy changed their expressions drastically upon hearing that Shrek's first battle was against the Tiando Academy sub-team. It's over, it's over. Why did we run into the Tiando Academy sub-team in the very first match? How can we fight this? With Sister Xiao Wu's personality, won't Tang San, Mubai, and the others be beaten to a cripple? What should we do? Why don't we just forfeit? Xiao Xin sat among the Shrek teachers, frowning. He had a premonition that he would have to prepare healing candy again. At this moment, a flash of sharpness flashed in Flender's eyes, then he shook his head and said, don't be anxious yet, let's see how Tang San and the others handle it themselves. On the other side, in the area where the Tiando Academy sub-team was located, Sister Xiao Wu gave a cold smile after hearing the MC's voice, rubbing her hands together, her bones making a series of cracking sounds. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that our opponent is Shrek Academy. Just wait and see how Sister Xiao Wu beats them up in a while. Ning Rongrong also chuckled, count me in. It's just right to let this bunch of guys from Shrek know how powerful Brother Qilin's soul power training method really is. He is the true Grandmaster, while that Yu Xiaogang is just a useless spirit Grandmaster who knows nothing. Zhu Zuqing calmly spoke, I'll leave Daimubai to me to deal with in a while. Good. Everyone knew about the grudge between Zhu Zuqing and Daimubai. And Du Guyan smiled charmingly, saying softly, since that's the case, then leave Yu Tianong to me. Sister Xiao Wu heard this and muttered, you've all picked your respective opponents, so doesn't that mean I can only deal with Tang San? Sigh, if he doesn't use those hidden weapons of his, he's just terrifyingly weak. I have no interest in fighting him. Really, I even wanted to fight all 7 of them by myself. Chapter 153, Brutalizing Shrek. The first match of the Soul Master competition, and the only match for today, would officially begin in half an hour. Staff members called the members of the Heaven Do Academy and Shrek Academy teams to enter the arena one after another. On the side of Heaven Do Academy, Xiao Wu walked proudly in the lead. As she walked, she did not forget to wave to the audience in the soul fighting arena, her little face beaming with a smile. On the VIP platform, Emperor Shui Yi looked down at Xiao Wu and said with a smile, as this young girl at the front of the Tiando Academy sub-team the Xiao Wu whose talent is second only to Marquis Qilin. I heard that when she entered Heaven Do Academy, she had already reached level 38, and now she is likely already above level 40. Given Xiao Wu's talent, it was naturally impossible for Emperor Shui Yi not to know about her. Ning Fengji smiled and said, Your Majesty, just keep watching. I can only say that this young girl's strength exceeds your imagination. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shui Yi immediately became interested. Since Schoolmaster Ning said so, I must take a closer look. The others on the VIP platform also looked at Xiao Wu with curiosity. Hearing what Schoolmaster Ning said, they couldn't help but feel that this Xiao Wu was still hiding some trump cards. Qian Runshui was naturally intrigued as well. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Qilin, who was leaning his hand on the armrest, supporting his chin, with a lazy expression. But clearly, Qilin had no intention of telling her, so she could only return her gaze to the arena. In the arena, after Heaven Do Academy entered, Shrek Academy also walked out of the tunnel led by Yu Tianong and stood opposite the Heaven Do Academy members. Looking at Yu Tianong standing at the very front of Shrek, the brothers Shimo and Shimo had somewhat complex expressions on their faces. As for Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, they looked indifferent, with not a ripple of emotion on their faces. Especially the former, who had completely severed all ties with Yu Tianong more than half a year ago. Tang San's gaze secretly drifted toward Xiao Wu. His eyes were incredibly complex, filled with a sense of, such a beauty, yet why have you chosen to follow a villain? Meanwhile, Daimubai looked at the increasingly beautiful and moving Zhu Jing with a cold, sinister gaze, a surge of violence rising in his heart. This bitch, today I must teach her a lesson and let her know what I'm capable of. The first match of the first round of the preliminaries officially begins. As the referee gave the order, Heaven Do Academy and Shrek Academy simultaneously entered combat mode. Xiao Wu, who was rubbing her hands and stretching her muscles, stopped her movements and shouted delicately. Activate spirit. Everyone, charge forward for Sister Xiao Wu and beat them to death. Yu Tianeng of Shrek Academy snorted coldly, then roared back, unwilling to be outdone. Activate spirit. The next second, the 14 members of the Heaven Do Academy and Shrek Academy team simultaneously released their spirits, and a powerful aura spread across the giant competition stage. As rings of spirit rings spiraled up from beneath the feet of the members on both sides, the entire Great Spirit Arena boiled over, erupting with earth-shattering shouts. On the VIP platform, except for Ning Fengji, Qilin, and Du Gubo, who already knew the inside story, everyone else exclaimed in shock, and some even stood up directly from their seats. On the Heaven Do Academy team side, they had all actually reached the strength of a 4-ring spirit ancestor. And standing at the very front, Xiao Wu and Du Guyan had both reached the level of a 5-ring spirit king. Especially Xiao Wu, besides her spirit power reaching spirit king, her 4th spirit ring had even reached the 10,000-year level. Qian Runshui gave Qilin a resentful look. The members of the Heaven Do Academy team had undergone such a huge change, yet she had been completely unaware. Compared to Qian Runshui, the Shrek members who were facing the Heaven Do Academy team directly were even more shaken by the scene before them, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong were only spirit grandmasters half a year ago, how did they suddenly break through to spirit ancestor? And Xiao Wu, wasn't she only level 39 half a year ago? How did she become a spirit king in less than a year, and her 4th spirit ring is a 10,000-year spirit ring? Tang San's head was buzzing. He muttered to himself, didn't teacher say that the 4th spirit ring can only absorb a maximum of 4 or 5,000 years? How did Xiao Wu's 4th spirit ring reach 10,000 years? Dai Mubai and Yu Tianeng were also shocked to the point of disbelief. Neither of them wanted to believe that in less than a year, Zhu Qing and Du Guyan's spirit power could have improved so greatly. However, before they could recover from their shock, the Heaven Do Academy members had already charged forward with clear targets. Xiao Wu's spirit power spread out. Without releasing any spirit ability, she directly condensed a giant pink hammer with her spirit power. Stepping on the wind spirit moon shadow step, which Qilin had created after making a few minor modifications to the ghost shadow perplexing track, her figure turned into a pink blur, heading straight for Tang San. Tang San sensed it, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Such fast speed, even if I activate Purple Demon Eye, I still can't catch a trace of her. As soon as the battle started, the arrangements and combat tactics Tang San had made beforehand were rendered useless. Shimo, and Yi Lingling took the initiative to engage Jingling, Huang Yuan, and Tai Long. Ning Rongrong directly condensed a gorgeous long sword with her spirit power and went for Ma Hongjun. This little fatty was lecherous and base, and he always used to speak sarcastically about brother Qilin. Today, she would show him how she would deal with him. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Tang San hadn't even caught a glimpse of Xiao Wu's figure before she was already up close, and the giant pink hammer slammed into him with a thud. Now, Xiao Wu's control over spirit power could be said to have reached a meticulous level. Although her strikes were extremely violent, she was able to injure without killing, just relentlessly torturing Tang San. On the other side, Dai Mubai and Yu Tianeng were also completely unable to fight back under the onslaught of Zhu Qing and Du Guyan. Just as they reacted from their shock, the attacks from Zhu Qing and Du Guyan were already inches away. As soon as they clashed, their bodies were sent flying back like cannonballs. One must know that Zhu Qing and Du Guyan's control over spirit power could not reach Xiao Wu's level, they were heavy-handed. With just one strike, a bloody wound was clawed into Dai Mubai's chest, and even several of his bones were broken. And Yu Tianeng was even more miserable, his chest was caved in by a punch, leaving him a bloody mess. The gap between him and Du Guyan was too large. Just one punch had made him almost lose his ability to fight, with over a dozen bones in his body broken. Ning Rongrong was not weak at all. Wielding a long sword, she executed the Spirit God Sword technique, stepping on the wind Spirit Moon Shadow step. Although she was only a support soul master, her strength was even more formidable than a battle spirit master of the same level. As she executed her sword technique, the sword light was gorgeous and dazzling. After only a dozen seconds of fighting, Ma Hongjun was already covered in blood, riddled with sword marks. If it weren't for Ning Rongrong avoiding his vital points, he would have died countless times by now. Tai Long, Jingling, and Huang Yuan were also being suppressed by Shimo, and Yi Lingling, but there was no personal enmity between them, so they held back somewhat. Otherwise, except for Tai Long, Jingling and Huang Yuan were only level 35, and their outcome would have been no better than the others. In the Great Spirit Arena, earth-shattering cheers erupted once again, 10 times more intense than before the battle began. Everyone was cheering for the Heaven Do Academy team. The battle had concluded. This was completely a one-sided slaughter with no suspense. Chapter 154, Miserable Outcome, Tang Hao appears at Shrek. On the spectator stand for Shrek Academy, Oscar watched as the members of the Shrek team were brutally abused by Heaven Do Academy on the ring, a look of lingering fear instantly appearing on his face. How dangerous. It's a good thing I didn't go up there, otherwise wouldn't I be just as miserable as Fatty and the others. Beside him, the teachers of Shrek Academy also gasped. It's too miserable. Xiao Wu and the others were truly ruthless. After this battle, while Tang San and the others won't die, they will inevitably be bedridden for 3 to 5 months. There's no need to continue participating in the Soul Master competition. Sai, who told you Xiaogang and Mubai to have such a strained relationship with Qilin in the first place? Otherwise, Xiao Wu and the others wouldn't have dealt such heavy blows. It's just, what method did Qilin use to make Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing's rank advance so rapidly in less than a year? At this moment, Flender said hurriedly, forget about that for now. Let's rescue Tang San and the others first. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stood up and shouted loudly toward the referee, quickly tell them to stop. We, Shrek Academy, admit defeat. Quickly, stop. After saying this, Flender immediately activated his spirit. A pair of wings grew from his back, and grabbing Xiao Xin with one hand, he flew toward the ring. The referee had also been drawn in by the tragic scene on the ring, but after hearing Flender's shout, he reacted and waved his hand. The first match of the first round ends here. The winner is Heaven Do Academy. The voice carried out, spreading throughout the entire Great Spirit Arena. Flender had already arrived above the ring. Seeing the members of Shrek covered in serious injuries, with broken bones and tendons, and drenched in blood from head to toe, his expression was incredibly ugly. He looked at Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zuqing and smiled bitterly. Xiao Wu, we were all from the same academy after all. You guys were a bit too. Xiao Wu snorted coldly, interrupting Flender. Who told them to always be so despicable? Sister Xiao Wu doesn't like them. If I don't teach them a harsh lesson, my mind won't be at ease. Brother Qilin said that for spirit masters, Cultivate is all about having a clear mind. Flender didn't speak after hearing this, he could only sigh and look at Xiaoshin on the side. Forget it, old Xiao, make a few healing candy for each of Tang San and the others. Xiaoshin looked at the miserable state of the Shrek team, his mouth twitching slightly. But he still said, understood. However, their injuries are too severe. Even with my healing candy, I'm afraid they will need to recover for a very long time. How miserable were the Shrek team? Apart from Jingling and Huang Yuan, not a single person remained conscious, they had all passed out. Originally, Tai Long was thick-skinned and fleshy. Although he had been beaten the entire time against Shimo, his injuries were actually not that serious. But in the past 6 months or so, the Strength Clan had recognized Tang San's identity, so Tai Long still acknowledged Tang San as the young lord. On the ring, Tai Long, while being beaten, saw Tang San being hit by Xiao Wu with no power to fight back. In his anxiety, he rushed over rashly, wanting to help Tang San alleviate Xiao Wu's offensive. The outcome was predictable. No matter how thick-skinned he was, Xiao Wu's 2 hammers were enough to shake his internal organs, and even 7 or 8 of his bones were broken. Tang San's situation was similar to Tai Long's, but even worse. Tai Long only broke 7 or 8 bones, while Tang San could almost be described as having all his tendons and bones broken, bleeding from his 7 orifices. How could the word, miserable, even begin to cover it? Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai's situation was slightly better than Tang San's. Their injuries just looked scary and bloody, but they didn't actually suffer very heavy internal injuries. Seeing this, Flender could only say, give them a healing candy first. We will think of other ways after returning to the academy. Xiaoshin nodded, then fed the healing candy he had created to the members of the Shrek team. Jingling and Huang Yuan had only suffered some superficial injuries, and after taking the healing candy, their injuries recovered very quickly. But Tang San and the others showed no signs of waking up. On the VIP platform, the distinguished guests watching the match were still in shock. Emperor Shui asked Ning Fengji with an expression of disbelief, Schoolmaster Ning, is that little girl of yours truly a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit? Can a support soul master really possess such combat power? Ning Fengji smiled, that is natural. Has your majesty forgotten that teacher Qilin is also a support soul master? Hearing this, not only Emperor Shui but everyone else's mouths twitched. They naturally knew Qilin was a support soul master, but who could know if Qilin was the only exception when it came to a support soul master fighting? Even if Qilin's soul power training method could really allow a support soul master to possess combat power, no one could say for sure how much combat power they could have. However, both Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling had displayed considerable combat power. Especially Ning Rongrong, the combat power she displayed was not weaker than a battle spirit master of the same rank at all. If this soul power training method were to spread across the continent, I'm afraid the entire continent would change because of it. After the first match ended, Qilin, Qian Runshui, Ning Fengji, as well as Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo walked toward Xiao Wu and the others. Xiao Wu waved from afar and said brazenly, Brother Qilin, did you feel satisfied seeing us beat those guys from Shrek Academy just now? Qilin walked up and gave a thumbs up. Well beaten, those who return good for evil are saints, we can't learn that. Hee. Xiao Wu chuckled upon hearing this. Brother Qilin was happy, so she was happy too. Next time, she must strike even harder. On the side, Ning Rongrong also ran to Ning Fengji. Daddy, was I amazing just now? Ning Fengji chuckled, of course you were amazing. If you don't believe me, ask your grandpa Sword and Bone Duluo. Sword Duluo and Bone Duluo also said with a smile, Rongrong will definitely be the first support system titled Duluo on the continent, and also the most powerful support system titled Duluo. At this moment, Qian Runshui smiled slightly. Teacher, Brother Qilin, in order to celebrate the victory of Heaven Do Academy's first battle, I have already sent someone to book a private room at Shinwei Restaurant. Let's all go together. Qilin and Ning Fengji nodded without objection. Compared to the cheerful atmosphere of the Heaven Do Academy group, the Shrek Academy side was in a state of mourning, and everyone's mood looked incredibly low. And Tang San and the few others who had fainted did not wake up even until they returned to the academy. Flender. Just after returning to the academy, Flender sat in the office, pressing his temples with his hand, a look of worry appearing on his face. This was only the first match, and the children were already injured to this extent. How could they proceed with the next matches? Just at this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open violently by a gust of wind. A strong breeze swept in from outside, and a deep, thick voice also rang in Flender's ears. Flender's expression tightened. He saw a tall figure who had appeared in his office, though he didn't know when. His Excellency Hoshin. Chapter 155, Transmigrator Tang Yu, Gate of Heavens. The moment he saw Tang Hao, Flender was first stunned, then shocked. How could that clear sky Duluo, who once shook the continent, have fallen into such a state? His eyes were tightly shut, half of his face was festering, and even one of his arms was severed. Flender could not help but recall the day before he left Heaven Do Academy, when he had sensed 2 terrifying fluctuations of spirit power. It seemed that the 2 titled Duluo who had fought outside Heaven Do City that day were Clear Sky Duluo and Poison Duluo. But Flender could not figure it out. Even if Poison Duluo was hiding his true strength, how could he possibly injure Clear Sky Duluo to this extent? One had to know that a great reputation was not without merit. Clear Sky Duluo had made his name on the continent by stepping over the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. Now, more than a decade later, Poison Duluo had injured Clear Sky Duluo to this state. Just what level had Poison Duluo's strength reached? Flender dared not think about it. At this moment, Tang Hao spoke calmly, Flender. Hearing Tang Hao call his name, Flender hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, I do not know what instructions Clear Sky Duluo has for me. Tang Hao said indifferently, I already know the result of the battle between Shrek Academy and Heaven Do Academy today. Little San is too weak right now, so I am going to take him away to cultivate. What? Flender exclaimed. Tang San was the only control spirit master in Shrek team, and his combat power was extremely strong. Even without using those strange hidden weapons of his, he was not in the slightest bit weaker than Dai Mubai. If Tang San left, what would happen to Shrek team? Tang Hao continued, now that Yu Shaoqing has been brought back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Little San continuing to stay at Shrek Academy will not be of any help to him. It would be better for him to come out and cultivate with me. But, Flender still wanted to explain, but Tang Hao's attitude was firm. There are no buts. I only came here to notify you. After speaking, Tang Hao's figure had already vanished from Flender's dean's office. Watching Tang Hao's disappearing figure, Flender sat heavily on his chair, cursing under his breath. If I had known it would come to this, I would have been better off staying in Soto City to retire, at least it would have been carefree. Flender was not Yu Shaoqing, he did not have such great ambitions. But unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Qilin was unaware of the events that occurred at Shrek Academy. After eating, he was dragged out by Xiao Wu and the others to go shopping in Heavendo City. During this time, they had been training diligently in the academy, and now that they had finally relaxed, they started a shopping spree, with young Miss Ning footing the bill for everything. The group shopped until evening before returning to the academy. 2 days later, Shrek Academy welcomed its second match. Dai Mubai, Yu Tianong, and Tang San did not participate. Fortunately, their opponents were not strong, and relying only on Oscar, Jingling, Huang Yuan, and Zhang Zhu, they still managed to achieve victory. Heavendo Academy's second match was on the third day, against the third-rate high-level Spirit Master Academy, where even the captain was only a level 37 Spirit Elder. Originally, they wanted to surrender directly, but when they saw that Heavendo Academy had only sent out Ning Rongrong alone, they changed their minds, thinking that if they took a gamble, they might turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. What if they won? Anyway, the one appearing wasn't one of those 2 Spirit Kings from Heavendo Academy, so what was there to fear? 7 Spirit Elders working together could defeat even an attack system Spirit Ancestor, so could they not defeat one support system Spirit Ancestor? Even if this support Spirit Ancestor was not an ordinary support Spirit Ancestor. However, the final outcome was obvious. Ning Rongrong, holding a long sword of spirit power, charged into the opponent's team like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, ending the battle in just 1 minute. On the same day, Tianshui Academy also welcomed its second consecutive victory. Just as everyone was celebrating, in an exquisite courtyard on a mountain peak thousands of miles away, a young man suddenly looked dazed for a moment, then returned to normal. The young man stretched out his hand to look around, then stood up and walked to a mirror, looking in astonishment at the unfamiliar face in the mirror. A moment later, a look of wild joy flashed across the young man's face. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would actually transmigrate. Not only did I transmigrate to the Tang clan continent, but I also became Tang Yu, the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Clear Sky sect. Isn't this heaven helping me? With this identity, I can completely seize the ice and fire Yin Yang well before Tang San, and then find a way to steal the Blue Silver Emperor's spirit bone. Then I will befriend Shui Qing, who is disguised as Qian Runshui, trick her out of the vast sea cosmic shroud, and finally go to Sea God Island. In this way, I might be able to replicate the path of the Tang Buddha and become the Sea God. Ha 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 ha, by then, all the beauties on the entire Duluo continent will be within my grasp. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Qian Runshui, Bibi Dong. I want them all. It's just that I don't know where the timeline is now. If Tang San has already obtained the ice and fire Yin Yang well, that would be bad. Tang Yu was sometimes lost in thought, sometimes wild with joy, looking as if he had gone mad. After his excited emotions calmed down, he finally settled his mind, and a thought was born in his heart. Never mind the rest. Other transmigrators have a golden finger when they transmigrate, so what is my golden finger? It can't be that I'm so unlucky that I have nothing, right? Tang Yu thought to himself with a frown. Just at this moment, he suddenly felt a fluctuation coming from his dantian. Tang Yu felt something, and a look of wild joy immediately appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, I knew it. How could I not have a golden finger? With a golden finger, you little punk, you're going to be in big trouble now. Come on, let me see what my golden finger is. Tang Yu immediately looked inside his dantian, immersing his consciousness within it. He saw that inside his dantian, a giant bronze door stood there, emitting an aura of wildness and vicissitudes, mysterious and unfathomable. Is this my golden finger? I wonder what it does. As if it had sensed Tang Yu's thoughts, a fluctuation emerged from the giant bronze door, and 2 mysterious and ancient characters faintly appeared on it. Although Tang Yu could not understand those 2 characters, the fluctuation emitted by the giant bronze door let him know what those 2 characters represented. Heavens. Tang Yu recalled various novels he had read in his previous life, and a guess about this portal arose in his heart. Could it be? This bronze door can lead to the myriad worlds of the heavens. Thinking of this, Tang Yu's pupils suddenly constricted, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. As everyone knows, Duluo is the sewer of Xuanwan. If he could go to other worlds, Tang Yu would definitely go. Thinking that he had the opportunity to transmigrate to various worlds and conquer the heavens, a lecherous smile could not help but appear on Tang Yu's face. Transmigration plus a golden finger. With this kind of treatment, if it were in a novel, he would definitely be the protagonist. Pure Duluo fanfiction plots are too monotonous, so I am incorporating other characters to increase the plot. Also, the protagonist will be able to travel through the heavens before long. A mysterious hand has already sent the golden finger for traveling through the heavens to the protagonist. Chapter 156. Since you've drank your wine, you are now mine. After the excitement subsided, Tang Yu frowned again. Aside from being able to travel through the Gate of Heavens, did this Gate of Heavens not have any other functions? Thinking of this, Tang Yu tried to communicate with the Gate of Heavens using his consciousness. However, the Gate of Heavens was incredibly cold and aloof, it completely ignored him and offered no response whatsoever. What the hell? After waiting for a long time without receiving any feedback, Tang Yu had no choice but to wait until later to continue researching the other functions of the Gate of Heavens. Now, he had more important things to do. Since the Clear Sky sect sealed off the mountain, none of the sect's direct descendants, except for Tang Yuehua, were allowed to leave this area. They were essentially isolated from the world. This also made it impossible for Tang Yu to determine the specific timeline. However, since Tang San had not yet appeared in the Clear Sky sect, the plot should still be in the early stages, meaning he still had the opportunity to occupy the ice and fire Yin Yang well and steal the Blue Silver Emperor spirit bone. His current body had an innate spirit power of level 7, which was already considered a genius among the younger generation of the Clear Sky sect, but it was far from enough. Therefore, he had to find a way to obtain the immortal herb from the ice and fire Yin Yang well and the 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor spirit bone. If he were just an ordinary disciple, it would be difficult to pull off. But his grandfather was the second elder of the Clear Sky sect, a level 94 titled Duluo powerhouse. He could completely take him to the Sunset Forest to find the ice and fire Yin Yang well first. If the plot hadn't started yet, he could seize the ice and fire Yin Yang well ahead of time. As for Du Gubo, his spirit power was only level 91, so he could never be a match for his grandfather. Although he hadn't seen the immortal herb, he could certainly consume some of the ones with obvious characteristics. For example, the wondrous velvet sky chrysanthemum, the octagonal mysterious ice grass, and the fiery apricot, these 3 immortal herbs could completely allow him to be reborn. Thinking of this, Tang Yu grinned. Next, he had to think about how to convince his grandfather. Heavendo Academy, training ground. After finishing training, Du Guyan twisted her alluring body and leaned in close to Qilin, saying seductively, "Little brother Qilin, Grandpa went to find his old rival these past few days. Why don't you come to the valley and be my guest? You haven't visited my home in a long time. Old rival. Qilin was slightly stunned, then remembered that Dugubo seemed to have a grudge against Chrysanthemum Duluo, though the old Dugubo certainly wouldn't have been a match for Chrysanthemum Duluo. But now, Chrysanthemum Duluo was likely going to be unlucky. If Ghost Duluo wasn't by his side, he might be killed in a single combat by Dugubo. After all, ever since Dugubo's spirit evolved, his combat power could be said to be terrifyingly strong. Little brother Qilin, not refusing means you agree. I'll come find you tomorrow. There was another reason why Duguyan wanted to take Qilin back tomorrow. Tomorrow was her father's death anniversary. She wanted to go back to pay respects to her father and, at the same time, take her beloved one with her. And the reason why her grandfather went to trouble that old rival every year at this time was also related to her father's death back then. Qilin looked at the expectant look in Duguyan's eyes and nodded immediately. Alright then, we'll go back together tomorrow. Hearing this, a look of joy immediately appeared on Duguyan's charming face. The next day, Duguyan came looking for him early in the morning. Qilin greeted Ji Yuina and asked her to go to the training ground to supervise Xiao Wu and the others during their training, while he himself headed to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well with Duguyan. Returning here after a year, the scenery hadn't changed much. Those immortal herbs that had once been picked by him in the herb garden had grown back. These herbs grew extremely fast in the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Although their medicinal efficacy couldn't compare to a year ago, they could still be considered priceless. After arriving at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well, Dugubo was not there. Duguyan treated Qilin very warmly, and even put on an apron to cook for him personally. Before knowing Qilin, she had never been in the kitchen, but after getting familiar with Xiao Wu and the others over the past year, she had learned some cooking skills from Xiao Wu. Now, Xiao Wu, whom Qilin had personally appointed as his little cook, had extraordinary attainments in culinary arts. Even the imperial chefs of the Heaven Do royal family could not compare to her. After putting on the apron, Duguyan shed her allure and instead gained the temperament of a virtuous wife and good mother. After eating, Qilin gave a thumbs up. Duguyan, your cooking is this. Duguyan smiled gently, then dug out a small wine jar from somewhere and poured a cup for Qilin. Try this. Qilin picked up the wine cup and sniffed it lightly. The aroma of the wine was rich and the taste was very mellow, clearly aged. After taking a small sip, Duguyan's eyes sparkled, and the smile on her face deepened. Duguyan smiled and said, Little brother Qilin, this wine was buried by my father when I was born. You are the first person to taste this wine. After hearing this, Qilin put down the wine cup, a serious expression appearing on his face, and his eyes locked with Duguyan's. Duguyan felt her cheeks flush red from Qilin's gaze, her heart pounding non-stop, and she said in a low, slightly coquettish voice, Why are you looking at me like that? Qilin's gaze gave Duguyan a feeling of being electrified, and she couldn't help but feel shy inside. She couldn't tell usually, but at this moment, it gave Duguyan a feeling of deep affection. This guy. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Qilin chuckled, then pulled up Duguyan's wrist, which was like mud and fat jade, and stood up. He kissed her fair cheek and then smiled, Since I've drunk your wine, you are mine from now on. This is a mark I'm leaving for you in advance. You. The moment Duguyan was kissed by Qilin, her brain suddenly crashed, and her speech became unclear. A moment later, she finally came back to her senses and said, Little brother Qilin, you said that yourself, you can't lie to me. After saying this, Duguyan's body went limp and she fell into Qilin's arms. Qilin caught her easily. He could feel that Duguyan's body was truly very soft, supple and boneless, and it was very enjoyable to hold her in his arms. While Qilin and Duguyan were still being affectionate, on the other side, Tang Yu was rushing through the depths of the sunset forest with a white-browed elder, searching everywhere for the location of the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Tang Yu was already very doted on by his grandfather, and with the excuse of divine guidance, he finally managed to convince him. However, although the sunset forest was not as large as the Stardew forest, it was not small either. The grandfather and grandson searched in the depths of the sunset forest for a whole day without finding the entrance to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. The second elder of the Clear Sky sect frowned and asked, Yuer, does the sunset forest really have the treasure land you mentioned? Tang Yu said firmly, Absolutely. All right. Seeing this, the second elder of the Clear Sky sect had no choice but to believe his grandson's words. After all, there was a saying about gods in the Duluo continent, and Spirit Hall worshipped the angel god. The grandfather and grandson searched for a while longer, when the second elder of the Clear Sky sect suddenly changed his expression. Yuer, there seems to be a poisonous mist formation here, is this the place you mentioned? After saying this, he picked up Tang Yu and flew to the edge of the poisonous mist. Looking at the purple poisonous mist in front of him, a look of wild joy immediately appeared on Tang Yu's face. Grandpa, we're here, this is it. The place indicated by the gods must be inside. Chapter 157, Damn, he's cheating. Tang Yu, dead. The second elder of the Clear Sky sect looked at the poisonous fog before him and frowned slightly. This appears to be a poison formation, though I cannot tell if it was man-made or a natural one. Tang Yu urged from the side, Grandfather, this is an opportunity to become a god, why bother with such things? Besides, even that poison Duluo, who was famous for his poison, is no match for you. Because the more he said, the more likely he was to make a mistake. Tang Yu did not tell his grandfather that this place had already been occupied by Dugubo. In his view, even if Dugubo were inside, it wouldn't matter, he still couldn't be his grandfather's opponent. The second elder of the Clear Sky sect nodded upon hearing this, then grabbed Tang Yu with one hand, his entire body emitting a powerful aura. Under this aura, the surrounding poisonous fog was shaken away, unable to get within 3 feet of the grandfather and grandson. The two quickly passed through the poison formation and arrived upon a short mountain. The second elder of the Clear Sky sect looked at the steep cliff behind the small mountain, his eyes narrowing. There is indeed a world of its own down below, but there seem to be people inside, 2 of them, in fact. After speaking, the second elder of the Clear Sky sect glanced at Tang Yu beside him, and seeing no surprise on his face, a meaningful look could not help but appear in his eyes. For the past 2 or 3 days, he had felt that his grandson was acting strange, and now it seemed that there might be some secret about him that he was unaware of. Looking at his expression, it was clear he had already known there were people here, which was why he showed no surprise. On the other side, Du Guyan, who had just finished paying respects to her parents, was leaning in Qilin's arms with a low mood, listening to his soft comfort. Just then, Qilin's gaze suddenly turned toward the distance. What's wrong? Du Guyan felt Qilin's change and curiously tilted her head up to ask. Qilin smiled and said, someone is coming. Du Guyan stood up from Qilin's arms immediately upon hearing this. Is it grandfather coming back? Qilin shook his head. It is not Senior Dugu, but 2 other people. Du Guyan was startled and said, could it be that some spirit master has rashly broken in here? But there is a poison formation set up by grandfather outside, even a spirit saint would not dare to claim they could break in unscathed. Qilin smiled meaningfully and said, the 2 people who broke in do not look like they stumbled in blindly, I fear they have come prepared. What? Du Guyan was shocked. Coming prepared, could it be grandfather's enemy? Grandfather's enemies are at least spirit Duluo, or even titled Duluo. Now that they have come to the door, what should we do? Thinking of this, Du Guyan's pretty face turned pale, her charming and moving face now drained of color. Little brother Qilin, I'm afraid I've implicated you this time. If I had known an enemy would come, I would never have brought you here, no matter what. Du Guyan's expression was panicked. Although she knew Qilin was strong, how could he deal with a spirit Duluo or even a titled Duluo powerhouse? Facing such powerhouses, I'm afraid even escaping would be a luxury. Qilin also stood up from the chair and reached out to grab Du Guyan's wrist. It's fine, with me here, the only ones who will be unlucky are them. Perhaps they are here to bring us gifts. However, Du Guyan only took this as Qilin's attempt to comfort her and remained nervous. Just then, 2 figures flew down from the top of the distant steep cliff. The moment he saw Qilin and Du Guyan, a flash of surprise crossed Tang Yu's eyes. Du Gubo is actually not here. That's even better. It's just. After carefully sizing up Qilin and Du Guyan, Tang Yu immediately identified Du Guyan by her enchanting figure, beautiful appearance, and purple hair. But who was this guy next to her? There shouldn't be such a person in the original story. Looking at how intimate they are, they seem like a couple, but Yu Tianeng isn't this young. Could it be the butterfly effect? Tang Yu immediately dismissed this thought. He had just arrived through transmigration. Where would a butterfly effect come from? There is only one possibility. This guy in front of me is also a transmigrator. Not only that, this guy even managed to hook up with Du Guyan by using his foresight. Fortunately, looking at the situation in the medicinal garden, the immortal herb has not been completely ruined by this guy yet, so he still has a chance. Thinking of this, a murderous intent flowed in Tang Yu's eyes. As the saying goes, when fellow countrymen meet, shoot them in the back. One mountain cannot hold 2 tigers unless one is male and one is female. Looking at how young this guy is, he's probably only 14 or 15. At this age, even with cheats, level 50 or 60 would be the limit. He still has his grandfather, a titled Duluo, by his side. He should take this opportunity to slaughter him directly and eliminate future trouble. Tang Yu sneered at Qilin and thought, running into me, consider yourself unlucky. This is the benefit of transmigrating into a major power. Even if this guy in front of him transmigrated earlier, so what? He still fell into his hands. Starting with a titled Duluo, the advantage is on my side. Qilin's gaze was also sizing up Tang Yu. Seeing the naked murderous intent in his eyes, he sighed slightly. Isn't it good to be alive? Why must you seek death? Both of them saw through each other's identity, but they tacitly did not say it out loud. Tang Yu said coldly, grandfather, just kill him directly to eliminate future trouble. The second elder of the Clear Sky sect smiled and said, it's just a brat and a young girl, can you not even beat him? Tang Yu's face twitched slightly upon hearing this. He would like to go up, but the main thing is that he might really not be able to beat him. This kid in front of him has obviously been transmigrated for a while. Although he might not be able to beat a spirit Duluo or titled Duluo, dealing with him, a level 48 spirit ancestor, would probably be more than enough. Qilin also heard the conversation between the grandfather and grandson and couldn't help but look at Tang Yu with a half smile. The second elder of the Clear Sky sect frowned when he saw Tang Yu hesitant to make a move. Yuer, why have you suddenly become so wishy-washy? This is not your personality from before. Tang Yu's expression tightened upon hearing this. The previous Tang Yu, or rather, most disciples of the Clear Sky sect, had very fiery tempers and were combative. Among their peers, they would fight if they disagreed, and they valued the honor of the sect more than their own lives. How could he be like himself now? So Tang Yu gritted his teeth. Damn it, he would go for it. Anyway, with grandfather here, could he really watch him die? Thinking of this, Tang Yu stepped forward, his body shook, and a pitch-black, heavy hammer immediately appeared in his hand. 4 spirit rings circled up from under his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, black. Tang Yu looked at Qilin and Du Guyan and snorted coldly. Judging from the current timeline, Du Guyan should only be around level 38 or 39, or just over level 40. However, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Spirit is not good at single combat, so it poses no threat to him. The one who really poses a threat to him is this, fellow countryman, in front of him. Go to hell. Tang Yu released his third soul skill at the first opportunity. His strength increased by 150% in a short period, his muscles instantly expanded, and his veins bulged. Immediately after, a flash of sharpness flickered in Tang Yu's eyes. He leapt into the air and executed the supreme skill of the Clear Sky sect, the disorder-splitting wind hammer method, attempting to suppress the opponent with force from above. However, Qilin remained unmoved. While telling Du Guyan, it's fine, he raised his hand, aiming his palm at Tang Yu. In Tang Yu's line of sight, he saw a golden light slowly condensing in Qilin's palm. The next second, a golden violent wave roared out from Qilin's palm, emitting a sound like a dragon's roar. A terrifying aura spread from the golden light, instantly descending like divine retribution, emitting a terrifying pressure that made everything in the world tremble. Tang Yu, suspended in midair, stared at the golden light before him that was almost blinding his eyes. His mind went blank, leaving only one final thought. Damn, he's cheating. Chapter 158, The 3 Surnamed Slave, the Gate of Heavens that switches to a better master. The golden violent wave was like a primordial beast, instantly swallowing Tang Yu. The brilliant golden light pierced through the firmament, shattering the clouds. Under this radiance, the entire valley looked like a holy land shrouded in divine brilliance, bathed in golden light. Yuer. The second elder of the Clear Sky sect quickly reacted. Although he had noticed the changes in Tang Yu, having received divine guidance, was undoubtedly his most satisfactory grandson and was regarded by him as the future hope of the Clear Sky sect. Yet, now he had died just like that, without even a single bone fragment left. Extreme rage instantly filled the heart of the second elder of the Clear Sky sect, making his eyes appear blood red. Following a thunderous explosion from within his body, a powerful surge of chi burst forth from his robes, and the grass beneath his feet instantly shattered under this blast of chi. 9 spirit rings spiraled up from beneath the feet of the second elder of the Clear Sky sect. Kill my grandson, you dog thief, pay with your life. A furious shout resounded through the sky, and the second elder of the Clear Sky sect attacked in anger. The pitch-black clear sky hammer, the size of a small hill, was gripped in his hand. A powerful aura spread out, giving people a suffocating sense of oppression. Qilin's previous strike had clearly made the second elder of the clear sky sect feel wary, so he held nothing back in his attack. He directly unleashed his 7th spirit ability, the avatar of the weapon spirit. Besides that, 2 more of his 9 spirit rings lit up. For the sake of caution, he also unleashed 2 boosting spirit abilities, and his strength had already stacked to a terrifying level. Now that his grandson was dead, he had no heart to argue about right or wrong. Today, no matter what, he would kill this dog thief. Du Guyan subconsciously reached out and gripped a corner of Qilin's clothes, only this way could she feel a sliver of peace of mind. Qilin, however, calmly looked at the white-browed elder who had soared into the air and was swinging his hammer down at him, raising his eyebrows slightly. Since he was in such a rush to reincarnate, if he didn't help him out, it would seem unfeeling. With the same posture, Qilin raised his palm again, aiming it at the white-browed elder swinging the hammer down from the sky. My name is Qilin. When you get down there, mention my name, and you won't have to wait in line. Boom, as his voice fell, a golden beam of light, even more earth-shattering than before, shot up into the sky. The moment the second elder of the clear sky sect's hill-sized clear sky hammer collided with the golden beam of light, it instantly shattered into pieces, blasting in all directions. The body of the second elder of the clear sky sect was directly vaporized, leaving not even a speck of residue. As everyone knew, on the Duluo continent, even for a titled Duluo, the strength of the physical body was quite limited. Du Guyan watched this scene, her small mouth agape, her face full of disbelief. Under the shining golden light, her gaze fixed on Qilin's profile, and she felt that in this moment, he was surrounded by a halo, truly looking like a divinity descended to the world. For a moment, Du Guyan was somewhat infatuated, and a dampness began to bloom on the inside of her thighs. On the other side, Du Gubo, who was on his way back, saw the golden light shooting up from the direction of the valley, as well as the fluctuation of spirit power emanating from within the golden light that made even him feel terrified, and his expression changed drastically. Not good, someone has broken into the medicine garden, and Yan Yan is still there. Du Gubo's face was filled with alarm. He remembered that his precious granddaughter returned to the valley every year during this time to pay respects to her parents. What if something happened to her? Thinking of this, a look of ferocity flashed through Du Gubo's heart. Yan Yan was his only granddaughter. If something happened to her, how could he face her deceased parents? Du Gubo's figure suddenly accelerated, dashing towards the ice and fire Yin Yang well. On the other side, Qilin raised an eyebrow. Just a moment ago, when Tang Yu was blasted into nothingness, he clearly felt something fly from there into his body at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Thinking of this, Qilin moved his mind and immediately found this presumptuous thing in his dantian. It had actually entered his dantian without his permission. How truly impolite. This object was a bronze door, which looked to Qilin like it had some age to it, exuding an ancient aura. Seemingly sensing Qilin's scrutiny, the bronze door immediately emitted a fluctuation, using a simple and easy-to-understand form to not only tell Qilin its origin but also detail its function. The core was only one thing. That was to beg for Qilin's acceptance, without even a shred of the dignity a supreme treasure should have. It turned out that it was a supreme treasure refined by a supreme powerhouse of the myriad worlds, named the Gate of Heavens, capable of traveling through the myriad worlds and absorbing the origin chi of all worlds. However, due to a great war, the myriad worlds were almost shattered, and even its creator perished in that great war, while it was also struck, causing damage to its origin. After lying dormant for countless years, it finally recovered a trace of spirituality, but the place where it awakened was a land of absolute spirit, regarded highly by countless big shots. In order to absorb the world origin to recover, it attached itself to Tang Yu and forcibly traveled to the Duluo continent, attempting to absorb the origin power of the Duluo continent to restore itself. After all, the heavenly Tao of the Duluo continent was weak. Even if it discovered its actions, it couldn't do anything to it. It just didn't expect that, just after bringing its host out of the mountains to act, it would encounter Qilin, an existence that made it wish it could kowtow and submit immediately. Such an existence should not have appeared in this small world at all. It was like a pearl lost in the sea. Originally, the Gate of Heavens wanted to save some face for its host, to sneak away and then acknowledge Qilin as its master. It didn't expect that fellow to actively seek death, but that was fine too. This way, it could openly and honestly switch to a better master. In order to demonstrate its value, the Gate of Heaven specially spat out a wisp of origin power from within itself and merged it into Qilin's body. In an instant, Qilin felt a warm sensation, as if the strength throughout his body had increased by a large margin. From the information provided by the Gate of Heavens, this origin power was incredibly wondrous. It not only represented the most pure origin power of the world but also contained the world law of that world. As long as one refined enough of it, one could grasp the authority of that world, become an incarnation of the heavenly Tao, and control the entire world. Thinking of this, the gaze Qilin cast upon the Gate of Heaven suddenly became much more pleasing. Although this fellow was impolite, it was still somewhat useful, and it knew how to show filial piety to its master. Let's keep it for now. As for Tang Yu, well, he had already turned to ashes, otherwise, he would likely be cursing loudly. Damn, this double standard was just too obvious. And the Gate of Heaven seemed to sense Qilin's thoughts, immediately emitting a fawning fluctuation. Little brother Qilin, you just now. Coming back to her senses, Du Guyan looked at Qilin in shock. She didn't expect that little brother Qilin's strength had already reached the point where he could even kill a titled Duluo. Qilin exited his internal observation and explained with a smile. It was all luck, otherwise, that strike just now might not have necessarily been able to kill a titled Duluo. Wasn't that so? If not for triggering the 100-fold combat power of the Qilin offensive technique, it wouldn't have been so simple to kill a titled Duluo with his strength. Of course, if it relied on luck, then things would be completely different. Chapter 159, Drugging, titled Duluo, Du Gubo. Little brother Qilin, you're amazing. Du Guyan looked at Qilin with eyes full of admiration and hugged him tightly, the roundness of her chest pressing against him until it deformed. After this incident, Du Guyan's emotions had been on a roller coaster, and in her heart, besides admiration for Qilin, there was an infinite sense of reliance. Under the radiance of Qilin's brilliant golden glow, his image, like that of a deity, had left a deep imprint in her mind, as if he were omnipotent. Yan Yan. Just then, an anxious voice suddenly rang out. A figure flashed out from above the steep cliff like a Gui Mei. It was Du Gubo, who had rushed back. However, having just entered the valley, he did not see any enemies, only a young couple tightly embracing each other. Ah. Yan Yan, are you all right? And little Lin, you're here too. Seeing Du Gubo suddenly appear, Du Guyan's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly let go of Qilin in a panic. Grandpa, why are you back? Du Gubo said dryly. Grandpa dealt with an old rival and came right back. On the way back, I saw golden light soaring into the sky here, radiating terrifying spirit power fluctuations, and thought it was a strong enemy invading, so I rushed back. Now it seems, perhaps Grandpa didn't come back at the right time. Seeing that Du Guyan was fine, Du Gubo relaxed and immediately began to tease them jokingly. Grandpa Tilda, Du Guyan called out with a bashful expression. After teasing them, Du Gubo asked suspiciously, did you not see any other movements here just now? Du Guyan glanced at Qilin and then said, not long ago, 2 intruders did indeed break in, and they were from the Clear Sky sect. One was just a spirit ancestor, but the other was a titled Duluo. As soon as these 2 entered the valley, they tried to kill me and little brother Qilin without a word. What? Du Gubo was shocked to hear this. A titled Duluo had actually broken into the ice and fire yin yang well. Fortunately, Yan Yan was fine. Du Gubo snorted coldly and said, it seems that because I seriously injured Tang Hao that day, the Clear Sky sect has come to take revenge for Tang Hao. This grudge has been settled. If this debt is not repaid, the Clear Sky sect will truly think that I, Du Gubo, am weak and easily bullied. Yan Yan, little Lin, don't worry. After today, I will go to the Clear Sky sect to vent this anger for you. Qilin knew that Tang Yu and the second elder of the Clear Sky sect were aiming for the ice and fire yin yang well, but Du Gubo did not know that. He only assumed that because Tang Hao had been severely injured by him back then, he had brought the Clear Sky sect to take revenge on him. Damn it, he had originally thought that Tang Hao had a son, and having lost his spirit bone, his spirit power had dropped by 10 levels, so he wouldn't dare to take revenge on him. Who would have expected? HMPH, he would wait until he went to Shrek Academy to wipe out Tang San, then go to the Clear Sky sect for revenge. Regardless, he had to let the Clear Sky sect know his strength. Nowadays, Du Gubo was quite confident in his own strength. Especially after seriously injuring Tang Hao and obtaining that spirit bone of his, in less than a year, his spirit power had broken through by another level, and he had now reached level 94. With level 94 spirit power, plus his terrifying poison skills, who in the entire Clear Sky sect could stop him? Du Guyan also nodded in agreement. Du Gubo then asked curiously, since the Clear Sky sect sent out a titled Duluo, how are you two completely unharmed? Could it be that the mysterious powerhouse behind Little Lin intervened? Du Guyan chuckled and then said proudly, what mysterious powerhouse? The one who killed the Clear Sky sect intruders just now was brother Qilin himself. What? Du Gubo was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped, and he looked at Qilin in astonishment. Qilin smiled and explained, I have a spirit ability that has a certain chance to trigger a 100-fold combat power. It was just good luck that it happened to trigger. A 100-fold combat power. Du Gubo exclaimed, how could there be such a heaven-defying spirit ability in the world? This could probably even be called a divine skill. However, Du Gubo quickly reacted and hurriedly asked, a certain chance, how low is that chance? Qilin smiled slightly and said, 1 in 10,000. His tilde. Du Gubo gasped, then said, that is indeed low enough. After speaking, he couldn't help but sigh, your spirit ability is heaven-defying, but it's just not easy to trigger that 100-fold combat power. An ordinary person probably wouldn't be able to trigger it a few times in their entire life. Qilin smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, indeed, it's a good thing I'm not an ordinary person. Nighttime, at the dinner table. Du Gubo coughed lightly and said to Du Guyan casually, Yan Yan, you aren't young anymore. When will you let Grandpa hold a great-grandchild? Grandpa is getting on in years, and I just want to hold a great-grandchild soon. Du Guyan heard this, and a blush visibly appeared on her cheeks. Her gaze subconsciously shifted to Qilin beside her, and she complained coquettishly, Grandpa, what are you saying? I'm only 19, how am I old? Besides, having a child isn't something I can do alone. Qilin also raised his head, his mouth twitching, and chimed in from the side, that's right, Senior Dugu. As a titled Duluo, you still have several hundred years of life, so there's absolutely no need to rush. Du Gubo raised an eyebrow, then looked at the two meaningfully and said, I don't have to be in a rush to hold a great-grandchild, but Du Guyan, you should at least start thinking about your lifelong commitment ahead of time, right? Qilin heard this, patted his chest, and said righteously, Senior Dugu, I will take responsibility for Du Guyan's lifelong commitment. I will absolutely not let Du Guyan feel sad or hurt. Du Gubo listened, and his old face immediately bloomed into a smile. Good, little Lin, then I will entrust Du Guyan's lifelong commitment to you. Qilin promised, you can rest assured. Du Gubo laughed loudly, with your words, I can rest easy. Come, this is good wine, drink a few more cups. While speaking, Du Gubo also said to Du Guyan beside him, Yan Yan, this wine was buried by your father 19 years ago and has special significance. You should drink a few cups too. Du Guyan, with blushing cheeks, took the wine cup handed over by Du Gubo and drank the wine inside. Hey, Senior Dugu, why aren't you drinking? Oh haha, this wine was specially prepared by Yan Yan's father for you, so I, this old man, won't drink it. Come, have another cup. Grandpa, why do I feel hot after drinking this wine? Hot is exactly right. Little Lin, do you feel hot? A little. Then drink a little more. By the end, Qilin, with the alcohol going to his head, already knew what had been added to the wine. Du Guyan knew too. But the two of them? No, it was the three of them. Du Gubo was also in tacit agreement with them. Watching the two enter the bedroom, Du Gubo stroked his long beard, his face full of satisfaction. The relationship between Yan Yan and Little Lin was only separated by a thin film. Once broken, everything would naturally fall into place. But who knows how long it would take for these two children to break through that relationship. He still needed to take action himself. Now, his grandson-in-law wouldn't be getting away. Chapter 160, The First Drop of Blood, Du Guyan's Transformation. The wooden bed in the bedroom creaked until midnight before finally falling silent. Du Guyan leaned into Qilin's embrace, looking like a blooming flower, tender and delicate. Her exposed skin looked rosy white, exceptionally alluring. Qilin gently tucked a few strands of hair sticking to Du Guyan's forehead behind her ear, his movements as tender as if he were treating a precious treasure. Du Guyan could feel Qilin's careful cherishing at this moment, a strong sense of sweetness filling her heart, causing her to curl up in his arms and enjoy this beautiful moment. Little brother Qilin, from now on, I completely belong to you. I belong to you for my whole life. Qilin reached out and wrapped his arms around her smooth, soft body, saying tenderly, I am yours too. The next day, Qilin stretched and walked out the door. Du Guyan followed behind him, her expression looking even more radiant than yesterday, her skin hydrated and glowing, with an added touch of charm between her brows. The two happened to run into Du Gubo. His gaze lingered on them for a moment, and he chuckled with satisfaction. It seems you two youngsters slept quite well last night. Qilin nodded calmly, while Du Guyan glared at Du Gubo in shy anger, pouting, Grandfather, if you tease us again, I won't talk to you anymore. Ha ha ha, all right, I won't tease you anymore. After the meal, Du Gubo smiled and said to the two, all right, this old man is going to get revenge for you, so I won't disturb you two little ones anymore. He finished speaking and prepared to leave, but was stopped by Qilin. Grandfather Dugu, take this. Having already consummated his relationship with Du Guyan, Qilin changed how he addressed him naturally. Hearing his address, both Du Gubo and Du Guyan revealed a hint of joy in their eyes. Du Gubo looked at the pitch-black treasure armor flying from Qilin's hand and looked at Qilin in confusion. Did someone with his strength still need to wear armor to defend himself? Qilin smiled, Grandfather Dugu, this treasure armor of mine is no simple item. It has the effect of amplifying spirit power. Even if you are a titled Duluo, it can increase yours by at least one level. It's a pity, it was refined too hastily, in such a short time, this is all I can manage. What? You mean this set of armor can increase the spirit power of a titled Duluo by one level? Du Gubo looked at the armor floating in midair, shocked. Qilin nodded and then added, at least one level. Du Gubo asked in disbelief, such a divine artifact, you refined it yourself. Yes, my third soul skill can not only refine medicinal pills but also forge divine artifacts and sharp weapons. Du Gubo gasped upon hearing this. His tilde, so that's how it is. Truly incredible. Now that they were family, Du Gubo accepted Qilin's armor directly. Before leaving, Du Gubo asked, does this divine artifact have a name? Qilin laughed casually, I just refined it on a whim, you can just name it yourself. It's fine if you don't, I'll refine a better one for you in a while. Du Gubo was shocked again. Such a divine artifact was actually just casually refined by his precious grandson-in-law. It was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Clear Sky sect, Tang Xiao looked at the others in the hall with his tiger-like eyes filled with majesty, and said in a deep voice, you are saying that the second elder took Tang Yu out 3 days ago and hasn't returned yet? Reporting to the sect master, that is indeed the case. Tang Xiao frowned slightly upon hearing this and asked, could it be that brat Tang Yu has reached level 50? But wasn't he only level 46 during the sect's minor competition a month ago? Did they leave any words before they left? Although the Clear Sky sect had closed its mountains and did not go out, whenever disciples in the sect needed to obtain spirit rings, they would still go out to obtain them. The person questioned by Tang Xiao in the hall respectfully said, reporting to the sect master, the second elder did not leave any words before leaving, he only said he would return in a few days at most. Hearing this, Tang Xiao frowned even tighter. Could something have happened? No, the second elder is a dignified level 94 titled Duluo. Relying on our Clear Sky sect's unique skills, even a level 95 titled Duluo might not be his match. If something really happened, even if he couldn't win, he should be able to escape. Oh well, perhaps the second elder was delayed by something. After all, he had only been missing for 3 days, so Tang Xiao was not anxious yet, and he did not know that the Clear Sky sect was about to face a big problem. On the other side, in Heaven Do City, at Shrek Academy. Du Gubo swaggered into Shrek Academy. Flender, Luo Erlong, and Zhao Wuji noticed this and hurried over. Flender bowed and then respectfully said, Your Excellency Poison Duluo, I wonder what advice you have for coming to our Shrek Academy this time. Du Gubo stood with his hands behind his back, scanned the 3 of them coldly, and said, Where is Tang San? Where is he? Flender and the others were shocked. They didn't know why this Poison Duluo was suddenly looking for Tang San, so Flender immediately asked cautiously, Did Tang San offend Your Excellency somewhere? Du Gubo snorted coldly, he didn't offend me, but because his father bore a grudge against me for severely injuring him and taking his spirit bone, he actually found experts from the Clear Sky sect to ambush and kill my precious granddaughter. As his son, shouldn't Tang San die? What? Flender was greatly shocked. This news was too explosive. The Clear Sky Duluo, who shook the continent, had actually been severely injured by the Poison Duluo, and he hadn't even been able to keep his spirit bone. Thinking of this, Flender couldn't help but recall the scene when he saw Tang Hao a few days ago. He hadn't expected that Tang Hao's severed arm was actually caused by the Poison Duluo. After the shock, Luo Erlong raised her willow leaf eyebrows. Your Excellency Poison Duluo, is Du Guyan okay? Over the past 6 months, because Xiao Wu and Luo Erlong hit it off immediately, she had invited Luo Erlong to Heaven Do Academy several times. So, Luo Erlong had a decent relationship with the girls from the Heaven Do team and the Tianshui team. Du Gubo said indifferently, if something had happened, I wouldn't be speaking to you so politely. Once these words were spoken, whether it was Luo Erlong, Flender, or Zhao Wuji, they all couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if something had really happened to Du Guyan, I fear the entire Shrek Academy would have faced a terrible disaster. Flender respectfully said, Your Excellency, to tell you the truth, Tang San's father came to Shrek Academy a few days ago and took him away, so he is not at Shrek Academy right now. Seeming afraid that Du Gubo wouldn't believe him, he added, If Your Excellency Poison Duluo doesn't believe me, you are welcome to search the academy. Du Gubo glanced at Flender indifferently and snorted coldly, I assume you wouldn't dare to deceive me. As he spoke, a cold sneer flashed in his eyes. A fine Tang Hao, it seems you had this plan long ago. No wonder you wanted to take Tang San away first. However, if you think I will just let it go at that, then you are underestimating me, Du Gubo. You can run, but I don't believe the Clear Sky sect can run too. After speaking, Du Gubo's figure was like a dark green gray mei, disappearing in front of Flender and the others in the blink of an eye. Chapter 161, Going to Clear Sky sect alone, Tang Hao takes the blame. Watching the disappearing figure of Du Gubo, Flender frowned. A bewildered Zhao Wuji and Luo Erlong asked in confusion, Tang San's father is a member of the Clear Sky sect. If so, why is Tang San's spirit blue silver grass? Flender sighed deeply and said, Only Xiaogang and I know about this. Tang San's father is none other than His Excellency Ho Shen. What? Luo Erlong and Zhao Wuji exclaimed, clearly not having expected that Tang San possessed such a status. But soon, the two reacted, their faces full of disbelief. Just now, Poison Duluo said he severely injured Tang San's father and even took his spirit bone. If Tang San's father is truly Clear Sky Duluo, doesn't that mean? Luo Erlong and Zhao Wuji couldn't help but swallow hard, unable to believe that the once continent-shaking Clear Sky Duluo could actually lose to the weakest Duluo. Hiss, it can't be fake, right? Zhao Wuji said, not believing it. Flender gave a bitter smile and then said, Old Zhao, do you think a dignified title Duluo has any need to lie to you? Besides, a few days ago, I saw Clear Sky Duluo, and he was indeed as Poison Duluo described. Once these words were spoken, Zhao Wuji gave a sheepish smile. Flender, however, looked into the distance. Could it be that Clear Sky Duluo really took Tang San away early because he was preparing to retaliate against Poison Duluo, yet feared Poison Duluo's retaliation? If that were really the case, he might be very disappointed. Clear Sky Duluo was the youngest titled Duluo on the continent and was once the object of worship for countless spirit masters, including him and Yu Xiaogang. After leaving Shrek Academy, Du Gubo headed straight for the Clear Sky sect. Since he couldn't find Tang Hao and his son, he would cause trouble for the entire Clear Sky sect. Soon, Du Gubo had arrived above the Clear Sky sect. Since he made no attempt to hide his figure, he was quickly exposed to the Clear Sky sect's alert range. Breaking into the Clear Sky sect alone, Du Gubo gave this head of the upper three sects some face by directly putting on the jade phosphorus armor that Qilin had given him. Originally having spirit power of only rank 94, he was instantly boosted to the level of rank 95. This precious armor was quite magical, able to change size at will, so even if he unleashed his martial soul avatar, it could perfectly fit his body. Inside the Clear Sky sect, a flare shot straight into the sky. Countless Clear Sky sect disciples stopped everything they were doing upon seeing the flare. External enemy invasion, external enemy invasion. Alert. In an instant, Clear Sky sect disciples gathered from all directions, each with an expression of resentment and anger. Who dared to trespass in their Clear Sky sect? Wasn't this simply courting death? The various elders within the sect also flashed out from their respective homes one after another. Tang Xiao, feeling the unmasked spirit power fluctuations coming from the air, had his expression changed slightly. Currently, his spirit power rank was 95, yet the spirit power fluctuations emitted by the intruder were not the slightest bit weaker than his, and were even a point stronger. The Clear Sky sect had closed its mountains for over a dozen years. When had they provoked such a powerful expert? Thinking of this, Tang Xiao's brows knit together. His body shot out from the Clear Sky sect's main hall like a cannonball, appearing opposite Du Gubo in an instant. The other several Clear Sky sect elders stood in different directions, surrounding him in the center. The moment Tang Xiao saw Du Gubo, he recognized him. He had met Du Gubo, though only a few times, and they had only seen each other from afar without ever having spoken. After recognizing Du Gubo, Tang Xiao cupped his hands at him and said, I don't know why Poison Duluo has graced our Clear Sky sect with his presence. Although he didn't know what had happened to Du Gubo, such a powerful aura meant his spirit power was likely not lower than rank 95. No wonder his little sister said he was deeply hidden. It turned out that after Tang Yuehua learned that Du Gubo had severely injured her second brother, in order not to let her eldest brother worry, she hadn't sent back the specific details, only mentioning that Du Gubo was unfathomable and not to be underestimated. Du Gubo snorted coldly and said, pretending to be ignorant. Tang Xiao frowned, suddenly thinking of a possibility. Could it be that the second elder had offended this unfathomable Poison Duluo during the few days he had left the Clear Sky sect? Compared to Tang Xiao, the other Clear Sky sect elders didn't have such good tempers. Many of them were of the same generation as Du Gubo and naturally had met him before. One burly old man shouted, Du Gubo, you don't think that just because your strength has improved a little, you can act recklessly in our Clear Sky sect, do you? Trespassing into our Clear Sky sect, if you don't give us an explanation today, then you can stay here. Ha ha ha, a good explanation. That is exactly what I wanted to say. It is said that your Clear Sky Hammer is the #1 attack system tool spirit in the world. Last time, I let Tang Hao escape. Today, I would like to experience your high-level moves again. Du Gubo laughed loudly, directly unleashing his spirit possession, and 9 spirit rings spiraled up from beneath his feet. At this moment, his powerful aura completely erupted. The expressions of the 4 Clear Sky sect elders present changed in unison. This kind of aura had already surpassed all of them. And even more surprisingly, listening to Du Gubo's tone, it seemed he had already fought Tang Hao, and the latter wasn't even his match. How is this possible? Although the 4 elders each had their own grudges against Tang Hao, they acknowledged his talent and strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to inherit the title of Clear Sky Duluo. Yet, Tang Hao had actually lost to Du Gubo. One of the elders frowned and said, you have a grudge against Tang Hao, so go find him. Why come to our Clear Sky sect? Tang Xiao didn't know Tang Hao's current situation. Hearing that he had escaped, he wasn't too worried, just watching Du Gubo from the side without changing his expression. Although he was also worried about Tang Hao's safety, after all, Tang Hao had already been expelled from the Clear Sky sect, and everyone in the sect, from elders down to disciples, still held strong opinions against Tang Hao. Du Gubo continued, stop acting here. You expelled him from the sect on the surface, but you were helping him in secret, and even sent a titled Duluo to assassinate my granddaughter to take revenge on me. The Clear Sky sect members were shocked upon hearing this. There was such a thing. The 4 elders looked directly at Tang Xiao, guessing whether the second elder had been secretly sent out by Tang Xiao to help Tang Hao. After all, the second elder was also the one with the least hatred for Tang Hao among the 5 titled Duluo elders of the Clear Sky sect. However, even Tang Xiao himself was completely bewildered. The second elder went out to help his second brother take revenge on Du Gubo. How could this be possible? Although the second elder didn't have much hatred for his second brother, he didn't like him either. After all, if it weren't for Tang Hao, the Clear Sky sect wouldn't have had to close its mountains for over a dozen years. Watching the 4 elders' suspicious gazes, Tang Xiao immediately clarified, elders, rest assured, I absolutely did not send the second elder to help Tang Hao. Du Gubo snorted coldly and said, still daring to quibble, doesn't the second elder you speak of also have a boy of over rank 40 with him? Once these words were spoken, Tang Xiao was shocked. It really was the second elder, and even Tang Yu was there too. But why would they go to kill Du Gubo's granddaughter? This was something Tang Xiao couldn't figure out. There must be some hidden story behind this. He didn't believe the second elder would do it to take revenge on Du Gubo, as Du Gubo said. Chapter 162, causing a scene at the Clear Sky sect, Du Gubo fights 5 alone. It wasn't just Tang Xiao who realized this. In fact, even Du Gubo had figured it out on the way here. If the second elder of the Clear Sky sect had come to seek revenge on him, it would have been impossible for him to bring a dead weight along. The most likely reason was that they had inadvertently discovered the ice and fire yin-yang well and recognized the medicinal herbs within, so they wanted to kill to silence the witnesses. Unfortunately for them, the 2 were unlucky enough to run into Qilin, that cheater. However, even if Du Gubo knew, he wouldn't say it. He wanted to pin the blame on Tang Hao, causing the Clear Sky sect to harbor mutual suspicion and fall into disarray. Besides that, he didn't want the Clear Sky sect to have it easy either. If Qilin hadn't also gone to the ice and fire Yin Yang well, his precious granddaughter would definitely not have escaped death. Therefore, Du Gubo was determined to make the Clear Sky sect pay the price. Du Gubo looked down at the gathered Clear Sky sect disciples, then at Tang Xiao in front of him, and the 4 Clear Sky sect elders who were faintly surrounding him, and couldn't help but sneer. Alright, the notifications have all been sent out. Now, it's time to settle our accounts. Before the words died away, an ill-tempered elder shouted furiously, Du Gubo, we have already apologized for what happened. Do you really intend to run wild in my Clear Sky sect? Ha ha ha, run wild, you say. This old man would like to see what qualifications you have to say such a thing. With that, Du Gubo waved his hand, and a streak of emerald green poison mist instantly shot toward the elder who had spoken. 7th elder, look out. The other 3 elders roared. The 7th elder reacted very quickly. He instantly summoned his spirit, gathered his spirit power, and smashed his hammer toward the poison mist. However, having struck back in a hurry, how could he possibly withstand Du Gubo's offensive? Du Gubo's spirit power rank and spirit quality were far superior to his, and he had the initiative. What could the 7th elder of the Clear Sky sect possibly use to defend himself? The moment the poison mist collided with the Clear Sky hammer, it exploded instantly, engulfing the 7th elder in the mist. The 7th elder let out a shrill scream from within the emerald poison mist. Although he certainly wouldn't die thanks to his spirit power, he would inevitably suffer some torture. Seeing this, the other 3 elders immediately roared in anger. You scoundrel. Du Gubo, you actually dare to run wild in my Clear Sky sect. Since that's the case, we don't need to be polite with you anymore. Having said that, the 3 bodies trembled in unison, grasping their Clear Sky hammers, and a full 27 spirit rings rose up. Du Gubo was shocked at the sight. He hadn't expected that in the 10+ years the Clear Sky sect had been closed off, so many titled Duluo had been born within the sect. Excluding the 2nd elder who was killed by Qilin, there were actually 5 titled Duluo here. Especially the sect master, Tang Xiao, his strength would definitely not be weak. Of course, he was fearless. Du Gubo didn't hesitate in the slightest. In an instant, he released his 7th spirit ability, Martial Soul Avatar. The next second, he transformed into a Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor with a magnificent, towering head. His massive body blotted out the sky, and emerald green poison mist emanated from his entire body, spreading outward. Ha 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 ha, come and fight. Du Gubo flew high up into the air and indiscriminately sprayed poison mist down toward those below. Tang Xiao glanced downward, his expression changing drastically. Quick, all Clear Sky sect disciples, retreat. With the virulent poison of a titled Duluo like Du Gubo, once it fell among the Clear Sky sect disciples, they would all be reduced to petals of pus in no time. Du Gubo, how dare you? An elder roared, his eyes splitting with rage, and he also released his Tool Spirit Avatar. The Clear Sky hammer in his hand instantly transformed to the size of a small hill, and he swung the giant hammer, smashing it fiercely toward Du Gubo. You think you're worthy of being my opponent? In an instant, 3 spirit rings lit up on Du Gubo's body in succession. 3 different colors of poison mist shot out from the mouth of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor, rushing toward the Clear Sky sect elder who had attacked like a raging torrent. Boom. The moment the poison mist collided with the giant hammer, it not only blocked the explosive offensive of the giant hammer head-on but also knocked it away in one fell swoop, engulfing it in the poison mist. Is this Du Gubo's martial soul avatar? Is this still the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor spirit? We can't let this go on. Tang Xiao's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he released his 7th spirit ability, gripping the Clear Sky hammer in his hand. It was clearly visible that Tang Xiao's Clear Sky hammer was a size larger than the Clear Sky hammers of the other 4, and a feeling of violent power radiated from the hammer body. Du Gubo, the 2nd elder was indeed in the wrong for acting against your granddaughter, but you have made your point, it is time to stop. As Tang Xiao spoke, he didn't slow down his actions at all. He rose into the air and unleashed the Clear Sky sect's unique skill, the disorder-splitting wind hammer method. He did not want to form a mortal enmity with Du Gubo, because with Du Gubo's terrifying poison skills and powerful spirit power, if he were truly pushed to the brink of death, the entire Clear Sky sect would be turned into a dead zone. Even the several titled Duluo elders might not be able to completely escape unscathed. Because it could be seen from the brief exchange just now that Du Gubo's poison skills were already capable of threatening a titled Duluo. However, before that, Tang Xiao had to flex his muscles in front of Du Gubo. He couldn't let him think that the Clear Sky sect was weak and easily bullied. The dignity of the Clear Sky sect must not be offended. As Tang Xiao attacked, a sense of explosive power radiated from his every movement, and a roaring sound echoed in the air. The powerful pressure almost made this area of space feel stagnant. Upon noticing Tang Xiao's attack, the expression on Du Gubo's face became much more solemn. This Tang Xiao, he really has something. Of course, that was all. With the augmentation of the Jade Phosphor armor, Du Gubo was completely unafraid of Tang Xiao. With a wave of his hand, countless poison mists surged out from his body like a giant wave, rushing toward Tang Xiao. Boom. The terrifying impact rippled across the sky, with surging airwaves and poison mist blotting out the heavens. Neither Du Gubo nor Tang Xiao could do anything to the other, but Du Gubo was using poison mist attacks. The poison mist spread at a speed visible to the naked eye along with the impact. It would be no exaggeration to say that everywhere it passed became a dead zone. Wooden houses instantly corroded and collapsed the moment they touched the poison mist. On the mountain peak, vegetation withered, and the soil was corroded into large barren patches. The Clear Sky sect disciples who were stubborn and hadn't retreated in time, every single one of them, let out painful wails. The poison skills of a titled Duluo, even if diluted by the air, were still terrifying. The Du Gubo of the past was clearly only a rank 91 titled Duluo, yet he was feared by all the major forces. It was because he was different from other poison attribute titled Duluo. His poison skill spread in the form of poison mist, making him completely a harvester of the weak. Sensing this scene, Tang Xiao's expression changed. If this continued, the Clear Sky sect would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Daring to lose focus while fighting with this old man. Du Gubo laughed loudly, and then his 9th spirit ability suddenly lit up. 9th spirit ability, Jade Phosphor Divine Light. Chapter 163, The Clear Sky sect backs down, Gu Yuina eavesdrops. The massive body of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor stood coiled in midair, its giant maw open, with a swirling green light brewing within. Tang Hao felt the terrifying energy contained within the green light. His expression shifted, and he secretly thought, oh no. The other 2 uninjured elders swung their Clear Sky hammers from 2 directions, smashing toward Du Gubo. However, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor flicked its massive body, instantly striking the clear sky hammers they were swinging. With a boom, the immense power from its body sent both of them flying back dozens of meters. If Dugubo's spirit were still the old Jade Phosphor Serpent, even if his spirit power rank reached 95, his martial soul avatar would never be able to go head-to-head with the Clear Sky avatar. However, the quality of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor far exceeded the Jade Phosphor Serpent. Besides containing terrifying toxins, its body was equally powerful, and it was by no means weaker than a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon of the same level. Furthermore, one of the main ingredients in the creation heaven-mending pill that Dugubo consumed was the Wonder Velvet Sky Chrysanthemum, which could forge an indestructible body. It was also an immortal herb that enhanced physical strength. Moreover, Dugubo was currently wearing the size-adjusting Jade Phosphor treasure armor. It was precisely because of all these overlapping factors that the two titled Duluo elders of the Clear Sky sect appeared so vulnerable. Shocked, Tang Xiao bent his legs and leapt up, charging toward the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor. He swung his arms, his muscles bulging as if to burst through his robes, intending to strike from below. Ninth Spirit ability, Clear Sky Tyrant Hammer. His Ninth Spirit ring flashed, and Tang Xiao's Clear Sky Hammer seemed to be coated in a layer of pitch black light. Boom. Thousands of green rays of light erupted from the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor's mouth like a tsunami, instantly surging toward Tang Xiao. The two collided. Although they were evenly matched, the highly toxic green light exploded instantly, nearly enveloping the entire Clear Sky sect, and who knows how many Clear Sky disciples perished within it. Oh no. Tang Xiao's expression changed drastically. Although he had a certain confidence in his own strength, if the fight continued, the Clear Sky sect would be completely destroyed. Hearing the intensifying wails below, he couldn't help but hurriedly say, Poison Duluo, this time our Clear Sky sect admits defeat. What must you have for you to stop? Dugubo glanced below. He had never intended to take things too far this time, not to mention that the Clear Sky Duluo, Tang Chen from decades ago had only gone missing, not died. Even without considering Tang Chen's influence, just these few guys in front of him, if they really fought for their lives against him, it was hard to say who would be the victor. Dugubo dared not gamble, and there was absolutely no need to gamble. His future was bright, and if anything unexpected happened to the Clear Sky sect, it would truly not be worth it. Thus, Dugubo said coldly, I can stop, but that depends on the sincerity of your Clear Sky sect. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as there was room for negotiation. He could not watch the foundation of the sect be destroyed by his own hands. Heaven Do Academy. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuqing, Yi Lingling, and the members of the Tianshui girl group were looking at Du Guyan, who was suddenly radiant and looking increasingly charming, like curious babies, exclaiming in admiration one after another. Sister Du Guyan, how come it feels like you've become even prettier after just one day? That's right, your skin looks even more supple. At this moment, the clever Xiao Wu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, I know, Du Guyan must have asked Brother Qilin to refine some beauty medicinal pill for her. Upon hearing this, the girls expressed their agreement while also showing envious gazes. They all knew that Du Guyan had an herb garden at home filled with various rare medicinal herbs. Du Guyan just smiled and didn't explain. She knew all too well that almost every girl in this group had designs on Qilin. Once the news of her and Qilin's intimacy spread, with her as a precedent, Qilin would definitely be too busy to sleep tonight. Therefore, it was better to keep this news hidden for now, so she could monopolize little brother Qilin for a long time. However, she still underestimated the people in front of her. Ning Rongrong and a few of the slightly older ones were secretly observing her with suspicious eyes. Especially Ning Rongrong, although she wasn't very old, she had read quite a few forbidden books for young ladies since she was a child, so she was very suspicious of Du Guyan's current state. In particular, she keenly sensed that after Du Guyan went home, her relationship with brother Qilin seemed even closer. Something must have happened in between. Therefore, Ning Rongrong planned to observe secretly for a while longer before deciding. Night. Qilin was communicating with the Gate of Heavens using his consciousness. With your remaining origin power, it will still take another month to anchor another world. Does that mean that after you anchor another world, I will be able to travel between two worlds at will? Yes, Master, the consciousness of the Gate of Heavens responded ingratiatingly. By the way, can only I use transmigration? Qilin asked again. This, the Gate of Heavens hesitated. Speak. Alright, the Gate of Heavens said decisively, reporting to Master, theoretically no, but if I use some other methods, it's not impossible, it just requires consuming some origin energy. Alright, I understand. At that moment, Qilin suddenly sensed something unusual, as if someone had crawled into his bed. So Qilin decisively withdrew his consciousness. Sure enough, it was a beautiful snake who had crawled into his bed. What a bold snake demon, being so daring. Qilin whispered, watch how I subdue this demon. Du Guyan licked her lips and smiled charmingly. It's not certain who will subdue whom. After saying that, she pressed Qilin beneath her like an empress. At the same time, a shadowy silhouette appeared silently outside the bedroom door. Ji Yuina listened to the intense movements inside the bedroom, her cheeks burning and her heart pounding non-stop. She touched her burning cheeks, couldn't help but tighten her two straight, round, long legs, and a look of contemplation appeared in her eyes. The next day, Qilin climbed out of bed alone. Du Guyan had already snuck back in the second half of the night. She didn't want others to notice anything amiss. Stretching, Qilin walked out the door and happened to see Ji Yuina preparing breakfast for him. I saw that you got up later than usual today, so I got up to prepare breakfast for you. Ji Yuina was wearing an apron around her waist. Although her face looked cold, it also had a unique charm. Qilin nodded and then rubbed his chin. He knew very well that Du Guyan sneaking into his bedroom yesterday could never have escaped Ji Yuina's perception. Qilin reflected carefully and wondered if he might have neglected one thing while attending to another. Sister Na shouldn't be unhappy because she wasn't the first, right? Otherwise. Qilin lifted his gaze and swept it across Ji Yuina's body. And noticing Qilin's gaze, Ji Yuina recalled the movements from last night, her fair, smooth cheeks instantly turning bright red. Chapter 164, Du Guyan's Dowry, Tang Xiao's Decision. At noon, Du Gubo arrived at Heaven Do Academy. Having just returned from the Clear Sky sect, he was full of spirit and high spirits. After all, he had broken into the Clear Sky sect alone, not only making the five-titled Duluo of the Clear Sky sect suffer a loss but also making them send him off as if they were sending off a deity. This was deterrence. Otherwise, if the five-titled Duluo of the Clear Sky sect had truly hardened their hearts, they could have completely let Tang Xiao stall him, and once his spirit power was exhausted, the other four-titled Duluo elders could have swarmed him. However, the consequence of doing so would very likely have been the destruction of the Clear Sky Sect's foundation. Therefore, they did not dare to gamble. They had no choice but to pay a huge price in exchange for Dugubo's departure. And this price, in addition to countless gold coins, included all kinds of countless rare treasures, especially various rare metals and ore. Originally, Dugubo had also demanded that the Clear Sky Sect hand over a spirit bone over 30,000 years old, but the Clear Sky Sect was not stupid. They could give him other things, but a spirit bone was absolutely out of the question. Because spirit bones could increase spirit power, they were also worried that Dugubo would absorb the spirit bone after returning and come back to the Clear Sky Sect to cause trouble after his strength increased. Moreover, the Clear Sky Sect had no extra spirit bones to spare. Tang Xiao's talent was not as good as Tang Hao's, but he was able to reach the 95th rank title Duluo at this age by relying on the sect's foundation. After he became sect master, he had completed all 6 of his spirit bones, which allowed his spirit power to advance rapidly. Therefore, the Clear Sky Sect did indeed still have spirit bones, but they no longer had any over 30,000 years old. After meeting Qilin and Du Guyan, he immediately recounted how he had vented his anger for them at the Clear Sky Sect, and also handed over the tens of millions of gold coins and various treasures that the Clear Sky Sect had compensated to Du Guyan. In his words, these, along with the medicinal garden in the valley, were all Du Guyan's dowry. As for those rare metals and ore, they were directly given to Qilin by him. After doing all this, Du Gubo then gloated and said, the Clear Sky Sect won't be able to recover from this loss for decades. The facts were indeed so. When Tang Yuehua returned to the sect to deliver daily necessities and saw the devastated scene of the sect, she almost thought she had gone to the wrong place. When she learned from Tang Xiao that all of this was Du Gubo's doing, she was even more shocked. Du Gubo has actually become so strong that even Big Brother and several elders could do nothing to him. Tang Xiao said with a heavy expression, after this battle, the lost wealth is a small matter, but over 100 elite disciples in the sect died because they did not retreat in time and were affected by Du Gubo's poisonous mist. What? Tang Yuehua was shocked again upon hearing this. The death of over 100 elite disciples could be said to be a serious injury to the foundation of the Clear Sky Sect. With elite disciples suffering such losses, there was no need to wonder how many ordinary disciples had died. Subsequently, Tang Xiao said in a deep voice, third sister, what kind of grudge does second brother have with Du Gubo? Tang Yuehua sighed deeply upon hearing this, and then could only tell Tang Xiao about what had happened back then. This included the grudge between Tang San and his master and Qilin, as well as the matter of Tang Hao being severely injured and losing an arm by Du Gubo. Upon hearing about the grudge between Tang San and his master and Qilin, Tang Xiao's expression had already become heavy. He was no stranger to the name Qilin. Not only was his talent extraordinary, but there was also a peerless powerhouse behind him who was suspected to be a limit Duluo. This was someone the current Clear Sky Sect absolutely could not afford to provoke. And when he heard that Tang Hao had been severely injured and lost an arm by Du Gubo, the expression on his face became instantly tense. He had originally thought that since Tang Hao had escaped from Du Gubo, it shouldn't be a serious matter, but he didn't expect him to be so seriously injured. Third sister, why didn't you tell second brother to return to the sect in secret back then? In his current state, if he is discovered by the spirit hall, I'm afraid he will be in danger of his life. There was a hint of blame in Tang Xiao's tone. Tang Yuehua felt a little aggrieved upon hearing this. Big brother, you know second brother's personality. I tried to persuade him, but I couldn't persuade him at all. He has always felt guilty towards the sect and is unwilling to return to the sect no matter what. Tang Xiao sighed after listening. Then he comforted Tang Yuehua. Third sister, just now Big brother's tone was too harsh. Tang Yuehua comforted him. It's okay, Big brother. With such a change in the sect recently, I know you are also upset. Comforted by his little sister, Tang Xiao sighed, his face full of worry. He said to Tang Yuehua, little sister, haven't you had contact with Qilin? What kind of person is he? Tang Yuehua thought for a while, then said truthfully, I have only had contact with Qilin once, and I don't know him well, but he is gentle with others, and his personality seems relatively lazy. He really doesn't look like someone who would actively look for trouble. On the contrary, those classmates and teammates of Little San gave me a very bad feeling. After speaking, a touch of relief appeared on Tang Yuehua's face, and she said, I fear Little San was led astray by his classmates and teammates before. Now that he is being personally trained by second brother, he will definitely be able to grow into a person who can stand tall in the future. At this time, even though Tang Yuehua discovered that second brother was not as omnipotent as she had imagined, she still held a great filter for him. Tang Xiao nodded, but thinking of Tang Hao's personality, he thought for a moment and said to Tang Yuehua, third sister, find a way to contact second brother and ask him to return to the Clear Sky Sect immediately to see me, just say it's what I said. He understood Tang Hao's personality better than Tang Yuehua, so he was very worried that Tang Hao would instill the idea of revenge against the Spirit Hall, Du Gubo, and Qilin into Tang San. Although Tang Xiao was also very angry that Tang Hao had lost his arm because of Du Gubo, he was more rational. The current Clear Sky Sect could no longer afford to be tossed about. Let's look at Tang Hao's enemies. The Spirit Hall, needless to say, Tang Hao had slaughtered their supreme pontiff. If it weren't for Tian Daliu giving face to Tang Chen, the Clear Sky Sect would have become history long ago. Du Gubo, one person had almost single-handedly taken on the entire Clear Sky Sect. Finally, there was Qilin. His own talent and network aside, the mere existence of that suspected limit Duluo behind him was not something the Clear Sky Sect could afford to provoke. His own second brother was really something. He specialized in high-stakes games, having offended the most difficult people to provoke on the continent one by one. If this continued, the Clear Sky Sect would be finished sooner or later. Tang Yuehua nodded seriously and said, Big brother, I understand. A smile finally appeared on Tang Xiao's face. Then he thought for a moment and continued, little sister, you have some connections in Heaven Do City. If conditions permit, look for an opportunity to make contact with Qilin. It would be best if you could ease the relationship between him and second brother and Little San. Tang Xiao knew that Tang Yuehua was best at socializing, so he handed this matter over to her. Leave it to me. Chapter 165, Tianshui Team's trump card, is that it? Is that it? Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena. Qilin and Ning Rongrong's group sat on the exclusive viewing platform for the Heaven Do team. On the arena, Xiao Wu carried a giant pink hammer on her shoulder, looking at the members of the Tianshui team opposite her with a smile. After more than 10 days of competition, the Heaven Do team welcomed their first strong opponent other than Shrek Academy. The Tianshui team. With the enhancement of Qilin's spirit ability, the Tianshui team was naturally much stronger than in the original story. Especially Shui Binger, after her rank reached 45, the martial soul fusion skill she performed with Shui Wu possessed power that even a spirit king would not dare to withstand head-on. After careful consideration, the author feels that the martial soul fusion skill between Shui Binger and Shui Wu is more appropriate, but the previous chapters cannot be changed, so please forgive me. Besides that, it was said that Qilin had also prepared a trump card for them. Therefore, to show respect, the Heaven Do team also sent out their strongest member. Xiao Wu. If it were Du Guyan, given her current strength and control over spirit power, she might not necessarily be a match for the Tianshui team. Xiao Wu said with a smile, Binger, do you need Sister Xiao Wu to go easy on you later? Shui Binger's expression was calm as she replied with a smile, Xiao Wu, don't underestimate our Tianshui team. To deal with you, we have prepared a trump card. Standing to the left of Shui Binger, Shui Yuer chuckled at Xiao Wu, we will definitely win this time. Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow. A careful plan, definitely win. She gave Shui Yuer a meaningful smile. Let's see how Sister Xiao Wu shatters your pipe dreams with 3 hammer strikes. No matter how good the plan is, it is not worth mentioning in the face of absolute strength. If she were just an ordinary rank 54 top-tier spirit master, she might truly be defeated by the Tianshui team. But one must know, she had been having buffs stacked on her by Brother Qilin's first spirit ability since she was a child. After so many years, Xiao Wu herself didn't dare to imagine how much stronger she was compared to spirit masters of the same rank. Her strength, speed, and defense were all far superior to spirit masters of the same rank. Moreover, she had also consumed the creation heaven mending pill. The match begins. Following the referee's command, Xiao Wu giggled and beckoned to Shui Binger and the others with her finger. Whatever tricks you have, bring them out. Don't say Sister Xiao Wu was bullying you and didn't give you a chance. Before Shui Binger could speak, Shui Yuer put her hands on her hips and said, Xiao Wu, you said that yourself. Don't cry if you lose later. Xiao Wu snorted and said, I'll make sure to beat you until you cry. What tilde? Sister, let's form the formation quickly and give Xiao Wu a taste of trouble. Shui Yuer yelled in anger and said to Shui Binger beside her. Shui Binger nodded and gave a soft shout. Sisters, form the formation. In the past 6 months, with a master teacher like Qilin around, it was impossible for them not to have any trump cards. And this set of formation was developed by Qilin based on the characteristics of their spirits. After all, if Yu Shaoqing could come up with a 7-in-1 fusion skill in the original story, why couldn't Qilin develop some other formations? Especially since, in the original story, the Shrek 7 devils hadn't known each other for long, yet they could coordinate well together, let alone the Tianshui girl group. One must know, the members of the Tianshui girl group had known each other for years, not to mention that their spirit attributes were even more compatible. Following Shui Binger's command, the Tianshui team members instantly activated their spirit avatars, spread out their formation, and stood in specific positions. One could see a pale blue, misty radiance emanating from the bodies of the 7 Tianshui team members, and a pale blue beam of spirit power flew out from their bodies, connecting them together. In the next second, the aura of all 7 people surged simultaneously, and they were full of vigor. Ha ha ha, let me go a few rounds with Xiao Wu first. Shui Yuer cheered, a water blue spirit power appearing on her feet and fists, and she charged at Xiao Wu alone. Little Yuer, what level are you at to be fighting Sister Xiao Wu? Xiao Wu giggled. Although Shui Yuer was older than her, it didn't stop her from calling Shui Yuer, Little Yuer. Xiao Wu had originally intended to go easy on Shui Yuer since she was only rank 38, but she was surprised to discover that as a rank 38 spirit elder, the speed she erupted with was actually faster than some agility attack system spirit king. Is this your trump card? A bit interesting. Xiao Wu became interested. Without even activating her spirit avatar, she tapped her toes and charged, swinging her hammer at Shui Yuer. At first, she held back, but after sensing that Shui Yuer's strength was not inferior to an attack system spirit king, she immediately increased her power. Bang, bang, bang. On the arena, the sound of breaking wind whistled as Xiao Wu and Shui Yuer exchanged 3 moves in succession. As the third hammer fell, Shui Yuer was unable to withstand it, let out a cry of pain, and was knocked flying backward. What kind of method is this, that it can allow Little Yuer to unleash such strong power? Xiao Wu looked curious. Although she had only used 70% of her strength just now, it was not something a spirit king could withstand. Shui Binger smiled gently. Xiao Wu, this is a formation tailor-made for our Tianshui team by Senior Qilin. If the opponent wasn't you, we wouldn't have revealed it so early. Xiao Wu was quite pleased to hear this, lifting her chin slightly, and narcissistically said. It seems you have a good eye. If you could even beat me, wouldn't the tournament championship belong to you? Shui Binger smiled without saying a word. Xiao Wu, you need to be careful. Our formation is not that simple. As she spoke, the second in command of the Tianshui team, Shui Wu. Shui Wu's spirit is called Dancing Snow Ribbon, a spirit that looks like a snowflake. As Shui Wu's third and fourth spirit abilities lit up simultaneously. In an instant, snowflakes drifted across the entire arena, and the temperature plummeted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Following that, whirlwinds blew up, as sharp as ice blades. In an instant, over a dozen small whirlwinds surged toward Xiao Wu, making a crackling sound in the air. Originally, these 2 spirit abilities of Shui Wu had no offensive capabilities other than their control effects. But at this moment, it was naturally Qilin who had helped make a few small improvements. Feeling the biting cold wind in the air, Xiao Wu frowned slightly. But she was not panicked at all. Watching the whirlwind surging toward her, she placed her long, straight legs one in front of the other, holding the giant pink hammer with both hands. In the next second, she exerted force suddenly, and a sound like muffled thunder exploded in the air. Xiao Wu's slender arm swung the giant hammer, almost creating afterimages. Bang, 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 bang. Under the watchful eyes of nearly 100,000 spectators in the arena, the whirlwind surging from all directions shattered almost simultaneously the moment they approached Xiao Wu. The entire Great Spirit Arena instantly erupted with cheers like a landslide or a tsunami. Heaven Do! Heaven Do! Heaven Do! Xiao Wu listened to the sound like waves crashing around her, one wave after another, her little face flushed with happiness. Sister Xiao Wu was so imposing today. However, she had not forgotten the Tianshui team members opposite her. Although she was shocked by their methods, she still carried the giant hammer back onto her shoulder and looked at them with a giggle. Is that it? Is that it? Chapter 166, Ice Crystal Phoenix, Xiao Wu's terrifying strength. Brother Qilin, this. On the spectator platform of Heaven Do Academy, Tian Runshui looked shocked. She was very puzzled as to how exactly Qilin managed to make every member of the Tianshui team erupt with the combat power of a spirit king. This wasn't scientific. Qilin smiled and said, I was bored a while back, so I helped the Tianshui team develop a small formation. It seems to be quite successful. A formation. The corner of Qian Runshui's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of formation could produce such an effect? Judging solely from the strength displayed by Shui Yuer and Shui Wu, I'm afraid they are comparable to high-level spirit kings. Most importantly, their movements appear extremely agile, with very few restrictions. Qilin nodded. The principle of the formation he gave to the Tianshui team members was not very complex. First, he taught the 7 members of the Tianshui team 7 different spirit power execution routes. As long as they circulated their spirit power according to their own routes, they could resonate with the spirit power of the other 7, thereby achieving spirit power sharing. After the 7 people's spirit power resonated, besides an increase in total quantity, the quality of their spirit power was also greatly enhanced, sufficient for them to instantly possess combat power at the spirit king rank until their spirit power was exhausted. The 7 people could fight simultaneously, but the speed at which their spirit power would be consumed while attacking together would be 7 times that of one person, so once they attacked simultaneously, they had to finish the battle quickly. On the arena. Having witnessed Xiao Wu's strength, Shui Binger's expression also became slightly grave. Shui Wu, let's use our martial soul fusion skill. If we continue like this, even if we all rush up together, we won't be Xiao Wu's match. Shui Wu nodded and said, although it's a bit unfair, we have no other choice. The two looked at each other, then ran towards one another and embraced. In an instant, their figures disappeared, and dark clouds gathered above the arena. Snowflakes filled the sky, falling from the dark clouds, each snowflake as sharp as an ice blade. The temperature in the arena dropped significantly again. The cold was bone-piercing. Snowflakes drifted, transforming into a massive ice snow vortex that swept towards Xiao Wu. The whistling sound echoed throughout the arena. Xiao Wu, this is our final trump card. If you can't hold on, just say so. Shui Binger's voice rang out from within the dark clouds. One must know that her and Shui Wu's strength had now reached the Spirit King rank. A martial soul fusion skill released by 2 Spirit Kings would be difficult for even a Spirit Emperor to resist. Come on. Xiao Wu was fearless. She instantly activated her spirit, and pink spirit power erupted from her body, condensing into a suit of pink battle armor on her skin. When the ice snow vortex enveloped Xiao Wu, she remained motionless, letting the snowflakes, sharp as ice blades, fall upon her. Clang, 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 clang. Crisp sounds rang out continuously within the ice snow vortex, yet Xiao Wu remained unharmed. Not enough, not enough. Including the members of the Tianshui team, the entire audience was shocked. They hadn't expected that even the martial soul fusion skill of Shui Binger and Shui Wu could not do anything to Xiao Wu. On the spectator platform, Qian Runshui's expression was grave. She suspected that even if she were to fight Xiao Wu at the same rank, she would likely be cleanly and decisively defeated by her. This girl's combat power is not right. On the other side, a loud phoenix cry suddenly rang out in the arena. In midair, the snowflake vortex suddenly condensed into a mass, transforming into a lifelike ice crystal phoenix. Xiao Wu, let's decide the winner with one strike. Shui Binger's voice came from within the ice crystal phoenix. Clearly, the martial soul fusion skill of her and Shui Wu centered on her. And the reason they needed to decide the winner with one strike was that they could not support such terrifying consumption. One must know that a martial soul fusion skill is extremely draining on spirit power, and they were currently fusing with the strength of spirit kings. Every second would consume a massive amount of spirit power. Even with the total spirit power of the 7 members of the Tianshui team, they could not hold on for long. Come on. Xiao Wu slammed the giant pink hammer on her shoulder onto the ground. With a thud, it immediately smashed spiderweb-like cracks into the floor. Her eyes were fixed tightly on the ice crystal phoenix in midair. From this ice crystal phoenix, even she felt a very strong sense of oppression. However, this only made Xiao Wu more excited, and she looked eager to try. In fact, she could have completely used her 4th spirit ability, Paragon Golden Body, to block the ice crystal phoenix's strike, but she refused to use it. She wanted to choose to break it head-on. The next second, Xiao Wu's 1st spirit ability lit up. After consuming the Creation Heaven Mending Pill, the effect of her 1st spirit ability increased by 50% in full attribute amplification based on the original foundation. The amplification of a Battle Spirit Master and a Support Soul Master is different. Because a Battle Spirit Master can only amplify themselves, it is often 10s or even 100%, but even if a Support Soul Master only has 20 or 30%, that is already very high, especially when the spirit power rank is low. After releasing her 1st spirit ability, the aura on Xiao Wu's body suddenly rose a notch. Xiao Wu bent her knees, and with a bang, the floor tiles under her feet instantly shattered, and spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. Xiao Wu's body instantly shot up like a rocket, and as she swung the giant pink hammer, a loud whistling sound broke through the air. Boom. The instant the ice crystal phoenix and the giant hammer collided, a terrifying shockwave rippled out, erupting with a roar that resounded throughout the great spirit arena. In an instant, ice mist shrouded the entire arena, and shattered ice crystals flew everywhere, scattering like snow falling upon the world. At the moment of the collision, the women of the Tianshui team below all turned pale, spat out a mouthful of blood, and their oars withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The great spirit arena erupted once again with cheers like a landslide or tsunami, and the other team members who witnessed this battle were dumbfounded. Is this really a battle between the younger generation? Since when did the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament become so intense? Even the leaders of various factions were shocked. If one didn't look at the competitors, one would fear this kind of battle was actually 2 high-level spirit emperors clashing. Qian Runshui was also deeply shocked, especially by Xiao Wu's terrifying combat power. She suspected that if Xiao Wu were a spirit emperor, even if she had just entered the spirit emperor rank, she feared that even she would not be her match. This is just too exaggerated. At this thought, Qian Runshui couldn't help but look at Qilin, who was sitting to the side with a lazy expression and no look of surprise on his face. Clearly, whether it was the members of the Tianshui team or Xiao Wu, the fundamental reason they could have such terrifying combat power was because of the help of the young man in front of her. Although Qian Runshui was quite a bit older than Qilin, at this moment, the gaze she directed at Qilin actually held a hint of admiration. Even a thought was born in her heart. If Qilin could also teach her to cultivate, she would definitely be able to learn better than Xiao Wu. Chapter 167, Xiao Wu's possessiveness.